In the June heat of Qingmu City, the air was as stifling as a steaming cauldron. On the sports field of Qingmu City's No. 3 high school, more than 2,000 senior students stood in orderly formations. Though their school shirts were already soaked through with sweat, almost no one dared to utter a complaint. Every gaze was locked on the massive stone at the center of the rostrum, a monolith that emitted a faint blue, ghostly radiance. The awakening stone. Suddenly, a breaking news bulletin began to play. From the loudspeakers in the corner of the field, the live news from the Federal Beastmaster channel blared out, the crackle of static mingling with the announcer's excited voice as of 3 p.m. Today, awakening ceremonies across all provinces and cities nationwide are drawing to a close. According to big data statistics, the probability of this year's Beastmaster's awakening an insect type, initial familiar, has for the first time in history dropped to 0%. Experts say this is a cyclical screening of nature itself, signifying that the frail insect race has been completely eliminated by the times and is no longer suitable as humanity's initial partner. A ripple of commotion immediately spread through the crowd. No way, 0%. Seriously, insect types were rare before, but there were always a few every year, right? Thank God. I was just worrying yesterday about what I'd do if I awakened some kind of caterpillar. Now I can relax. Exactly, insect types are the lamest. Level potential at best, fragile as paper. Besides grossing people out, what else can they do? Lin Qun stood in the back row of the formation, silently listening to the discussions around him. The cuff of his school uniform, washed so many times it had begun to lose its shape, was stained with a few specks of paint. He had not bothered to hide them. After all, he did not feel there was anything shameful about working part-time at an auto factory to support himself. Unlike his classmates, he showed none of their barely suppressed excitement, keeping his head bowed in silence, a little out of place amid the restless crowd. Only when he occasionally lifted his eyes toward the awakening stone did his gaze betray that his heart was far from calm. Lin Qun, don't be nervous. A gentle voice sounded at his side. Lin Qun looked up and saw a bright, handsome face. The owner of that face was handing him an unopened bottle of mineral water. It was the class monitor, Zhao Zhe. Even though you're the only special hardship student in our class, and your resources can't compare to others, awakening is a matter of destiny. Zhao Zhe patted Lin Qun's shoulder. His voice was not loud, but just loud enough for the nearby girls to hear. I believe in you. You work so hard every day. Heaven won't treat you unfairly. Several admiring, reverent glances were immediately cast their way. The monitor is so kind, still looking out for Lin Qun at a time like this. Yeah, unlike some people, being poor is one thing, but acting all gloomy on top of that. Lin Qun looked at the bottle of water, paused in silence for half a second, then reached out to take it. Thanks. Zhao Zhe smiled and turned away, but in his eyes a brief, almost imperceptible flash of disdain flickered. TCH, what a phony. A low, derisive snort sounded from Lin Qun's other side. The speaker was a chubby boy named Zhang Kai, notorious for his foul mouth and poor popularity. He shot a glance at Zhao Zhe's back and lowered his voice to Lin Qun. You're not actually buying that guy's act, are you? He's putting on a show for that school belle from the next class, standing up front. People like him act close with everyone before awakening, but once they're done, they change faces faster than anyone. Lin Qun twisted open the cap and took a sip of water, his expression calm. I know. No, my ass. Zhang Kai wiped the oily sweat from his forehead and leaned in with a conspiratorial air. My uncle works at the city hall, and he told me this kid's like us from backwater places awakening at 16. That's just the higher-ups throwing us away as cannon fodder. What do you mean? Lin Qun's eyes flickered slightly. Awakening at 16, my ass. It's just those bigwigs colluding with so-called experts to fool us. Lin Qun looked at the bottle of water, paused in silence for half a second, then reached out to take it. Thanks. Zhao Zhe smiled and turned away, but in his eyes a brief, almost imperceptible flash of disdain. Lin Qun looked at the bottle of water, paused in silence for half a second, then reached out to take it. Thanks. Zhao Zhe smiled and turned away, but in his eyes a brief, almost imperceptible flash. His father had died in a secret realm before he was born, and his mother had succumbed to illness when he was 6. He had survived up to now on a meager monthly pension and underfeedable jobs. The cruelty of the world was something he understood better than anyone. Last student from senior class 32, Lin Qun. Step onto the stage for awakening. The proctor's voice boomed across the field through the microphone. Your turn, Zhang Kai muttered, shrinking his neck. Good luck. With your family situation, just pray you don't end up with some kind of bottomless pit glutton you can't afford to feed. Lin Qun drew in a deep breath, stepped out from the crowd, and walked up onto the rostrum. Countless gazes converged on him. Some sympathetic, some indifferent, most carrying the detached curiosity of spectators. Place your hand on it, and calm your heart to sense. Do not harbor distracting thoughts, the black-robed deacon in charge instructed coldly. Lin Qun extended his work-hardened, calloused hand, and pressed it against the icy surface of the awakening stone. A low hum resonated as the awakening stone trembled faintly. Lin Qun felt his consciousness suddenly plunge, as though he were falling into an endless abyss of darkness. At the deepest depths of that abyss, there seemed to be a pair of ancient, frigid, indescribable eyes that spanned billions of years of time and rested upon him for a single glance. That single glance almost stopped his heart. Then the sensation vanished in an instant. The next moment it was not the golden glow that signified rare dragon blood, nor the red or blue that marked elemental types, but an exceedingly dim, gray radiance. A brittle crack sounded. The air in front of the awakening stone split open with a tiny fissure. A small creature tumbled out, landing on the awakening platform and twitching its antennae in dazed confusion. The entire field fell deathly silent. More than 2,000 people stared wide-eyed at the creature, unable to believe what they were seeing. It was an ant. An ant no larger than a fingernail, its body pitch black, devoid of any elemental fluctuations. The kind of common roadside insect known as a blackback ant. Awaken what exactly? I didn't see anything. Don't push me, I didn't see it either. The black-robed deacon beside him was stunned as well. He uncertainly flipped through the illustrated manual in his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched twice before he finally announced in a loud voice. Senior Class 32, Lin Qun. Awakening successful. Initial familiar blackback ant. Potential rating F. After a few seconds of heavy silence, the sports field erupted into the loudest "Holy crap! An ant. It's really an ant. If no one said anything, I wouldn't even have noticed it was there. Huh, didn't the news just say insects were extinct? Turns out the last survivor is right here. Blackback ant. I used to scald those with boiling water as a kid. One splash and a whole nest died. And this counts as a familiar. I'm dying here. This is what the monitor meant by heaven won't treat you unfairly. Heaven's got a twisted sense of humor. The jeers surged over him like a tide. Lin Qun stood alone on the stage. He lowered his head to look at the tiny blackback ant before him. The deafening noise seemed to frighten the little ant. It twitched its antennae uneasily, yet instinctively edged closer to the toe of Lin Qun's shoe as though seeking shelter. Expressionless, Lin Qun bent down and extended his palm. The ant obediently crawled into his hand. No one noticed that at the very instant Lin Qun touched the ant, a deep violet, ghostly light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Down below the stage, the class monitor Zhao Zhe, who had been wearing a mask of warmth and encouragement, finally failed to maintain his perfect smile. As he looked at Lin Qun on the platform, that practiced expression cracked and slowly twisted into naked mockery. The uproarious laughter gradually faded, yet the air grew even thicker with mockery and contempt. Lin Qun cradled the still trembling blackbacked ant in his hands as he stepped down from the awakening platform. With every step he took, the crowd around him instinctively parted to either side, as if avoiding some kind of plague. The classmates who had originally stood beside him pinched their noses in an exaggerated manner, the ridicule in their eyes utterly undisguised. "Excuse me," Lin Qun said calmly. Directly ahead of him, the class monitor Zhao Zhe stood at the entrance of the aisle holding a half-finished bottle of water. Just a few minutes ago, this very person had been patting Lin Qun on the shoulder, saying, "I believe in you." Now, although the smile still lingered on Zhao Zhe's face, it carried a faint yet unmistakable stench of loathing and derision. For as long as he could remember, Zhao Zhe had secretly resented the way Lin Qun's grades consistently surpassed his own. In his eyes, what use was it for an orphan pauper with no parents to struggle so desperately? Why should someone who had to toil just to feed himself still cling so stubbornly to the top position in the grade? What right did he have to compete with him? His previous courtesy had been nothing more than a polite mask born from the fear that Lin Qun might get lucky and awaken some high-potential contracted beast. Now, having personally witnessed Lin Qun awaken only a worthless grade ant, the anxiety in Zhao Zhe's heart finally melted away. His hypocritical mask slipped off completely, and he could no longer be bothered to pretend. Lin Qun did not stop intending to sidestep around him. "Hey, wait." Zhao Zhe suddenly spoke, stretching out a leg to bar his way. He swept his gaze up and down Lin Qun, his eyes finally settling on the black ant in the boy's palm. The corner of his mouth curled into a teasing smirk. "Lin Qun, this is the glory you've brought to our class." "Great. So what if your grades are good, huh?" Zhao Zhe clicked his tongue, feigning pity. "I knew you were poor, but I didn't expect even your life to be this cheap." Low stifled chuckles rippled through the crowd around them. Lin Qun lifted his eyelids to look at Zhao Zhe. "Move." "Oh, temper's not bad," Zhao Zhe sneered, retracting his foot. Then, in full view of everyone, he pulled a packet of wet wipes from his pocket. He slowly drew out a sheet and meticulously wiped the hand that had just patted Lin Qun on the shoulder. When he was done, he casually balled up the wiped sheet and flicked it with perfect accuracy to land at Lin Qun's feet. "Stay away from me from now on," Zhao Zhe said softly, his voice filled with naked disdain. "I may be kind-hearted, but I'm still afraid of catching the bad luck of penniless trash. Especially penniless trash who raises bugs." With that, he didn't spare Lin Qun another glance. Turning away, he waved to a few hangers on. "Come on, let's go celebrate. Today it's my treat. I heard there's a new skewer stall by the south gate. Their specialty is fried insects." His laughter rang out as they walked away, blending with the erupting peals of laughter from the others. Our class monitor awakened a grade flamehound. "He's the best in our class," someone crowed. Let's go, stay away from that walking disaster." The crowd clustered around Zhao Zhe as they departed. Lin Qun was left standing alone where he was a filthy ball of wet tissue at his feet and a so-called worthless ant resting in his hands. He neither roared in rage nor rushed forward to fight. 16 years of growing up in the slums had taught him a simple truth: the anger of the weak is nothing but a joke to others, utterly worthless. Silently, Lin Qun bent down, picked up the crumpled tissue, and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Then he carefully slipped the black-backed ant into the pocket of his jacket and turned to walk toward the school gate. The Well district of Qingmu City, famous for its shanty towns. Here the alleys were narrow and clogged with filth. Sewage ran in open channels, and when one looked up there was no sky to be seen, only a tangled web of overhead power lines. Moving with practiced ease through the maze-like lanes, Lin Qun pushed open a rusted iron door and headed down. The lock had been broken since the day he moved in, but it didn't matter. No thief would ever bother with this place. It was a basement of less than 20 square meters, furnished with nothing but a plank bed, a three-legged broken table, and a simple cooking stove. This was the entirety of Lin Qun's home. After shutting the door, he leaned his shoulder against it, so that it just barely wedged shut, cutting off the noise from outside. Only then did the tension in Lin Qun's shoulders finally loosen. He reached into his pocket and placed the black-backed ant on the table. The little creature seemed hungry. Its antennae waved constantly, yet in the unfamiliar environment, it did not dare stray far. Instead, it circled around Lin Qun's finger, rubbing its tiny head against his fingertip. "So it's just you and me now," he murmured with a bitter smile. He reached into an old rice jar and fished out a few raw grains, placing them on the table. The black-backed ant immediately scuttled over its slender mandibles, working hard to gnaw at the rice. Watching this only companion, he had Lin Qun's heart churned with conflicting emotions. In this world where beast tamers reigned supreme and great black-backed ant meant that he was destined to be nothing more than an ordinary person, perhaps not even that. Am I really going to spend my whole life in a repair shop? The thought made Lin Qun's chest tighten with unwillingness. At that moment, without warning, a violent stab of pain pierced his mind, as if a red-hot steel needle had been driven straight into his brain. "Ugh!" Lin Qun grunted, kicking the chair aside as he clutched his head with both hands and curled up on the floor. That abyssal sense of something peering at him, felt once before on the awakening platform, descended upon him again. This time it was no fleeting glimpse, but a tidal wave crashing into his consciousness. In the darkness, a vast and icy voice exploded in the depths of his mind. "Zerg bloodline detected. Unique adapter confirmed. Mythic-tier talent, Will of the Swarm, activating." The pain came quickly and left just as abruptly. A few seconds later, drenched in cold sweat, Lin Qun pushed himself up from the floor, gasping for breath. His field of vision had changed. Before his eyes appeared a translucent, deep violet panel, streams of mysterious, ghostly light coursing across it, until they settled into several clear lines of text. Beast Tamer Lin Qun, rank Black Iron, 1st tier, spiritual power, 5100 core talent, Will of the Swarm, mythic-tier, unique, current swarm, black-backed ant swarm, grade status, active, hive, level LV. 1 requires energy consumption to upgrade current unit type, black-backed worker ant traits, great strength, passive, gnawing quantity, 1 special abilities, absolute domination, regardless of mental burden, forcibly commands all swarm units produced by the hive. Energy conversion, the swarm can feed to nourish the hive, accelerating reproduction. Genetic ascension locked, requires host to reach gold rank. Lin Qun was stunned. His gaze locked onto that single line of text, quantity 1. In this world, the iron rule for beast tamers was that each rank allowed only 1 contracted beast. At Black Iron, rank 1 typically had only a single beast slot, with a second slot becoming available only upon reaching bronze rank. Human spiritual strength was finite. Contracting too many beasts led to the collapse of the brain. But no upper limit. So this means... Lin Qun's heart began pounding wildly, his throat suddenly dry. "I don't need to contract a second or third beast. This single beast slot of mine holds an entire swarm." He snapped his gaze toward the black-backed ant still gnawing on rice grains on the table. In his vision now, a green mark had appeared above the tiny ant's head. Current status, available for conversion into primary hive. Convert. Lin Qun intoned silently in his heart. Command confirmed. Consuming 5 points of spiritual power. The black-backed ant on the table suddenly froze in place. Next, its abdomen began to swell and elongate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its once black carapace grew thicker, darker, and glossier, exuding a faint, yet dangerous aura. In just a few seconds, it transformed from a worker ant no larger than a fingernail into a strange queen ant the size of a thumb, its abdomen swollen and heavy. It raised its head, compound eyes fixed on Lin Qun, conveying a set of emotions with crystal clarity: hunger, energy, production. Lin Qun looked at this black-backed ant that was still under his control, then at the empty room around him. The shock in his eyes slowly burned away, replaced by blazing fervor. So what if it was great? A single black-backed ant was indeed trash. 1 stomp would crush it. But what about 100? 10,000? A million? If the entire Qingmu city were to be overrun by these ants possessing great strength and gnawing abilities. Lin Qun turned his gaze to the old wooden table in the corner. Now, so rotten, only 3 legs remained. Eat! He issued his first command. The moment the command was issued, the tiny black-backed ant that had been quietly resting on the table stirred. Instead of rushing directly towards the rotten wooden table, it wriggled its abdomen violently and expelled a dark, translucent egg the size of a fingernail. With a pop, the egg landed and immediately cracked open. A juvenile black-backed ant slightly smaller than a normal one, but with exceptionally developed mandibles emerged. Its shell was still coated with wet mucus, displaying a sickly grayish-white color, making it appear extremely fragile. Yet its agility was astonishing. From the moment it was born, it resembled a soldier receiving a death command, neglecting to clean the mucus off its body, quickly scurrying towards the dilapidated 3-legged wooden table. With a crisp crunch, the black-backed ant's mandibles easily bit down on a piece of darkened wood shavings. Then came the second and third bites. Lin Qun stood by watching as this newly born black-backed ant consumed the hardwood at an unrealistically rapid pace, like a tireless shredder. The wood shavings being swallowed by the black-backed ant did not turn into waste. Instead, they quickly transformed into some form of pure energy, feeding back into the nest on the table through an invisible link. The nest, which had appeared slightly deflated from the egg-laying process, began to swell again. Moments later, with a pop, a second egg was expelled. Another black-backed ant broke free from its shell, joining the feeding frenzy. 1 turned to 2, 2 turned to 4. 10 minutes later, one leg of the rotten wooden table had been completely gnawed clean, and the wobbling tabletop collapsed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Amid the dust, countless black figures were stirring. At this moment, the dilapidated wooden table was crawling with a full 20 black-backed ants. The sound of gnawing filled the cramped basement, a chilling noise that, though not loud, resonated together like sandpaper scraping against eardrums. Lin Qun did not feel disgust. Instead, he experienced an indescribable excitement. He could sense that these 20 ants were not merely insects. They were extensions of his body, manifestations of his will. As long as he wished, these ants could instantly cease their movements or even commit suicide. Stop, Lin Qun. The gnawing sounds abruptly ceased. The 20 industrious worker ants froze in place, perfectly aligned, with one even still biting a piece of wood, too afraid to move. Absolute obedience. This is the terrifying aspect of the insect nest well. Lin Qun approached the pile of wood debris, his gaze sweeping over this nascent, ultra-small army. Though their numbers had increased, it was still insufficient. He recalled clearly that the worker ant had been grayish-white at birth, indicating malnutrition. Now, although the black-backed ants had turned jet black and glossy from feeding, they remained mere mortals. If they encountered a true magical beast, even the lowest-level slime could potentially crush them. Beast Tamer Panel. Check attributes. Lin Qun summoned the panel, focusing on the only troop type of the black-backed ant swarm. Troop type, black-backed worker ant. Level common, not yet ranked. Combat power 1. Description: aside from being a bit stronger and having better mandibles, it possesses no other merits. Typically used as cannon fodder or resource gathering units. Combat power is only 1. Lin Zhao's fiery dog, although also a pup, was a genuine magical beast. 1 fiery breath, and these 20 ants would likely turn to charcoal in an instant. To grow stronger, merely consuming wood was inadequate. They needed to eat meat. Perhaps the flesh of magical beasts. Lin Qun scanned the room. The broken rice jar was already empty, and the only piece of furniture was nearly consumed. This home no longer had any surplus resources to provide for the swarm. I can only go out to find food. Lin Qun patted his pocket, which held only a few coins, not even enough to buy a scrap of meat at the market. Now that he had awakened, his father's pension would cease next month. At this rate, Lin Qun would struggle to support himself, let alone nurture the swarm. Since he had no money to buy, he could only go to places that required no money. A location came to Lin Qun's mind: the abandoned construction site to the west of the city. Especially those mutated giant black rats, said to grow as large as piglets, which even wild cats dared not provoke. It was a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but for Lin, especially those mutated giant black rats, said to grow as large as piglets, which even wild cats dared not provoke. It was a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but for Lin Qun now, it was a vast open-air cafeteria. Come back. Lin Qun extended his hand. The queen black-backed ant obediently crawled back into his palm, even rubbing against it affectionately. The 20 black-backed worker ants on the ground swiftly gathered around, climbing up Lin Qun's pant leg. If an ordinary person had seen this scene, they would probably have fainted on the spot. However, Lin Qun remained unfazed. These ants slipped into his sleeves, collar, and even the compartments of his backpack, quietly lurking, as if they had become part of his clothing. Of course, he could place them in the beast tamer space, but summoning and dismissing them took time. Their small size and concealability were indeed one of the few advantages of insect-type pets. With a slight pull, Lin Qun opened the stuck iron door and stepped out of the basement. The outside world had already turned completely dark. Half of the streetlights in the Lijing district were broken, and those still working flickered on and off. Occasional shouts from drunken men and yowls from stray cats echoed in the alley. Lin Qun lowered his head, avoiding a few thugs playing cards, and hurried towards the west side of the city. Unbeknownst to him at the moment he stepped out of the alley, a young man with yellow hair, holding a bottle of alcohol, narrowed his eyes from the nearby shadows. Hey, isn't that the unlucky son of the old Lin family? The young man spat out his cigarette, but his gaze turning somewhat sinister. I heard he became the city joke at the awakening ceremony today. Perfect. I could use some cash after losing money a few days ago. Let's borrow some from this soft persimmon. He chuckled, signaling his two companions to quietly follow. Lin Qun was completely unaware of this. At this moment his mind was filled with thoughts of his mythic-level core talent insect Nestwell. The contracted magical beast determines the lower limit for beast tamers, while the talent they possess decides the upper limit. This is a consensus in the beast tamer community. Lin Qun, who had consistently ranked first in cultural subjects, was well aware of this. Talent awakening can occur whenever a beast tamer levels up, and the level of talent corresponds to the level of the beast tamer: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, lord, epic, legendary, mythic. Currently the master-level figure in the beast tamer community, Tiger Sage, Chung Shunkai, possessed an epic-level talent, beast tamer fusion. Lin Qun had seen on a roadside television how Chung Shunkai activated his talent during battle, merging his contracted tiger-type magical beast with himself, resembling a humanoid magical beast. With a single palm strike, he had plunged a magical beast of the size of a small mountain deep into the ground, rendering it incapable of fighting. Since every level up might lead to talent awakening, the initial awakening of a beast tamer's talent was also possible, though the chances were exceedingly slim. Any beast tamer with innate talents was a child of destiny. Regardless of the level of innate talent, awakening having special means in the early stages when everyone else is weak provides an immense advantage, allowing one to determine their training direction from the start. And a mythic level innate core talent. That was unheard of. The weakest magical beast with the strongest talent. Lin Qun chuckled wryly, wondering how the heavens love to play tricks. A narrow, secluded alley known as Rat Lane lay along the only route to the western part of the city. It marked the border between Lijing District and the derelict industrial zone, where streetlights had long since failed, and only the distant sweeping beams of factory searchlights cast a pallid, ghostly glow upon the ground. Lin Qun walked steadily, yet at no hurried pace. Though he did not turn back, his instincts, honed by years of grueling labor and perpetual vigilance, allowed him to discern with crystalline clarity the clumsy, deliberately muffled footsteps trailing him from dozens of meters behind. They were drawing nearer. Hey, stop right there. A brash, swaggering shout shattered the alley's silence. Lin Qun halted and turned. By the dim light, he took in the three youths approaching him. The one with dyed, yellow hair led the way, idly twirling an empty beer bottle. Two wiry, simian-looking lackeys trailed behind, grinning with unmistakable malice. Well, if it isn't Lin Qun, the celebrity of Qingmu No. Free Middle School. With a lurching, insolent gait, the yellow-haired youth closed in, reeking of cheap tobacco and stale alcohol. Heard you awakened an N-type familiar. Tisk tsk, what a disgrace to Lijing District. Lin Qun regarded him impassively. What do you want? Nothing serious. The youth sneered, tossing the bottle aside with a sharp, shattering crack that scattered glass across the pavement. We're just a bit short on cash lately. Thought we'd borrow some from you. Not much. Just hand over your 2 months' worth of survivor's allowance. After all, you awakened a worthless and familiar. What use is that money to you? Better to offer it up to us respectfully. I have no money, Lin Qun replied, voice cold and flat. No money. The youth's face darkened, his mocking grin vanished, replaced by raw, feral menace. Don't push your luck. Don't make me drag it out of you. Your dead father's survivor's allowance was issued only days ago. Hand it over now, or suffer the consequences. With a subtle nod, he signaled his lackeys. In unison, the three formed a triangular vice, cornering Lin Qun against the crumbling brick wall. Had this been the Lin Qun of old, facing 3 grown thugs, he might have chosen either to pay for peace or endure a beating. But tonight, Lin Qun remained rooted in place, not even raising a hand in defense. To the yellow-haired youth, the boy appeared utterly paralyzed with fear. You refuse the wine, so you'll drink the... He snarled, lunging forward and seizing Lin Qun's collar in a brutal grip, slamming him hard against the wall. Can't hear me, huh? Think I won't cripple you? At the very instant his fingers touched Lin Qun's collar, the silent boy's lips curled upward, just slightly, into an eerie, unsettling smile. You've touched them, Lin Qun murmured softly. Huh? What? The youth froze, bewildered, before a strange sensation prickled across the back of his hand. 1,000 tiny, rigid legs skittering rapidly over his skin, sending chills of visceral, crawling dread down his spine. Instinctively he glanced down. His pupils contracted to needle-thin points. Inside Lin Qun's worn school uniform collar, the once black fabric seemed suddenly alive. A teeming black flood, thousands of black-backed ants, surged upward from his collar, swarming like liquid shadow up the youth's forearm. 1, 2, 10. In the blink of an eye, his entire right palm vanished beneath a writhing carapace of obsidian chitin. What is this thing? He shrieked in horror, and reflexively tried to wrench his hand free. But it was already too late. 20 black worker ants, each bearing the innate traits of titanic strength and ravenous gnawing. 20 black worker ants, each bearing the innate traits of titanic strength and ravenous gnawing, snapped their serrated mandibles shut in perfect unison. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. A pain beyond mere stinging, beyond needles, like 20 rusted tiger claws clamping deep into flesh, then twisting inward with savage grinding force. Blood bloomed instantly across the youth's knuckles. Let go! Let go! My hand! My hand! He howled, flailing his arm wildly in desperate attempts to dislodge the swarm. Yet the ants held fast, anchored like iron rivets in his flesh. Every frantic shake only widened the wounds, tearing deeper into muscle and tendon. Demon! A demon! The two lackeys, who'd been poised to join the assault, stood frozen, then bolted in sheer soul-shattering terror. In the alley's gloom, they could not see the ants clearly, only that their leader seized Lin Qun's collar, and instantly his whole hand turned black before erupting in screams and crimson spray. That nameless primal dread shattered their resolve. Run, now, they wailed, and fled, abandoning their leader without hesitation, vanishing into the alley's far end as if sprouting wings. Only the yellow-haired youth remained, wailing, thrashing alone in the shadows. Please, stop. Brother, grandfather, I'm sorry. Lin Qun watched unmoved, expressionless, as the youth sobbed and writhed. Damn it! Eyes blazing red with fury and pain, the youth abandoned all restraint. Ignoring his mangled arm, he snatched up the broken bottle, swinging it wildly toward Lin Qun. Get them off me, now, Lin Qun observed coldly, then shifted his gaze. Instantly the swarm reversed course, racing down the youth's arms, slipping beneath his clothes and surging downward with chilling purpose. The youth glimpsed their direction, and his face drained of all color. Every hair on his body stood erect, his limbs trembled violently. With a choked gasp, he hurled the bottle aside and dropped to his knees, pounding his forehead against the filthy ground. It was the deepest, most ancient terror, the instinctive dread of male biology itself. Lin Qun, grandfather Lin, please, have mercy. I haven't even married yet. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he banged his head again and again. Lin Qun watched, neither triumphant nor vindictive, only calm, absolute, and inevitable. For ordinary citizens, like this youth who tested negative for beast-taming aptitude in junior high and thus attended vocational school, confronting even the weakest frank insect-type beast-tamer was nothing short of dimensional annihilation. Stop! With a single thought, the swarm froze mid-descent, then spilled from every seam of the youth's clothing and vanished back into Lin Qun's pant cuffs, gone as swiftly as they'd come. All that remained was a grotesque pool of blood. The youth collapsed, cradling his ruined hands, staring at Lin Qun with the wide-eyed horror reserved for monsters. Lin Qun slowly crouched down. The youth flinched violently, scrambling backward on his elbows. Don't kill me. Money. Lin Qun extended his hand, terse, unyielding. The youth blinked, then fumbled frantically with his good left hand, pulling out his wallet and dumping its entire contents onto the ground, bills, coins, even loose change. That's all. I swear. Only 235. Sir. Master. Take it all. Please spare me. Lin Qun didn't hesitate. He gathered the money and counted it roughly. 235 yuan. To him, it was a fortune, enough to buy several jin of coarse inferior meat. So this is what you call borrowing. He tucked the money into his pocket and rose, towering over the kneeling youth. Consider the interest collected. Next time you seek trouble, bring more men. Without another glance, he turned and walked westward, his silhouette dissolving into the encroaching night. Only when Lin Qun had vanished entirely did the youth dare draw breath, staring at his ravaged hand, eyes hollow with the stark, shuddering relief of survival. Now at last he understood, to a beast-tamer, an ordinary human was utterly insignificant. Lin Qun walked on, face unreadable. No triumph, no vengeance, only serene, unshakable trivial trash, like a man feeling no pride in crushing a biting, foul-smelling insect beneath his heel. 20 minutes later, the derelict construction site on the city's western fringe loomed under the moonless sky, its colossal, rust-eaten tower cranes standing like the skeletal remains of a steel giant. Weeds grew waist-high, rustling softly in unseen movements. This wasteland sheltered stray animals and bred low-tier monstrous beasts. Yet these creatures were so pathetically weak, they yielded virtually no experience points, making the site utterly unappealing to novice beast-tamers seeking to level up. Lin Qun was the exception. For him, experience mattered less than raw energy. He stood at the jagged breach in the site's crumbling perimeter wall, gripping the money he'd just borrowed tightly in his fist. The alley skirmish had been mere rehearsal. True trial began now. Come forth. Lin Qun tapped his trousers. 20 black-backed ants, still faintly tinged with blood, scuttled forth, clustering around his feet, antennae quivering rapidly, roused to ferocity by the recent carnage. And in his palm the queen ant, no larger than a thumbnail. emerged from her nest, her compound eyes fixed hungrily on the shadowed thicket ahead, radiating a single primal impulse. Meat? Eat meat. Lin Qun inhaled deeply and locked his gaze on a furtive black shape gnawing refuse atop a discarded concrete pipe, a mutated black rat the size of a house cat. Dinner served. The mutated black rat had extremely sensitive hearing. Even the sound of a dry twig snapping could make it immediately alert, yet it could not hear the sound of ants crawling. Especially under the cover of the noisy wind and the chirping of insects, a small black army had silently completed its encirclement. Lin Qun crouched behind a half-broken wall 10 meters away, his breathing slowed to the utmost. In his pupils a faint purple data stream flickered. At this moment, he was sharing the vague perceptions of the 20 worker ants. This feeling was quite marvelous. He seemed to have split into 20 parts, each able to sense the rough gravel of the ground, the stench of rotten garbage, and the immense heat emanating from the monstrous creature before him. Target locked. Mutated black rat. Common level advanced. Estimated win rate 85. Tactical plan: restrain the limbs and attack the facial features. Lin Qun issued the command in his mind. Action. The 20 black-backed worker ants attacked simultaneously. 10 of them quickly climbed up along the coarse fur of the black rat, leveraging their lightweight advantage. The mutated black rat felt a tickle on its body and was about to lift its hind leg to scratch. Crack. The first worker ant bit down hard on its eyelid. Squeak. The sharp scream instantly pierced the night sky. In excruciating pain, the black rat wildly shook its head, the immense force sending that worker ant flying, crashing into a concrete pipe, shattering its shell and spilling out white viscous fluid. One sacrificed. But Lin Qun didn't even furrow his brow, because in the brief moment of the black rat's struggle, the remaining 19 worker ants were already in position. 3 drilled into its left ear, 2 into the right ear, while the rest clung tightly to its nostrils, lips, and the vulnerable soft flesh of its abdomen. This was not a battle. It was a sentence of execution. The mutated black rat rolled frantically in place, even violently crashing into nearby, discarded machinery, trying to smash the insects that had invaded its body. Bang! Bang! 2 more worker ants were crushed. But more worker ants had already tunneled deep into its ear canals, their mandibles wildly opening and closing, damaging its fragile eardrums and nerves. The black rat lost its sense of balance in an instant. It staggered around for a few circles, blood pouring from its mouth and nose before finally collapsing to the ground, its limbs still moving unconsciously, but its eyes had already lost focus. From the start of the attack to the end, it took less than 30 seconds. Lin Qun stepped out of the shadows. He glanced at the 3 shattered worker ant corpses on the ground, a flash of realization crossing his mind. The frayed black-backed ants are indeed too fragile. Even a dying black rat can easily crush them. In the future, we must rely on an absolute numerical advantage, or evolve combat species. He walked to the side of the black rat's corpse. At this moment, the remaining 17 worker ants had crawled out from the rat's facial features, each one covered in blood, their antennae excitedly waving. Worried about being killed by the giant rat for no gain, Lin Qun did not deploy the initial queen ant during the battle. However, the queen ant at this moment felt the energy supply close at hand in Lin Qun's palm, almost jumping down in excitement. Eat! Lin Qun placed the queen ant on the corpse of the black rat. The queen immediately crawled to the bitten wounds of the black rat and did not directly devour the flesh like the worker ants, but instead pierced the rat's blood vessels with her mouthparts. Gulp gulp. She was sucking the essence of blood. Meanwhile, the 17 worker ants also pounced on it, beginning a gluttonous feast. An astonishing scene unfolded. The corpse of the black rat, about the size of a house cat, shriveled at a visible. Its flesh was devoured, its bones decomposed, and all substances were transformed into pure biological energy by the terrifying digestive system of the black-backed ants. Invisible streams of light flowed continuously through the mental link between the worker ants and Lin Qun, pouring into the panel in an endless stream. Energy 1, Energy 1, Energy 2. In just 5 minutes, there was nothing left on the ground, not even a skeletal remnant. The queen ant, having digested the energy, did not grow larger, but on her originally dark carapace, faint traces of blood-red patterns emerged, and her aura was significantly stronger than before. Ding! Initial queen nest energy is full. Current stored energy 120 points. Shall we begin hatching? Lin Qun looked at the numbers on the panel, finally revealing the first genuine smile of the night. A broken wooden table had only hatched 20 ants. Yet a single mutated black rat had provided 120 energy points. Indeed, slaughter was the shortcut to the rise of the insect species. Hatch them all, Lin Qun said without hesitation. Puff puff puff. The queen's abdomen wriggled violently like a machine gun, and dark-colored eggs were expelled, piling up on the black rat's fur, dense and overwhelming. Due to the ample energy, the moment the eggs hit the ground, they began to crack. One after another, brand new black-backed worker ants broke free from their shells. They did not need to adapt, nor did they need to rest. They joined the surrounding guard team immediately after being born. 50, 100. 120. Along with the original 17 survivors, Lin Qun now had a company of 137 black-backed ants gathered at his feet. What was originally just a small cluster of insects had now spread out to cover an area the size of a manhole cover. When they moved simultaneously, the sound of their rustling was no longer faint, but carried a sense of oppressive awe. Lin Qun raised his hand. More than 100 black-backed ants raised their heads simultaneously, their multiple compound eyes glinting with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Continue. Lin Qun looked deeper into the construction site, where even more prey awaited him. Tonight, I will clear this place out. This night was a silent catastrophe for the native inhabitants of the abandoned construction site in the west of the city. If they encountered fierce predators such as wild dogs or giant pythons, the rats and cockroaches could still flee. But tonight's enemy was all-pervasive. They burrowed into rat holes, climbed up towering cranes, and even lurked beneath decaying leaves. As soon as one ant bit, the next second 10 or 100 would swarm up. Lin Qun was like a ghost wandering among the ruins. Behind him, the number of insects was continuously snowballing. 200, 300, 500. When the eastern horizon began to lighten, Lin Qun finally stopped. He sat atop a fallen concrete pillar, rubbing his temples in mild fatigue. Maintaining a high-intensity mental link for an extended period was a bit overwhelming for him, a beginner of black iron grade. But upon seeing the panel, all fatigue evaporated. Current population 850 ants, Beastmaster level, progress black iron grade 45,100. In one night, nearly 1,000 troops. Lin Qun looked down at his feet. There a black carpet lay quietly on the ground, rising and falling slightly with his breath. 850 black-backed ants. If he were to encounter that yellow-haired boy from last night again, Lin Qun wouldn't even need to employ tactics. Just one command, and these 800 ants could dismantle him into a pile of bones in 5 seconds. It's about time to head back. Lin Qun glanced at the sky. Today marked the first day after his awakening, and it was also the day to collect the newcomer's handbook at school and choose his elective courses. Though he had become a joke throughout the school, he still had to go through this process. Moreover, it was said that the school would provide every awakened individual with a 500 yuan startup fund. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Let's go. With that, Lin Qun withdrew 500 black-backed ants into the Beastmaster space. He left behind 300 black-backed ants, ordering them to disperse and lurk around this construction site as eyes and hunting squads, continuing to autonomously hunt down isolated insects and young rats to accumulate energy. The remaining black-backed ants crawled like black quicksand orderly and meticulously into Lin Qun's sleeves and pant legs, snugly fitting against the inner fabric so that one would only think it was a thick layer of black patching on his clothes if not looked at closely. Now Lin Qun was brimming with deadly weapons all over. He patted his clothing and walked out of the construction site into the morning light. However, just as he stepped out of the site and prepared to cross the road, a black sedan suddenly sped around the corner and screeched to a halt in front of him, the tires screeching. The window rolled down. A face that Lin Qun did not expect emerged. It was the black lad's steward responsible for guidance at the awakening ceremony yesterday. The window rolled down. A face that Lin Qun did not expect emerged. It was the black lad's steward responsible for guidance at the awakening student Lin Qun. The steward stared at Lin Qun's dusty clothes, his nose twitching as if he caught a whiff of a faint blood scent on him. So early. It seems you had a very productive night. The steward adjusted his glasses, a flash of light reflecting off the lenses. Get in the car. So early. It seems you had a very productive night. The steward adjusted his glasses, a flash of light reflect. The air conditioning in the black sedan was set to maximum, isolating the vehicle's occupants from the morning heat outside. Yet this chill could not dissipate the oppressive atmosphere that hung thickly within the car. Lin Qun sat in the back seat, his body swaying slightly with the motion of the vehicle. His hands rested neatly on his knees, resembling a nervous student anxious about being called on by the teacher. In reality, however, his muscles were in a subtly tense state. Inside the cuffs of his sleeves and the layers of his collar, 50 black-backed worker ants clung tightly to the fabric fibers, their mandibles slightly ajar, remaining in absolute silence, alert and vigilant. He knew that facing the silver-tier steward in the front seat, these 50 ordinary ants probably couldn't even penetrate the steward's protective spiritual light. In this world, beast tamers were not merely fragile mages hiding behind their pets. With each realm advancement, the spiritual power feedback from their beasts would significantly enhance the physicality of the beast tamers. It was rumored that high-level beast tamers could tear apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands. Given the rank of the steward in the front seat, he could likely crush Lin Qun's cervical vertebrae with a single hand. This was why Lin Qun had to remain perpetually vigilant. No need to be so tense. The steward dressed in black glanced at Lin Qun through the rearview mirror, his tone flat. This is just a routine procedure. After the awakening ceremony concluded yesterday, the monitoring tower in the provincial capital detected a trace of abyssal fluctuation. Lin Qun's heart skipped a beat and his fingers instinctively tightened on his knees. Abyss. He He raised his head, his eyes revealing just the right amount of confusion and fear. What is that? Was it related to the terrifying sensation he felt during the awakening stone ceremony? Lin Qun couldn't help but entertain such speculations in his mind, yet he did not show it outwardly. The gaze he received during his awakening still haunted him with fear. But he did not know who it was, nor did he dare to ponder deeply. Abyss. The steward withdrew his gaze, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel, as if speaking to himself. You will never come into contact with it in your lifetime. Though it was only a fleeting moment, and extremely faint for safety's sake, the association mandated a re-evaluation of all students who awakened during that time. You are the last one. Lin Qun lowered his head and ceased to speak further. He understood that saying too much could lead to losing face, especially when dealing with official personnel. Playing the fool was always the best form of protection. By the way, the steward suddenly sniffed, his brow slightly furrowed. What is that smell on you? Speaking of which, what were you doing over there? I remember it's been abandoned. Besides the faint smell of blood, there was an undeniable stench of decay. That was the scent of mutant black rats that had lived in the sewers for years. At home, there isn't enough money to buy meat. Lin Qun's voice was low, tinged with embarrassment. I went to the abandoned construction site in the west of the city. Caught a few rats to feed the black-backed ants. I heard ants are not picky eaters. The steward paused momentarily. He looked at the boy in a faded school uniform covered in dust through the rearview mirror. Catching rats to feed beasts. In an age where everyone fed their beasts high-energy synthetic food, or even monster cores, such behavior was unheard of, bordering on pitiful. You're quite resourceful. The steward's tone softened somewhat, the glimmer of scrutiny in his eyes fading. A boy from the slums catching rats to feed ants in order to save money hardly seemed like a threat capable of causing abyssal fluctuations. 20 minutes later, the vehicle entered the city center, stopping in front of an imposing silver-white building. Qingmu City Beast Tamer Association, a massive relief emblem hung above the entrance, radiating a faint spiritual energy field even in daylight. Lin Qun followed the steward into the hall. The hall was desolate, with only a few staff members yawning. Go over there, place your hand on it, and take the test again. The steward pointed to a crystal device in the center of the hall, far more sophisticated than those at school. Lin Qun complied and walked over. The steward pointed to a crystal device in the center of the hall, far more sophisticated than those at school. Lin Qun complied and walked over. Quiet. He issued a stern command in his mind. All the agitated ants instantly froze as if they were dead, even their antennae ceased to move. Lin Qun took a deep breath, extending his calloused hand to press against the crystal ball of the testing device. Buzz. The device whirred to life, a beam of light sweeping over Lin Qun's body. Lin Qun's heart raced to his throat. A mechanical electronic voice echoed in the hall. Testing complete. Target Lin Qun. Beast black-backed ant. Potential rating F. Spiritual power fluctuation black iron level 1. Conclusion: no abnormalities. Seeing the glaring red letter F on the screen, the steward visibly let out a sigh of relief, then shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, what was he expecting? Such fluctuations were likely due to a malfunctioning device. How could they possibly manifest in a poor kid who awakened a black-backed ant? Alright, it's nothing. The steward turned off the device, pulled out an envelope from his pocket, and casually handed it to Lin Qun. This is the startup fund given to newcomers by the association, 500 federal coins. Take the money and head back. From now on, take care of yourself. A glimmer of pity flickered in his eyes. In this world where strength reigned supreme and Flevel potential black-backed ant was destined to be at the bottom of society, this 500 coins might be the last bit of care the association showed to this boy. Thank you. Lin Qun accepted the envelope, pinching its thin thickness, a spark of joy igniting within him. 500 coins. Added to the 235 coins he obtained from Huang Mao last night, he now had a total of 735 coins. That was enough for him to buy some low-quality spiritual energy waste in the black market. Although that substance was harmful to proper beasts, for a hive that possessed the trait of devour, it was 10 times more efficient than rat meat as an energy source. Lin Qun did not linger, turning to walk towards the exit. As the steward nodded and turned back, his gaze fell upon a section of Lin Qun's collar that became visible as he turned. That is, the steward mused with some confusion, using his golden-tier beast tamer vision to scrutinize closely, and then his expression shifted slightly to something indescribable. He then gave Lin Qun a deep look, but made no effort to stop him. Just as Lin Qun was about to exit the door, the revolving door was pushed open from the outside. A gust of intense cold wind carrying the scent of high-end perfume rushed in. A group of elegantly dressed young men and women walked in like stars surrounding the moon. Leading them was a handsome young man in a white suit, his complexion exceedingly fair, a result of long-term use of high-grade spirit medicines. Each of his steps was light, yet bore an aura of strength unreachable by ordinary people, characteristics of a bronze-tier physique. Lazily perched on his shoulder was a completely snow-white creature with eyes like rubies, a moonlight fox. That was a rare beast with Clevel potential. Even from a few meters away, the black-backed ants in Lin Qun's cuffs instinctively felt a twinge of fear. It was a natural suppression due to racial hierarchy. Young Master Su, is this the association hall in our city? It doesn't seem as impressive as rumored, it's far inferior to the provincial capital. A boy resembling a lackey said flatteringly. This is a rural area, having an office here is already commendable. The boy referred to as Young Master Su casually adjusted his cuff, his gaze sweeping past Lin Qun, who was about to leave. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Su Ming's gaze showed no sign of pause, akin to a passerby glancing at a stone by the roadside, immediately disregarding it, lacking even a trace of disdain. That was true indifference. For someone who had already stood at the finish line, appear in a filthy school uniform hardly had the qualifications to warrant a second glance. Lin Qun stepped aside to make way, lowering his head as he exited. It wasn't until he had walked quite a distance and confirmed no one was watching him that he paused, glancing back at the opulent entrance of the association. Young Master Su Ming. Lin Qun recalled this name in his mind. The son of the richest man in Qingmu City, if Fatty Zhang Kai was to be believed, he was likely one of the privileged children who had awakened early and was probably already at the Black Iron High level or even Bronze Tier. Clevel Moonlight Fox Bronze Tier physique. Lin Qun stroked the now calming black-backed ants in his cuffs, feeling his own still weak body. Did he feel envious? Perhaps just a little, but more so was a cold calculation. Lin Qun shook his head, this was just the beginning. He couldn't allow himself to become arrogant. The black-backed ant's excessively weak racial abilities did not permit him to entertain unreal. How many new worker ants could be hatched from the rich spiritual energy in its flesh? Gurgle. His stomach rumbled, opportunely breaking Lin Qun's dangerous train of thought. Lin Qun shook his head, this was just the beginning. He couldn't allow himself to become arrogant. The black-backed ant's excessively weak racial abilities did not permit him to entertain unrealistic fantasies. However, with the legendary talent of Hive, well, he believed this situation wouldn't last long. He had consumed too much last night and still hadn't had breakfast. The body is the foundation of revolution, especially since his physique was still too weak and needed energy replenishment. First, I need to fill my stomach, then head to the black market. Lin Qun tightened his grip on the envelope in his hand, burying his thirst for power deep within his heart, his figure swiftly disappearing into the bustling morning crowd. The black market of Qingmu City is not hidden underground, but rather located behind the abandoned buildings in the southern part of the city. Originally planned to be a commercial center, it became an unregulated gray area after the developers absconded with the funds. During the day, it serves as a collection point for recycled waste, but in the mornings and evenings it transforms into a black market for trading beast taming materials. Lin Qun took off his school uniform and wore it backward to avoid revealing the school badge. He smeared some dirt on his face and put on a mask that was originally disposable, but had been used countless times, making him look like a little beggar on the streets. As soon as he stepped into the area of abandoned buildings, the cacophony of vendors' shouts hit him. Fresh iron rhinoceros horns. Just cut off, still steaming. Only 2,000. Buying secondhand beast eggs, dead or rotten, all accepted. Prices negotiable. Ancestral muscle-enhancing pills. Beasts grow bigger after eating, and humans grow that. Lin Qun kept his head down, rapidly scanning the various stalls. Most of the stall owners here are scavengers or low-level mercenaries who operate on the fringes of the law, selling a mixed bag of goods, often filled with counterfeit items. Lin Qun had a clear target. He couldn't afford the proper magical beast meat or energy crystals. What he sought were those considered toxic and waste by others, but which contained high energy, garbage. Little brother looking for something. A vendor with slanted eyes called out enthusiastically as Lin Qun stopped. I've got good stuff, just pulled it out of the sewer mystery. Lin Qun glanced at the stall. It was covered with several pieces of blackened rotting meat and a few bottles of murky potions. Deep in Lin Qun's pupils a faint purple light flickered. A black-backed ant quietly extended its antennae from his sleeve, sensing the air. Weak energy reaction detected. Evaluation: poor quality rotting meat contains corpse toxins. After consumption it can convert energy, but will cause the swarm to move sluggishly. Lin Qun shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was poor, he didn't want to feed his army and turn them into a horde of zombies. He wandered through the black market for over half an hour until he reached a nondescript stall in a corner. This stall was very quiet, and the owner was a strange person wearing a gas mask with several large plastic barrels in front of him, tightly sealed, yet a pungent chemical acidic smell could still be detected. People passing by avoided this area. What is this? Lin Qun squatted down, pointing at one of the barrels. Waste residue from a pharmaceutical factory. It's highly toxic, strongly acidic. Taking it back can only be used to unblock sewers or dissolve core. Don't touch it carelessly. It'll eat away your skin if it splashes on you. Lin Qun's black-backed ant in his sleeve instantly became agitated. It was a desire stronger than encountering a mutated black rat. High concentration acidic biomass detected. Energy rating medium induced characteristic. Consuming this type of substance has a high probability of inducing the swarm to develop corrosive characteristics. Lin Qun's heart raced, but his face showed a look of disdain as he covered his nose. So smelly. How much? You want it? The vendor looked at Lin Qun with some surprise. This stuff nobody wants. I was planning to throw it away. If you take it all, just give me a little for the barrel. 50 per barrel. 50. This barrel must weigh at least 50 pounds. That means $1 a pound. In comparison, the cheapest low-quality pork costs $11 a pound. I have use for it. Lin Qun pretended to be a laborer, helping his family. My home sewer is clogged, and I'm worried about not being able to buy strong acid. But this smell is too strong. Lower the price, and he'll take it all. All right, for 4 barrels, let's make it $150. Lin Qun, without saying a word, took out 2 crumpled bills and handed them over. Give me back 50 and lend me a pushcart. 10 minutes later, Lin Qun pushed an old cart hauling 4 barrels of toxic waste to the deepest part of the abandoned building area. It was windy on all sides, overgrown with weeds, and even stray dogs rarely came here. After confirming no one was around, Lin Qun eagerly pried open one of the barrel lids. Sizzle! A yellow-brown smoke billowed out, and the acrid smell was strong enough to suffocate a cow. The barrel was filled with a thick, dark green sludge, occasionally bubbling. This was the residue left after failed extractions from alchemical potion factories, a toxic blend of various herbs, minerals, and beast blood. For ordinary beast tamers, just a mouthful would cause severe digestive damage. But for the nest, it was a grand feast. Come out. Lin Qun extended his hand. The eagerly waiting ant queen mother nest jumped directly into the barrel from his palm. Sizzle, sizzle. As the waste contacted the acidic substance, white smoke rose from its black shell. Yet it did not feel pain. Instead, it emitted a wave of pleasurable vibrations, opening its large mouth and frantically consuming the dark green sludge. Simultaneously, Lin Qun released the beast taming space and the black-backed ants lurking on him. It was a frenzied feast of evolution. The data on the panel began to jump wildly. Energy, 5, energy, 8, energy, 6. Compared to the pathetic 1 or 2 points from the mutated black rats, the energy contained in these industrial wastes was astonishingly violent. In just half an hour, the first barrel of waste was emptied. Lin Qun noticed that the black-backed worker ants that climbed out from the barrel had undergone a tremendous transformation. Their body size hadn't increased. In fact, they had shrunk a bit due to concentration. But their originally glossy black shells had now turned into a dull matte texture with a faint greenish hue. Especially their large mandibles, which were subtly secreting a transparent liquid that dripped onto the cement ground, instantly creating a small pit the size of a pinhole. Ding! Evolution branch for the swarm activated. Swarm mutation, acidic black-backed ant, common level mutation characteristic, corrosive mandible attacks, inflict strong acid effects capable of softening the fur of black iron level magical beasts and low-level metals. Self-explosion upon death. When it dies, the acid sacs inside rupture, causing small area splash damage to the surroundings. Current quantity 530 energy reserve, 480 points. Lin Qun watched this scene and took a deep breath. The $150 spent was incredibly worth it. If the previous black-backed ants were merely physical troops relying on brute force to bite, now they had transformed into biochemical troops with armor-breaking and self-explosive attributes. It seems that although the special ability of the nest will gene ascension would not unlock until reaching the golden level, as long as the basic race remained black-backed ants and had not fully transformed into the next swarm, they still retained the ability to evolve. Acidic. The image of Su Ming's Moonlight Fox once again appeared in Lin Qun's mind. The primary defense mechanism of the Moonlight Fox is that flowing moonlight shield. I wonder if this saliva-containing industrial strong acid can dissolve that layer of light shield. 3 barrels left. Lin Qun looked at the remaining strategic resources with fiery eyes. This energy was enough for him to expand the swarm to 2,000 ants. But just then a commotion of footsteps suddenly came from outside the dangerous building, accompanied by several malicious whistles. Oh, isn't this the little beggar who bought the waste residue earlier? What are you hiding here for? Not sharing the good stuff with us? 3 men in leather jackets wielding iron rods appeared at the stairway, blocking Lin Qun's path. They were robbers who specialized in eating raw rice in the black market. They fixed their greedy eyes on Lin Qun, or rather on the 3 barrels of goods left on his cart. Though they didn't know what this kid needed the waste for, the fact that he was willing to spend money on it indicated that it must have some value. Lin Qun slowly stood up, blocking the barrels of waste. With his back to the light, the 3 men could not see his expression. They only noticed this weak boy with his head down, seemingly trembling. Lin Qun raised his head. Under the hood, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a cold ferocity, as if he had been interrupted. Lin Qun raised his head. Under the hood, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a cold ferocity, as if he had been interrupted from eating. Behind him, from the edge of the recently emptied plastic barrel, a dense mass of acid black-backed ants glowing with a faint green sheen silently began to pour out like a green poisonous spring. The bald man laughed heartily as he saw Lin Qun remain unresponsive. Ha, this kid must be scared stupid. Just as his laughter faded, his gaze suddenly turned cold and sinister, the beast taming insignia on the back of his hand glowing with a grayish-white light. A toast not accepted is a punishment drink. Attack, take both the person and the goods. Roar. With a flash of light, 3 magical beasts appeared out of thin air on the dusty concrete floor. In front of the bald man stood a ironhide porcupine covered in hard gray-black fur and with protruding fangs. Black iron level 3, E-class potential. It pawed at the ground, snorting heavily through its nostrils, and its tough hide was notoriously difficult to chew through in the black market. Meanwhile, one of the other two summoned a venomous green snake, while the other summoned a windfang wild dog. Although these were all low-level common beasts, and some appeared malnourished, they were still 3 genuine black iron-level magical beasts. In the narrow, unfinished building, the oppressive presence of the 3 magical beasts was enough to make a common novice's legs weaken. Kid, keep your eyes open in your next life. The bald man grinned wickedly and waved his hand. Ironhide porcupine, crush his legs. Oomph. The ironhide porcupine let out a roar, charging like a miniature tank, its tough hide impervious to swords and blades, hurtling toward Lin Qun with a bloody wind. Faced with such a charge, the only choice for an ordinary black iron level 1 beastmaster was to dodge or summon defensive beasts to withstand the impact. But Lin Qun stood still, not moving an inch. His eyes were as calm as a still pond, only countless ghostly purple lights danced wildly on his retina. Target locked. Ironhide porcupine, black iron level 3, armor analysis, tough, exterior, high physical resistance, low acidic resistance. Tactics, formulated corrosion envelop. Is this all you've got? Lin Qun looked at the ironhide porcupine, now just 2 meters away, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, from the shadow behind him at the edge of the recently emptied plastic bucket, a wave of dark, slightly greenish tide surged forth as if a dam had broken. Go! Without any roar or skill preparation, hundreds of acidic blackback ants sprang up from the ground like a tightly woven net, clashing head-on with the charging ironhide porcupine. Looking for death. A few ants think they can block me. The bald man's taunt was cut short, stuck in his throat, for he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The seemingly indestructible ironhide porcupine, upon colliding with the ant swarm, was as if it had plunged into a pool of strong acid. Sizzle. The harsh sound of corrosion instantly drowned out the porcupine's roar. Hundreds of acidic ants clung tightly to the porcupine's tough skin, their evolved corrosive mandibles snapping open and shut, secreting a high concentration of industrial acid. That proud iron skin met with the acidic liquid as if it had encountered hot oil, instantly turning black, softening, and rotting. The charge of the ironhide porcupine came to an abrupt halt as it writhed in agony on the ground, its originally arrogant howl transformed into a wretched scream. Chunks of flesh fell away, accompanied by smoking acidic liquid, revealing the white bones beneath, which were even giving off white smoke. In just 3 seconds, this black iron level 3 magical beast collapsed in a pool of green pus, breathing out with no intake. How is this possible? The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood as his contracted beast perished, his eyes nearly popping out, cold sweat pouring down his back. My ironhide porcupine. That fur can even bend steel pipes. What kind of ant is this? Don't just stand there. Kill his main bot. The accomplice controlling the windfang wild dog was a tough character. Seeing the situation was dire, he immediately commanded the wild dog to circumvent the gruesome scene on the ground, opening its bloody maw and lunging for Lin Qun's throat. As long as we kill him, the beast will be useless. Too slow. Lin Qun turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto the wild dog leaping into the air. He didn't even need to speak. The dozens of acidic ants guarding his feet suddenly swelled in their abdomens, launching themselves toward the airborne wild dog. Then, at the moment of contact, trait activated, self-destruct upon death. Boom, boom, boom. Several bursts of dark green smoke exploded in midair. Those acidic ants were not attacking, but were sending themselves as acidic bombs. Ow! The windfang wild dog crashed into the acidic mist immediately, letting out a cry of anguish. Its eyes were blinded by the splattered acid, its nose and mouth rotting, instantly crashing to the ground like a headless fly frantically clawing at its own face. This kind of tactic. Suicide attack. Crazy. You are insane. The remaining beastmaster controlling the green snake completely broke down. He had never seen such a disregard for the lives of magical beasts. Most people would feel heartbroken over the death of a single beast, but this kid directly used beasts as grenades. Run, boss, run. This is too much. The man didn't even bother with his green snake, turning and sprinting towards the stairway. The bald man also reacted, not caring for his ironhide porcupine, and took off running. Did I let you go? Lin Qun's hoarse voice echoed in the empty, unfinished building. Surround them. With a thought, the originally spread out black carpet instantly split. Hundreds of acidic ants rapidly crawled along the walls and ceiling, moving astonishingly fast, and soon sealed off the stairway. They did not rush to attack, but densely covered the walls and railings, their large jaws opening and closing, dripping lethal acidic liquid. Sizzle. Sizzle. The acidic liquid dripped onto the concrete floor, corroding small pits. The 3 robbers were frozen in place, huddled together back to back, staring at the thousands of compound eyes glimmering with ghostly green light around them, swallowing hard in despair. This was an unequal massacre. Quantity attributes tactics, completely overwhelming. Big brother. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The bald man fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he pulled out a few bills and 2 low-grade crystal cores from his pocket. We didn't recognize the great mountain. Take this for tea and let us go. Lin Qun said nothing, only slowly walked over. With each step the surrounding ants made a synchronized rustling sound, like the footsteps of death. He reached the ironhide porcupine, which was still convulsing. At this point the beast was already dead. Lin Qun extended his hand, and a thumb-sized queen ant leapt from his palm, landing on the mangled corpse of the porcupine, excitedly piercing in with its mouthparts. Simultaneously hundreds of worker ants surged forward. Under the terrified gaze of the 3 robbers, the several hundred-pound corpse of the porcupine shrank and disappeared at a visible rate until not even the bone scraps were left. Energy surged rapidly. Still, magical beast meat is the best. Lin Qun sighed, then lifted his head to look at the 3 trembling robbers, his gaze falling on the crystal cores in the bald man's hand. Is that a price for your lives? The bald man nodded vigorously. Yes, all for you. Lin Qun took the crystal cores and money, estimating it to be worth about 2,000 or 3,000. I've accepted the money. Lin Qun tucked the items into his pocket, his tone flat. But you saw my ants. I don't like being remembered by others. I swear, I will never speak of this. If I do, the bald man said hurriedly. Only the dead can keep secrets. Lin Qun interrupted him, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His voice was soft, yet delivered a death sentence. Moreover, people like you are worse than pests. Living is a calamity. You dare kill. If you kill us, the Public Security Bureau won't let you go. The bald man, realizing begging was useless, instantly turned fierce, trying to use authority to pressure Lin Qun. Lin Qun smirked ironically. Public Security Bureau. In a building without surveillance, without witnesses who would know you were here. Who would know where you died? As long as not a single bone is left, there's no so-called murder case. Only missing persons. The moment his words fell, the bald man's pupils shrank sharply. He saw the unmasked killing intent in Lin Qun's eyes, and the ant swarm that was already poised to strike around him. Fight him! The bald man let out a desperate roar, trying to pull out a dagger from his pocket for a last-ditch effort. Go! Lin Qun coldly uttered one word. Sizzle. The already ravenous ant swarm surged forth like a black tide, instantly engulfing the 3 men. Oh! Help! It hurts! My face! Have mercy! The chilling cries echoed in the unfinished building, only to be soon drowned out by the sounds of acid corrosion and the hissing from their tracheas. The strong acid of the acidic blackback ant could corrode even steel, let alone flesh. Lin Qun stood 5 meters away, quietly watching this scene. This was his first time killing. A surge of nausea rolled in his stomach, a strong sense of disgust surged up his throat. Watching the figures twisted in pain, gradually melting within the swarm, his face paled slightly, and his fingers trembled slightly. The physiological discomfort made him want to turn away to vomit. But he didn't. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to keep his eyes wide open, forcing himself to watch this hellish scene without blinking. He was forcing himself to adapt. If he couldn't accept even this level of bloodshed, if he was soft-hearted about killing a few scum who wanted to harm him, then what was there to talk about becoming strong? He had known since childhood that this world was one that devoured people. If he didn't want to be eaten, he had to learn to eat others. Remember this feeling, Lin Qun told himself in his heart. Remember this fear, remember this cruelty. This is the law of the jungle. 10 minutes later, the screams had completely disappeared. The 3 original people were now utterly vanished without a trace. Along with their clothes, weapons, and even bones, they had been completely decomposed by the high-concentration acid secreted by the ant swarm, turning into a pool of pus, with a pungent odor which finally seeped into the cracks of the concrete floor. Clean and tidy. Apart from a few puddles that had yet to dry, it was as if these 3 people had never existed in this world. Lin Qun took a deep breath of the air tinged with blood, suppressing the last bit of discomfort in his stomach. His gaze was colder and harder than it had been 10 minutes ago. He turned around, no longer looking at the traces on the ground, and walked towards the 3 remaining plastic buckets. For him, now the energy provided by these 3 dead men along with the 3 buckets of waste was enough for the queen ant to complete its next critical evolution. Continue feeding. Lin Qun issued the command. The ant swarm surged toward the plastic buckets as if the bloody massacre had never occurred. Only Lin Qun knew that some things had fundamentally changed at this moment. Inside the unfinished building, the corrosive white smoke gradually dissipated. After dealing with the 3 careless robbers, Lin Qun did not rush to leave, but turned to look at the remaining 3 plastic barrels. For him, now this kind of industrial toxic waste which ordinary people would avoid was the most valuable resource. Continue to consume. Lin Qun issued the command. The acid liquid black-backed ant swarm, just having finished battle and still brimming with murderous aura, instantly retracted their aggressive stance and transformed back into efficient porters, surging towards the plastic barrels. Sizzle. The sound of devouring echoed once more. Leaning against the wall, Lin Qun felt the energy feedback pulsing in his mind, while also checking his physical condition. Although due to the existence of the special ability Absolute Domination, Lin Qun could ignore the mental load and forcibly dominate all the insect units produced by the nest, this first beast-controlling battle still left him feeling a hint of mental fatigue. Fortunately, as the consumption continued, waves of warmth began to nourish himself. 2 hours later, the sun had fully risen, and golden sunlight penetrated through the broken windows of the unfinished building, shining on the 4 empty plastic barrels. Not a single drop of slime was left. Lin Qun took a deep breath, feeling as if a thin layer of window paper inside him had been punctured. Buzz! A sensation of fullness never experienced before surged through his entire body. The once weak body, due to long-term malnutrition, was now filled with strength. The data on the beast controlling panel began to fluctuate. Beastmaster Lin Qun, level black iron, second stage, 5200, current species, acid liquid blackbacked, ant, common level variant, current quantity, 2150, reserve energy, 180 points. Black iron, second stage. Lin Qun clenched his fist and threw a punch at the air. Whooshed! The wind from his punch howled. Although he had not yet reached the level of tearing apart tigers and leopards, he could clearly feel that his reaction speed, strength, and endurance had increased by at least 30%. Now he should have no problem taking on 2 unawakened adult men in an unknown fight. So this is the physical feedback of a beastmaster. A glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. This sense of power belonging to himself was even more intoxicating than commanding the insect swarm. He recalled all the acid liquid ants. Most of them entered the beast-controlling space, leaving only the 200 most elite individuals hidden in his sleeves, pants, legs, and the hood of his sweatshirt. Now he finally had the confidence to establish his footing in this world. As he pushed the empty cart away from the unfinished building, the vendor selling waste was just finishing up. Seeing Lin Qun return with 4 barrels cleaner than if they had been washed, the vendor, peering through the lenses of his gas mask, looked at him with an expression reminiscent of viewing a monster. "Little brother, you cleaned out that sewer pretty well, huh?" The vendor swallowed hard. He had truly never seen barrels cleaned to such a degree. "Are you sure you didn't drink a bit yourself?" "It was clogged badly, so I used a bit more." Lin Qun was in a good mood and replied, "Boss, if you have more of this waste, next time remember to save it for me. I want as much as you have." "Sure thing." The vendor, being a businessman, was naturally pleased since someone was willing to take the trash. "As long as you have the money, I have plenty here." "I want as much as you have." "Sure thing." The vendor, being a businessman, was naturally pleased since someone was willing to take the trash. "As long as you have the money, I have plenty." The next morning, at the entrance of Qingmu City's 3rd middle school, today was the day for filling out applications and distributing the Beastmaster subsidy, as well as the first collective return to school for this year's senior high students after awakening. Unlike the tense atmosphere before awakening, the campus today was filled with excitement and a sense of show-off. Various private cars were parked at the school gate, including several luxury cars worth millions. Students dressed in stylish clothes walked into the school gate with their initial beasts, as if walking down a red carpet. "Look, that's Wang Chang from Class 2. He awakened the iron-armored rhinoceros and reportedly reached black iron 2nd stage yesterday." "What's that?" "Look over there, that's the school beauty Zhang. She awakened the elemental ice crystal sparrow." Lin Qun, dressed in a faded school uniform, blended into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. He lowered his head, hands in his pockets, trying to minimize his presence. Make way, make way. Don't block the way." A clamorous voice came from behind. Lin Qun frowned slightly and stepped aside. A long black business car stopped at the school gate, and Zhao Zhe, dressed in branded sportswear, stepped out with a spirited demeanor. Beside him was the flame hound. After 2 days of nurturing, the dog had grown significantly larger than when it awakened, its fur glossy, and a delicate spirit-gathering collar hung around its neck. "The class monitor is here. The class monitor has really raised that flame hound well. It seems the newcomer exchange competition is in the bag." A group of followers immediately surrounded him, showering him with compliments. Zhao Zhe reveled in the adoration, scanning the crowd until his gaze finally settled on Lin Qun in the corner. In that instant, his smile took on a hint of mockery. "Oh, isn't this our light of the insect tribe, Lin Qun?" Zhao Zhe raised his voice, deliberately walking over with a group of people. "Haven't seen you in 2 days. Why are you still wearing those clothes?" "Well, ants don't need to buy dog food, so I guess the money saved isn't enough for a new outfit." Laughter erupted around. Lin Qun raised his head, calmly staring at Zhao Zhe. He did not speak. His gaze lingered on Zhao Zhe's flamehound for a second. Data streamed past. Target: flamehound, black iron 2nd stage, weakness, soft abdomen, sensitive nasal cavity. Threat level low. If it had been 2 days ago, a single breath of fire from this dog could have incinerated all of Lin Qun's ants. But now, 2,000 acid liquid ants, if they launched a suicide charge, would be enough to reduce it to a pile of mush before it could unleash its flames. What's wrong? Not convinced. Seeing Lin Qun silent, Zhao Zhe thought he was scared and stepped forward, proudly lowering his voice to mock. "Lin Qun, in the upcoming newcomer exchange competition, you better pray not to draw me." Otherwise I will crush your pitiful ant into mud in front of the whole school. Lin Qun looked at his face so close, and the acid liquid ants in his sleeves stirred slightly. But he restrained them. I look forward to it. After saying that, he directly ignored Zhao Ze, bypassing him and walking towards the teaching building. You? Zhao Ze was choked up by this attitude of being ignored. His expression darkened instantly. Just as he was about to erupt, a sudden commotion arose at the school gate. Look, it's Su Ming. Young Master Su has arrived. Heavens, is that the class potential Moonlight Fox? So beautiful. The crowd instantly boiled over, all eyes drawn to it, leaving Zhao Ze sidelined. Lin Qun also paused and turned to look. He saw the familiar black car come to a stop, Su Ming in a well-tailored white suit elegantly stepping out of the car. The snow-white Moonlight Fox perched on his shoulder, proudly squinting its eyes. Even from dozens of meters away, Lin Qun could sense the oppressive aura emanating from him. So this is the heritage of a noble family. Lin Qun thought to himself. Unlike the disgust he felt towards Zhao Ze, nor the pure hunger he felt earlier at the association entrance, at this moment Lin Qun looked at Su Ming with a more rational assessment. Target Moonlight Fox, Black Iron, 5th stage. Threat level high? As expected of a genius cultivated by resources, the gap is already this large. Lin Qun pondered. However, the gap isn't as big as I imagined. It seems Su Ming is not the kind of prodigy that awakens at 12 or 13 from top-tier noble families. Though he thought this way, Lin Qun also had a clear understanding of himself. Now with 2,000 acid liquid ants, he might be able to take down Zhao Ze, but facing Su Ming, who was fully armed and had a level suppression, he would have less than a 30% chance of winning in a normal duel. But Lin Qun touched his sleeve. As long as you give me time, the number of insect swarms is limitless. If 2,000 aren't enough, then 20,000. If 20,000 aren't enough, then 200,000. He withdrew his gaze, no longer focusing on that dazzling genius, and turned to quietly walk into the shadows. The bell for morning self-study had just rung, yet the air inside Class 32 hung heavier and hotter than the scorching sun outside. No one recited textbooks. Instead, students gathered in clusters of 2 or 3, buzzing with excitement over their newly awakened spirit beasts, or proudly flaunting new gear purchased by their families. Hey, look at these Gale boots. Cost over 3,000 Federation credits. The shopkeeper claimed they boost movement speed by 5%. What's that? Check out the granite elixir my dad secured for me. After my pangolin beast drank it, its defense surged, and its carapace thickened visibly. Amid the clamor, Lin Qun sat alone in the far corner of the back row near the window, transparent, forgot. He lowered his gaze to fundamentals of spirit beast taming, fingertips gently tracing the pages. Yet his mind had long since drifted inward toward the sleeve concealing his secret. There an acidic black-backed ant stirred restlessly, mandibles grinding, a primal hunger for blood and rending flesh. These school chairs are too hard. Lin Qun shifted position. His physique, refined through Black Iron Tier 2 cultivation, now possessed denser muscle mass. Prolonged sitting on such rigid benches left him uncomfortably chafed. Strangely, he found himself nostalgic for those days in the abandoned construction site, perched atop concrete pipes counting ants, where every moment pulsed with tangible progress. Ahem. Teacher Wang strode onto the podium, clutching his lesson plan, and slammed it down with a sharp crack, sending plumes of chalk dust spiraling into the air. Silence. What kind of behavior is this? His stern gaze swept across the sea of youthful faces, each brimming with raw ambition. Adjusting his thick-rimmed spectacles, he continued gravely. Volunteer application forms have been distributed. Fill them out carefully based on your spirit beast's innate potential. Do not aim too high, nor underestimate yourselves. Especially those with only E or F tier potential. Be pragmatic. Logistics or support track majors hold legitimate futures. As he spoke, Teacher Wang glanced deliberately toward Lin Qun in the corner. Lin Qun remained impassive, his expression unreadable, as though the veiled rebuke had never reached him. Teacher Wang withdrew his gaze, then suddenly grew solemn, almost electrified with anticipation. Moreover, an important announcement. To assess your growth since awakening, and to provide evaluation data for university admissions offices, the school will host today's afternoon event, the 18th Qingmu High School Newcomer Exchange Tournament. A collective gasp erupted. Though rumors had circulated, formal confirmation from Teacher Wang ignited the room like wildfire. We're actually fighting. I'm only Black Iron Tier 1. I haven't even mastered a single skill yet. So what? It's about participation. Besides, they say observers from Provincial Capital University will attend. Uft, participation. More like showing off for the rich kids. We're just background scenery. Enough. Listen to me. Teacher Wang rapped sharply on the blackboard, voice deepening. This tournament carries unprecedented incentives. School investment has gone Allen. The top 10 finishers will earn guaranteed admission to elite universities and receive exceptionally generous resource rewards. He picked up chalk and wrote boldly across the board. The top 10 finishers will earn guaranteed admission to elite universities and receive exceptionally generous resource rewards. He picked up chalk and wrote boldly across the board. When writing first place, teacher Wang pressed harder. The chalk snapped mid-stroke, leaving a thick, stark, white line first place. 1 Euro Federation credits, 1 bronze tier life crystal wood affinity. No way, did I read that right? A bronze tier crystal. Has the school lost its mind? That thing sells for at least 100,000 on the open market, and it's virtually unobtainable. No way, did I read that right? A bronze tier crystal. Has the school lost its mind? That thing sells for at least 100,000 on the open market, and it's virtually unobtainable. Gods above. Life crystals possess the gentlest, purest vitality, absorbable by any affinity spirit beast. They dramatically enhance longevity and evolutionary potential. If I got one, my chipmunk might evolve instantly. Don't dream. This is clearly pre-allocate, for Su Ming, or perhaps to court the top-tier students. We're just denominators, spectators. In the corner, Lin Qun, who had seemed detached indifferent, jolted upright the instant the words life crystal struck his ears. His pupils contracted sharply, his breath caught shallow and quick. Life crystal, the fabled artifact imbued with pristine concentrated life energy. If black market toxins were coarse grain, supplying only base energy and chaotic mutation, then this crystal was divine elixir, the key to transcending biological limits. His hive currently stagnated at an evolutionary bottleneck. Though ingestion of toxic waste had granted acid secretion that was mere aberration, not true ascension in species rank. To break past black iron tier, or birth elite specialized caste members, the hive required catalyst-grade life energy, pure, potent, transformative. A life crystal should never appear as a school tournament prize. Someone's wealthy family must have arranged a back. Lin Qun lowered his lashes, shadows deepening beneath his eyes, ambition surging like subterranean fire. Blindly amassing numbers while ignoring quality is suicide. If my ant swarm cannot pierce an opponent's defensive threshold, 0 multiplied by 10,000 remains 0. Without this crystal, scavenging waste scraps alone offers no path to qualitative evolution. Miss this chance, and against the widening resource gap, I'll fall irreversibly behind those scions of ancient clans. Therefore, I will claim first place, even if it costs my life. His gaze hardened, incisive and unyielding, every trace of languor vanishing. Survival demanded conquest. Without noble lineage, he would seize destiny from others' hands. Predation was the swarm's essence. Modesty, deception, these held no weight before absolute advantage. He'd planned merely to collect his 500 credit stipend and fade away. But now fate had laid a feast before him, and as sovereign of the swarm, refusal would be sacrilege. Decision crystallized. Teacher, I wish to register. Lin Qun rose. His voice quiet yet resonant, cut cleanly through the din. The class froze. Every head swiveled in unison toward the corner. Recognition dawned. Lin Qun, the boy whose awakened spirit beast was deemed worthless, a common ant. A heartbeat of stunned silence followed, then erupted into unrestrained mockery. Did I hear that right? Lin Qun. Registering. Huh. He's entering with an ant. Is he planning to laugh his opponents to death and inherit the prize? Lin Qun, stop joking. This is real combat, not child's play. Your ant will be crushed. You'll humiliate yourself and risk injury. You might even lose future employment prospects. Zhao Zhe, seated in the front row, twisted fully around, staring at Lin Qun with condescending amusement. Lin Qun, are you destitute? Would you gamble your life for a few thousand credits? Save yourself the trouble. When my flamehound reduces your ant to ash, you'll weep too late. Faced with a tidal wave of ridicule, Lin Qun's expression did not flicker. As sovereign of the swarm, his sole concern was collective advancement. These pampered petty fools, destined to wither in greenhouses, held no relevance to his path. He ignored Zhao Zhe entirely, fixing his calm gaze upon Teacher Wang. Teacher, is there a regulation prohibiting fire spirit beasts from competing? Teacher Wang paused, studying this usually silent student brow, furrowing slightly. No such rule exists. But Lin Qun, you must understand, spirit beast battles are perilous. Even under supervision, injuries occur. You're black-backed and is fragile. Once on the arena floor, I've made my decision. Lin Qun interrupted, voice unwavering. My registration form is complete. He walked forward, unflinching. Through waves of scorn, ascended the podium and placed the form, bearing only his name and spirit beast type, onto the teacher's desk. It was the first submission of the day. Teacher Wang studied Lin Qun's eyes, serene, unervingly deep. Not a spark of recklessness, only bottomless, unshakable certainty. The warning hovering on his lips dissolved into silence. Very well. If you insist, consequences are yours to bear. Lin Qun nodded once and returned to his seat. Passing Zhao Zhe, he heard a low, venomous murmur. Fine. Brave move. Pray you don't draw me. I'll show you true despair. Lin Qun did not break stride. Inwardly, he replied with icy stillness. I hope you last longer than expected. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qingmu No. 3 high school gymnasium. This massive oval structure can accommodate 3,000 people and at this moment the stands are filled with students and invited parents along with several school reporters and observers from other schools, all holding cameras. The noise is deafening with various support banners hanging across the stands. The center of the venue is divided into 4 arenas by a light blue spiritual energy shield, allowing simultaneous competitions. All contestants please gather in the preparation area. The announcement echoes. Lin Qun stands at the edge of the crowd in the preparation area feeling out of place. Most of the surrounding students are dressed in professional protective gear accompanied by various beasts or rhinoceros with long horns snorting heavily, a venomous snake coiling at their feet, and a fire-breathing hound barking furiously at the crowd. Only Lin Qun stands empty-handed wearing a faded school uniform looking like a bystander who accidentally wandered onto the battlefield. The first round of draws is complete. The names begin to scroll on the big screen, eventually coming to a stop. Arena A No. 1 Lin Qun from Class 2, Senior Year, versus Lu Hao from Class 5, Senior Year. Lin Qun glanced at the names, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Not Zhao Zhe nor Su Ming. It seems that even the heavens want him to warm up first to adapt to this newly enhanced body. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked slowly onto the arena. Across from him, a burly boy with a face full of flesh had been waiting for a long time. Lu Hao, who had awakened the mighty black bear. At this moment, the black bear, standing at nearly 2 meters tall and muscle-bound, stood beside him, rising up on its hind legs, creating a formidable visual pressure. Target: mighty black bear, potential a grade level black iron tier, 2 traits, brute force, thick skin. Lin Qun scanned the data, his heart devoid of ripples. A typical attack-defense hybrid beast, it is a nightmare for newcomers, but for Lin Qun now, it is just a clump. Hey, I didn't expect to encounter an easy score in the first match. Lu Hao laughed as he looked at Lin Qun stepping onto the stage, waving to the audience below, as if he had already won the match. Brothers, watch closely. 1 minute. I'll finish the battle in just 1 minute. The crowd erupted with boos and laughter. This is too unfair, isn't it? A black bear against an ant. There's a weight difference of tens of thousands of times. No point in watching, let's disperse. It's definitely a quick kill. Lin Qun, just admit defeat quickly, don't embarrass yourself. A black bear against an ant. There's a weight difference of tens of thousands of times. No point in watching, let's disperse. It's definitely a quick kill. Lin Qun, just match rules: one side admits defeat, loses combat capability, or falls off the arena will be deemed the loser. It is strictly prohibited to kill the Beastmaster. Start. As soon as the words fell, roar. The mighty black bear in front of Lu Hao suddenly struck its chest, letting out a deafening roar, the sound waves, even causing pain to the eardrums of the front row spectators. Dahe, charge in. Step on that ant to death. Lu Hao shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The black bear took heavy steps, charging towards Lin Qun like an uncontrollable heavy war vehicle. The ground trembled slightly as it ran, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the face of such a massive creature, Lin Qun stood still, unmoving. Where's the ant? Why isn't he summoning the ant? Is he scared stiff? Everyone thought Lin Qun had given up on resistance. Just as the black bear was only a few meters away from Lin Qun, even the gust of wind it brought with it had already ruffled Lin Qun's bangs. Lin Qun's lips moved slightly. Come out. This voice was very soft, so soft that it was drowned out by the wind. But beneath the black bear's feet, the ground suddenly changed color. It was not the dark green poison spring found in the black market. To protect his trump card, Lin Qun did not utilize the acid property. It was simply pure black. Rustle, rustle. 200 reinforced acid blackback ants surged out like a black lightning bolt from Lin Qun's pant legs, launching themselves off the ground. Their speed was astonishing. That was the explosive power only a black iron tier 2 beast could possess. Before the black bear's paw could land, it felt a heaviness on its leg. Immediately after, a sharp pain followed. Crack, crack. 200 ants bit down simultaneously like 200 mini hydraulic pliers. Although the corrosion had not been activated, the blackback ant species inherently possessed the mighty force trait. As Lin Qun advanced to black iron tier 2, the strength of these ants surged, and the crushing power of their mandibles was enough to shatter bricks. The black bear's proud thick fur was as fragile as paper before these powerful mandibles instantly pierced through. Owl! The originally ferocious black bear let out a pitched scream. Its charging momentum was instantly interrupted, and its massive body lost balance due to the excruciating pain in its legs, crashing down to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Is that it? No. Suppress. Lin Qun ordered indifferently. The black ant swarm spread like flowing water along the black bear's legs, quickly covering its entire body. After all, this was a school competition. They did not bite through the black bear's throat, but precisely clamped onto its joints, eyelids, and behind its ears. Every pressure point was firmly locked down by several ants. As long as the black bear dared to move, these mandibles would mercilessly pierce its vital points. The scene froze. The 2-meter-tall giant beast now resembled a prisoner bound by countless black chains, lying in a humiliating posture at Lin Qun's feet, trembling, not daring to even breathe. And Lin Qun remained standing in place, not even moving his body. The entire arena was silent. The formerly noisy gymnasium was now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Hao's smile froze on his face, his waving arm halted midair, resembling a ridiculous statue. The referee's mouth dropped open, oblivious to the whistle that fell to the ground, staring in disbelief at this scene. A quick kill, and purely through power suppression. Great ants pressed in a great mighty black bear into the ground. Lin Qun stood before the kneeling black bear, his gaze passing through the crowd, looking at the dazed referee. Teacher, can we declare the result? The referee finally came to his senses, hurriedly picking up the whistle, stammering as he blew it. Arena A no. 1 Lin Qun wins. Wow. After a brief silence, the stands erupted into thunderous discussions. Am I seeing things? What kind of ant is that? So strong. Didn't the teacher say that each tier can only contract one pet beast? What's with that large group? Black Iron Tier 2. It definitely has the aura of Black Iron Tier 2. Did his ants level up? My heavens, is this still the useless Lin Qun? Amidst the shocked gazes, Zhao Zhe in the preparation area looked extremely grim. He stared intently at the calm figure on stage, the plastic water bottle in his hand twisted out of shape, producing a sharp sound. Playing the fool to eat the tiger. Lin Qun, you've hidden yourself so deeply. Why? Why is it that you've always outperformed me, and now that you've awakened just an ant, you still refuse to be a waste? Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, the jealousy in his eyes nearly spilling out. But what does it matter if you're strong? You'll be burnt to ashes by my fire hound. And from a distance in the VIP viewing area, Su Ming, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the cheers. His indifferent gaze glanced at Lin Qun from afar, but it was only a glance. Interesting. Su Ming murmured softly, then closed his eyes again, gently stroking the moonlight fox on his shoulder. But that's all. Just a bunch of insects cannot even break through the shield of the moonlight fox. For him, possessing a crayed beast, this level of physical suppression still fell within the realm of lower-level creatures. In the face of true talent, numbers are merely a joke. Lin Qun on stage paid no attention to these gazes. With a thought, the 200 ants quickly released their grip, retreating back into his clothes like a receding tide, disappearing from sight. The first battle is over. Lin Qun walked down from the arena, his heart calm and undisturbed. This was just the beginning. For that bronze crystal nucleus, the real performance was yet to come. A zone no. 1 Lin Qun. As the referee announced the verdict, Lin Qun's first victory shattered the tranquility of the gymnasium like a boulder thrown into a still lake. The students who had originally gathered to watch the spectacle now exchanged glances as they gazed at the glaring victory displayed on the big screen. Hey, was that really an ant just now? I didn't see clearly, I just saw the black bear kneel. This Lin Qun seems a bit uncanny. On the stands, several observers from other schools were also keenly taking notes. One observer adjusted his glasses and analytically stated, in my opinion, he likely awakened a talent that enhances affinity with beast taming, allowing him to command a swarm of ants. In other words, the one commanding the ant swarm is actually his ant, not him. This perfectly explains the situation. As he said this, he paused, glancing at Lin Qun below with a face full of regret, marking a heavy cross over the words black-backed ant. It's a pity, though. The genius who awakened an initial talent has a contract beast that is merely an grade black-backed ant. The potential is simply too low. The future development is limited to this. One person beside him nodded, whispering. Although the upper limit isn't high, the qualitative change achieved through quantity makes this Legion-style tactic very advantageous in the early stages. However, another person shook his head. The weaknesses are also very apparent. Once faced with a defensive or powerfully equipped beast or an elemental beast adept at area attacks, these dense insects become live targets. As if to confirm his words, the subsequent matches progressed rapidly. Lin Qun did not give others much chance to step. In the second round, Lin Qun faced a girl from class 4 of the third year who awakened a cute paw dog. Result: the opponent conceded. 200 black-backed ants surged forward, and without even using their biting force, simply surrounding the cute paw dog suffocated the girl into a scream of concession. However, Lin Qun suspected that this girl was naturally afraid of bugs. In the third round, Lin Qun fought against an armored turtle. Result: the opponent was judged to have lost due to passivity. The massive jaws of the black-backed ants acted like a can opener. Although they did not use acid, their tactic of instant kill upon exposure with 200 ants rotating in turns scared the armored turtle so much that it shrank into its shell, ultimately being judged as losing due to passive play. Lin Qun continued his winning streak, advancing into the top 4 with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Ze's performance was equally impressive, even more ostentatious. Flame dog, fire breath. Boom. A pillar of orange-eared fire roared out from the B-zone stage, instantly engulfing the opponent's vine snake. The plant-type beast stood no chance against the fire-type, instantly scorched black, losing its combat ability. B-zone no. 7 Zhao Ze wins. Advancing to the top 4. Zhao Ze basked in the cheers of the crowd, proudly stroking the searing fur of the flame dog. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, locking onto Lin Qun, who had just stepped down from the stage. The two locked eyes across the distance. Zhao gave a thumbs up and made a slicing motion across his neck. The draw results on the big screen rolled out semi-final match 1 Lin Qun versus Zhao. Wow. The entire venue erupted. This was undoubtedly the most talked about duel of the day. On one side was Lin Qun, who had awakened the useless bug tribe, yet had made a stunning comeback. On the other side was the class president Zhao with a wealthy background and a beast type that completely counters Lin Qun's. Lin Qun is finished this time. Yeah, bugs are most afraid of fire. Zhao's flame dog is fire type. With one breath of fire, Lin Qun's ants would probably be roasted to a crisp. What a pity if it weren't for Zhao. Lin Qun might have been able to secure a top 3 place. But type advantages are absolute. That's common knowledge. Hearing the one-sided comments around him, Lin Qun calmly stepped onto the stage. Opposite him, Zhao had been waiting for a long time. Lin Qun, I didn't expect you to actually climb up to this point. Zhao looked at Lin Qun with an unabashed sneer, but your luck ends here. Those previous fools were afraid of your ants, but I am fire type. Woof. The flame dog beside him seemed to sense its master's battle intent, its fur bristling, letting out a low growl as flames burst forth from its mouth, and nose distorting and heating the surrounding air. Lin Qun glanced at the flame dog, a dark purple data stream flickering in his eyes. Target flame dog, potential D, grade level black iron, second stage trait fire element affinity. Fire type counters bug type. Lin Qun murmured to himself. Indeed, this is a rule often taught in textbooks. But the textbooks never mention what to do if the bugs contained high concentrations of industrial strength acid. Match start. With the referee's command, he quickly retreated to a safe distance as fire-type beasts have a large attack range and are prone to collateral damage. Lin Qun die. Flame dog maximum power. Burn those disgusting bugs to ashes. Zhao showed no sign of probing. He unleashed his ultimate move right away. He wanted to crush Lin Qun in front of the entire school, making him understand that grade is forever grade. Roar. The flame dog suddenly opened its mouth wide, its abdomen contracting fiercely. Whoosh. A turbulent pillar of crimson fire surged forth, carrying a rolling heat wave towards Lin Qun. The ground of the stage was scorched black wherever the flames passed. It's over. The audience below gasped in shock. Facing such area attacks, the insect swarm, relying on numbers, was simply courting death. However, Lin Qun did not dodge. He stood in the glow of the fire, the flames dancing in his dark pupils, revealing not an ounce of fear. Come out. Lin Qun waved his right hand. This time it was no longer 200. 500. 500 acid black-backed ants instantly poured out from his clothes, pants, and beast space. They did not scatter to avoid, but instead charged headlong into the terrifying fire pillar like a swarm of moths drawn to a flame. Ha! Fool. You're actively seeking death. Zhao laughed maniacally. Burn them all. The first few ants in the front were instantly engulfed by the flames. Under the intense heat, their black shells turned red and shattered. But at the moment their shells shattered, trait triggered self-destruct upon death. Boom. 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 The sound of dense explosions rang out amidst the sea of flames. The acid sacs within those ants expanded, exploded, and vaporized under the high temperature. A wave of dark green acidic mist was not consumed by the flames. Instead, it utilized the thermal convection of the fire to form a highly toxic acid vapor cloud that surged towards the flame dog. What is that smoke? Zhao's laughter abruptly halted. In the next second, the acid mist charged through the fire and enveloped the flame dog. A woo! The once formidable flame dog suddenly let out a piercingly shrill scream. It had inhaled the acid mist. That mixture of high temperature and strong acid vapor invaded its nasal cavity and mouth, entering its lungs and esophagus. The pain felt like swallowing a mouthful of boiling sulfuric acid. The flame dog instantly ceased its fire-breathing, frantically clawing at its throat, rolling on the ground in agony. Its originally glossy orange-eared fur rapidly turned black and rotten upon contact with the acid mist, emitting puffs of white smoke. Flame dog, what's wrong with you? Zhao panicked. But Lin Qun's offensive did not stop. Although the first wave of cannon fodder had perished, they had opened a path with their lives. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sickening sound of corrosion echoed throughout the arena. My dog. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sickening sound of corrosion echoed throughout the arena. My dog. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Zhao watched helplessly as his beast was covered by the ant swarm, witnessing the grotesque scene finally breaking down. He could feel the excruciating pain transmitted through the bond. I concede. I concede. Zhao screamed, even wanting to rush onto the stage to save his dog, but was stopped by the referee. Stop. Lin Qun deliberately delayed for a second before snapping his fingers. The frenzied ant swarm instantly halted, receding like a tide to reveal the flame dog beneath. At this moment, the flame dog had long lost its earlier grandeur. Its fur was mottled and patchy with several spots, exposing white bones, letting out a wheezing sound, as if it were a broken accordion, clearly suffering severe damage to its vocal cords and respiratory tract. It's ruined. Even if this dog is healed, it will never be able to breathe fire again. The arena fell into a deathly silence, even more profound than the first match. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the calm boy standing on the stage. He had defeated fire with the most countered bug type. Moreover, he did so with this almost cruel and shockingly brutal self-destruct tactic. And Lin Qun did not cast a single glance at the howling Zhao Zhe on the ground. He turned his gaze cutting through the crowd, landing squarely on Su Ming in the VIP section. He knew that to achieve a qualitative change for the swarm, Su Ming was the mountain he must overcome. This time Su Ming opened his eyes. For the first time, a hint of solemnity appeared in his usually indifferent gaze. Lin Qun's lips curled up slightly as he silently mouthed, "It's your turn." The semifinals have concluded, and the victor, Lin Qun. With the referee's declaration, Lin Qun stepped down from the arena. Behind him was Zhao Zhe, already lifted onto a stretcher unconscious. All eyes in the audience were now focused on the boy in the old-school uniform. Their gazes were no longer mockery, but rather akin to looking at a monster that felt no pain. That brutal acid mist self-explosion left everyone feeling uneasy. What a ruthless person. Someone murmured in the stands. He clearly doesn't care about the lives of his beasts. Those ants are merely one-time bombs in his hands. Half an hour of rest passed in the blink of an eye. The finals were about to begin. Final battle: Lin Qun versus Su Ming. When these two names appeared side by side on the big screen, the atmosphere in the entire gym reached its peak. One was a dark horse who climbed to prominence on the backs of classmates, while the other was the universally acknowledged prodigy of the city. Both contestants, please come to the stage. One was a dark horse who climbed to prominence on the backs of classmates, while the other was the universally acknowledged prodigy of the city. The snow-white moonlight fox lay on his shoulder, its ruby-like eyes exuding a sense of laziness, as if this were merely a boring exhibition match. "You surprised me." Su Ming looked directly at Lin Qun for the first time, his tone calm, yet condescending, using acid and self-explosion to compensate for racial disadvantages. It's a very creative tactic. If you had awakened a Clevel or even level beast, you might have had the qualifications to be my opponent. Unfortunately, Su Ming shook his head, extending a long finger. Flevel is ultimately just Flevel. In the face of absolute quantity is just a joke. Lin Qun said nothing. He merely silently unfastened the cuffs of his sleeves and unzipped his uniform, revealing a slightly thin t-shirt underneath. Facing Su Ming, any form of reservation would be tantamount to seeking death. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know when you fight. Lin Qun's voice was hoarse. "Come out." Boom. This time it was no longer a few hundred for testing. The beast's space opened wide, and the 2150 acid liquid black-backed ants, long starved for action, surged forth like a black flood breaking through a dam. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dense sound of crawling made one's scalp tingle. The black ant swarm covered most of the arena, even starting to stack up along the protective shield at the edge, forming a writhing insect wall. The terrifying quantity made the audience below gasp in shock. What the hell is this? Isn't that too many? I'm getting a fear of dense crowds. How many has Lin Qun hidden? However, facing this overwhelming tide of insects, Su Ming didn't even raise an eyebrow. Lin Qun's gaze fell upon the moonlight fox lazily licking its paws on Su Ming's shoulder. Target: Moonlight Fox, potential Clevel level Black Iron 5th stage. Traits: Moonlight Dancer agility. Lin Qun's expression grew grave. It seemed that when the gap in strength between both sides reached a certain extent, even the special beast panel granted by the insect nest would be unable to accurately observe the enemy's information. The match begins. The referee shouted, swiftly activating the highest level spiritual shield. Moonlight Fox, clear the field. Su Ming spoke indifferently, not even directing a specific skill. Woo. The Moonlight Fox gracefully leaped to the ground, raising its head to emit a clear, melodious cry. Its silver-white fur moved without wind, and a cool wave of spiritual energy instantly spread out. In the next second, a dozen crescent-shaped silver light blades coalesced in the void behind it. Skill: Moonblade Dance, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver light flashed, tearing through the air. The dozen moon blades, like a meat grinder, sliced into the black insect tide. There was no obstruction. The frontmost dozens of black-backed ants hadn't even had the chance to open their mandibles before they were instantly sliced in half by the sharp moon blades. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror, and even the acid inside them didn't have time to splatter out before being evaporated by the power of moonlight. But that wasn't the end. The Moonlight Fox's figure transformed into an afterimage, weaving through the swarm. Its speed was too fast. With the enhancement of its agility trait, it was so quick that it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. The black-backed ant's mandibles couldn't even touch it. Instead, they were swept aside by its sharp claws. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. No, it was like a harvester moving through a wheat field. In the blink of an eye, the arena was covered with a layer of insect corpses. Lin Qun's pupils dilated sharply. On the panel, the number of insects was plummeting. Current count 1950, current count 1820, current count 1700. In just 10 seconds, 400 ants had perished. Too weak. Su Ming stood in place, not even shifting his feet, and even had the leisure to adjust his sleeves. Your ants can't even touch a hair on it. This is the gap between talent and level. Lin Qun's expression was emotionless, but beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Although controlling the swarm didn't require the consumption of mental energy, every time a beast died, a faint mental sting would feed back to him. The accumulation of 400 instances felt like countless needles stabbing in his mind. But he didn't stop, nor did he concede. He was waiting for an opportunity. Now, scatter, surround from all sides. Lin Qun roared in his heart. The remaining black-backed ants no longer charged blindly but split into dozens of groups, performing a three-dimensional encirclement from the ground to the air, using their fallen comrades' bodies to leap in the sides. Finally, after sacrificing another 200 ants, an elite worker ant predicted the landing point of the moonlight fox and successfully jumped onto its back. Crack! The mandibles bit down hard. However, clang! A crisp sound rang out. A hazy silver light appeared on the surface of the moonlight fox, a shield that flowed like water. Skill Moonlight shield. The black-backed ant's mandibles, which had always been unstoppable, bit into that thin layer of protective light and actually broke half of it. That shield was resilient to the point of despair, showing not even a single crack. The moonlight fox didn't even bother to turn around. With a casual flick of its tail, the ambushing ant was reduced to fragments. Useless. Su Ming sighed, a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes. The moonlight shield possesses mid-level physical immunity. Your ants cannot breach the defense. Despairing are we. The audience below watched this scene, feeling powerless for Lin Qun. Unable to hit, unable to bite, and being slaughtered unilaterally. This isn't even a battle of the same level. Lin Qun is bound to lose. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Hearing the discussions around him, looking at the moonlight fox that remained untainted, Lin Qun wiped the blood flowing. That was the reaction from the heavy backlash of his beast's deaths. Yet the flames in his eyes burned ever brighter. Can't breach the defense. Lin Qun looked at Su Ming, a somewhat sinister smile cracking on his lips. Then we won't breach it. Well, merge with it. Regarding the backlash from deaths at this point, it will only significantly affect the protagonist in this battle. This setting is mainly to showcase the character's traits in the early stages. Once mental strength strengthens, even if millions of insects die, it won't affect the protagonist at all. On the arena, the silver moon blade continued to dance. Every second, dozens of black-backed ants perished. Their bodies piled up like mountains, and dark green blood flowed on the arena, emanating a pungent odor. Su Ming maintained his lofty demeanor. To him, this match was already over. Lin Qun was merely struggling, futilely wasting everyone's time. The moonlight fox became increasingly indifferent, as if toying with the ant swarm. Surrender, Su Ming said lightly. If this continues, your beast will be annihilated. Is it worth it for a so-called championship? Worth it. Lin Qun stepped forward, disregarding the excruciating pain in his mind, his voice hoarse, like a vengeful spirit. Of course it's worth it. The moment has come. All troops, charge. With this command, the situation on the battlefield transformed dramatically. The remaining 1,500 black-backed ants suddenly ceased all evasion and tactical maneuvers. They went mad, no longer attempting to attack the moonlight fox directly, but instead piling towards its location from all directions like a stack of Chinese checkers, one on top of another, layer upon layer. In the blink of an eye, the moonlight fox was submerged in a colossal black. This brute force won't work on me. Su Ming frowned. Moonlight eruption. Boom. The spiritual power within the moonlight fox erupted, attempting to shake off the swarm. But in that instant, Lin Qun's pupils turned a ghostly purple as he extended his hand and clenched it fiercely. Explode. Not one or two, but a full 1,500. Except for the last few guards left behind, all the black-backed ants on the arena detonated their acid sacs simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The arena seemed to have exploded like a chemical factory. The simultaneous self-detonation of 1,500 acid ants created a deafening spectacle. A thick green acidic mist instantly filled the entire arena. It was not ordinary fog, but a chemical vapor formed by a high concentration of strong acid mixed with high-temperature bodily fluids. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even the referee's spiritual shield meant to protect the audience was corroded, sizzling with cracks covering its surface, completely obscuring visibility. Madman, did he just kill all his beasts? Someone shouted in terror from the audience. In the center of the acidic mist, Su Ming, who had been calm and composed, finally changed his expression. Damn. What is this thing? He could feel the terror transmitted through the bond from the moonlight fox. Although protected by the moonlight shield, it had not directly come into contact with the acid. But the high temperature and highly corrosive steam that erupted at that moment were wrapping around the shield from all sides, frantically consuming its energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The originally bright silver shield flickered in the dark green, acidic mist like a candle flame in a storm about to extinguish. Moonlight fox. Increase the spiritual power output. Hold on. Su Ming was no longer elegant. Panic appeared on his pale face for the first time as he shouted loudly. The spiritual power within him surged into the contract, trying to maintain the shield against depletion. This was a primal war of attrition. Lin Qun sacrificed 1,500 lives at the cost of near annihilation to exhaust Su Ming's spiritual energy. 1 second. The surface of the shield began to show mottled black spots. 2 seconds. Cold sweat formed on Su Ming's forehead, his face pale. 3 seconds. The acidic mist continued to churn, the sound of corrosion resembling the chewing of a malevolent spirit. Lin Qun stood at the edge of the arena, his body swaying dangerously. Blood flowed from his nostrils and ears, a mental backlash from the death of 2,000 insects. Yet he fixed his gaze on the center of the acidic mist, his eyes fierce like a lone wolf fighting against the tide. Break for me. Crack. Finally, a crisp sound like glass shattering echoed from the mist. Su Ming's body jolted, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and he fell to his knees utterly drained. Spiritual energy depleted. With the shield shattered, the remaining acidic mist surged towards the unprotected Moonlight Fox. Whoa! The noble and unscathed Moonlight Fox let out a terrified scream. Its fur was scorched and singed, its once beautiful tail became bare, and its body was marred by multiple corrosive wounds. It tried to fight back, but its body was empty, unable to unleash even the weakest moonblade. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. Surrounding it were thick, steaming ant carcasses resembling a battlefield. Amidst that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Lin Qun staggered over. Only 30 battered black-backed ants remained at his side. But these 30 were enough. They climbed onto the exhausted Moonlight Fox, their sharp mandibles pressed against its fragile throat, and eyes, their antennae twitching like harbingers of death. With just a thought from Lin Qun, this crayed beast worth millions would become a cold corpse. Cough, cough. Su Ming knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his white suit stained yellow and disheveled from the acidic mist. He looked up at Lin Qun, who approached him. He beheld the bloodied face of the boy, who smiled like a victor. Su Ming's eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was shock, unwillingness, but more so a profound wariness. He had lost, not due to strength, but due to this madman's willingness to go down together. Having witnessed his self-detonation technique, he still underestimated the price he was willing to pay for victory. You won. Su Ming's voice was hoarse as he forced out those words, remove your insects. Don't hurt it. His concession was faint, almost squeezed through his teeth. But in the silent stadium, it was like thunder. The referee froze for a full 5 seconds before tremblingly raising his hand, his voice cracking. Winner. The winner. Lin Qun. There was no cheer. The entire venue was silent. Everyone looked at the solitary figure on the stage. Lin Qun had won. Yet he had also paid a painful price. Out of the over 2,000 carefully cultivated insects, only less than 50 remained at his feet. This was a true Pyrrhic victory. Lin Qun did not acknowledge the referee or glance at Su Ming. He merely felt his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead, every muscle in his body spasming, his mind filled with countless needles stabbing. But he held on and did not fall. Because he saw the tray brought over by the ceremony girl. On it lay a crystal radiating a vibrant green light, casting a captivating halo under the lights. Bronze-grade life crystal. Lin Qun walked over and grasped the crystal with trembling hands. Feeling the warm vitality pulsing like a heartbeat in his palm, a faint smile finally appeared on his pale, blood-stained face. 2,000 for a crystal. Worth it. The award ceremony concluded swiftly. There were not too many formalities. Perhaps Lin Qun's bloodied appearance was too shocking for the school leaders, who did not dare to have him take pictures for long. They hurriedly handed out the prizes and certificates, uttered a few words of encouragement, and quickly announced the dismissal. Lin Qun rejected the school doctor's treatment suggestion. He was well aware of his physical condition. Although his nostrils were still oozing blood, and his head felt like it was being pulled by a saw, this was merely the backlash from the death of his beast. For other beast masters, the backlash from the death of a beast is a tremendous injury that affects the very essence of life. However, for Lin Qun, the root of the matter was that his initial beast was the queen ant. As long as the queen was safe, coupled with the talent of nest, well, that weakened the backlash from the death of the ant colony. As long as there was sufficient energy for the queen to consume and replenish, the damage from the backlash could be rapidly restored. As for the blood on him, it was intentionally left to confuse his opponents. In this world of the survival of the fittest, showing weakness could sometimes be a form of protection. As for the blood on him, it was intentionally left to confuse his opponents. In this world of the survival of the fittest, showing weakness could sometimes be a form of protection. Amidst the complex gazes of teachers and students, Lin Qun walked out of the gymnasium alone. The setting sun elongated his shadow. Lin Qun. A voice came from behind, weak and no longer proud. Lin Qun paused slightly and turned around. Su Ming was standing not far away. He had changed out of his disheveled suit that had been stained yellow by acidic mist and was now wearing a clean shirt, but his complexion was still somewhat pale. The severely injured Moonlight Fox had already been returned to the beast space for recuperation. Is there something? Lin Qun's gaze was calm, lacking the arrogance of a victor. Su Ming looked at Lin Qun, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then slowly spoke. You won. From now on, I will not hinder you in Qingmu. As for Zhao Zhe, I will make him keep quiet. You don't need to worry about my family targeting you. The Su family has its own pride. However, Su Ming's tone shifted, his gaze becoming sharp again, laced with a hint of defiance. This time I was careless and did not anticipate you would employ such an extreme suicidal tactic. Next time, if you still only have these few moves, I will win back my losses with interest. For someone like Su Ming, who had been educated as an elite from a young age, losing to brute force and numbers was a disgrace. Though allowing Lin Qun to take the life crystal that his family had arranged for him under the guise of sponsorship might give him some enhancement, he firmly believed that next time, as long as he did not underestimate his opponent, activated his defensive skills in advance, or maintained distance to kite, the outcome would be entirely different. I am always ready, Lin Qun replied indifferently and turned to leave. He offered no explanations and made no threats, for he knew Su Ming was right. If they were to fight again at the same level, with Su Ming on guard, the simple acid mist self-explosion tactic would be greatly diminished. After all, the foundation of a clever beast was there. As long as he did not become overconfident and was caught off guard, the Moonlight Fox could fully utilize its speed advantage from its agility to kite in the air, gradually wearing down the ants that could not fly. But, as long as you have lost to me once, I will not give you any chance to catch up. Su Ming watched Lin Qun's departing figure, his gaze complex. For some reason, he felt that Lin Qun had not looked at him like a defeated opponent, but rather as a piece of this guy truly is a lunatic. Su Ming shook his head and turned to get into his luxury car. When he returned to the basement in the Lijiang district, it was already completely dark. Lin Qun deftly maneuvered around a few wild dogs, pushed open the rusty iron door, and then secured it with 2 newly added locks. This underground room, less than 20 square meters and emanating a musty smell, was currently his safest fortress. Isolated from the outside world, Lin Qun's taut nerves finally relaxed. A strong wave of dizziness struck him, causing his legs to weaken, and he nearly fell to the ground. This time I indeed played a bit too big. He leaned against the table with a missing leg and sat down, breathing heavily. The instantaneous death feedback from 2,000 ants, although weakened by 99 by the talent barrier of Nest, will still left one that was enough to turn an ordinary person into an idiot. Fortunately, everything was worth it. Lin Qun trembled as he took out the bronze-level life crystal from his pocket. The emerald green crystal was only the size of half a palm, but in the dim basement it emitted a gentle yet vibrant glow, as if it contained the vitality of a forest. Just holding it in his hand made Lin Qun feel his fatigue dissipate significantly. Come out. Lin Qun extended his other hand palm up. The queen ant, which had been hidden near his heart, crawled out somewhat weakly. As the core of the colony, the death of 2,000 offspring was also a significant drain on it. Its once glossy black shell now appeared somewhat shriveled and dull, with its antennae drooping weakly, and even its movements had become sluggish. Gee. The queen emitted a weak, mournful sound, brushing its antennae against Lin Qun's fingertips, conveying a sense of grievance and hunger. But when its small compound eyes scanned the crystal on the table, its movements instantly froze. Immediately after, the queen let out an unprecedented, urgent, and eager scream. Its antennae stood upright, trembling violently from excitement. This was an instinctual craving for a leap in the level of life that originated deep within its genes. It could sense that as long as it consumed this item, it could break the shackles that had long confined it, transforming from a humble bug into a true magical beast. Eat it. Lin Qun pushed the crystal toward it, his gaze gentle yet cold. This was earned with the lives of your 2,000 children. Don't let me down. The queen had no hesitation. It lunged at the crystal, fiercely embracing the much larger crystal than its own body. It did not attempt to bite with its mouthparts, because the hardness of this crystal was comparable to diamond, and its ordinary teeth could not penetrate it. Its abdomen began to writhe violently, secreting a transparent biological mucus with strong dissolving properties wrapping around the entire crystal. A miraculous scene occurred. The incredibly hard bronze-level crystal under the wrapping of the mucus began to melt rapidly, like ice, transforming into streams of rich emerald energy, which frantically penetrated into the queen's abdomen through the spiracles and shell gaps. Buzz! A massive life wave erupted in the small basement, even blowing Lin Qun's fringe. The originally pitch-black shell began to crack and flake off, revealing tender, white flesh underneath. Soon after, the new flesh hardened at a visible speed, turning into a deeper shade of dark purple with a... Its body size did not increase much, still only about the size of a thumb, but its abdomen became longer and stronger, no longer bloated. The most astonishing change occurred on its back. 2 bulges of flesh swelled up, and with the infusion of energy, the bulges suddenly split open. Swish! 2 wings, thin as a cicada's wing, yet exceptionally tough, spread out, glistening with wet mucus. The wings bore faint purple veins and emitted a low hum with a gentle tremor. Upon witnessing such a transformation, Lin Qun's heart shook. Wings. Could it be? In Lin Qun's sight, the dark purple system panel belonging to Nestful was undergoing a dramatic refresh, detecting high-level life energy infusion. Gene lock being unlocked. Race potential increased, F level, E level. Current rank breakthrough, ordinary level, black iron level. Characteristics rearranging. When the last trace of green light was absorbed, the queen finally stopped trembling. It stood up again, shook its brand new wings, raised its antennae, and let out a powerful scream unique to the insect tribe, filled with a heart-pounding intensity. Hiss! Ding! Evolution successful. Acid liquid blackback ant F level evolved into purple-winged acid poison ant E level. Lin Qun held his breath, staring intently at the brand new nest hovering in midair. It was no longer the black ant that could only crawl on the ground. The dark purple exoskeleton glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and at the end of its elongated abdomen a toxic stinger faintly shimmered with a ghostly green cold light. What drew the most attention was the pair of purple transparent wings vibrating at high frequency, hovering in the air like a pair of cold, merciless eyes. Hiss! A piercing hiss erupted in the basement. The sound did not seem to come from vocal cords, but rather from the sound explosion created by the high-speed friction of metal sheets instantly penetrating Lin Qun's eardrum, making his heart skip a beat. This was the pressure of a black iron-level magical beast. Lin Qun endured the ringing in his ears and summoned the beast control panel. Gazing at the brand new data, a fervent flame ignited in his eyes, which had remained calm even in the face of 2,000 ants' deaths. Group name Purple Wing Acid Ant. Species potentially great. Current rank Black Iron level, first stage. Nest level LV. 2. New traits unlocked. Wing flight, all members evolve wings capable of low altitude gliding and short distance flying. Mixed acid poison, no longer a single industrial strong acid, but a fusion of biological toxins with paralysis and nerve damage effects. Rapid hatching speed increased by 300. Current quantity 1. Reserve energy 0, needs replenishment. It really can fly. Lin Qun extended his hand, allowing the purple wing queen ant to land on his fingertip. A slight grip sensation came, and the cool hard touch of the wings brushed against his skin, carrying an unprecedented sense of power. If it were yesterday with this Air Force. Lin Qun recalled the scene of battling Su Ming. If he had had a few thousand flying ants back then, he wouldn't have needed to sacrifice 2,000 ants to fill that acid mist trap, nor would he have had to passively endure attacks. He could have directly ordered the swarm to disperse and dive bomb from all directions. No matter how fast Su Ming's Moonlight Fox was, could it withstand a 360-degree attack from above? More importantly, current rank Black Iron level, first stage. This meant that from now on, every purple wing acid ant hatched from the nest would start as a Black Iron level magical beast. No longer the kind of mortal level cannon fodder that relied on numbers to exhaust opponents, but each one was a genuine magical beast. Although its individual strength was still at the bottom tier of Black Iron level, the value had increased exponentially. If he encountered that iron skin porcupine again, he probably wouldn't need hundreds, just a dozen acid ants would suffice to hunt it down. 2,000 mortal level cannon fodder traded for a Black Iron level Air Force. Lin Qun clenched his fists. This deal is a win. However, after the excitement, the reality of the situation loomed ahead. The energy was depleted. Although the evolution was successful, the nest had exhausted its last bit of strength to digest that bronze-level crystal core and reorganize its genes. Now it was empty inside, unable to produce even a single egg. Moreover, the newly evolved purple wing acid ant as a Black Iron level creature would certainly require far more energy than the previous mortal level blackback ant. Being a lone commander won't do. Lin Qun patted the bank card in his pocket. That was a 10,000 federal currency bonus issued by the school. Combined with previous allowances, he now had over 10,000 in hand. This was a sum he wouldn't have dared to imagine before, but for the current swarm it might only be enough for a buffet meal. 10,000. I hope I can rebuild the numbers back to 1,000. Lin Qun stood up, feeling a bit fatigued, yet his spirit was unprecedentedly high. With this flying Black Iron level legion, the depths of the West City abandoned construction site, which had previously been inaccessible due to complex terrain and the presence of flying magical beasts, now it was all his granary. Half an hour later, in the black market of the unfinished building district, the lights were still bright, and the crowd was. This was the most prosperous yet chaotic place in Qingmu City at night, filled with the smell of cheap cigarettes, barbecues, and the distinct fishy odor of magical beast materials. Lin Qun donned his newly bought hooded sweatshirt, skillfully put on a mask, and pushed the familiar rickety cart through the crowded crowd. This time he did not linger at the stalls selling low-level materials, but walked straight to the stall in the corner. The vendor in the gas mask was still there. However, today's business seemed to be bleak as usual. Several plastic barrels containing waste were set out, emitting a pungent smell, and no one dared to approach, within 5 meters, passing by with their noses covered in disgust. Boss. Lin Qun stopped the cart in front of the stall and lowered his voice. I'm here. The vendor, who was bored and swatting flies with a fly swatter, perked up upon hearing the voice, his eyes behind the gas mask lighting up as if he had seen a long-lost relative. Yo, little brother, it's you. The vendor stood up enthusiastically. I thought you had gotten yourself stuck in the sewer lab. How is it? Still want that kind of waste? Yes. Lin Qun replied succinctly, and this time I need a large quantity. How large? The vendor rubbed his hands, tentatively asking. Everything you have in stock, I'll take it all. Lin Qun pointed at the 10 or so large barrels piled behind the stall, and added, if there's more than this in your warehouse, I'll take all of it. The vendor was stunned for a moment, then gasped in surprise. All of it? Little brother, your sewer. It leads to the ocean, doesn't it? Although he complained verbally, how could he refuse a business opportunity that came knocking? This stuff was just taking up space, and disposing of it required an environmental fee, so having someone pay for it was like winning the lottery. The vendor quickly fetched a ledger from the back, calculating rapidly, his fingers tapping the calculator with a loud clack. There are 12 barrels of current stock here, and another 20 barrels of enhanced version waste liquid just delivered last night. The enhanced version is what's left from refining poison-type crystal cores with a stronger toxicity, slightly pricier, at 80 per barrel. The regular ones are still 50. In total, 32 barrels, that's $2,200. Only a bit over 2,000. Lin Qun felt delighted inside, but maintained a calm demeanor. What would be considered toxic waste to an ordinary beast tamer was in his eyes a highly cost-effective evolution resource. Without hesitation, he counted out 23 bills and slapped them on the table. No need for change. But I have one request. You say it. The vendor's attitude immediately became obsequious upon seeing the stack of red bills. Help me transport these barrels to that dilapidated building from last time. And from now on, if you have waste like this, just set it aside for me. I'll come by to collect once a month. Sure. The vendor immediately called over 2 helpers, pushing the flatbed cart, helping Lin Qun carry the heavy barrels of waste liquid deeper into the unfinished building. 20 minutes later, still in that drafty, dilapidated building, over 30 huge plastic barrels filled the entire floor, and the air was infused with a suffocating acidic odor. Even the vendor in the gas mask struggled to endure it, hurriedly leaving after dropping off the goods. After confirming that no one was around, Lin Qun locked the iron door at the stairway. He gazed at the mountain of toxins before him and took a deep breath. The basement space was too small and poorly ventilated. If he were to hatch thousands of toxic flying ants there, he might die from the toxic gas before the enemy even arrived. Although this place was rudimentary, it was well ventilated and concealed. Time to eat. Lin Qun opened the lids of all the barrels. Eek! The purple wing nest, which had been hidden in his sleeve, could no longer contain itself, transforming into a streak of purple light and plunging directly into the barrel marked enhanced version of waste liquid. This time it did not smoke from the heat as it had last time. The newly evolved dark purple exoskeleton maneuvered effortlessly in the strong acid, even emitting a sizzling sound of pleasure. Gurgle, gurgle. The nest acted like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the toxic liquid. As the energy poured in, its abdomen began to squirm at a terrifying frequency. Pop, pop, pop. One by one, purple-black eggs were expelled, landing directly in the toxic liquid. Under the influence of the rapid hatching trait, these eggs began to swell almost instantaneously upon hitting the liquid. Just 5 seconds later, crack, the first egg split open. A purple wing acid ant, entirely dark purple with double wings, emerged from its shell. As soon as it was born, it exhibited an aura entirely different from before. It did not immediately feed, but vibrated its wings and awkwardly flew up, hovering at the edge of the barrel, its compound eyes coldly surveying its surroundings. Type purple wing acid ant. Level black iron, first stage. 1-10. As time passed, more and more flying ants hatched. They densely adhered to the ceiling and walls, the sound of their wings converging into a low rumbling roar akin to a war machine warming up. 2 hours later, all 30 barrels of waste liquid were emptied. Lin Qun stood in the center of the dilapidated building, looking up. There it had transformed into a starry sky of dark purple, captivating and ominous. Countless pairs of ghostly purple compound eyes flickered in the darkness. They belonged to his army. Current quantity, 1,200 ants. Beast Tamer level black iron, 4th stage breakthrough. With the pure life energy from the life crystal core and the abundant waste liquid energy, Lin Qun's Beast Tamer level had skyrocketed to the black iron 4th stage. Without time to feel the physical changes brought about by the upgrade, Lin Qun's attention was entirely focused on the new ant swarm. 1,200 Air Force. Lin Qun extended his hand. A purple wing ant obediently landed in his palm, folding its wings, looking just like a delicate amethyst brooch. Although the numbers haven't returned to 2,000, the combat power, Lin Qun squinted, has at least multiplied 5 times. This was an entire 1,200 black iron level magical beasts. Even that clever moonlight fox that had once trapped Lin Qun in a desperate situation would likely not withstand a few rounds of charge facing such an aerial army. And moreover, he gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Now that I have these wings, that place can be tried. In the depths of the abandoned construction site on the west side of the city, the night wind howled, stirring up the discarded newspapers and plastic bags on the ground, creating a rustling sound. This place was once a half-finished skyscraper, its massive steel framework towering against the night sky, and at approximately 20 stories high, it was home to the absolute overlord of this area. In the moonlight, one could see that the middle and upper sections of the entire building were sealed off by thick, viscous white spider webs. Occasionally, a few oblivious birds would pass by only to be instantly ensnared by the webs before being dragged into the abyss by shadows concealed in the dark. This is the territory of the ghost-faced demon spider. As one of the most dangerous low-level dungeons on the outskirts of Qingmu City, it has always been a forbidden zone for black iron-level beast tamers. The ghost-faced demon spider possesses a strong territorial awareness and intelligence, never having left this area since its birth. It has never intruded into the city, and the difficulty of hunting it along with the experience points it provides without enhancement from secret realms are simply not commensurate for beast tamers above bronze, allowing it to exist safely until now. However, tonight the Forbidden Zone welcomes an unexpected guest. Lin Qun stood in the shadows at the base of the building, looking up at the scene that resembled a white purgatory, with no fear in his eyes, only excitement. Black iron level 9. He could feel a chilling pressure sleeping deep within the dense webs. This oppressive feeling far surpassed that of Su Ming's black iron level 5. Moonlight Fox. In the past, Lin Qun would never have dared to approach. But now, come out. Lin Qun gently snapped his fingers. With a low rumble, a deep sound resonated behind. 1,200 purple-winged acid ants surged out from the beast-taming space, swirling in the night sky like a purple thundercloud. Although each was only the size of a thumb, the sheer number gathered together emitted a fierce aura that made the insect sounds within hundreds of meters vanish instantly. Go! Lin Qun pointed with his hand. The purple cloud instantly ascended, not directly charging the building, but utilizing the cover of night to silently fly overhead. Air superiority has been secured. Inside the building, a ghost-faced demon spider the size of a small car lay dozing at the center of its web. Its back was marked with a grotesque pale human face pattern, and its 8 long legs were covered in barbs, exuding a nauseating stench. Suddenly, the ghostly face pattern on its back twitched violently, and all 8 compound eyes opened simultaneously, gazing upward. A strong sense of crisis caused it to bristle instantly. In the next moment, hiss. Accompanied by a sharp hiss, the purple cloud descended from the sky. This was not a mindless suicidal charge. The evolved purple-winged acid ants possessed high tactical awareness. They did not directly pounce on the body of the demon spider, but hovered in midair, using their flying advantage to aim at the massive web. Puff, 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 puff. 1,200 flying ants simultaneously opened their mandibles, spraying out dark green acidic liquid. This was their new skill, acid bombardment. Although the range was only a few meters at this distance, it was a full-scale acid rain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Puff, 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 puff. 1,200 flying ants simultaneously opened their mandibles, spraying out dark green acidic liquid. This was their new. The proud defensive structure of the ghost-faced demon spider was pierced through in an instant, creating a large hole. Hiss! The demon spider let out a furious roar. It did not expect that any creature would dare to ambush it from above, let alone such tiny insects. Rather than panicking as Lin Qun had anticipated, it remained composed. As a black iron level 9 lord creature, its battle experience was terrifyingly rich. It inhaled sharply, its abdomen contracting violently. Whoosh! A dense purple poisonous fog erupted from its mouth, quickly filling the entire floor and rapidly spreading upwards. Skill toxic miasma. This poison not only contained deadly toxins, but also possessed a strong. The first few purple-winged acid ants charging forward immediately slowed down, as if their wings were glued upon coming into contact with the poisonous fog. Next, as the toxins invaded, they began to wobble in the air and eventually fell like dumplings, plummeting down with a clattering sound. In that moment, several thick strands of silk accurately shot out, ensnaring them into its mouth. Crack! The sound of crunching teeth echoed. Lin Qun's expression changed. Is this the power of a level 9 lord? The purple-winged acid ants, although evolved to black iron level 1 and capable of flight, still seemed too fragile against such all-encompassing area attacks. Scatter! Gain altitude! Lin Qun commanded from afar through the mental link. The purple cloud in the air instantly burst apart, attempting to create distance for long-range harassment. But the ghost-faced demon spider gave no opportunity. Its terrifying face pattern suddenly glowed red. Lord skill mental terror. Buzz. An invisible mental shockwave swept across the area. The once agile flying ants suddenly stiffened, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. In contrast, although the ghost-faced demon spider's shell had been corroded by the acidic liquid, leaving several small pits, and causing it to scream. In contrast, although the ghost-faced demon spider's shell had been corroded by the acidic liquid, leaving several small pits, and causing it to. In contrast, although the ghost-faced demon spider's shell had been corroded by the acidic liquid, leaving several small pits, and causing it to screech in pain, this minor injury was not fatal to its massive size, but instead thoroughly enraged it. No good. Lin Qun made a quick judgment. Its defense is too high. The acid's corrosion speed does not keep up. Moreover, its poisonous fog counters the air force. This is not a chasm that can be easily filled with numbers unless Lin Qun was willing to sacrifice all over 1,000 flying ants. Perhaps this is not a chasm that can be easily filled with numbers unless Lin Qun was willing to sacrifice all over 1,000 flying ants. Perhaps he could exchange for the life of the demon spider. But that would not be worth it. Just as Lin Qun was preparing to order a retreat, his gaze suddenly swept to a corner behind the demon spider. Among the pile of bones in the ruins, a peculiar plant as black as ink with petals resembling skulls, ghost-faced flower. Grade E rare. Effect highly toxic, can be refined into high-level neurotoxins, and can also enhance the toxic abilities of insect-type and plant-type beasts. Lin Qun's pupils constricted sharply. He couldn't kill the demon spider, but this thing must be obtained. All troops, feign attack. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. This time he did not order the insect swarm to retreat, but instead commanded the remaining 800 flying ants to charge recklessly towards the demon spider's compound eyes. Hiss! The demon spider was startled by this sudden counterattack, instinctively raising its two front legs to shield its eyes, while spewing poisonous fog once more. In that moment when its vision was obscured now, crap, the 300 black-backed worker ants that Lin Qun had previously left to lie in wait in the abandoned factory surged forth like phantoms from the shadows. They moved silently along the ground like a stream of black water, swiftly bypassing the demon spider's The leading worker ant swung its mandibles, slicing through the stem of the ghost-faced flower with a crisp snap. Almost simultaneously, a dozen worker ants cooperatively lifted the fallen flower and tossed it high into the air, sending it into the swarm behind. Instantly, countless worker ants surged forward, wrapping the delicate flower into a tightly sealed black sphere. The remaining worker ants frantically lifted this sphere, not pausing for a moment, like a rolling black torrent racing towards the edge of the building. The entire process was fluid and swift, as if rehearsed countless times. In the blink of an eye, the ant ball had rolled to the edge of the building. Lift! With a single thought from Lin Qun, the ant ball exploded, and countless worker ants seemed to share a single brain, using their last ounce of strength to form a gigantic black hand, hurling the ghost-faced flower wrapped in the core into the sky. Catch it! In midair, a prepared squad of flying ants dove down steadily, catching the trophy before soaring upwards, swiftly rushing out through the breach in the building. Hiss! Only then did the ghost-faced demon spider react. It sensed the disappearance of the treasure's aura and let out an earth-shattering roar. It abruptly turned around, its 8 long legs stabbing down like steel spears. Boom, boom, boom. The 300 worker ants that had completed their mission were instantly turned to mush under this strike. Retreat. Seeing the flower secured, Lin Qun no longer lingered in battle. With his command, the surviving 500 flying ants quickly gained altitude and scattered to escape. The ghost-faced demon spider roared angrily at the sky, its long spear-like legs piercing the walls to create numerous holes, but it could not fly, only watching helplessly as the damned little thieves disappeared into the night with its treasure. Half an hour later, Lin Qun returned to the Lijiang district looking somewhat disheveled. In this battle, although he had seized the valuable ghost-face flower, he had also lost over 600 purple wing acid ants. This made his heart bleed. For him, now every black iron-level flying ant was a precious combat asset. Still too weak. Lin Qun held the black flower, emitting a faint fragrance in his hand, sensing the terrifying toxin contained within. However, with this, the toxicity and nerve-paralyzing ability of the acid ants should elevate to another level. Next time I go, it will be the death of that big spider. He carefully placed the ghost-face flower into his bosom and commanded the purple wing ants to wrap around it. Then, dragging his weary feet, he passed through the familiar alley and arrived at the door of his basement. However, upon seeing the iron door, his pupils suddenly constricted. The door, which he had specially locked with 2 locks before going out, was now hanging crookedly on the doorframe. The lock had been violently pried open, twisted, and thrown to the ground, with several clear footprints left on the door panel. Something has happened. Lin Qun's heart raced, and his previously dazed mind, dulled by death backlash, instantly cleared. The several hundred surviving purple wing acid ants in his sleeve sensed their master's emotions and instantly entered battle mode, a low, buzzing sound echoing within his sleeve. He lightened his footsteps, pressed against the wall, and slowly approached the door. With the dim light of the corridor's sensor, he clearly saw the scene inside the room. It was a scene of devastation. The worn wooden bed had been shredded by sharp tools, and yellowed cotton stuffing was scattered everywhere. The rice jar in the corner had been smashed, and the white rice mixed with dirt and sewage was particularly glaring. Even the several hundred coins he had hidden behind the bricks in the wall had been turned out, disappearing without a trace. This was not just a burglary. This was revenge, a blatant act of venting anger. Who? Lin Qun's gaze instantly turned cold, a fierce, killing intent surged in his chest. He immediately thought of Zhao Zhe. That rich second generation had the motive and the ability to hire someone to do. At that moment, a low magnetic voice came from the dark corner of the room, breaking the silence. Not bad, your vid. Unfortunately, you came back a bit late. Lin Qun's muscles instantly tensed, his body instinctively recoiling as the swarm in his sleeve was ready to spring into action. Don't be nervous. If I had malicious intent, you would already be dead. With that voice, a tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He wore a long black trench coat, his tall figure striking, and he held an unlit cigarette. His face was chiseled with deep and cold eyes behind the glasses, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Lin Qun's pupils slightly trembled. It was the black-clothed steward who had taken him away after the awakening ceremony. It's you. Lin Qun suppressed the shock in his heart, preventing the swarm from impulsively attacking. Because he could sense the faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the other party, like an oppressive active volcano. A golden-level powerhouse. In front of a beast tamer of this level, his few hundred black iron-level ants would probably struggle to even penetrate the opponent's protective spiritual light. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Su Jin. He pointed at the mess on the ground, his tone as calm, as if discussing an insignificant matter. When I arrived, it was already like this. The ones who acted were a few petty thugs led by one with dyed yellow hair. Yellow hair. A flicker of realization passed through Lin Qun's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper coldness. So it was that scum he had crippled a hand of in the alley. He never expected they would come knocking, taking advantage of his absence to rob his home. Where are the others? Lin Qun's voice was calm. Dealt with. Su Jin said casually, as if talking about disposing of a bag of garbage. Illegal entry, destruction of private property, and suspected collusion with black market trafficking of contraband. Where are the others? Lin Qun's voice was calm. Dealt with. Su Jin said casually, as if talking about disposing of a bag of garbage. Illegal entry, destruction of private property, and suspected collusion. Lin Qun remained silent. Although he had received a small favor, he did not feel relieved. Instead, he became more vigilant. There is no goodwill in this world without reason. Especially for a figure like Su Jin, a golden-level powerhouse and a high-ranking official of the Beast Tamer Association, coming personally to the basement of a slum to help a level student catch a thief. Even using his privileges to deal with it. This in itself was the greatest anomaly. Why help me? Lin Qun stared directly into Su Jin's eyes, his body still tense. I don't think a level student is worth your time. Because you have value. Su Jin wasted no time. Looking around the room, which had no chairs, he sat on the shredded edge of the bed, his long legs crossed, and his gaze examined Lin Qun like a knife. Lin Qun, let's not beat around the bush. That awakening test day, I deliberately let you pass. These words made Lin Qun's heart skip a beat. The abyssal fluctuations are real. Su Jin stared into Lin Qun's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. And those ants hidden in your sleeve. The number is quite abnormal, isn't it? Although you use some method to conceal their presence, it can't escape my eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about, Lin Qun replied expressionlessly, still attempting to maintain his composure. Not acknowledging it is fine. Su Jin waved his hand, not caring about Lin Qun's denial, instead revealing a hint of appreciative smile. In this world, knowing how to conceal one's strengths is a good thing. Not acknowledging it is fine. Su Jin waved his hand, not caring about Lin Qun's denial, instead revealing a hint of appreciative smile. I came to find you because I see potential in your abilities. Su Jin leaned forward, lowering his voice, and a dangerous glint flickered in his sharp eyes. Lin Qun, do you want to change your way of living? For example, participating in a hunting game targeting the Apostles of the Abyss. Lin Qun frowned slightly. Apostles of the Abyss. A group of madmen who worship abyssal beasts and attempt to turn human cities into sacrificial sites. Su Jin sneered, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. They have recently become very active in Qingmu City, hiding like rats in the sewers, plotting some large-scale sacrificial ceremony. My beasts are strong, but they make too much noise. Once I strike, the grass will rustle, and those rats will smell it and run. But you are different. Su Jin pointed at Lin Qun's sleeve, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the fabric to see the dormant flying ants. Your bugs are numerous, small in size, good at lurking and assassination. You are a born cleaner. Help me root out these rats and deal with them. Lin Qun did not answer immediately, only looking at Su Jin. In exchange, Su Jin noticed that Lin Qun was waiting for him to continue speaking, smiling and shaking his head as he threw out the already prepared bait. First, I can overlook the anomalies in your beast taming and the data from that day's test. I can even help make your file look better so that in the official records you are just a lucky mutated beast tamer. Second, the association can provide you with a safe apartment in the city center, allowing you to immediately move away from this cursed place. There will be 24-hour security, and people like Zhao Zhe won't be able to get in. Third, a recommendation letter for admission to a top university. As long as you achieve results, even if your initial beast is level you want, need to participate in the 100 schools competition, I will recommend you to the Magic City or the capital. The conditions were enticing. It must be said that the chips Su Jin offered were tailor-made for him. If it were an ordinary student, they would have probably gratefully accepted by now. It was hard to refuse. But Lin Qun looked at Su Jin, at this man representing official authority. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. I can help you do things. It was hard to refuse. But Lin Qun looked at Su Jin at this man, representing official authority. Living in an officially arranged apartment would mean placing himself under surveillance and his secrets could be discovered. In the depths of the abandoned construction site on the west side of the city, the night wind howled, stirring up the discarded newspapers and plastic bags on the ground. In the depths of the abandoned construction site on the west side of the city, the night wind howled, stirring up the discarded. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback and then let out a dry laugh. He gazed deeply at Lin Qun, his admiration for him intensifying. Su Jin stood up and pulled out a black magnetic card from his pocket, flicking it between his fingers. Whoosh. The card sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, precisely embedding itself into the doorframe behind Lin Qun. This contains 100,000 Federation coins with a password of 6 zeros. Consider it your settling in fee and initial operational funds. Su Jin continued, since you don't want a house, go find a place for yourself. But remember, don't stray too far from your target. I will send specific task information to the communicator linked to this card. Su Jin adjusted the collar of his coat, said no more, and turned to walk out. His tall figure gradually faded into the darkness at the end of the corridor, leaving behind a light remark, stay in. It was only after Su Jin's footsteps had completely vanished that Lin Qun let out a long breath, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Dealing with such a cunning old fox was more exhausting than killing a demon spider. The feeling of being seen through at all times left him with a profound sense of insecurity. He walked over and forcefully yanked the black magnetic card off. 100,000. Lin Qun clenched the card tightly, his fingertips turning white from the effort. With the school's bonus and his previous savings, he now held over 100,000 in cash. This amount was sufficient for him to restore the number of his clan to its peak, or even go further. A cleaner, huh? Lin Qun surveyed the now uninhabitable basement, his gaze sweeping across the broken furniture, showing no signs of nostalgia. This place carried 16 years of his poverty and humiliation. Its destruction was a relief. It was time to cut ties cleanly. He bent down, picked up the half bag of surviving rice from the ground, dusted it off, and walked into the night without looking back. He did not close the door nor look back. The Lin Qun who had struggled to survive in the slums had completely perished on this night. In the southern part of the city, on the edge of the old industrial zone. This was the rust belt of Qingmu City, filled with abandoned factories and warehouses with only a few old houses still inhabited. Although the environment was poor and transportation inconvenient, it had two advantages: seclusion and spaciousness. This will do. Lin Qun stood in front of a red brick house with its own yard. It was an abandoned small processing workshop, complete with a yard of several dozen square meters, with no neighbors within several hundred meters. The landlord was an old man eager to retire to a different city. Seeing Lin Qun's prompt payment, he didn't even ask for a photocopy of his ID. He simply took 3 months' rent and handed over the keys. It's a bit shabby but very secure. Lin Qun pushed open the rusty iron door and entered the yard. He released a few pulpluinged acid ants, letting them patrol the walls and roof. With this independent stronghold, he could finally unleash his efforts for experiments and hatching. The next morning, Lin Qun didn't rush to train, but instead went to the city. He first visited the bank, activated the magnetic card Su Jin had given him, and transferred the money into his account. Seeing the long string of numbers in his balance, his previously anxious heart finally relaxed a bit. Next up, shopping. Lin Qun arrived at a high-end outdoor equipment store called Nightwalker. This store was well known in the Beastmaster community, specializing in various outdoor adventure gear, including some special clothing with slight defensive attributes. Welcome to our store. The sales assistant looked at Lin Qun, dressed in tattered school uniform and covered in dust, slightly furrowing her brows, but not driving him away, only speaking in a cold tone. I want to buy clothes. Lin Qun ignored the assistant's attitude and walked straight to the men's clothing section. I need black ones with sturdy fabric, waterproof and corrosion resistant. Most importantly, he gestured, they should be loose enough to cover my entire body, with a high collar, preferably with a hood and many inner pockets. The sales assistant was taken aback for a moment, sizing Lin Qun up, seemingly assessing whether this poor student was joking. The cheapest clothes here start at 2,000. Lin Qun remained silent, directly pulling out his phone to display his balance. The long string of numbers made the sales assistant's pupils dilate instantly, and her cold demeanor transformed into a professional warm smile. Oh sir, this way please. The tactical windbreaker you requested has just arrived in new styles made of shadow spider silk, with excellent cut resistance and stab resistance. 10 minutes later, Lin Qun stood in front of the fitting mirror. The person in the mirror had completely transformed, no longer resembling the slum boy at all. He wore a pure black high-collared tactical windbreaker made of special material, matte and light-absorbing, not only rainproof and wear-resistant, but also capable of blocking most odors and thermal imaging. The wide hem reached down to his calves, moving like a swirling black cloud. The high collar obscured his chin and mouth, and the hood cast a shadow over most of his face, revealing only his cold, somewhat eerie eyes. Very good. Lin Qun nodded in satisfaction. This garment was practically designed for hiding insects. He lightly shook his shoulders. Rustle, rustle. Lin Qun opened the Beastmaster space and hundreds of plumed acid ants flew out, quickly crawling into the compartment. He lightly shook his shoulders. Rustle, rustle. Lin Qun opened the Beastmaster space and hundreds of plumed acid ants flew out, quickly crawling into the compartments of the windbreaker along his pant legs and sleeves. They clung to the special fabric with their tiny claws densely adhering to the inner side of the windbreaker, almost becoming a biological lining for the garment. From the outside, except for the windbreaker being slightly puffed up, there was no sign of anomaly. But only Lin Qun knew the hidden dangers concealed within this clothing. As long as someone dared to reach for his collar or attempted close combat, these hundreds of venomous flying ants would pour out in an instant, teaching the assailant a lesson. Lin Qun exited the fitting room and took out his bank card. I'll take this one and also get 2 sets of changeable linings. He swiped the card and left. He spent a total of 23,000. Quite expensive, but worth every penny. Returning to his newly rented yard, Lin Qun immediately locked the doors and windows and drew the curtains. The main event was about to begin. He took out the ghost face flower that he had risked his life to retrieve from the inner pocket. The black petals resembled a skull, while the stamen was a vivid red, emitting a dizzying sweet fragrance. Even after being picked for a day, it remained fresh, as if still breathing. A grade rare material, highly toxic. Lin Qun put on the newly bought protective gloves and carefully cradled the flower. Come out. Lin Qun opened the collar of his windbreaker. The plumed mother nest crawled out along his collarbone, fluttering its wings as it hovered in the air. Upon seeing the ghost face flower, a wave of desires surged through the mental link once more. Eat up. Lin Qun placed the flower on the table. Let me see what you can extract from this Lord's companion creature. Don't disappoint me. A sharp, guttural hiss escaped the hive mother as it lunged onto the ghost face bloom, its maw snapping open with brutal precision to tear away half a petal in one decisive bite. The bloom's sap was pitch black, possessing devastating corrosive power and potent neurotoxicity. Where droplets struck the tabletop, they seared deep black scars into the surface. Yet the hive mother devoured it ravenously, as though feasting upon a celestial delicacy. As it fed, eerie black sigils, reminiscent of skull motifs from the ghost face bloom, began to bloom across its dusky violet carapace, while lethal spines erupted along its body. Its tail barb darkened steadily until it gleamed like obsidian, cold, dense, and utterly void of warning. High concentration neurotoxin ingested. Hive mother analyzing toxin composition. Trait assimilation in progress. Lin Qun watched the interface intently. 10 minutes later, the entire ghost face bloom had vanished. The hive mother belched softly, wreathed in a faint shimmering haze of black mist. Ding. Consumption complete. Colony trait updated. Previous trait: acid venom blend, basic paralysis, potent acidic corrosion. And evolved trait: ghost face venom, intermediate neural paralysis, potent acidic corrosion, hallucinatory induction, indescription, and neural paralysis. Enhanced upon injection, the venom instantly severs neural signaling. Against black iron tier targets, full body paralysis occurs within 0.5 seconds. Against bronze tier targets, localized limb rigidity is induced. Hallucinatory induction: new inhaling volatile toxin mist induces mild hallucinations, fear, or confusion, and weakens mental resilience. Hallucinations. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected boon. He had only hoped to strengthen paralysis. Instead, he'd gained a potent psychic offensive capability. Hallucinations. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected boon. He had only hoped to strengthen paralysis. Instead, not only can it fly and corrode, it now paralyzes, induces visions. Lin Qun gazed at the hovering hive mother, a cold, knowing smile curling at his lips. The violet-winged acid venom ants were now truly worthy of the title assassin. Current count 600. Though losses had been severe during the spider war, the hive mother remained intact. So long as resources flowed, rapid reinforcement was merely a matter of time. Lin Qun glanced towards several large drums stacked in the corner. Fresh batches of industrial waste pre-ordered from the gas mask vendor. He clenched his fist, resolve flashing in his gaze. Before Su Jin's mission arrives, restore the swarm to 2,000. And he recalled Su Jin's ominous references to the abyssal apostles and living sacrifices. Lin Qun did not rush home to spawn. He knew well that ordinary industrial waste, though efficient for mass production, offered monotonous energy signatures. Limiting 80,000 credits remained. Perhaps it's time to procure some truly exceptional feed. In night deepened over Lijiang district, its narrow alleys veiled in a spectral drifting mist. Lin Qun did not rush home to spawn. He knew well that ordinary industrial waste, though efficient for mass production, offered monotonous energy signatures, limiting further evolutionary potential. Though the violet-winged acid venom ants had ascended to black iron rank 1 and acquired ghost face venom, their physical durability remained a critical weakness. Though the violet-winged acid venom ants had ascended to black iron rank 1 and acquired ghost face venom, their physical durability remained a critical weakness. Lin Qun touched the bank card concealed beneath his coat, determination sharpening in his eyes. Pulling his hat low, he turned and strode purposefully toward the southern black market. Returning to the derelict high-rises, the clamor remained unchanged. Lin Qun moved through the throng with practiced ease, ignoring peddlers hawking counterfeit remedies and crude materials, heading straight for his familiar corner. The masked vendor crouched beside his drum, idly stirring its contents with an iron rod. Inspecting purity perhaps, or simply passing time. "Boss." Lin Qun's voice emerged muffled through his mask. The vendor startled, then looked up, his gaze locking onto the figure cloaked head Toto in black trench coat. Recognition flickered. Behind the respirator, his eyes flared with sudden brightness. A distinguished client returns. The vendor sprang upright, wiping grease-stained hands together. "How did last batch fare? I've just acquired a fresh haul. Those standard wastes suffice, for now." Lin Qun cut him off, scanning the chaotic clutter piled behind the stall. "This time I seek something else." "Name it." The vendor perked up instantly. "Anything traded here, or even banned. iPhone has connection. I require high-tier monster carcasses." Lin Qun lowered his voice. "Not whole bodies, not hides or bones for gear. I want viscera, rotting flesh, even toxic blood. Minimum rank, black iron elite. Preferably bronze tier." The vendor paused, his expression shifting subtly, curious, wary, calculating. Such refuse, dubbed offal or contamination sources, was shunned by legitimate beast tamers feared for inducing viral infection or grotesque mutation. Yet he was a shrewd merchant who understood silence as currency and when to hold his tongue. "Bronze tier offal." He stroked his chin, thoughtful. "It's unwanted, but hazardous to handle, costly to transport. So pricing. Money is no concern." Lin Qun withdrew the black magnetic card Su Jin had given him, spinning it deftly between his fingers. "Only potency and volume matter." The vendor's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. A veteran of the underworld, he recognized it instantly. The elite account card of the Beast Taming Guild. This young man carried weight far beyond his years. "Yes, absolutely yes." The vendor instantly adopted a deferential posture, leaning inconspiratorially. "Truth be told, I've just secured premium stock from the abattoir. A bronze rank 2 rot venom basilisk. Its internal organs and tainted blood. Too toxic for disposal, though I reclaimed it myself." Rot venom basilisk. Lin Qun's eyes gleamed. An excellent choice. The basilisk's hide was legendary for density, its innate corrosion perfectly aligned with the ant's nature. Feeding them this biomass might elevate their carapace hardness to unprecedented levels. "How much?" "Roughly 200 gene. Pure toxin-laced offal. Yours for 20,000 or 15,000 all-inclusive." "Deal." Lin Qun agreed without hesitation, then shifted tone. "Also, I need powdered metal ore, preferably black iron or refined gold powder. They'll consume metal too." The vendor genuinely blinked, then masked his astonishment smoothly. "Of course, a nearby smithy slag, cheap, easy to gather." Half an hour later, Lin Qun wheeled a cart overflowing with special cargo out of the black market's exit. Beyond the 200 gene of reeking basilisk offal, he'd acquired 2 barrels of industrial grease, laced with metallic powder, and sundry toxic herb trimmings. This expedition cost precisely 300,000 federal credits. Yet Lin Qun felt no regret. Currency held value only when forged into tangible power. Otherwise, in the crucible of life and death struggle, it was nothing but worthless paper. Returning to his red brick bungalow well past midnight, he secured doors and windows, then unsealed each airtight bag of viscera. An acrid, suffocating stench flooded the room, far more virulent than any industrial effluent before it. "Emerge. Feast begins." Lin Qun loosened his trench coat. A resonant hum filled the air. Then, like a vortex of amethyst lightning, the hive mother burst forth, followed by 600 and more violet-winged ants surging eagerly from his chest. To them, this human deadly carrion was ambrosia, the apex of gustatory ecstasy. Consume it all. Lin Qun watched his voracious progeny, anticipation glinting in his eyes. Inside the red brick house, a silent feast of gluttony was underway. The purple-winged acid ants were clinging to the dark green flesh of giant lizards, their sharp mandibles tearing and swallowing ravenously. The energy contained within the flesh and blood of the bronze-level beasts was far beyond that of the industrial waste they had consumed before. With each bite, the bodies of the worker ants underwent subtle changes. Crunch, crunch. As they feasted, their previously somewhat thin exoskeletons began to thicken, and the color transitioned from a simple dark purple to a metallic cold hardness. This was the enhancement reaction after devouring black iron or powder and the flesh of giant lizards. In the center of the swarm, the queen ant's feeding speed was astonishing. It lay upon a massive giant lizard's liver, its abdomen visibly swelling, a sign of energy accumulation. Energy reserves 150, 300, 800. The numbers on the system panel flickered madly. Once the energy reached its peak, the queen stopped feeding. It climbed onto a cleared area in the center of the room, raising its tail high. PFF, PFF, PFF. Like a machine gun firing, purple-black eggs were ejected. As soon as these eggs hit the ground, they quickly hatched due to the ample energy they absorbed. Within seconds, brand new turbulent acid ants emerged from their shells. They were stronger than the previous generation with larger wings and clearer, more menacing patterns on their backs. Upon birth, they took flight, joining the feeding frenzy to accumulate energy for the next round of division. They were stronger than the previous generation with larger wings and clearer, more menacing patterns on their backs. Upon birth, they took flight, joining the mountain of rotting flesh, and the powder and waste liquid in the room rapidly disappeared, replaced by a flurry of purple figures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air vibrated with a low-frequency noise that made one's eardrums thrum. It was the sound of thousands of wings flapping simultaneously. Lin Qun stood in the corner of the room, watching this spine-tingling scene unfold. Instead of fear, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. This was all his power. By the time the last bit of giant lizard flesh was devoured, there was hardly any space left to stand in the room. Lin Qun looked at the ant swarm, his eyes filled with fervor. Tribe name turbulent acid ants, racial potential grade, current rank black iron level, second stage nest level LV. 2 current number 2252,250. Not only had the number returned to its peak, but the quality of each individual had also been enhanced. Now, even without using poison, just relying on their exoskeletons fused with metallic elements would be enough to crush ordinary black iron level beasts. As the swarm grew, an astonishing wave of back-feeding energy surged through the mental link, flooding into Lin Qun's body like a tsunami. Ugh! Lin Qun grunted, gripping the edge of the table tightly. The sensation was akin to being pierced by high-voltage electricity. The meridians expanded, bones cracking like popping beans, every cell rejoicing as they greedily absorbed the life essence from over 2,000 beasts. A fine layer of black oil seeped from the surface of his skin, the impurities being expelled. His body, once slightly weak due to prolonged malnutrition, now had more defined and powerful muscles. Boom! It was as if a dam had been burst in his mind. Lin Qun abruptly opened his eyes, the purple glow in his pupils surging, a pressure belonging to a beastmaster radiating from him. The flying ants in the room instantly fell silent under this pressure, turning their heads in unison to bow in respect to their king. Congratulations! Beastmaster level breakthrough. Current level black iron 5th stage, 15500. Physical quality enhancement, strength 30, agility 40, and mental resistance 50, black iron 5th stage. Lin Qun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. He casually picked up a solid steel pipe from the wall and bent it with ease. Creak! The steel pipe bent like a noodle shaped into a U. Is this the physique of a 5th stage beastmaster? A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. With my current strength, I should be able to easily take down that bald man from before. This feeling of power being rightfully his was intoxicating. No wonder those high-level beastmasters all seemed like human-shaped tyrants. Suddenly Lin Qun thought of Su Jin. If a black iron-level beastmaster could possess such a powerful physique, how strong must Su Jin be as a golden-tier beastmaster? Was the commotion caused by the beasts really the reason he recruited himself? Moreover, Qingmu City, as a stable and remote small town, usually only had a silver-level powerhouse stationed at the Beastmaster Association. Yet now not only was there a golden-tier powerhouse, but they were also assigned to host awakening ceremonies. Lin Qun's eyes flickered. It seemed either Qingmu City had something special or Su Jin himself was extraordinary. Lin Qun shook his head, taking a deep breath to clear his complicated thoughts. He walked to the window and opened a small gap. The sky outside had already begun to brighten. Unknowingly, he had spent a day and night in this room. With strong troops and a level breakthrough. Lin Qun looked at the city, gradually waking outside, his gaze cold. Next, it's time to get to business. He had not forgotten the deal with Su Jin. Having taken the money, he had to do the job. Moreover, his insect swarm had just completed its enhancement and needed a real slaughter to test the results while also earning more evolution resources. Just then, the black communicator on the table suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence in the room. Lin Qun turned and picked up the communicator. The screen lit up with an encrypted message from Su Jin. Task code: clean the rat nest, target abandoned sewer area in the south of the city G3 entrance. Intelligence: recently, a large number of homeless individuals have gone missing. According to investigations, a group of suspected abyss apostles, cultists, are holed up deep in the sewer performing some kind of ritual involving living sacrifices. Requirements: confirm the target and eliminate all cultists without causing a large-scale disturbance. Reward calculated per head: ordinary cultists 5,000 person, a priests 30,000 person. Special items found will be counted separately. At the bottom there was another line: kid, don't get blinded by the money, staying alive is the most important. Glancing at the offers on the screen, Lin Qun's lips curled slightly. Sewers. Rats. Just right, my bugs have just finished the rotting flesh, it's time for a change of flavor. He waved his hand. Return to the nest. Swish, swish, swish. The swirling purple cloud of insects instantly contracted like a long whale sucking in water, slipping back into his oversized black trench coat, through his collar sleeves and pant legs. Moments later the room returned to silence. Lin Qun pulled up his head covering most of his face, pushed open the door, and stepped into the morning mist. The timid poor student who had once been at school had vanished. In his place was an insect demon walking in the dark. The morning mist had yet to disperse at the entrance of the abandoned sewer G3 in the southern part of the city, where a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Lin Qun's experiences from a young age made him completely unperturbed by this dirty darkness. The city appeared glamorous on the surface, yet it turned a blind eye to the dilapidated infrastructure and its Lin Qun's experiences from a young age made him completely unperturbed by this dirty darkness. The city appeared glamorous on the surface, yet it turned a blind eye to the dilapidated infrastructure and its grim underbelly. It was uncertain whether it was unwillingness to manage or simply helplessness due to more pressing matters. Lin Qun stood before the gigantic circular pipeline, his black trench coat perfectly blending into the surrounding gloom. The G3 area. He glanced at the map on his communicator. The terrain here was complex with pipes crisscrossing like a gigantic underground labyrinth. Go! Lin Qun's sleeves fluttered slightly. Buzz! Dozens of the smallest and quietest purple wing acid ants acted as scouts silently burrowing into the dark depths of the pipeline. Through the mental network of the insect nest while dozens of different black and white views instantly appeared in Lin Qun's mind. It felt as if he was simultaneously monitoring dozens of cameras. An ordinary person's brain would have already burned out from information overload, but for Lin Qun, with his mythical level talent, it was nothing. Safe. After confirming there were no ambushes at the entrance, Lin Qun pulled down his hood, his figure flashing into the darkness. The environment inside the pipeline was even worse than he had imagined. The ground was covered with thick sludge and unknown sticky substances, and the walls were overgrown with glowing moss. Occasionally he could see a few corpses of homeless individuals gnawed to the point of being nothing but white bones, a shocking sight. The ground was covered with thick sludge and unknown sticky substances, and the walls were overgrown with glowing moss. Occasionally he could see a few corpses of homeless individuals. Lin Qun halted. In his spiritual perception, a group of creatures with red eyes was lurking around the corner. Target: corrupted giant rat. Level black iron tier 3. Quantity 15. Characteristics: social berserk disease carrier. This was a group of native overlords of the sewer, each the size of a large dog with yellowed teeth capable of biting through steel. If it were before facing such a number of black iron tier 3 magical beasts, Lin Qun might have needed to put in some effort. But now, just right, let's test the new toxin. Lin Qun did not summon a large force, but merely loosened his collar slightly. Up! Whoosh! 100 purple wing acid ants like black-purple streams of light instantly sliced through the darkness. Just as the giant rats caught a whiff of human scent and prepared to pounce, they found themselves face to face with a swarm of flying insects. They opened their mouths wide, wanting to crush these bugs. However, the speed of the purple wing flying ants was not something these rats could compare to. Before the giant rats could react, the counterattack began. Thud! The obsidian poison stingers at the tails of the flying ants brutally pierced the noses, eyelids, and behind the ears of the giant rats. Characteristic: triggered ghost face toxin. Almost at the moment the toxin was injected, the originally rampaging group of giant rats froze in synchrony. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. Squeak! The leading giant rat suddenly let out an extremely terrified scream, as if it had seen some indescribable horror. It spun around madly in place, even opening its mouth to viciously bite its companion beside it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The other giant rats fell into the same frenzy. Some were frantically biting at the air, others huddled in corners trembling, and some even began to self-harm, scratching their eyes with their claws. Hallucination induction activated in their vision. Those tiny ants perhaps transformed into colossal beasts that devoured the heavens and earth, or maybe their companions turned into deadly foes. The neurotoxin not only paralyzed their bodies, but also destroyed their reason. In just 10 seconds, without Lin Qun lifting a finger, this ferocious group of mutated giant rats perished in mutual slaughter and extreme fear. Lin Qun walked over to the corpses, looking at the tragically dead giant rats, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although they are only black iron tier 3, the control effect is better than I imagined. Without shedding blood, Lin Qun waved his hand, and the swarm instantly devoured the bodies. As they continued onward, the space in the sewer became increasingly spacious, but the oppressive feeling in the air grew heavier. After about 2 kilometers, Lin Qun suddenly stopped, pressing his body against the shadow of the wall. In the faint light ahead, voices: "Damn, another pauper, not a single coin on him." Enough whining. The priest said, as long as it's a living person, it doesn't matter if they're a homeless person or a junkie, if the blood is still warm. 2 men dressed in gray raincoats and wearing makeshift gas masks were dragging a burlap sack, cursing as they walked by. The sack was still wriggling, clearly containing a living person. Target: abyssal cult followers, level black iron tier 5. This is the rat Su Jin was looking for. Lin Qun's eyes instantly turned icy. He was already quite skilled at killing magical beasts, but this was the first time he was taking the initiative to kill a person. Yet his heart showed no ripple, for the information Su Jin provided was very clear. These individuals were stained with the blood of the innocent. 2 black iron tier 5s. Lin Qun calculated the power comparison. If it were a frontal clash, the opponents could summon beasts, potentially causing a ruckus that would alert the big fish deeper within. It must be a one-hit kill. Lin Qun took a deep breath, his sleeves fluttering slightly. 200 purple wing acid ants flew out silently, using the darkness of the sewer's top as cover, hovering above the 2 followers. Why do I suddenly hear the sound of mosquitoes? One of the followers looked up in confusion. In that fleeting moment, descend. Lin Qun silently commanded. Buzz. The black-purple cloud of insects instantly descended. What the hell is this? Before the 2 followers could even summon their beasts, they were already covered in a swarm of flying ants. Instinctively, they wanted to scream, but several flying ants directly burrowed into their mouths, piercing their tongues and throats. Neurotoxin, their screams abruptly cut off, turning into gasping breaths. Immediately after, a massive amount of toxins were injected. The followers' eyes went blank, their bodies stiffening and collapsing on the ground like 2 chunks of wood. Extreme terror etched their faces as if they were trapped in the most horrifying nightmare, yet they couldn't move a single. From the initiation of the attack to its conclusion, it took less than 3 seconds. Lin Qun stepped out of the shadows, looking at the 2 followers still twitching on the ground. He felt no pity, stepping forward to search their wastes, retrieving 2 communicators and a simple map. The G3 area is just the outer hunting ground. Lin Qun glanced at the map, which marked several red circles, all places where the homeless gathered. Lin Qun folded the map. He looked at the burlap sack, which contained a faintly breathing old beggar. Consider yourself lucky. He cut open the sack with his dagger, then took out his communicator to snap a photo of the scene and sent it to Su Jin. Task progress: eliminated 2 outer sentries. Rescued 1 survivor. Note: obtained part of the map, preparing to delve deeper. A few seconds later, Su Jin replied, very good. Don't rush to go deeper, there are still several patrols in the outer area. Clear this zone thoroughly. We need to make those rats blind and deaf. Also, just leave that beggar there, the logistics team will handle it. Lin Qun put away the communicator. Is it cleaned up? He turned to look into the deep shadowy pipeline, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That's fine. First, clear the outer experience packages and familiarize myself with this assassination flow style. By the time I truly enter the nest, it will be a perfect slaughter. All troops scatter. Free hunt. Following Lin Qun's command, over 1,000 purple wing acid ants, hidden in his trench coat, scattered like a swarm of bloodthirsty phantoms flying into the dark sewer network. Tonight, this place will become the hunting ground for the swarm. In the dead of night, the sewer was eerily silent. Apart from the occasional sound of dripping water and the scurrying of rats, the entire G3 area seemed to be in a deathly slumber. But this silence was deliberately manufactured. Lin Qun stood like a black ghost, quietly perched above a thick water pipeline. The wide hem of his trench coat blended into the surrounding shadows. In his line of sight, countless stark black and white images were rapidly flashing by. These were real-time feeds from 2,000 purple wing acid ants scattered within a kilometer radius. For the past half hour, he had not rushed in, but instead first eliminated all the eyes and ears in this area. There were a total of 5 pairs of patrol teams. Not a single one was able to raise an alarm. Under the hallucinatory and paralyzing effects of the ghost-face nerve toxin, those outer disciples who were only at the 3rd or 4th tier of black iron didn't even know how they died. Often they would just feel a chill at their necks, and their consciousness would plunge into an endless nightmare, finally stopping their breathing in silent convulsions. The outer area has been cleared. Lin Qun silently assessed in his heart. The pleasure of this one-way information transparency gave him a new understanding of the control he had over the swarm well. Previously, he only regarded the swarm as thugs. Now he understood that they were the most perfect scouts in the world. However, the deeper I go, the tighter the defenses seem to be. Lin Qun directed his gaze deeper into the pipeline. At a crossing up ahead, there was a makeshift checkpoint. Unlike the scattered patrolling soldiers on the outskirts, the 4 individuals guarding the checkpoint wore matching hard leather armor, and even the beasts accompanying them were clearly of a higher level. Target: Abyss Cult, low-level guard, level black iron 7th tier, black iron 6th tier beasts, black claw wolf, black iron 7th tier, stone skin pig, black iron 6th tier, iron spike pig, black iron 6th tier, blackfoot crow, black iron 6th tier, 1 reconnaissance type crow, 2 meat shield pigs, and 1 high explosion wolf. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes, analyzing the enemy's configuration. This formation was solid. The blackfoot crow possessed the trait bird's eye, allowing it to see through low-level stealth. If Lin Qun approached recklessly, or if the swarm gathered en masse, he would easily be detected. Once that crow cried out, the alarm would echo throughout the entire underground network. At that point, he would either face an endless tide of enemies, or the other side would destroy evidence and flee, leading to mission failure. I can't charge anew, I need to lure them out or kill them all in an instant. Lin Qun pondered for 2 seconds, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At the checkpoint. What time is it? Why haven't the third and fourth teams come back for the handover? The leader of the team was a scar-faced man who irritably glanced at his watch, the cigarette, but in his hand flickering in the darkness. The black claw wolf by his side seemed to sense its master's unease, softly whimpering as it scratched at the ground. They might have caught some good stuff and got delayed on the way. One team member chuckled. I heard this ritual needs a lot of fresh blood. The priest said, if you catch one, the bounty doubles. Shut up. The captain glared at him. Don't get careless at times like this. Huh. Suddenly the Blackfoot crow above let out a sharp cry, its crimson eyes fixated on a side path to the left. There's movement. The captain instantly warned, sharply alert. The two meat shield beasts immediately positioned themselves at the forefront, one with a grayish-white rocky sheen covering its body, while the other stood ready with steel spikes. The black claw wolf crouched low, ready to pounce. However, what emerged from the darkness was not a powerful enemy. Instead, it was a staggering, blood-soaked comrade. The person wore the Colt's raincoat, had a gas mask on their face, and dragged a heavy burlap sack, seemingly gravely injured, panting heavily with every step. Help! Help me! The person's voice was hoarse as they reached out towards the checkpoint. There are madmen. Is it Old Six? One team member recognized the outfit and subconsciously moved to assist. Stop! The captain barked sharply, eyes alert. Don't go near him. Old Six was responsible for the G3 outskirts. How could he end up here? Moreover, the stench of blood on him. Something's off. As a veteran who danced on the edge of the blade, he keenly sensed a hint of incongruity. The stench of blood on him is too strong, and there's no beast or a crow. See-through. The captain pointed ahead. The Blackfoot crow's eyes glowed fiercely red, an invisible wave sweeping over the injured. In the next second, the originally staggering injured suddenly raised its head. Under the gas mask, there was no human face. Instead, there were countless densely packed, writhing purple flying, but it was already too late. The puppet suddenly exploded. Bang! It wasn't flesh and blood that flew everywhere, but countless purple wing acid ants that burst forth. What the hell is this thing? The team members felt their scalps tingle, their sanity plummeting. Attack! Burn it! The captain roared. But it was already too late. The puppet suddenly exploded. Bang! It wasn't flesh and blood that flew everywhere, but countless purple wing acid ants that burst forth like compressed springs, instantly shooting out in all directions. With the explosive force, the swarm's speed reached its peak. Meanwhile, attack! Hidden in the distance, Lin Qun coldly uttered two words. The true killing move was never a frontal feint. Buzz! From the darkness above the checkpoint, 1,500 flying ants, long ambushed, descended like a massive purple canopy. This was a meticulously planned, three-dimensional encirclement. Oh, the reconnaissance Blackfoot crow was the first to suffer. Before it could take off, dozens of flying ants bit viciously at the base of its wings. Poison needles pierced in, nerves paralyzed. This black iron 6th-tier beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before it fell straight down, transforming into a lump of stiff meat. Having lost their eyes, the remaining 3 humans and 2 beasts instantly became blind. Defend. Stone skin defense. The stone skin pig roared, its skin instantly petrifying, trying to block the overwhelming tide of insects. But Lin Qun had already calculated for this. Target the joints, inject hallucination poison. The purple wing acid ants did not gnaw at the hard stone skin, but flowed like water, slipping into the stone skin pig's eyelids, nostrils, ear canals, and even the crevices of its armor. No matter how high the physical defense inside, it was still soft. Awoo! The stone skin pig let out a harsh. This was not due to pain, but the terrifying hallucination toxin brought by the ghost-face nerve toxin. In its perception, its body felt as if it was melting, and the surrounding teammates morphed into grotesque demons. The frenzied stone-skin pig began to attack indiscriminately, its massive tusks thrusting into the nearby disciple. No, I am your master. Don't ram me. Oh. One team member was directly impaled by his own beast intestines, spilling onto the ground. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Come out. Have the guts to face me. The captain yelled in desperation, fighting back with all his might. Hiding in the dark is no skill. He didn't understand. Why were there so many insects? Had the mutated creatures here evolved to such an extent? As you wish. A cold voice echoed from above his head. The captain suddenly looked up. Above on the pipeline, a figure in a black trench coat looked down at him. The person wore a hood, most of their face shrouded in shadow, with several purple flying ants swirling around their fingertips. Die. Lin Qun pressed his palm downward. Boom. The swarm that had originally been scattered instantly converged, forming a gigantic purple spear that fiercely crashed toward the captain and his black claw wolf. There was nothing flashy about it. Pure quantity. Seconds later, the world fell silent. All that remained on the ground were 4 twisted purplish corpses and several other magical beasts that had met a similarly tragic end. There was nothing flashy about it. Pure quantity. Seconds later, the world fell silent. All that remained on the ground were 4 twisted purplish corpses and several other magical beasts that had met a similar. As for the dozens of battle-dead insect corpses on the ground, eat them, don't waste. The remaining flying ants surged forward, devouring the corpses of their companions along with the enemies, converting them into new energy. This is the law of the swarm. Everything for the tribe. Lin Qun walked over to the captain's remains, bending down to pick up an object that had fallen into the pool of blood. It was a uniquely shaped black iron key engraved with a twisted vortex pattern. Lin Qun looked toward the depths of the passage where it was darker and the stench of blood even stronger. The watchdog has been dealt with. Now, I have arrived, little mice. Lin Qun held the black iron key, stained with blood, not rushing to enter the deep passage immediately. Cleaning complete. He took out his communicator and snapped a photo of the 4 corpses on the ground, then clicked send. On the edges of the photo, several turbulent acid ants were gnawing at the remnants of flesh and blood on the bodies, creating a chillingly cold scene. A few seconds later, Su Jin's message came back: well done. The watchdog in the G3 area is gone. He'll be there soon, in about 10 minutes. The next path is up to you. You can withdraw and collect your reward, or continue deeper to confirm the location of the core altar. Just a reminder, according to the intel, there's more than just a few mice here. There might be big fish. If you encounter something you cannot handle, retreat immediately, and send me your location. I will take care of it. Lin Qun looked at Su Jin's message, his gaze flickering slightly. 10 minutes. For a golden level powerhouse like Su Jin, it would only take 10 minutes to arrive. But for Lin Qun, those 10 minutes were his only free looting time. Once Su Jin arrived and took control of the situation, all spoils would be public property and all secrets would no longer concern him. From Su Jin's attitude, it was clear that the abyss was something ordinary people could never touch in their lifetime. Such opportunities would be hard to come by again. To withdraw or to delve deeper. Lin Qun's eyes flashed, and he quickly made his decision. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Qun replied, I will continue deeper. He then turned off the communicator's vibration and stuffed it into the innermost pocket of his trench coat. All units silent mode. Lin Qun tightened the collar of his coat. 2,000 turbulent acid ants obediently ceased their high-frequency wing vibrations and instead hooked their tiny legs onto the lining of the coat, as if becoming the black inner lining of the garment. He picked up the black iron key and walked towards a hidden door disguised as a wall at the end of the passage. The key slid in and turned gently. Click. The hidden door slid open silently. A stench 10 times more intense than that of the G3 area assaulted his senses. It was not just the smell of decay, it was laced with sulfur blood and a sickeningly sweet odor. G4 area. Lin Qun stepped inside. The environment changed drastically. The once damp brick walls were covered in dark red fleshy moss, seemingly breathing and writhing with life. The ground was no longer a filthy mess, but flowed with a viscous black-red liquid. Inside the cages on both sides, various grotesque creatures were imprisoned. There were mutated rats with 3 heads, humanoid monsters oozing pus, and some bodies that seemed to have been forcefully stitched together by some power. Failures. The word flashed through Lin Qun's mind. These were evidently remnants of the abyssal cult's sacrificial or transformative experiments conducted on living beings. Though they still showed signs of life, their souls had long been extinguished, leaving only pure instinct for slaughter. Roar. A caged 2-headed corpse dog caught the scent of a living person and lunged at the bars, frantically biting at the iron, indifferent even when its teeth broke. Target: 2-headed corpse dog, failed product level black iron, 8th stage status, abyssal contamination. Even a mere failed watchdog has a level approaching that of the previous ghost-faced demon spider. It seemed that the danger here was even greater than anticipated. Lin Qun stopped, coldly watching it. In that moment, an anomaly occurred. The nest, which had been quietly lurking inside his coat, suddenly became agitated. Hiss! A strong, almost ravenous emotion crashed directly into Lin Qun's brain through their mental link. It was not the usual simple hunger, but a frenzied desire encountered with kindred or supplements. Even the 2,000 turbulent acid ants began to emit a synchronized sound of flapping wings, the red light in their compound eyes intensifying. Do you want to eat these things? Lin Qun was startled. These failed products were completely contaminated by the abyss. Ordinary beast tamers would avoid them, as consuming them would definitely lead to mutation. But the nest's reaction now was like seeing a grand feast. Since you want to eat. Lin Qun glanced at the howling corpse dog, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then let's see. With a wave of his hand. Go. Buzz. The coat suddenly billowed and 1,000 turbulent acid ants surged out like a whirlwind of black and purple, slipping into the gaps of the iron cage. There was no strategy, only the most primal act of devouring. A woo. The roar of the 2-headed corpse dog lasted only a second before turning into a wailing scream. Countless flying ants covered its entire body, their sharp mandibles frantically tearing at its putrid flesh. In just 10 seconds, that black iron 8th-stage corpse dog left not a single remnant behind, as if it had never existed in this world. The flying ants that had consumed its flesh and blood underwent visible changes. The dark purple shells of the ants became even more profound in their metallic sheen, faintly exuding a chilling black aura. More importantly was the nest. It lay on Lin Qun's shoulder, not personally feeding, but through the will of the nest its aura was steadily rising. Detected abyssal energy intake. Gene sequence is resonating. Lin Qun watched this scene, his pupils constricting. Resonance. He looked at the nest on his shoulder, and his bold guess became clearer. The abyssal cult revered the abyss while his beast was nourished by abyssal creatures even capable of resonating. This indicated that the source of his power might have a very close relationship with the abyss. Lin Qun recalled the cold gaze from the awakening ceremony that felt as if it could freeze his soul. This is hell for others. Lin Qun stroked the trembling antennae of the nest, soothing its restlessness, but for us this is a buffet. Let's go. We will eat our way through. Lin Qun no longer suppressed the instincts of the swarm. He was like a shepherd walking in the dark herding his flock. 2,000 pulpluinged acid ants swept through the entire passage like a swarm of locusts. The failed products in the iron cages suffered. Whether it was the mutated rats, corpse dogs, or those indescribable stitched monsters, they all became lambs to the slaughter in the face of the pulpluinged acid ants' poison and numerical advantage. They walked and feasted along the way. The nest's aura grew stronger, even becoming somewhat agitated, a sign of energy surplus. Finally, when the last aberrant creature in the iron cage turned into food for the swarm, Lin Qun reached the end of the passage. A faint dark purple light appeared ahead. It was the entrance to a massive underground cavern. Faintly he could hear the sound of arguing inside, along with a wave that made Lin Qun's heart skip a beat. Vibrations. Lin Qun held his breath and recalled the restless swarm back into his coat. He pressed himself against the shadows of the stalactites at the top of the cavern, peering inside. In the next moment, the sinister core hidden beneath the city finally revealed itself before his eyes. The cavern's interior stretched with staggering vastness, nearly twice the size of a football field. Its walls were carved with countless grotesque reliefs, unnameable tentacles, and bulging, all-seeing eyes devouring worlds, a sight rendered especially monstrous in the dim flickering firelight. At the cavern's center rose a black altar towering 10 meters high, encircled by hundreds of black-robed devotees kneeling in silent reverence. Motionless as statues, they bowed devoutly toward the altar's summit, their collective aura coalescing into an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Yet this was not what seized Lin Qun's attention most. Through the microscopic vision of his scout, his gaze locked unflinchingly onto 3 figures standing atop the altar. 3 cultivators radiating bronze-tier spiritual pressure. Lin Qun had studied classified intelligence on the abyssal cult from Su Jin. Its factions fractured, each worshipping a different abyssal deity, locked in perpetual internal strife. And now priests from 3 rival sects stood together. At the ritual's heart stood a frail, wizened elder draped in a dark purple robe embroidered with writhing insect motifs. One eye bulged grotesquely, glowing with an eerie emerald light. His hands, withered like chicken claws, gripped a bone staff. With feverish intensity, his expression rapturous and unhinged. To his left loomed a hulking brute, broad-shouldered, thick-necked, clad in coarse gray beast-hide robes, wearing a necklace of dog teeth, and flanked by a putrid, oozing, rotting abyss hound. To his right stood a slender, effeminate man robed in ink-green serpent-scale fabric, a black venomous snake coiled around his arm, its forked tongue flickering, his gaze sharp and venomous. Though aligned, their tension crackled like drawn swords, palpable, volatile. Suspended upside down 50 meters above the cavern floor, Lin Qun heard their quarrel with chilling clarity. "Hey, insect tooth!" The hound priest impatiently struck the ground with his bone club, producing a dull, hollow thud. "How much longer must we wait? The sacrifices are already secured. Why delay? Better to slaughter them now and feed them to my hound." "Silence, you mangy cur." Insect Tooth whirled about violently, his protruding eye rotated with a sickening click, blazing with malevolent green light. "This is no mere rite. It is a sacred summoning. I feel her resonance here, Mother's pulse. It is divine, absolute, the queen of insects herself. She is within this city. Spare us." The serpent priest sneered, stroking his coiled viper. "You claim that same divine resonance, queen's resonance. Huh, you've gone senile, mistaking some mutated cockroach for prophecy." "Exactly," the hound priest snarled, scowling. "Because of your delusion, our superiors forced us to accompany you to this cursed place. Do you even know where we are? This is Qingmu City, the rear echelon. And stationed here is none other than Longshan Su Jin. Back on the front lines, he single-handedly razed 5 of our strongholds, without blinking an eye. We're perched atop a powder keg. If that mad dragon catches wind of us, we'll be reduced to fertilizer, and I refuse to die for your hallucinations. You understand nothing." Insect Tooth shrieked, his voice piercing like nails dragged across slate, sending tremors through the kneeling devotees below. "This is a once in a thousand years opportunity to locate the source of the resonance. Even sacrificing the entire Qingmu branch would be justified. Once the ritual commences, the abyssal altar stone will tear open a sliver of the abyssal gate, granting me precise coordinates to the origin. And when we deliver that new sovereign to the cult, his desiccated face twisted into an expression of ravenous ecstasy. Our insect mother lineage shall ascend above all others. When the abyss descends, fine, find it then. What do I care? That's your faction's triumph, not mine. Stinking mutt. Don't think I don't know why you were sent. Spies, plain and simple. If you're leaving, leave, now. As their argument raged, Lin Qun, hanging inverted in the cavern's shadowed vault, felt his mind convulse with shockwaves. So that was it. They'd risked infiltration into Qingmu City, not for conquest, but for him. Was it all tied to his hive will? New sovereign. Insect mother resonance. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. Though Su Jin had suppressed the aftershocks of his awakening, these abyssally attuned fanatics had still sensed it, like blood in water. As Lin Qun weighed his options, the unthinkable erupted. A low resonant hum, vrrrnn, shook the air. The abyssal altar stone hovering at the altar's center suddenly convulsed. Once emitting only a faint violet glow, it now erupted with a torrent of pitch-black light, a dense seething column lancing upward toward the cavern ceiling. It moved. It moved. Insect Tooth collapsed to his knees, pounding his forehead against the stone in frenzied worship. Mother has answered me. She answers me. The other two priests recoiled in alarm, faces pale with disbelief and dread. What's happening? The ritual hasn't even begun. How can the resonance be so overwhelming? High above in the vault's deepest shadows, Lin Qun clutched the rock with white-knuckled grip, his face drained of color, cold sweat tracing paths down his temples. For just then his hive will surged uncontrollably, resonating violently with the stone below. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat synced perfectly with the stone's vibration, each pulse hammering against his ribs like a war drum, churning his blood and chi. The stone wasn't answering Insect Tooth. It was answering Lin Qun. Sensing the sovereign's proximity, it rejoiced, exulted, pleaded for return. The resonance was unbearable. Without seizing the stone soon, Lin Qun feared his own heart would burst from his chest. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. He could no longer wait for Su Jin. And with the three priests thrown into disarray by the stone's sudden activation, distracted, fixated, the moment was perfect. Lin Qun activated his comms device, sending Su Jin one final message with precise coordinates. A lifeline nest located. 3 bronze priests feuding. Initiating chaos to stall them. Reinforce immediately. The device blinked once. Reply received 5 minutes. A faint grim smile touched Lin Qun's lips as he tucked the device deep into his coat's inner pocket, then slowly unfastened his collar. Little ones, are you ready? 2,000 violet-winged acid ants stirred restlessly beneath his coat, equally drawn by the stone's call, fervent, battle-hungry. Lin Qun gazed down upon the 3 unsuspecting backs, his expression utterly serene, utterly lethal. Since you seek a new sovereign, then I shall grant your wish. In the next breath, he launched himself downward, not as a man, but as a hunting eagle plummeting from 50 meters, silent, swift, inevitable. Kill. As Lin Qun plummeted through the air, he issued a chilling command. Boom. His black tactical coat suddenly burst open, its hems billowing in the airflow like a death flower blooming in the sky. 2,000 purple-wing acid ants, already poised for action, surged forth like a long-suppressed purple torrent, accompanied by a deafening buzzing sound, instantly enveloping the entire altar. What is happening? The 3 priests below had yet to recover from the abnormal movement of the sacrificial stone when they suddenly felt darkness overhead. Enemy attack. The demon dog priest reacted the quickest, roaring in anger as his beast skin robe inflated instantly, and the rotten demon dog behind him howled, spewing forth a foul, toxic fire. Immediately a shadow twisted beneath his feet, and a slightly smaller, but longer tooth-bone-crushing hound burrowed forth, the 2 canine familiars positioned on either side, attempting to block the descending tide of insects. But it was too slow. Lin Qun's target was not these 3 tough bronze-level warriors, but rather, creating chaos. Target the believers, release the toxic mist. Buzz. The 2,000 flying ants did not engage Hedon, but instead formed a vast net, instantly covering the hundreds of kneeling believers around the altar. Puff, puff, puff. Countless droplets of dark green venom rained down. At the same time, all the flying ants vibrated their wings, atomizing the ghost-faced neurotoxin within them and dispersing it into the air. Puff, puff, puff. Countless droplets of dark green venom rained down. At the same time, all the flying ants vibrated their wings, atomizing the ghost-faced neurotoxin within them and dispersing it into the air. Hundreds of believers only at the black iron level, or even mortal level, cried out and rolled in agony within the toxic mist. The high concentration of hallucination toxin caused them to instantly lose their sanity, mistaking their companions for monsters, and began to frantically turn on each other. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. At the heart of the chaos, Lin Qun, buoyed by the swarming insects, landed steadily at the edge of the altar like a dark crow. The moment he touched down, he did not pause at all. He shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, directly lunging for the floating abyss sacrificial stone at the center of the altar. The desire in Lin Qun's eyes was unabashed. Although he did not know what this stone truly was, the talent within him roared wildly, telling him obtaining it would lead to unimaginable evolution. Damn it, where did this rat come from? The serpent god priest, upon witnessing this, was instantly enraged. He waved his hands, and two shadows shot forth from his sleeves. One was a shadow poison viper coiled around his arm, while the other was a two-headed rock python that burrowed out from the pouch at his waist. The two snake-shaped familiars, one fast and one slow, worked in perfect harmony, cutting off all of Lin Qun's escape routes. Get lost. Lin Qun did not retreat, but instead charged towards the fastest poisonous snake. Just as the poisonous snake was about to strike him, dozens of elite purple wing ants suddenly flew out from his collar, clamping tightly onto the snake's vital points and eyes. Puff. Venom injected. Although it could not kill this bronze-level snake in one hit, it was enough to make its movements freeze for a moment. Taking advantage of that moment, Lin Qun executed a slide, narrowly dodging the strangulation from the two-headed rock python and rushing to the center of the altar. His hand finally touched the cold, pitch-black stone. Thud. The instant his fingertips made contact with the stone, Lin Qun felt as if his soul was being sucked in. A vast ancient energy filled with a desire for domination surged wildly into his body along his arm. It was not pollution, but a form of return. The cocoon will talent within him operated at its peak in that moment, as if it were a key unlocking the stone's lock. Detected high-purity homologous energy. Attempting fusion. Buzz. The sacrificial stone erupted with a world-shattering beam of black light. An aura filled with the absolute pressure of a superior being swept across the field, centered on Lin Qun. Stop. That is a sacred artifact. At this moment, the bug-toothed priest finally reacted. He stared at the figure in black, daring to touch the sacred stone with filthy hands, his single eye nearly splitting from rage. As a priest of the bug mother lineage, he had zero tolerance for any act of blasphemy. Die, blasphemer. The bone staff in the bug-tooth's hand slammed down hard. Crack. The stone slab of the altar shattered, and a flesh-eating sandworm size of a bucket with a mouth full of fangs burrowed up from the ground, opening its spiny maw to bite at Lin Qun's lower body. Simultaneously, a foul wind blew in the air. A winged centipede over 2 meters long, sprouting wings flew out from behind him, its myriad legs slicing through the air like scythes aimed at Lin Qun's head. 2 bronze-level magical beasts. This was a true killing move, sealing off heaven and earth. However, just as the 2 ferocious insect familiars were about to reach Lin Qun, the superior being aura emitted by the sacrificial stone swept over them. Hiss! The once ferocious 2-winged centipede suddenly froze mid-action as if it had encountered a natural enemy, its many legs trembling, and it came to a screeching halt in midair before crashing to the ground, curling up in a ball. The flesh-eating sandworm that had burrowed up from the ground was even more exaggerated. Sensing that aura, it let out a terrified wail, burying its head in the rubble, trembling in fear, not daring to open its mouth towards Lin Qun. This was an absolute suppression stemming from deep within their bloodlines. Although Lin Qun himself was unaware, the aura he now possessed was that of the king of all insect magical beasts. What? The bug-toothed priest, who was preparing to watch Lin Qun being torn apart, was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning, freezing in place. His protruding eye flickered wildly, and eventually green tears streamed down his face. He stared in a daze at his 2 familiars. These 2 fierce creatures, which he had to carefully nurture, were now lying at the feet of that figure in black, like 2 toy dogs. Looking again at the figure in black, he held the sacrificial stone in one hand, surrounded by a halo of dark purple light, with countless purple flying ants swirling around him like guardians. The aura that sent shivers down his soul emanated from this person. That was the aura he had sought for a lifetime. That is. The bug-toothed priest's legs turned weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, the bone staff in his hand clattering to the floor. He gazed at the figure surrounded by insects on the altar, the killing intent in his eyes dissipating in an instant, replaced by extreme fervor, shock, and reverence. Insect Mother Aura, the new king. You have truly descended. Meanwhile, on the other side, the demon dog priest and the serpent god priest did not share this racial filter. They only saw the sacrificial stone being snatched away and the bug-toothed familiars inexplicably lying down. Bug-tooth, what are you doing? The demon dog priest roared, watching the believers who were suffering greatly in the toxic mist, his heart bleeding. What's wrong with your familiars? Hurry and kill this brat. That's the sacrificial stone. If we lose it, we'll all die. Hiss. The serpent god priest also glared at Lin Qun with malice. Stop talking nonsense. This brat is a bit strange. Let's go all out. We'll tear him to shreds first. Roar. The rotten demon dogbone crushing hound, shadow poison viper, and 2-headed rock python. 4 bronze-level familiars filled with terrifying killing intent lunged towards Lin Qun in the center of the altar. Lin Qun gripped the stone, feeling the energy within him still in turmoil. Faced with the assault of 4 bronze-level familiars, even with 2,000 flying ants, he could not possibly withstand it in this confined space. This was a certain death situation. However, Lin Qun glanced at the kneeling, trembling bug-tooth, then at the two insect familiars lying at his feet. Though he did not understand why these two giant insects did not attack him, he was an absolute pragmatist. Since they did not bite him, it meant they were afraid of him. Since they feared me. Lin Qun's lips curled into a strange smile. Guard me. These two words were an inviolable divine decree for the bug-tooth, who had already slipped into a state of self-delusion and fervor. The bug-tooth suddenly raised his head. The dry-aged face instantly morphed from ecstasy and reverence to an unmasked, fierce, killing intent, not towards Lin Qun, but towards his two companions. At this moment, Lin Qun was the only god in his heart. And those two who dared to attack the god. You heretics. All must die. Boom. With his will, the previously lying two-winged centipede and flesh-eating sandworm suddenly sprang. They did not dare to attack Lin Qun, but they showed no fear towards the familiars of the other two lineages. The massive body of the flesh-eating sandworm lashed out like a whip, striking the charging rotten demon dog, and the two-winged centipede transformed into a flash of black lightning, its myriad legs acting like blades, instantly ensnaring the two-headed rock python and viciously tearing at it. Bang! Bang! The violent collision reverberated across the altar. Bug-tooth, are you insane? The demon dog priest stared in disbelief at the scene. What are you doing? How dare you strike me? I am guarding. The bug-tooth's eyes were bloodshot, looking crazed as he commanded the two bronze-level familiars, positioning them recklessly in front of Lin Qun. Anyone who dares to approach my lord will be crushed and swallowed whole. Madness. Utter madness. The serpent god priest's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Qun stood at the center of the chaos, clutching the warm stone, watching this absurd and frenzied scene unfold. Is this the power of faith? He sneered, stuffing the sacrificial stone into his bosom and glancing at the time on the communicator. Su Jin has 3 minutes left. That's enough. 3 minutes remaining. Lin Qun stood at the center of the altar, feeling the warm rhythm emanating from the sacrificial stone in his arms. He glanced at the communicator in his hand, the signal bars fluctuating wildly, the screen displaying the final positioning distance sent by Su Jin, just 500 meters directly above. Boom. A dull roar echoed from deep within the high rock layers as if thunder rolled across the sky. The entire underground cavern trembled violently. With this sound, countless stalactites breaking off and crashing into the blood pool below, sending waves splashing several meters high. That was the sound of Dragon Mountain advancing. The pressure of a golden-level powerhouse, even through the thick layers of earth, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain. That madman is coming. The demon dog priest's face turned pale. He was all too familiar with this aura. Quick! Forget the sacrificial stone. Take the items and leave quickly. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Leave? Where to? The serpent god priest's venomous gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qun, shielded by the swarm of insects along with the mad old man blocking Lin Qun's front. The sacrificial stone is in his hands. That is the key to opening the abyss door. If we lose it, returning will be a dead end. Kill them. Retrieve it and retreat. Kill. As the two bronze-level priests roared in anger, 4 bronze-level beasts erupted with fierce intent. The rotten demon dog opened its blood-filled maw, spewing forth a corrosive, venomous fire capable of melting steel. The bone-crushing hound transformed into a gray shadow, targeting the lower body. The shadow poison viper lurked in the darkness, waiting for the right moment, while the massive two-headed rock python charged like a heavy tank, rumbling across the ground toward the altar. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the insect tooth seemed so small, but it did not retreat. No one will harm my master. The insect tooth gripped the broken bone staff tightly with its dry hands, its bulging eye glaring fiercely, emanating a chilling green light, while the other murky eye burned with a frenzied flame of faith. With my flesh and blood, I shall feed the insect's soul. It murmured softly, then suddenly thrust the bone staff into its chest. Thud! Blood sprayed forth, but instead of falling to the ground, it instantly ignited into a ghastly green flame. Forbidden art, life, sacrifice. The insect tooth let out a heart-wrenching scream, its skin visibly shriveling and turning gray, as if all its life force was being drained in that instant. Yet this immense life energy surged through the contract, frantically pouring into its two beasts. The previously suppressed double-winged centipede and flesh-eating sandworm instantly doubled in size. The shell of the double-winged centipede exploded, growing more menacing bone spikes, and its hundreds of legs generated a green wind blade as they slashed. Meanwhile, the flesh-eating sandworm underwent a sudden mutation, its once soft skin now covered with a thick hardened layer, spewing forth a dense cloud of acidic mist. Temporary level increase, bronze level 8 frenzied. Get away from me. The insect tooth bled from its 7 orifices, appearing like a vengeful spirit. Boom. The frenzied flesh-eating sandworm suddenly burst from the ground, biting down on the charging two-headed rock python. The two massive creatures rolled and tore at each other beneath the altar, rocks shattering and flesh flying everywhere. The double-winged centipede transformed into a green whirlwind, charging recklessly into the encirclement of the two demon dogs. It ignored the fangs sinking into its body, its legs slicing through the enemy's flesh with manic ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions echoed throughout the cavern. This was a completely uneven battle. The insect tooth was sacrificing its life for time, a desperate counterattack against two foes. Madman, this old lunatic. The demon dog priest watched his beloved beasts being torn to shreds, trembling with rage. Is it worth it for some wild brat that came out of nowhere? It's worth it. The insect tooth knelt on the ground, coughing up black blood, its voice weak, yet terrifying. You all have faith. How can you not understand? 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Lin Qun stood at the center of the altar, coldly observing the bloody scene before him. The vibrations above intensified, and he could even see massive cracks appearing in the rock layers, debris raining down like raindrops. Su Jin's drilling speed exceeded expectations. Lin Qun's gaze fell upon the insect tooth. This old man was nearing his end. The forbidden art had drained all his life force. Now he resembled a dying oil lamp, barely hanging on by a thread. But one must admit he was indeed a competent meat shield. He single-handedly held off two bronze-level powerhouses beneath the altar, not allowing them to inch closer to Lin Qun. What a good dog, Lin Qun thought to himself. But then he narrowed his eyes, a killing intent flashing. However, you cannot live. If Su Jin descended and saw this scene, a bronze priest of a cult fighting desperately to protect Lin Qun, even sacrificing his life, how would Lin Qun explain it? Would he say it was due to his charisma, or that the old man had mistaken him for someone else? It simply couldn't be explained. In the eyes of the authorities, this would be collusion. This would serve as ironclad evidence that Lin Qun was the holy son, or an important figure of the cult. At that time, not only would the sacrificial stone be lost, but he himself would be captured for dissection, and secrets can only be kept by the dead. Lin Qun's gaze was resolute, his killing intent unmasked. He slowly raised his hand. The 2,000 purple-winged acid ants beneath his coat had already regrouped, making a hungry rustling sound in the darkness. Lin Qun's voice rang in the insect tooth's ear, authoritative, cold, and unquestionable. The insect tooth struggling, and Lin Qun's voice rang in the insect tooth's ear, authoritative, cold, and unquestionable. The insect tooth, struggling and coughing blood, suddenly shook, turning its head with great difficulty. Its dried bark-like face was smeared with blood, but the gaze directed at Lin Qun was still filled with fervent admiration. My master, the old servant, can't hold on much longer. You've done well. Lin Qun looked at it, his tone calm, as if pronouncing a divine decree. I have received your law. Now I shall grant you your final glory. Glory. The insect tooth was momentarily stunned, then its eyes burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Return to the mother body, merge with me. Lin Qun extended his hand, pointing at it. This is my highest reward for you. Upon hearing this, the insect tooth felt no fear. Instead, it trembled all over with extreme excitement. Being consumed by God did not signify death, but rather a return to the mother body, a means of achieving immortality, becoming part of the divine. This was the ultimate goal that countless believers yearned for. Really, is it possible? The insect tooth wept tears of joy, trembling as it lifted the forbidden art, even causing the two beasts that were still tearing at each other to cease their attacks. It crawled toward Lin Qun like the most devout of pilgrims, bowing with every step, completely exposing its neck. This was the ultimate goal that countless believers yearned for. Really, is it possible? The insect tooth wept tears of joy, trembling as it lifted the forbidden art, even causing the two beasts. This old thing has completely lost its mind. Just as the insect tooth reached Lin Qun's feet. 10 seconds remaining. Lin Qun glanced at the collapsing rock layers above, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Devour. 2,000 long-starved, purple-winged acid ants, like a black waterfall, instantly engulfed the kneeling insect. No screams. Only the chilling sound of chewing, along with the insect tooth's final sigh, filled with happiness and relief. Mother. 5 seconds remaining. This bronze-level cult priest, along with his two beasts that had lost their master's control, was completely devoured by the frenzied swarm. Not even a bone fragment remained. A vast energy so immense it caused Lin Qun's meridians to ache, instantly flowed back, the essence of a bronze-level beast master's life. Ugh! Lin Qun groaned forcibly, suppressing the rampaging spiritual energy within him. Once, he adjusted his coat, recalling all the insects within, feigning exhaustion, as if about to collapse. In the next moment, boom! The entire top of the cavern exploded. Countless massive stones enveloped in dust fell, creating a terrifying crack that split the heavens and the earth. Longshan! It's Longshan! Both the demon hound priest and the serpent god priest gazed upon the figure standing atop the colossal dragon's head, their eyes filled only with despair. The name Longshan carried immense renown, whether on the front lines or within the abyssal cult's inner hierarchy, earned not through title or decree but through bloodshed. A golden-tier cultivator, battle-hardened, forged in the crucible of the abyssal front, was utterly beyond the reach of two lowly bronze-tier priests like themselves. Had it not been for what transpired in the abyss years ago, Lin Qun would never have appeared here. Run! Scout! The demon hound priest roared, abandoning even his battered spirit beasts, and bolted toward a hidden passage deep within the cavern. The serpent god priest acted with even greater decisiveness, bellowing a command to trigger the self-detonation of his twin-headed rock python, intending to cloak his escape in smoke and chaos. Do you truly believe you can flee? Su Jin, standing calmly atop the dragon's head, adjusted the gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, his tone as detached as if observing two frantic ants scurrying across a stone floor. He raised his right hand and pressed downward into empty air. Gravity field. Boom. The air within 100 meters instantly thickened, solidifying into a weight heavier than tempered steel. The demon hound priest, sprinting desperately, felt as though a mountain had slammed onto his back. His knees buckled, and the sickening crunch of shattered kneecaps echoed clearly. The serpent god priest fared even worse, crushed flat beneath the crushing force. His internal organs wailed in silent agony. Not even a single finger could twitch. He couldn't even command his spirit beast to self-destruct. This was the domain technique of a golden-tier cultivator. Within this gravity field, no living being could move, except those Su Jin chose to spare. Roar! Beneath Su Jin's feet, the mountain-shaking earth dragon emitted a low, resonant growl and swept its massive tail with casual indifference. Thud! Thud! Those remaining bronze-tier spirit beasts, the rotting demon hounds and the twin-headed rock python, were flung aside like brittle toys, slamming into the cavern wall and collapsing into pulpy ruin. One strike. Total annihilation. The entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds. Leave them alive, Su Jin said, leaping down from the dragon's head, his black trench coat billowing effortlessly even within the oppressive gravity field. He strode forward to stand before the two paralyzed priests, his gaze icy and unyielding. Speak. Why did you come to Qingmo? What else is hidden within this stronghold? HRK. The demon hound priest lifted his blood-smeared face with great effort, yet a wild, mocking glint flickered in his eyes. Su Jin, do you truly think you've won? We are merely vanguards. When the true abyss descends, every one of you shall perish. Before the final word left his lips, both priests convulsed violently, their skin rippling as though swarming with unseen worms. TCH. Su Jin's brow furrowed as he moved to intervene, but it was already too late. Pop! Pop! Their skulls exploded like overripe melons, splattering black ichor across the cavern floor. And behind them, the surviving cultists, like puppets severed from their strings, suddenly hemorrhaged from all 7 orifices and collapsed in mass. Damn it! Su Jin stared at the carnage, his expression grim. These fanatics grow faster and more ruthless with each passing cycle. Not a single shred of intelligence had escaped. Of the entire G4 stronghold, Lin Qun alone remained alive. Su Jin turned, his gaze cutting through the dust-choked air, to settle upon Lin Qun, slumped motionless at the edge of the altar, seemingly drained of all spiritual energy. In that instant, Lin Qun felt as though pinned beneath the unblinking gaze of an ancient primordial beast. He carefully regulated his breath and pulse, striving to appear exactly what he pretended to be, a genuine survivor utterly spent of spiritual reserves. Su Jin approached step by deliberate step, each footfall resonating like a hammer striking Lin Qun's own heartbeat. He halted before him, not immediately examining Lin Qun's wounds, but slowly scanning the surrounding ruins. There lay a fresh pool of blood, and faint, almost imperceptible traces of acid corrosion, the spot where Chong Yazi had died. A battle occurred here moments ago, Su Jin observed, his voice devoid of inflection. A fierce one. 3 bronze-tier priests, 2 committed suicide. Where's the third? Lin Qun's heart tightened. Here it comes. He forced himself upright, coughed twice, and rasped hoarsely. The third was slain by his own comrades. By his own comrades. Su Jin arched an eyebrow. Yes. Lin Qun lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with just the right measure of bewildered relief. An old man suddenly gone mad attacked the other 2 without warning. He seemed lost in delusion, shouting madly about my lord and mother. In the end, he unleashed a forbidden art, annihilating himself along with their spirit beasts. Half-truth, half-fabrication, the highest art of deception. Su Jin held Lin Qun's gaze for 5 full seconds, his eyes hidden behind those lenses, piercing, searching, unrelenting. Lin Qun met his stare unflinchingly. Silence stretched taut and heavy, until at last Su Jin withdrew his gaze, and the suffocating pressure dissolved like mist. Abyssal corruption does indeed warp the mind, Su Jin remarked coolly, appearing to accept the explanation. You survived. That alone speaks of considerable fortune. He made no further inquiry about the missing priest, nor how Lin Qun had endured the violent implosion among 3 bronze-tier cultivators. For sometimes the outcome renders the process irrelevant. What mattered was that Lin Qun had fulfilled his mission brilliantly. The entire stronghold had been eradicated, not a single rat escaped. For sometimes the outcome renders the process irrelevant. What mattered was that Lin Qun had fulfilled his mission brilliantly. Lin Qun hesitated, then grasped that broad calloused palm and rose to his feet. Mission accomplished. Su Jin surveyed the smoldering ruins and tapped his comm device. Cleanup team enter and seal off G4. Then he turned to Lin Qun, and for once a faint rare smile touched his lips. As agreed, your bounty will be deposited into your account. Then with a subtle gesture, Su Jin pointed to Lin Qun's bulging chest, where the ritual stone now rested concealed within his robes. Lin Qun's heart lurched violently. Instinctively, he tried to conceal it. But Su Jin merely clapped his shoulder, his tone layered with quiet significance. Some things once taken must be kept well hidden, or they may devour you whole. With that, he turned and walked toward the colossal mountain-shaking earth dragon. Let's go. This air reeks. No place for a young man. Lin Qun stood rooted in place, watching Su Jin's tall, retreating silhouette, his back drenched in cold sweat. Did he know? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Yet it no longer mattered. What mattered was Su Jin's tacit acceptance, an unspoken accord, and something more, an investment. Lin Qun's fingers brushed the searing warmth of the stone nestled against his chest, and in his eyes ambition blazed sharp and unyielding. This round, he had won. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the mottled walls of the red brick house. When Lin Qun returned to the base, it was already 8 in the morning. He locked the iron door, pulled down the curtains, and released a few reconnaissance ants to guard the courtyard. Only after confirming that there were no tails or surveillance in the vicinity did he finally relax his tense back that had been rigid all night, collapsing onto the old sofa. Fatigue surged over him like a tide, yet his spirit was exhilarated to the point of trembling. Ding! The communicator vibrated slightly. Lin Qun picked it up to see a notification of a bank deposit. Your account, ending in 9527, received a deposit of 35000 federal coins at 0805. Remark, well done. 350,000. Lin Qun stared at the string of zeros and exhaled heavily. In this city, a typical family's annual expenditure is only about 30 to 40,000. This amount of money was enough for him to buy the highest grade supplies, and he could even attempt to purchase a bronze grade life crystal on the black market. Su Jin's generosity, rather than being a bounty, was more of a tacit support for a promising and rule-abiding junior. However, Lin Qun knew very well that the numbers in his card were merely accessories. The real treasure was radiating a heart-racing heat in his arms. Lin Qun carefully took out the fist-sized abyssal sacrificial stone from the inside of his trench coat. Free from the altar's suppression, the stone seemed to come alive at this moment. It was pitch black all over, with a texture between metal and living tissue, its surface densely covered with dark purple veins. As Lin Qun breathed, those veins actually undulated slightly, emitting wisps of black smoke. Hiss! The mother nest in his arms could no longer contain itself and burst out from under the trench coat. Its compound eyes turned completely blood-red at that moment, embodying extreme greed and instinctive call. It circled frantically around the sacrificial stone, emitting a buzzing sound that carried a scale not of this world. I know you want it, and I want it too. Lin Qun whispered. He could feel the nest well within him, cheering and urging. He sat cross-legged, placing the sacrificial stone on his knees and slowly covering it with his hands. Eat it. Boom. The moment the command was given, the mother nest lunged at the stone. The originally hard sacrificial stone melted away like snow upon touching the mother nest. It transformed into a viscous, ink-like black liquid rushing into the mother nest through its mouthparts and the gaps in its shell. Gurgle, gurgle. The energy within the sacrificial stone began to pour into the mother nest at an astonishing speed. As the devouring continued, the mother nest's body was enveloped in a thick black cocoon. Energy material detected in the abyssal core area. Bloodline recursion in progress. Lin Qun's brain exploded in an instant. A cold power that made his soul tremble surged along the contract link like a roaring, cursed dragon, crashing violently into his limbs. Ugh! Cough! Lin Qun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his entire body curling into a shrimp-like shape due to the excruciating pain. He saw it. Deep in his consciousness, at the moment the stone was devoured, he seemed to witness an ancient and desolate scroll. It was a black island floating on an endless sea of blood, with billions of massive insect-like monsters kneeling at the shore, worshipping a shadow in the center of the island that resembled a mountain range. The aura emanating from that shadow in the darkness was exactly the same as the power within him at this moment. More precisely, it shared the same origin as the mother nest's aura. Pain. Pain that penetrated to the marrow. It felt like his body was being forcibly disassembled and reassembled. Lin Qun felt every cell in his body shatter under the black energy, then be repainted with a deep purple layer. A layer of fine insect shell-like dark patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, vanishing in an instant. His spiritual energy circuit, under the cleansing of this immense power, expanded from a small stream to a roaring river. In front of him, the changes in the mother nest were even more astonishing. A large amount of black silk erupted from its body, wrapping it into a gigantic black cocoon 2 meters tall. On the cocoon's shell, countless grotesque, ghostly patterns appeared. Each ghostly face seemed to howl, absorbing the stray spiritual energy from the surrounding space. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact came from within the cocoon, each tremor causing the windows of the old house to shake. 2 hours. For a full 2 hours, Lin Qun teetered on the edge of pain and hallucination. Until that moment, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black cocoon. Beastmaster Evolution Abyss Popluinged Ant Queen Potential Assessment Grade D Current Level Black Iron Level 6. The black cocoon crumbled into dust. Beastmaster Evolution Abyss Popluinged Ant Queen Potential Assessment Grade D Current Level Black Iron Level 6. The black cocoon crumbled into dust absorbed within. A brand new mother nest floated in midair. It was no longer bloated but displayed a sleek, powerful form. Newly awakened trait Insect Emperor's Pressure comprehends the universal skill Mental Dread for Lord-level creatures, and for all insect monsters below its level. Newly awakened trait Insect Emperor's Pressure comprehends the universal skill Mental Dread for Lord-level creatures, and for all insect monsters below its level. Attributes forcibly decrease by 40 upon entering its 100-meter range, with a high probability of falling into a submissive state. Offspring assimilation. All offspring hatched from this mother nest will inherit a trace of the Insect Emperor's bloodline, greatly enhancing their attributes. With the evolution of the mother nest, Lin Qun felt a clarity in his spiritual platform, as the pure energy flowing back pushed his level upwards like a bulldozer. Beastmaster Level Breakthrough Black Iron Level 6. Lin Qun slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, cracking sounds echoing between his knuckles. He felt that his current physical strength could withstand a blow from a Black Iron Level 9 beast, without dying, far exceeding the physical strength of ordinary beast masters at the same level. He waved his hand, and the mother nest affectionately landed on his shoulder. Black Iron Level 6. Now we are the same. After absorbing the Abyssal Sacrificial Stone, the mother nest level jumped to Black Iron Level 6, synchronizing with Lin Qun's own Beastmaster level, while far surpassing the other Popluinged acid ants in the colony. Now it's time to take stock of my army, Lin Qun thought, and at his command 2,000 Popluinged acid ants surged from the inside of his trench coat. Buzz! The entire room was instantly engulfed by a purple tide. At this moment, these offspring had also undergone mutations. Their limbs became longer and sharper, and dark purple patterns flowed subtly across their shells. Their size had also increased significantly, with each one now measuring about the size of half a palm. What was even more chilling was their now sturdier and sharper mandibles, equipped with barbs and corrosive liquid capable of instilling fear with every snap. If they took a bite, this was no longer just an insect. This was a reaper crawling out of hell. Lin Qun walked to the window, his cold gaze fixed outside. In the distance, in the western outskirts of the city, he could vaguely see the towering structure looming amidst the ruins. Ghost-faced demon spider. Lin Qun stroked his chin, a chilling glint in his eyes. It's time to settle the score for the last time. But for now, Lin Qun pulled the curtains. He'll take a nap first. In this slumber, Lin Qun slept deeply. There were no dreams, only the profound darkness enveloping his consciousness, as if returning to the womb. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Lin Qun sat up from the sofa, crackling. A series of explosive sounds like popping beans erupted from his bones. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength in his fingertips, convincing him that he could perhaps hold his ground against low-tier magical beasts with sheer physical might. Lin Qun walked to the mirror. The person in the mirror, though unchanged in features and still handsome, emanated a completely different aura. Cold, sharp, and dangerous. His skin, which had once appeared pale due to long-term malnutrition, now exhibited a texture akin to cold jade. Deep within his pupils, a hint of purple light flickered, his gaze icy, possessing a murderous intent not typical of an ordinary high school student. That was a gaze only someone who had taken lives could possess. Gurgle. A strong wave of hunger surged. The cost of evolution was a massive expenditure of energy. Without hesitation, Lin Qun picked up his phone and opened the food delivery app, ordering 10 servings of high-calorie, grade beef magical beast rice. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Lin Qun swept through the food like a whirlwind. After satisfying his hunger, the heat within his body finally subsided. The body is adjusted to its peak. Next is the resources. Lin Qun glanced at the enticing balance in his bank card. In the world of beastmasters, hoarding money was the most foolish behavior. Only by converting money into resources and strength is the hard truth. He opened the internal shop app of the Beastmaster Association, one of the privileges given to him by Su Jin. His fingers moved swiftly. Purchase grade insect nutrient solution X 10 sets. Unit price 5,000. Purchase black gold or powder X 50 kilograms. Unit price 1,000. Purchase storage ring 27 cubic meters. Unit price 150000. Because insect-type magical beasts generally have low potential and few awakenings, low-grade insect nutrient solutions are very cheap. Yet even so, in just 10 minutes Lin Qun spent 250,000. Especially that storage ring, though outrageously expensive and nearly consuming half of his savings, was essential. Storage equipment is a necessity for high-level beastmasters. Not only does it ensure ample resources when entering secret realms, but it also greatly facilitates the collection of spoils. Delivery address: Southern Industrial District, expedited. Because of the VIP privileges at the association, merely an hour later a small drone airdropped the supplies and Lin Qun donned the dark ring, intricately engraved, packing all the nutrient solutions, or powders, and miscellaneous items into it. Then he opened a bottle of the 5,000 yuan grade insect nutrient solution. It was a viscous emerald green liquid exuding an enticing fragrance. "You're welcome." Lin Qun poured it into his palm. Buzz. The mother nest and several elite guard ants immediately approached, greedily consuming this precious supplement. With the infusion of the nutrient solution, the dark golden patterns on the mother nest's back became even more radiant, and a faint layer of energy shield appeared on its surface. Energy reserves 100, overflow state, all combat morale high. Very good. Lin Qun nodded in satisfaction. Though the nutrient solution could not grant the ant swarm any evolution, it was an excellent supplement for replenishing energy and restoring their state, which could be life-saving at critical moments. He put on the signature black tactical coat, pulling the hood down to cover most of his face. At this moment it was deep into the night. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the entire Qingmu city was engulfed in a hazy darkness. It was indeed a perfect night for slaughter. "Let's go." Lin Qun pushed open the rusty iron gate, and in a flash disappeared into the vast night. 20 minutes later, west of the city in the abandoned building district. This place had once been a scar left by developers fleeing, and now it was a hotspot for urban legends. The enormous steel and concrete skeletons lay bare in the air, resembling the corpses of giant beasts. In the deepest part, the main building was covered in a thick layer of white spider silk. These webs trembled slightly in the night wind, and any creature that touched them would instantly become prey. Not long ago Lin Qun had tasted his only defeat since awakening right here. But today he had returned. Hunglong Plaza, at the bottom of an abandoned building. The light here was much dimmer than outside, and looking up, the former mall's atrium had been sealed off by thick white spider silk resembling a giant spider's den. Occasionally a nameless bird would mistakenly fly in, only to be stuck, instantly followed by a sharp appendage emerging from the shadows, dragging it into the darkness. This was the forbidden zone of the West City ruins. It was also the hunting ground of the ghost-faced demon spider. Lin Qun stood on a high ground 300 meters away from the main building, coldly watching that giant spider web. Hiss! Seemingly sensing the presence of a living being, several palm-sized ghost-faced young spiders crawled out from the outer webs. They waved their spear-like limbs, emitting warning hisses. If it were an ordinary beast master, they would likely have begun summoning their beasts to prepare for battle by now. But Lin Qun merely focused his mind, and the purple wing ant queen crawled out from his collar. Spreading its wings to the sky, a soul-shaking hiss reverberated from the ant queen's mouth. Hiss! An invisible, terrifying pressure stemming from deep within the bloodline surged from around the ant queen, spreading instantaneously. Ability activated. Insect Emperor's pressure. The once fierce young spiders suddenly froze in their movements. Then, as if encountering a natural enemy, their 8 legs trembled uncontrollably, and they all uniformly collapsed onto the web, not daring to raise their heads, while the silk uncontrollably sprayed out, producing plaintive whimpers. Before the aura of the Insect Emperor, these ordinary insects did not even have the qualification to stand. This is imperial power. Lin Qun looked at the trembling spiders, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He ignored these small minions and instead looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of spider silk, locking onto the enormous shadow atop the main building. There a pair of crimson eyes was slowly opening. The Black Iron 9th tier lord clearly sensed the unsettling. "Old friend, it's time to wake up." Lin Qun slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the building. "All units advance. This time no need for tactics. Give me a direct push." Buzz! The black windbreaker exploded. 2,000 fully armed purple wing acid ants, having bathed in abyssal energy, descended like a purple thundercloud filled with vengeful fury, crashing towards that massive spider nest. Buzz! The air trembled. The purple torrent formed by 2,000 purple-winged acid ants did not charge chaotically like an ordinary swarm, but rather split into several drill-like spiral formations in the air, fiercely piercing into the massive white spider web from all directions. Hiss! Hiss! Countless small spiders that had originally been perched on the web attempted to resist. Yet under the terrifying pressure of the Insect Emperor's might, their movements were as slow as if they were in slow motion. Before the venomous fangs which they had once prided themselves on could even strike, they were instantly crushed by the diving purple-winged ants. Crack! PFF! The sound of cracking shells and splattering fluids echoed. This was not a war. This was a massacre. Ziz! The poplunged ant swarm spat out a potent acid enhanced by the abyss. The webs so tough that even steel blades struggled to cut through, dissolved, and broke apart instantly upon contact with the dark purple acid like a hot knife slicing through butter. In just half a minute, the silkworm cave that had once terrified countless low-ranked beast tamers was now riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse under the baptism of acid and sharp teeth. Roar! The shadow on the rooftop could no longer sit still. Accompanied by a furious and piercing roar, the over 5-meter-long ghost-faced demon spider crashed down. Thud! Dust billowed. Its 8 spear-like legs deeply pierced into the concrete ground, while the pale human face pattern on its back twisted violently, and its 8 crimson compound eyes fixed intently on the tiny human not far away. Its 8 compound eyes stared intently at the diminutive human below, glinting with cruelty and confusion. It remembered this human. The little snack that had slipped away from its jaws half a month ago. Who would have thought that today it would come right to its door? PFF. The ghost-faced demon spider's abdomen suddenly contracted, and a pale white silk as thick as a wrist shot toward Lin Qun like an arrow. This silk was extremely sticky and contained paralyzing toxins, though once it made contact, even a black iron tier 9 beast would find it difficult to escape. However, Lin Qun stood still, not even blinking, with his hands still in his trenchcoat pockets. Buzz. He didn't need to give any extra commands. The dozens of elite flying ants that had been circling around him instantly appeared before him, as if teleporting. They did not evade, but instead opened their mandibles, directly unleashing multiple streams of purple acid that converged in midair, instantly forming a barrier of acid. Sizzle! The deadly silk pierced into the acid barrier, and before it could even touch the hem of Lin Qun's clothing, it was corroded into a stinking puddle of white liquid that plopped down onto the ground. Hissing! A trace of extremely human-like astonishment flashed in the ghost-faced demon spider's compound eyes. Its strongest control method was dissolved by saliva. Surprised, Lin Qun stepped over the water on the ground, gradually advancing towards it. The surrounding poplunged ants were crazily slaughtering its small spider offspring with screams rising and falling, yet Lin Qun's footsteps were as clear as if treading upon its heart. Half a month ago you looked at me the same way. Lin Qun stopped 10 meters away from it, slowly lifting his head, his gaze colder than the abyss. Back then I thought you were invincible, but now it seems. Lin Qun's lips curled into a mocking smile. You are merely a slightly larger piece of trash. Boom. The moment his words fell, the abyss poplunged ant queen which had been lying on Lin Qun's shoulder moved. It did not enlarge its body, but transformed into an imperceptible dark purple shadow, vanishing in an instant. The next second, PFF, one of the ghost-faced demon spider's compound eyes burst instantly. Hiss! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. The ghost-faced demon spider frantically waved its 8 legs, attempting to attack the invisible enemy. PFF, PFF, PFF. The sounds of successive explosions rang out. The joints, compound eyes, and mandibles of the ghost-faced demon spider, the most vulnerable parts of its body, erupted in a spray of blood. As it struggled frantically, a strange toxin invaded its nerves through the wounds. Ability activated ghost-faced neurotoxin. The movements of the ghost-faced demon spider began to stiffen, and the once fierce human face pattern on its back twisted into a bizarre, crying expression. It saw hallucinations. In its vision, this human was no longer food, but a terrifying insect demon rising from a sea of blood, impossible to behold. Fear. The fear that originated from its soul completely shattered this lord-level beast. It no longer attacked, but turned around, dragging its broken body, attempting to crawl back to the rooftop nest to escape. Thinking of running, Lin Qun's gaze turned icy. Too late. He snapped his fingers. Devour it. Buzz. The 2,000 poplunged ants that had already finished off the minions instantly transformed into a massive purple whirlwind, completely engulfing the escaping ghost-faced demon spider. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of teeth grinding echoed through the abandoned building. It was the sound of countless sharp teeth gnawing at shells and flesh. The ghost-faced demon spider's cries faded from high-pitched to weak, finally disappearing entirely, leaving only the buzzing of the swarm feeding. In just 1 minute, the purple swarm dispersed, returning to stand behind Lin Qun. The once invincible black iron tier 9 lord had its flesh completely devoured, leaving only a tattered skeleton. Ding. Lord killed black iron tier 9 ghost-faced demon spider. Gained a large amount of experience. The purple swarm dispersed, returning to stand behind Lin Qun. The once invincible black iron tier 9 lord had its flesh completely devoured, leaving only a tattered skeleton. Lin Qun looked at the massive skeleton before him, feeling no ripple in his heart. He stepped forward and searched the abdominal area of the pile of bones. Soon a fist-sized bag emitting a faint green glow was dug out. Ghost-faced venom sac, premium description, the essence venom sac of the black iron tier 9 ghost-faced demon spider, containing potent neurotoxins. Soon a fist-sized bag emitting a faint green glow was dug out. Ghost-faced venom sac premium description, the essence venom sac of the black iron tier 9 ghost. In addition, he also found a clump of unexpelled high-toughness spider silk gland. With a thought, Lin Qun's storage ring flashed with a faint light, collecting all the spoils. This was the reason he had spent a large sum to buy a storage ring. After defeating a monster carrying a load back home was too embarrassing and too dangerous. Mission accomplished. Lin Qun turned around looking at the now completely cleared ruins. Is this the taste of power? Lin Qun clenched his fist, feeling the energy within him boiling again due to the slaughter. The bottleneck of black iron tier 6 seemed to have loosened a bit. Not enough, still not enough. The secret realm is the world of the swarms. 1 week later. In the central square of Qingmu City, the bustling commercial plaza was under strict lockdown today. A massive holographic projection floated in midair, continuously displaying the profiles of participants from various schools. Outside, the cordon, a sea of onlookers and media reporters gathered. Within the cordon were thousands of elite high school seniors from the city and surrounding areas. The air was filled with restlessness, excitement, and the unique pride of the young beast tamers. Lin Qun stood at the edge of the crowd, still wearing his black tactical coat with the brim pulled low, hands in his pockets, as if he were out of place amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere. In the past week, Lin Qun had not stirred up any trouble. He had merely swept through the territory of the human-faced spider and steadily consumed the accumulated resources. Although his level did not increase further this week, he had become more adept at managing his enhanced physique and the vast. Moreover, after digesting all resources and spoils, the toxicity capabilities, defense, and scale of the ant colony had been enhanced. Lin Qun was confident that with his current self he could stand a chance against a bronze-level powerhouse like Chuang Yazi, perhaps even turn the tables. He lifted his head and glanced at the towering 20-meter-high spatial transmission portal in the center of the square. That was the entrance to this year's 100 Schools competition's secret realm. Does everyone understand the rules? On the high platform, a uniformed association examiner held a megaphone, his voice booming. The venue for this 100 Schools competition is a large secret realm created by the Beast Tamer Association, integrating dozens of beginner secret realms. It possesses the difficulty of a beginner secret realm and the scale of a large secret realm. This competition is not only to test your learning outcomes over the past 3 years and provide starter resources for novice beast tamers, but also to serve as a basis for admissions into various universities. It operates on a point system. Killing magical beasts, collecting resources, and plundering others' beacons will all earn you points. There is only one taboo: no intentional murder within the secret realm. Of course, the secret realm is blind and casualties are inevitable. You who have signed the life and death contract bear the responsibility for your lives. At this point, the examiner paused, his gaze sweeping over the spirited novices below. Additionally, there is a hard threshold for this selection. Only silver level and below beast tamers may participate. Lin Qun's eyes narrowed slightly under his hood. Only silver level and below. Since it was stated this way, it indicated that some geniuses from the same cohort had already reached silver level or above, and they were either not allowed or looked down upon for coming to such a low-level secret realm. Perhaps they had already been recruited by top universities. He glanced at his panel level, which was only at black iron tier 6, and then touched the plumed ant queen in his pocket, capable of instantly killing beasts of the same level and even going toe-to-toe with the lord-level human-faced spider. This rule suits me quite well. This was no competition. It was clearly throwing him, a hungry wolf from the abyss, into a pen full of sheep. On the other side of the crowd in the core area, several highly regarded small groups had gathered. Brother Wang, this time you are definitely the top student from our southwest region. Exactly. Brother Wang has awakened the A-level talent lightning elemental spirit, guaranteeing at least a gold level in the future. If it weren't for the need to farm more rare resources in this stitched secret realm, he would have probably been directly recruited already. A group of well-dressed students surrounded a tall young man with a buzz cut, showering him with flattery. The young man was named Wang Huanping. Although he came from a common family, he awakened a rare elemental A-level talent and was already noticed and recruited by a first-class family in the province before graduation, truly a meteoric rise. At this moment, Wang Huanping wore an unmistakable smug expression. He reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention, as if he had already become someone extraordinary. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Wang Huanping waved his hand, feigning modesty, and said, I heard there are a few fierce individuals who have awakened A-level talents this time. We still cannot be careless. Just then a gloomy voice interjected from the side. Brother Wang. Wang Huanping turned to see, raising an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this Zhao de Xiao? So has your firehound been healed? The newcomer was Zhao Zhe. At this moment, Zhao Zhe had lost all his previous arrogance. His eyes were sunken, his complexion pale, and he exuded a chilling aura. At his feet, the once majestic firehound, although appearing to have regained mobility, had dull fur and a hint of madness in its eyes, a side effect of being forcibly healed with drugs. It's healed. Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. It cost all my family's liquid assets, and I even sold 2 apartments. Tisk, tisk, truly unfortunate. Although Wang Huanping spoke of misfortune, his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Previously, he was a commoner, and Zhao Ze was a rich second generation whom he had to look up to. Now, the tides had turned. Zhao Ze ignored the other's mockery. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then carefully pulled out a box wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and handed it to Wang Huanping. "What is this?" Wang Huanping was taken aback. Zhao Ze opened a corner of the box. Ziz. A flash of violent purple lightning flickered. Wang Huanping's pupils contracted instantly. This is a silver-level lightning core. This was a treasure for lightning beast tamers. If given to his lightning elemental spirit to devour, it would not only significantly boost its power, but could even cause a mutation in its skills. This item was a family heirloom of Zhao Ze's family, and since Zhao Ze's firehound was rendered useless, they would rather exhaust their family fortune than touch this item that could turn their fortunes around. Yet now it was stolen by Zhao Ze. "Brother Wang, this item is for you." Zhao Ze directly shoved the box into Wang Huanping's hands. No free lunch. Although Wang Huanping was greedy, he was not foolish. He looked at Zhao Ze with wariness in his eyes. "Speak, what do you want?" Zhao Ze raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. He pointed towards an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the plaza, the lonely figure clad in a black coat. "Once we enter the secret realm, I want him dead. I want you to help me kill his beast, break his limbs, and then hold him down, while I personally stomp his head into the mud." Wang Huanping followed the direction of his finger. Upon seeing the target, he couldn't help but scoff. Just that Lin Qun. That waste who awakened an Flevel insect. Wang Huanping's initial beast was a level, while Lin Qun was Flevel, a difference of 5 tiers. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were worlds apart. "I heard he seems to be having good luck recently, securing first place in your school." "Luck?" Zhao Ze sneered. "No matter how good his luck is, he's still a backgroundless orphan." At the edge of the square, dark currents surged. Just as Zhao Ze and Wang Huanping reached that sordid deal, a familiar figure weaved through the crowd, heading straight for Lin Qun. The newcomer wore an exquisite white leisure suit, holding a cup of iced Americano. His steps were graceful, but as he approached within 3 meters of Lin Qun, he instinctively paused, his nostrils twitching slightly, seemingly confirming the presence of a haunting scent. Su Ming, a prominent figure from Qingmu No. 3 middle school, and a former defeated foe of Lin Qun. In that acid mist battle, Lin Qun had left an indelible psychological scar on this pampered young master of the Su family, with a frenzied tactic involving 1,500 self-exploding ants. Even now, when he saw Lin Qun, Su Ming felt a twinge of pain in his respiratory tract, as if the high concentration of acid mist still scorched his lungs. "It seems you have already used that life crystal." Su Ming gazed at Lin Qun, his expression complex. He could sense that Lin Qun's aura was even deeper and more restrained than during their last encounter, the terrifying madness perfectly concealed beneath a calm exterior. Lin Qun lifted his head, his tone flat. "Used it. The effect is quite good. Thanks for your sponsorship, young Master Su." At the mention of sponsorship, Su Ming's eyelid twitched. It seemed he was already aware that the life crystal was a resource designated for him by Su Ming's family. "Stop with the sarcasm." Su Ming took a deep breath, regaining his former pride and elegance. He sipped his coffee, his gaze drifting toward Wang Huanping and others who were basking in the spotlight. "I'm here to remind you. I lost to you last time because I was careless and also because you're a reckless madman. But I admit defeat. I have indeed kept Zhao Ze in check as agreed during this time. However," Su Ming's tone shifted, his eyes turning icy. "A cornered dog will jump over the wall, let alone someone as petty as Zhao Ze. Do you see that, Wang Huanping?" He gestured with his chin toward the tall youth who was unable to conceal his excitement after obtaining the Thunder Core. The level Thunder Elemental Spirit has already been reserved by the Lu family from the provincial capital. Zhao Ze had emptied his family's coffers to feed this dog of the Lu family, and the purpose was undoubtedly singular: to kill you in the secret realm. Su Ming turned his head, fixing his gaze on Lin Qun. "Lin Qun, although I really dislike you, I even more so don't want to see that man who defeated me ultimately die at the hands of scum like Zhao Ze. That would make me look bad." This was Su Ming's logic. In his worldview, losing to a madman wasn't shameful, but if that madman were to be killed by a thug right after, what would losing to that madman mean for him? Thus he came to remind, not for friendship, but for his own reputation. Lin Qun listened and followed Su Ming. He happened to meet Wang Huanping's condescending gaze, as if looking down at an ant alongside Zhao Ze's twisted, resentful grin. It felt like sparks were crackling in the air. "And a level Thunder Elemental Spirit, huh?" Lin Qun lightly rubbed the ring in his trenchcoat pocket. He withdrew his gaze, looking at Su Ming, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "Don't worry. Since I took your toll, I won't die on the way." Su Ming looked at that smile, a chill running down his spine. That same gaze again. The one that regarded everyone as resources and prey. "Madman." Su Ming muttered under his breath, waving his hand and turning to leave, not wanting to remain with this dangerous individual for another second. "Do as you please. Just don't die. I am still looking forward to winning back my honor in the next grand competition." By the way, Su Ming suddenly halted, turned around, and assessed Lin Qun from head to toe, nodding. "Nice outfit." Lin Qun watched Su Ming's departing figure, pursing his lips in silence. Winning back. Unfortunately, some gaps once widened can never be closed. Ding! The piercing alarm sounded loudly. In the center of the square, a massive spatial vortex spun at an incredible speed, the eerie blue light tinting the entire sky. The teleportation portal is now open. All candidates, please wear your recording bracelets and enter within 10 minutes. Charge. For the points. The top scholar is mine. The young beast tamers, unable to contain their excitement, surged toward the teleportation gate like a flood. Lin Qun lowered his hat brim, blending into the crowd, and stepped into the vortex at a relaxed pace. Since there were those eager to meet their demise, he didn't mind clearing out some trash while harvesting magical beasts. A strong sense of weightlessness hit him. Moments later, thud, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Accompanied by a humid decayed, and Lin Qun opened his eyes. Before him lay a boundless primeval rainforest. Giant ferns towered several meters high, sunlight filtered through the layered canopy, casting mottled shadows. In the distance, the roars of unknown magical beasts echoed intermittently. System prompt: you have entered Sowing Secret Realm Zone 7 Rainforest Zone. Current position coordinates random grand competition. Countdown 72 hours. Lin Qun glanced at the recording bracelet on his wrist. The score displayed was a striking 0. A rainforest terrain, huh? Lin Qun took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Damp, dark, with obstructed visibility. Such an environment posed considerable trouble for other beast tamers. It was easy to get lost and vulnerable to ambush. But for the swarm, this was paradise. Time to get to work. Lin Qun concentrated his thoughts. The black trench coat suddenly billowed open, and countless purple light dots erupted like fireworks. They required little direction from Lin Qun, who, under the coordination of the nest, they instantly scattered into smaller groups. Scatter. Lin Qun lightly uttered a word. They required little direction from Lin Qun, who, under the coordination of the nest, they instantly scattered into smaller groups. Scatter. Lin Qun lightly uttered a word. The swarm that had once gathered instantly dispersed. Some flew up to 100 meters high to survey the terrain, others burrowed into the underbrush to search for prey, some lurked in the shadows of tree trunks, establishing a warning network. In just 1 minute, centered around Lin Qun, every movement within a 2-kilometer radius was relayed to his mind in the form of holographic images through a mental link. Where there was a water source, where there were magical beasts, where there were rare herbs. A detailed 3D living map rapidly formed in Lin Qun's mind. This is what it meant to have a full map cheat. Found it. Lin Qun's eyes flashed with purple light as he looked toward a thicket 300 meters to his left front. There lay a 2-meter-long ironback porcupine covered in spikes, rolling around in a mud pit. Target: ironback porcupine, a level black iron, 4th stage, point value 40 points. This magical beast with its extremely high defense would require at least 10 minutes of entanglement for an ordinary black iron 4th stage beast tamer squad, while also being cautious not to be harmed by its sharp spikes. But Lin Qun did not halt his steps, nor did he even take his hand out of his pocket. He simply issued a simple command in his mind. The caverns in 300 meters away in the thicket. The iron-backed porcupine was contentedly grunting, completely unaware that death loomed above it. Until a faint buzzing sound filled the air. Buzz. The thick broad leaves above shattered in an instant. Dozens of purple shadows like precision-guided miniature missiles dove down with a piercing sound. There was no time for it to react. Thud, thud, thud. More than a dozen pulp-winged ants precisely bit into its most vulnerable spots, the eyes, ear holes, and the lower abdomen. Their mandibles, enhanced by abyssal fortification, could even bite through steel plates, let alone mere biological soft tissue. Immediately after, a high concentration of the ghost-faced venom was injected. Azo! The ironback porcupine let out a shrill and tragic scream. Its muscles tensed up and it was about to roll over to release the spikes on its back in retaliation, but its body suddenly stiffened. That was the effect of the paralyzing toxin mixed in the acidic fluid. The fortification from the sacrificial stone obtained from the sewer had made the ant swarm's venom exponentially more potent. The battle began abruptly and ended even more abruptly. It lasted no more than 5 seconds. The iron-backed porcupine, which was once struggling, was now foaming at the mouth, completely silent. Its internal organs had been dissolved into a pool of blood by the strong acid. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps. When Lin Qun leisurely walked over, several flying ants had already skillfully breached the porcupine's skull, respectfully presenting a yellowish beast core before Lin Qun. Killed a black iron tier 4 ironback porcupine. Points 40, current ranking 952nd. Lin Qun didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, casually accepting the beast core and tossing it into his storage ring like it was garbage. Too slow. He shook his head in dissatisfaction, with no hint of joy in his eyes. If outsiders heard these words, they would probably be infuriated. 5 seconds to take down a tier 4 magical beast, and he calls that too slow. But Lin Qun's frame of reference was never those students still growing in the greenhouse. He stood still, closed his eyes, and without reservation spread his mental power, connecting to the consciousness of each flying ant. He was replanning the route. Since he possessed a god's eye perspective, he would maximize this advantage to the fullest. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and his pupils seemed to flicker with countless purple glints, his black eyes revealing absolute rationality and indifference. Team A 3 o'clock direction, 2 black iron tier, 3 wind wolves, eliminate them. Team B 9 o'clock direction, a nest of black iron tier, 2 poison snakes, take them out along with their eggs. Team C continue to expand outward, I want all intelligence within 5 kilometers. As each order was given, Lin Qun's figure once again vanished into the depths of the forest, followed by a swarm of purple insects that resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe. In this perilous rainforest, he did not need to hide from hunters, because he was the greatest disaster here. External Southwest District Joint Monitoring Center, dozens of massive holographic screens displayed real-time monitoring footage from various regions, along with rows of constantly fluctuating score rankings. Teachers from various universities' admissions offices, high-ranking members of the Beast Tamer Association, and representatives from prominent families invited to attend were sitting comfortably sipping tea while discussing the outstanding seed candidates. It seems that the top scorer in the Qingmu region will likely come from Su Ming of the Su family, or Wang Huanping, who awakened an A-class thunder element spirit. A middle-aged examiner wearing gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile, pointing to the large screen in the center. On the screen, Wang Huanping was commanding his thunder element spirit, and a bolt of lightning struck and killed a black iron tier 5 swamp crocodile. The scene was magnificent with dazzling flashes of lightning. Wang Huanping Qingmu no. 1, points 120. Rank 1. This strike drew approving nods from several admission teachers. Indeed, impressive. The power of lightning attacks is overwhelming. The advantage in the early stages of scoring is too great. Su Ming is not bad either. His Moonlight Fox is very agile and has already scored 100 points, currently in second place. Most people's attention was focused on the top 10 chosen ones. As for those students at the bottom of the ranking with scores in the single digits or tens, no one paid attention. However, in a corner, a young technician responsible for monitoring data anomalies suddenly let out a soft huh. He rubbed his eyes, looking incredulously at a line of data in the lower right corner of the screen. What's wrong, Xiaolu? Is there a data error? The team leader next to him asked. No, it's not an error. The technician pointed at the screen, his tone strange. Team leader, take a look at this candidate, called Lin Qun. Lin Qun. The team leader frowned, having never heard of this name. What's going on? His points are jumping a bit unusually. The technician pulled up Lin Qun's data curve. If Wang Huanping's curve was a stepwise rise, then Lin Qun's curve was akin to a heartbeat with erratic spikes. Lin Qun, points 40, rank 952 1 second later. Lin Qun, points 55, rank 810 seconds later. Lin Qun, points 70, rank 421 minute later. Lin Qun, points 140, rank 25. The team leader's teacup shook violently, scalding tea splashed all over his hand. What the hell? He widened his eyes. 100 points in 1 minute. Did he poke a hornet's nest? Such a scoring speed could only be explained if he used large-scale destructive skills to wipe the field clean. But this was just the beginning. How could a black iron tier student possess such AoE skills? Quick, pull up his monitoring footage. The team leader shouted urgently. Not only him, but the commotion also attracted the attention of several university admission office teachers. What's going on? Is there a dark horse? The technician fumbled with his operations, locating. This kid's position is deep in the rainforest. The signal is a bit disrupted. Got it. The large screen flickered. The originally clear image became somewhat shaky. It was an aerial view captured by. In that dense jungle, there were no earth-shattering lightning explosions or magnificent skill effects. All that was present was a deathly silence. And in that silent jungle, a figure clad in a black trench coat was walking leisurely. He did not make a move. His hands were even kept in the pockets of his coat. However, within 100 meters around him, countless purple dots swarmed like locusts, crossing the landscape, frantically darting between trees and shrubs. The monitoring footage zoomed in. Everyone gasped. A black iron tier 3 ghost face ape had just jumped down from a tree preparing to ambush, but before it could land, it was instantly surrounded by 7 or 8 purple flying ants. There were no screams, no resistance. 2 seconds later, the ghost face ape fell to the ground, a withered corpse. And that boy named Lin Qun didn't even turn his head. He merely passed by, and as the ring glowed, he collected the beast core. From beginning to end, it was smooth and cold like a precise harvesting machine. Is this an insect-type beast tamer? A teacher from a key provincial university adjusted his glasses, his tone uncertain. What kind of ant possesses such lethality? The black iron tier 3 ghost face ape has tough skin and flesh, and it was dissolved instantly. The records show it has class potential. Blackback ant. Class. Are you joking? You mean to tell me this level of dominance is class? The command center erupted in an uproar. Everyone was staring at the name that was still climbing rapidly in the rankings, their expressions shifting from initial indifference to shock and seriousness. Lin Qun Qingmu No. 3. Points 240, rank 6. In just 10 minutes, he had surged into the top 10. Fenghe Mijing Zayazeka border. The air reeked of rotting leaves laced with sulfur. Lin Qun had no inkling that he had become a sensation beyond these mists, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. He felt exquisite. Countless streams of information from myriad compound eyes flowed into his mind, bestowing a godlike perspective and a sense of absolute control that enraptured him. Lin Qun halted and tilted his head. The scouting ant in his mind relayed a fresh sequence of images. 500 meters ahead lay an open quagmire. At the center of the mire grew a faintly azure-glowing plant, Schweilenkeo, a rare resource worth 20,000 Federation credits on the market and 100 competition points. At the mud's edge, a temporary trio of examinees fought desperately. Their opponent was a black iron rank 6 beast, Shuangtou Shuina. The three fought with the polish of an elite team. A frontline stone lizard held the line, while two elemental beast companions provided support. Though the battle wore them thin, sweat soaking their brows and spiritual energy nearly drained, they had ground the water python to half its vitality. That Schweilenkeo is ours. Hold on. The tall leader, weak from spiritual exhaustion, forced himself to shout. It's almost done. At that moment, a soft yet dense rustling came from the woods behind them. Who's there? The three turned alert. A lone youth in a black loose coat stepped from the shadows, hands buried in his pockets. His face gave nothing away. He did not glance at the living trio, but stared at the Schweilenkeo, then at the still hissing Shuangtou Shuina. That snake is mine. Lin Qun's voice was flat, as if stating an indisputable fact. Who are you? The tall boy scoffed, angry. Trying to steal our spawn. Can't you see we've been fighting it? There's a first-come, first-served rule. Get lost, or we'll deal with you too. The girl behind screamed. We found it first. In a Mijing, stealing a monster is the most hated act, and often sparks private duels between beast-tamers. These three considered themselves an elite squad. What right had a lone wolf to run wild? Lin Qun did not flare up. He gave them a cool glance. First come, first served. He asked, shaking his head as a memory surfaced of Zhao Zhe humiliating him when his high B first awakened. There is no first-come rule in this world, only the division of strength. The anger of the weak is merely laughable and worthless. If there's blame, blame your weakness. The instant his words fell, a low hum swelled. An invisible yet tangible dread descended, centered on Lin. Trait activated. Chonghuang Weiya insect sovereign's oppressive aura. It was not aimed at a single target, but an indiscriminate area-wide suppression. Thud, thud, thud. The three who had been jeering suddenly found their minds blank. Their knees buckled as a soul-deep terror stripped them of control, and together with their beasts they fell to their knees in the mud. The lead boy tried to rise, but his legs felt as if filled with lead. Not even a finger would obey. He stared at the slowly approaching figure in horror, teeth chattering. The once ferocious Shuangtou Shuina responded even more extraordinarily. As a magical beast, its senses were 100 times keener than a human's. At the first hint of that aura, it dared not spit venom. It curled into a ball, burying its twin heads in the stinking mud, trembling and emitting plaintive whimpers. Submission. Absolute submission. What kind of monster is this? The boy broke into cold sweat, pupils constricting. This can't be. Is it a lower-tier mental deterrent, or a gold-rank domain skill? Lin Qun walked through them without looking aside. The hem of his coat brushed the boy's cheek, leaving a streak of chill. SSS. As Lin Qun passed, a surge of purple insects roared out like a tide and instantly engulfed the defenseless Shuangtou Shuina. There was no battle, only feeding. Seconds later, Lin Qun plucked the Schweilenkeo and retrieved the beast core from a heap of white bones. He turned, looking down at the three kneeling students, their eyes hollow with despair. He did not kill them, nor did he seize their wristbands, for he held Su Jin's promised recommendation to a top academy. Points were essentially meaningless to him. As sovereign of the swarm, he hungered only for energy and evolution. If he meant to harvest points, he preferred to fatten up first. Thanks. Lin Qun tossed out the two words and turned away, vanishing into the mist, leaving the three self-proclaimed elites trembling in the mire, as if from a nightmare. Meanwhile, beyond the Mijing, before the giant holographic screen in Qingmu City's first stadium, the audience had erupted into chaos. All eyes had been on Wang Huanping, the top-ranked contender, or on several other seeded players. Yet within the past hour, the leaderboard had undergone a strange upheaval. Current ranking No. 3. Lin Qun Qingmu Sanzhong points 480 kills 45. Who is this Lin Qun? How have we never heard of him? 45 beasts. Are you kidding? He's been in for only 2 hours, an average of 1 kill every 2 minutes. How does he do it? Look, what is that? Someone cried, pointing at the split screen. On screen, wherever Lin Qun moved, whether a leaf snake in the trees or a buried swamp leviathan, any creature that showed itself was instantly swallowed by a shroud of purple mist. No tussles, no flashy skill effects, only a dry and efficient disappearance. He was like a precise humanoid bulldozer, sweeping the map and leaving a pristine blank behind him. Is this swarm tactics? At the judge's table, a recruiter from the provincial academy pushed up his glasses, expression grave. As is known, a beast tamer can contract only one additional beast per rank, otherwise the mind cannot bear it. How has he contracted such a vast swarm? And such terrifying control? So many insects, yet not a single one runs wild. They obey like extensions of his will. How immense must this student's mental strength be? Back in the Mijing 2 hours later, Lin Qun had nearly swept the rainforest outskirts clear of beasts. For the other examinees, this place was a perilous gauntlet where each step demanded cautious scouting. For Lin Qun, with his godlike vantage, it was a self-serve banquet in his own backyard. Besides, these fringe resources are a little meager for me. The Hive's feedback came slightly sated. He was still far. The rainforest outskirts are nearly purged, even counting that rank 6 water python, and am still only third. It seems sheer accumulation of numbers cannot match Wang Huanping and the others' efficiency in hunting elite monsters. Besides, these fringe resources are a little meager for me. The Hive's feedback came slightly sated. He was still far from his next evolution. He needed meat of higher quality, energy of greater concentration. Lin Qun lifted his head and set his gaze toward the rainforest's deepest interior. A thick black miasma lay there, impervious even to sunlight. Even from miles away, its oppressive aura kept low-tier beasts from approaching. Beep, beep, beep. His wristband screamed a red alarm as a giant skull icon popped up on the holographic map. Warning: high energy reaction ahead. Area marked red, forbidden zone, death marsh. Danger level extreme. Advisory: no entry for teams not fully manned by black iron rank 8 or above. In the Fenghe Mijing, to increase difficulty, the association had deliberately preserved the original core zones dubbed forbidden areas. Bronze tier, even quasi-silver lord creatures often nested within. To ordinary students, such places were death traps. Yet as Lin Qun stared at the red skull, the purple gleam in his eyes only grew brighter. A forbidden zone, huh? A cold smile curled his lips as he smoothed his wind-tossed collar. More like a resource. He hesitated not for a breath. Under the shocked, stupefied, even terrified gazes of countless outside spectators, the black-clad youth ranked third plunged forward, his vast purple swarm billowing behind him like an eager procession, diving straight into the black miasma that marked death. Outside monitoring center, nonsense. This is absolutely nonsense. A security examiner abruptly stood up, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Has that student named Lin Qun gone mad?" He charged into the No. 7 restricted area alone. That is the Rotting Marsh. A peak-level copper-tier ghost marsh crocodile king resides within. That is a team dungeon prepared for the top 10 seed teams. Is he going in to die with dire talent? Quick! Notify the rescue team to stand by. However, before the rescue team's communication could connect, technician Xiao Lu, who had been staring at the data screen, suddenly let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Holy crap. Sir, it seems he doesn't need rescue anymore. What do you mean? Is he dead? The examiner turned back anxiously. No. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. The crocodile king is gone. A huge red dot, which originally symbolized a high-risk life form's reaction, dimmed rapidly within a mere minute after coming into contact with the blue dot representing Lin Qun. Life signs have disappeared. The entire monitoring room fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the cold system prompt on the screen. Lin Qun killed the restricted area, Lord Ghost Marsh Crocodile King, copper tier points, 500 first kill bonus, 200, Lin Qun Xingmu No. 3 middle school, points, 1380, ranking first. How is this possible? The examiner slumped in his chair, murmuring, a minute. Even a copper tier regular army team couldn't take down a crocodile king that has the advantage of terrain in just a minute. Unfortunately, due to the heavy miasma in the restricted area, the drone's camera could only capture a rolling purple poisonous mist, making it impossible to see what had actually happened inside. Only that string of wildly bouncing points silently told the horror of that young man. Seamless secret realm intersection of Area 8 stone forest area, passing through a marsh filled with the stench of decaying corpses. Lin Qun's figure appeared at the edge of a jagged stone forest. Behind him, the once off-limits death marsh had now fallen completely silent. The once invincible crocodile king, along with its hundreds of subordinate crocodiles, had all become nutrients for the purple-winged ant queen. The taste is average, too much earthy flavor. Lin Qun wiped the grime from his hands, feeling somewhat disdainful. However, the spoils were quite substantial. The crocodile king's hardened crocodile skin and venomous gallbladder are rare materials, and that massive 700 points ensured he topped the leaderboard. The experience provided also successfully allowed him and the purple-winged ant queen to break through to level 6, reaching black iron level 7. Is this Area 8? Lin Qun looked at the completely different terrain before him. This place was no longer a humid rainforest, but a dry, desolate stone forest. The wild wind howled, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Roar! At that moment, fierce fighting sounds came from under a stone pillar ahead. Lin Qun raised his eyes. He saw a young man in a blue combat suit controlling a gigantic ice magic wolf attacking a black iron level 6 rock giant. The young man's fighting style was exceptionally flashy. The ice magic wolf exhaled icy breath, freezing the joints of the rock giant, then continuously slicing with its speed advantage. This was Lin Qun, a genius from Ningguang City, possessing a tire ice magic wolf and a rare golden grade, innate beast master talent ice affinity. As the recognized #1 among the newcomers in Ningguang City, he was also a strong contender for the champion of the Southwest region. At this moment, Lin Qun also noticed Lin Qun emerging from the miasma. Seeing Lin Qun dressed in black, exuding an aura that seemed colder than his own, and coming from the marsh direction, a flicker of vigilance crossed Lin Qun's eyes, but there was more arrogance. "Hey, you over there." While commanding the magic wolf to deliver the final blow to the giant, Lin Qun turned his head and called out arrogantly, "This stone forest area has been claimed by me, Lin Qun. If you don't want to cause trouble, change direction." In his view, he was the recognized top genius in Ningguang City, and the resources in this area rightfully belonged to him. However, Lin Qun's footsteps showed no signs of stopping. He didn't even glance at Lin Qun walking straight into the depths of the stone forest, because the scouting ants informed him that there was a high energy or vein reaction there. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Ignored, Lin Qun instantly became furious. As a prodigy, when had he ever endured such treatment? "Ice Wolf, show him some color. Freeze him in place." "Oh, whoa." The ice magic wolf received the order, abandoning the dying rock giant, turning into a streak of blue cold light, opening its tooth-filled mouth and shooting an extreme cold breath towards Lin Qun. Although this strike wouldn't kill, it was enough to freeze a black iron-level beast master into an ice sculpture, incapacitating him. Unaware of his own death, Lin Qun sneered, ready to enjoy the look of panic on the other's face. But in the next second, his smile froze on it. Facing the breath that could freeze steel, Lin Qun still had his hands in his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly, coldly glancing at the rushing magic wolf. "Get lost. Buzz." 200 close-guard ants, which had been in a hidden state within the lining of Lin Qun's windbreaker, suddenly surged out from his collar like a terrifying cloud. They didn't unleash any flashy skills. Just a simple group charge. Bang. It was like a speeding heavy truck crashing into a teddy bear. The 3-meter-long imposing ice magic wolf didn't even have time to scream before being directly knocked away by that. Its ice shield shattered instantly, half of its body's bones crushed like a kite, with its string cut, smashing into a pile of rubble dozens of meters away, life or death unknown. The Beastmaster was injured, causing Lin Qun to suffer a mental backlash, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground, his face pale as paper. "You." He looked up in terror, gazing at the black silhouette that continued to walk forward unhurried. Throughout, the other party hadn't even taken their hands out of their pockets. As Lin Qun passed by Lin Qun, his steps paused slightly. "This is a secret realm, not a kindergarten run by your family. If you shout again, next time I'll feed you to the ants." After saying that, Lin Qun vanished into the swirling yellow sand with his swarm. Only this #1 from Ningguang City was left trembling in the wind, his worldview shattered. Half an hour later, in Area 7 Death Marsh Central Zone, a group of people were trudging through the muddy, rotten ground. "Is this the legendary Red Forbidden Zone?" Wang Huamping, walking at the front, casually smashed a blocking piece of dead wood, his face filled with skepticism and disdain. "Are those old geezers from the association just trying to scare us? We've reached the core area, and not only have we not seen the rumored ghost swamp crocodile king, but not even a black iron-level crocodile." The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. Only a few low-level carrion crows occasionally pecked at the white bones left on the ground. Zhao Zhe, who was following behind, also wore a confused expression. He had originally prepared for a life-and-death struggle, even sweating while clutching the life-saving items, but the journey had been safer than a stroll in the park. "It is indeed strange." Zhao Zhe looked at the giant broken ancient trees around them, and the traces of purple acidic liquid still lingering on the ground, feeling an uneasy sense of foreboding. These traces resembled the aftermath of a fierce battle. But he dared not think too much and could only attribute it to... Thinking of this, Zhao Zhe quickened his pace, moving closer to Wang Huamping, and cautiously reminded him with a smile, "Brother Wang, since this forbidden zone is safe, shouldn't we speed up?" That Lin Qun. Although he is useless, he was the first to set off. "If he finds a place to hide until the end of the competition, then." Zhao Ze's voice was low, carrying a hint of humility. "Enough, stop buzzing around like a fly." Wang Huamping impatiently interrupted him, his gaze filled with disdain. "Having taken your things, I will naturally help you out. It's just an grade bug. As long as I run into it, I'll crush it casually." He said this, but in his heart he didn't take it. In his view, Zhao Zhe, a fool who would ruin everything for personal grudges, didn't deserve him to keep his promise. If there was a chance to kill him easily, he would do it, but if it was too troublesome, he couldn't be bothered to waste time looking for him. After all, the things were already in hand. Would Zhao Zhe dare to make him return it? Yes, Brother Wang is righteous." Zhao Zhe nodded repeatedly, but a trace of malice flashed in his eyes, quickly concealed. As they spoke, the group finally passed through the oppressive swamp area. Ahead, the view opened up and the dry, wild yellow sand rushed towards them. "Finally out, this damned place stinks." Wang Huamping fanned his nose in disgust. System notification, you have entered Area 8 Stone Forest Area Zone Change Score Reset. Damn, my score. Wang Huanping suddenly became furious upon receiving a notification from his wristband. Just then an observant lackey suddenly pointed at a pile of rubble ahead and shouted, "Brother Wang, look over there." Someone. The crowd followed his gaze. They saw a massive ice magic wolf sprawled among the debris, half of its body a bloody mess, clearly heavily injured. Beside the magic wolf, a boy in a blue combat suit was kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the ground. That is. Wang Huanping squinted to identify him, then displayed a look of surprise. Lu Han from Ningguan City, the one who awakened ice attribute affinity. As a genius from the southwest region, Wang Huanping naturally recognized this formidable competitor. He was one of the favorites to win, possessing a Crade beast and grade talent. However, Wang Huanping had always looked down on him. A mere Crade beast, what did having grade talent mean? With the support of the Lu family, wouldn't it be easy to step on him later? What happened to make him look like this? Wang Huanping thought to himself and led the group over. Upon getting closer, he discovered just how terrifying the ice magic wolf's injuries were. It had its bones shattered by pure physical force, and even the proud icy armor had been reduced to powder. "Hey, Lu Han." Wang Huanping stood before Lu Han and kicked his boot from above. "Are you dead? If not, say something." Lu Han's body trembled violently. He slowly raised his head, and the eyes that once held pride now reflected deep fear and confusion. "Monsters." Lu Han's voice was hoarse, like he was mumbling in a dream. "Black. All bugs. Just once. Bugs, eh?" Upon hearing this sensitive term, Zhao Ze's body trembled, and he rushed forward, grabbing Lu Han by the collar. "What bugs? Is it a man in a black trench coat? Is it using ants?" Zhao Ze's shaking seemed to awaken Lu Han slightly. He dazedly nodded, trembling fingers pointing towards a direction deep within the stone forest. "Over there." He went towards the mine. "It really is him." Zhao Ze released his grip, his face flushed with excitement, turning to Wang Huanping. "Brother Wang, it's Lin Qun. It must be him. I didn't expect that this kid would come here and ambush Lu Han." In Zhao Ze's mind, Lin Qun definitely won by ambush or poisoning. After all, facing a Crade beast within Crade was simply a fantasy, let alone against Lu Han, who had great talent. Perhaps he used a large number of exploding ants to severely injure Lu Han's ice magic wolf. Thinking of this, Zhao Ze's eyes turned blood red, recalling the tragic fate of the flame hound. Interesting. Wang Huanping stroked his chin, glancing at Lu Han's miserable state, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He didn't immediately pursue Lin Qun, but instead crouched down, smiling as he looked at the defenseless Lu Han. "Lu the great genius, seeing you injured like this, you probably can't participate in the subsequent matches. In that case, your points are just a waste to keep on you." Wang Huanping reached out and grabbed the recording wristband on Lu Han's wrist. What do you want to do?" Lu Han weakly tried to struggle. "What do you mean? Just helping you keep it safe." Wang Huanping grinned menacingly and activated the plunder order. Ding. Plunder successful. Gain points 380 points. Wang Huanping current ranking first with the score reset. Lu Han's wristband automatically released the protective barrier, indicating his elimination. "Thanks, bro." Wang Huanping patted Lu Han's pale cheek, stood up, and waved confidently. "Let's go. Since that Lin Qun is right ahead, we should settle old and new scores together. Perfect. If we can take his points, I can secure the top position." The group marched powerfully towards the direction Lu Han directed. Behind them, the eliminated Lu Han sat slumped on the ground, watching the backs of the group leave, his eyes devoid of hatred, instead filled with a hint of pity. "A bunch of idiots." He spat out a mouthful of blood, smiling wryly. "You have no idea what kind of thing you are chasing after." Before Wang Huanping and his group met Lu Han, a surreal scene was unfolding within the massive command tent of the Southwest Regional Joint Monitoring Center. In the surveillance area belonging to Qingmu City, there was an eerie silence. Just moments ago, all the teachers from the enrollment office and the higher-ups of the association were fervently debating the astonishing feat of a student named Lin Qun, who had crossed the forbidden zone in just 1 minute. However, at the moment the data refreshed, the prominent red letters at the top of the leaderboard, "No. 1 Lin Qun Qingmu No. 3 High School," suddenly flickered, and then it vanished into thin air. Wang Huanping, who was originally in second place, automatically ascended. What is going on? The leader of the Qingmu City Education Bureau suddenly stood up, knocking his chair to the ground. Where is he? Did his points reset to 0? Is he dead, or has he been disqualified for violations? Quick, check if the wristband is malfunctioning. The technician was sweating profusely as he typed on the keyboard, his face pale. "Report leader. Vital sign signal lost. Location signal lost." The moment he left the swamp area, it was as if he vanished from the world. "It's over." The leader sat down in despair. In this critical moment of signal loss, there was typically only one possibility. The examinee had encountered an uncontrollable accident, unable to send a distress signal before facing misfortune. In a corner, Su Jin frowned. "Dead. That kid, how could he die so silently?" As Qingmu City lamented with some even preparing to dispatch a rescue team to retrieve the body, a sudden bone-chilling scream erupted from the nearby Ningguan City monitoring area. What the hell? This shout startled everyone in the command tent. The person in charge of Ningguan City pointed at their large screen, his eyes nearly popping out. Who is this divine being? Everyone turned to look. On Ningguan City's real-time leaderboard, Lin Qun, who had been firmly in first place with 380 points, suddenly dropped to second. And a strange name rocketed to the top, looking down upon everyone below with a mocking demeanor. No. 1 Lin Qun Qingmu no. 3 High School Cross District Ningguan Competition Area Points 450 Southwest Regional Overall, ranking 19th. Lin Qun. From Qingmu City. The person in charge of Ningguan City turned around dazed, looking toward Qingmu City. Old Zhang. Is this guy from your side? How did he end up in our Ningguan competition area? Old Zhang from Qingmu City was in sorrow, but upon hearing this, he suddenly looked up and almost choked upon seeing the familiar name on the adjacent screen. He's not dead. At this moment, a seasoned professor from the association, well-versed in the rules of such competitions, adjusted his glasses and explained solemnly, it's the cross-district ranking mechanism. The Seamless Realm covers a vast area, and to ensure fairness, the basic leaderboard is divided by the birth city. However, if an examinee possesses overwhelming strength and crosses the map boundary into another city's deployment area, their name will be removed from the original city's leaderboard and forcibly integrated into the current city's leaderboard, thereby engaging and challenging the competition. The old professor pointed at the screen, his tone revealing an unmistakable shock. In other words, this student, named Lin Qun, after slaughtering his way through the No. 7 rainforest area of Qingmu City, felt the resources were insufficient and then made his way into the No. 8 stone forest area of Ningguan City. He is single-handedly clearing the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, the whole place erupted in an uproar. One person not only cleared their own map, but also aimed to snatch away the neighbor's food. This was no ordinary exam. This was clearly a robbery. In the depths of the Seamless Realms No. 8 area stone forest, Lin Qun was completely unaware of the commotion, or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was too busy stockpiling goods. Clink clank. Amidst the dry and violent sandstorm, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed continually. Under a colossal weathered rock face, hundreds of enhanced worker ants were frantically mining the exposed veins of ore on the rock face with their indestructible mandibles. Clink clank. Amidst the dry and violent sandstorm, the crisp black gold, a rare companion mineral, is a top-tier material for crafting high-level equipment and enhancing metal-type beast tamers. On the market, a gram of black gold powder can be sold at a high price, and here was an entire exposed rich vein. The 100-school competition had been hosted for so many years, and the reason these black gold ores had not been extensively mined was apparent. Firstly, their texture was too hard, and most iron-grade novice beast tamers were unable to handle them. Secondly, the lord guarding this, or vein, the crystal steel giant serpent iron level 8, with its massive body and steel-like shell, was a nightmare for beast tamers in this area. At this moment, the lord that had dominated this, or vein, for countless years had become the food for the ant swarm. Acquired black gold, or rare points, 50 Ningguan leaderboard ranking No. 1. Lin Qun glanced at his wristband. Just as he stepped into this area, the wristband vibrated, indicating that he had switched to Ningguan City. The first place in Ningguan has only 380 points. Lin Qun looked at the name that had turned gray and was eliminated. Lin Qun, shaking his head, too weak. The howling winds whipped through the air, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Lin Qun stood before the hollowed-out black gold, or vein, glancing down at the recording bracelet on his wrist. Time remaining until the secret realm closes, 28 hours. Just over a day left, Lin Qun silently calculated. It would take about 10 hours to reach the exit located at the center of the secret realm, the Yunxiao Stone Tower. That means he still had a full 18 hours of development time. Normal candidates at this time would often choose to play it safe, either heading to the exit early to secure a position, or casually hunting low-level magical beasts along the way, never taking risks. However, looking at his panel, which showed he had just broken through to the Black Iron 7th level, Lin Qun's desire did not. The experience gain rate in the secret realm is 3 times that of the outside world, and such a high density of magical beast resources is hard to come by once we leave. What's more, Lin Qun stroked the Ant Queen resting on his shoulder. After consuming a large amount of black gold, or the Ant Queen seemed to have reached a critical point in its evolution, it needed a more exhilarating battle or a higher grade flesh to complete its final metamorphosis. Lin Qun raised his head, his gaze crossing the stone forest towards the northernmost point of Area 8, at the boundary with Area 11. There lay a canyon shrouded in raging winds, the wind-scarred gorge, the red forbidden zone of Area 8. Since we're here, we should feast before leaving. Without any hesitation, Lin Qun turned his back to the safe exit direction, and with the newly metallized swarm of insects behind him, plunged resolutely into the depths of the sandstorm. 2 hours later, at the Black Gold, or ruins, hurry. It's just ahead. A flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Wang Huanping led the charge with Zhao Zhe and a few lackeys panting heavily behind him. We've arrived. That waste must be heading this way for this place. Completely barren. The entire rock wall looked as if it had been ruthlessly scraped by countless precision industrial steel brushes, leaving only bare white bedrock behind. However, when he saw the scene before him, he felt as if struck by lightning frozen in place. The once glimmering black gold rock wall was now barren. Completely barren. The entire rock wall looked as if it had been ruthlessly scraped by countless precision industrial steel brushes, leaving only bare white bedrock behind. Not even a speck of black gold skin the size of a fingernail remained. On the ground, the dozen or so once formidable rock guardian corpses had long since gone cold. Their chests were neatly cut open and their core crystals had vanished, leaving behind a tragic yet clean sight. No, it's gone. Wang Huanping trembled as he picked up a piece of black debris from the ground, the only leftover morsel from the worker ants' feast. He squeezed hard, and the debris turned to dust. This was an entire rich deposit. Resources worth at least several million federal coins. Wang Huanping's voice twisted sharply with extreme jealousy. He did it all alone. Even if he moved it, it would be impossible to clear it out in such a short time. Is he some kind of glutton? Zhao Zhe looked at the scene as if it had been ravaged by a locust plague swallowed hard, and suddenly seemed to think of something, squinting at Wang Huanping with resentment. Brother Wang. This damn brat cleaned it out too thoroughly. Not a single bit left for you. Shut up. Wang Huanping suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger. That was greed, extreme greed. Originally, he had agreed to Zhao Ze's pursuit of Lin Qun more for face, and that Thunder Source crystal core. But now the nature had changed. In his eyes, Lin Qun was no longer just a simple target for revenge, but a walking treasure trove. Millions of ores. Plus the terrifying points provided by those ores. If he could kill Lin Qun and take his storage ring and recording bracelet. Wang Huanping's breathing quickened, his heart racing. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Should we keep searching? One of the lackeys asked cautiously. This stone forest is too vast. Searching here is like finding a needle in a haystack. Wang Huanping took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He surveyed the surrounding complex rocky terrain, his expression fluctuating. Continue the pursuit. The risks were too great. If they missed the opening time of the teleportation portal, being trapped in the secret realm would be troublesome. Moreover, Lin Qun's sweeping style, leaving no grass in his wake, indicated that his strength should not be underestimated. Although he certainly could not compare to himself, who had awakened the 11th beast master, he was definitely not as weak as Zhao Ze claimed. Battling such an unprecedented opponent in complex terrain might not be advantageous. Not pursuing anymore. Wang Huanping suddenly sneered, turning to look at the direction of the Yunshao stone tower on the map, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. No matter where he goes, no matter how long he hides, as long as he wants to pass the assessment, he must ultimately go to the Yunshao stone tower. That is the only exit. Zhao Ze's eyes brightened. Brother Wang means we wait for the rabbit. Exactly. Wang Huanping clenched his fists, a grim smile spreading. We will now rush to the exit at full speed. We will lay a trap there. As long as he dares to show his face, we will ensure he leaves with nothing but his ring. Driven by overwhelming greed, Wang Huanping entirely abandoned all hunting opportunities along the way. He charged towards the secret realm exit with his team, like a robber targeting a fat sheep. He swore that even if he had to wait until the last second at the exit, he would skin this brat who stole his fortune. Area 8, Forbidden Zone, Windscarred Gorge. Meanwhile, Lin Qun stood at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. The environment here was 10 times worse than the outside world. The cyan winds sliced through the canyon like tangible blades, producing a chilling wail. Deep within the gorge, an oppressive terror loomed, manifesting with the wind's howl. The cyan winds sliced through the canyon like tangible blades, producing a chilling wail. Deep within the gorge, an oppressive terror loomed. Recommendation: entry not advised. Lin Qun squinted at the red alert on his bracelet, but showed no intention of retreating. Near silver level. This meant that the opponent's attributes had fully surpassed the limits of the bronze level. If it weren't for the secret realm rules suppressing it, it could break through to silver level at any moment. A direct confrontation would surely result in losses. But as long as I can win, what does loss matter? Lin Qun pulled out a row of test tubes from his pocket. These were Blevel insect nutrient solutions. These could not evolve the swarm, but they served as the second lives for the swarm. If 2,000 died, he could bring in another 2,000. If 10,000 died, then another 10,000 could come. Lin Qun was keenly aware of his advantage. He was the master of the Legion. As long as the mother nest had enough energy and the nutrient solutions kept up, he could continuously hatch new soldier ants using an endless quantity to bridge the gap in levels. This was an unequal war of attrition. Lin Qun bit open the cap of a test tube and poured the viscous green liquid into his palm. Hiss! The ant queen on his shoulder sensed the pure energy aura and excitedly let out a hiss, greedily consuming the nutrient solution. With the energy entering its body, the ant queen's previously dim abdomen swelled again, signaling a new round of egg-laying. Are you full? Lin Qun stroked its cold exoskeleton, his gaze directed at the unfathomable gorge, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This will be your stage soon. Fill this canyon for me. Buzz. As Lin Qun stepped forward, the dark purple cloud of insects behind him blotted out the sun, rushing towards the arrogant, near-silver-level lord like a purple reaper defying the sandstorm. In District 8's restricted area, the wind-eroded rift interior, the wind surged, as if alive, pressing in from all directions. The wind pressure here was so intense that an ordinary person would suffer severe injuries just by standing. Lin Qun had to lower his body and tightly wrap himself in his tactical windbreaker. Fortunately, the high-priced tactical windbreaker he purchased provided excellent wind resistance, and with the inner layer formed by swarms of insects, he could barely move forward in the wind. Suddenly, a roar that could shatter gold and split stone echoed from above. Immediately after, a massive shadow enveloped the entire gorge. Lin Qun looked up, his pupils slightly constricting. He saw a gigantic raptor with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters circling at the top of the cliffs on either side of the gorge. Its entire body was covered in azure golden feathers, each feather resembling a sharp alloy blade, reflecting a chilling luster under the sunlight. The violent wind pressure could not restrain it, instead it made its presence even more terrifying. Target detected: sky-rending golden eagle, lord level near silver tier peak, bronze level 9, traits wind element control, wind riding eagle eye. As expected, it is a flying type. Lin Qun's heart sank. For the insect swarm, an enemy with air superiority was the most troublesome, as it would deprive the flying ants of their advantage against ground targets. Moreover, this golden eagle possessed the upper-tier talent of wind element affinity, wind element control, which would boost its combat power by at least 30 in this wind-eroded gorge. Hiss! The sky-rending golden eagle had evidently noticed the swarm of little bugs intruding into its territory. As a near-silver-level overlord, its disdain was almost overflowing from its eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, the surrounding gusts instantly converged, transforming into dozens of tumtor-long vacuum wind blades that came crashing down with a piercing howl. Too fast, there's no time to dodge. Defend, Lin Qun commanded. The swarm, which had been poised to strike, instantly gathered. Thousands of iron shell flying ants reinforced by black gold veins instantly formed a massive dark purple shield in the air. The sound of dense collisions rang out, sparks flying. Even with the enhancement of the black gold shell in the face of the near-silver level wind blades, the front row of several hundred worker ants were still cut in half, like paper, their severed limbs raining down like a downpour. Death count, 350. In just one encounter, the battle losses exceeded 1/10. This was the pressure of such powerful wind blades. Lin Qun wiped the bloodstain on his cheek caused by the wind pressure, yet his gaze became even more fervent. But as long as we aren't completely wiped out, I can turn the tide. He took out 2 grade nutrient solutions from his pocket, and without hesitation crushed them, showering the ant queen. Let me show you the terror of the insect race. Hiss! The ant queen absorbed the massive energy. Her abdomen began to writhe at a terrifying rate. Puff, puff, puff. Purple insect eggs were instantly ejected, hatching upon landing. New slime-covered larvae emerged from their cocoons in seconds, rapidly growing into adults and joining the battle in the air. This is the true essence of the insect sea tactics. As long as the mother nest remains unharmed, the swarm shall not perish. First wave, charge suicidally. Stick to it. Second wave, prepare venom, aim for its eyes and the bases of its wings. Lin Qun's mental energy surged, precisely controlling every corner of the battlefield. Since you fly high, you'll stack your corpses beneath you. Buzz! Thousands of flying ants dashed toward. They didn't care about life or death. Even if they were shredded by the wind blades, they would spray venom onto the golden eagle's feathers before dying. Caw! The sky-rending golden eagle had clearly never encountered such a reckless tactic. It flapped its wings violently, and fierce winds shredded wave after wave of ants. But those purple flying insects clung on like a tenacious parasite, dying one batch after another endlessly. Gradually, its movements began to slow down. The ghost-face venom that had contaminated its feathers started corroding its wind elemental shield, while the trace toxins inhaled into its body continued to accumulate. Lin Qun stood at the center of the storm, his gaze as cold as ice. He held the 4th nutrient solution in his hand. Don't rush, this is just the warm-up. Today I will pull you down from the sky. 10 hours later, at the mouth of the gorge, Cloud Tower Southwest District exit. There were only 18 hours left until the end of the competition. The once quiet area below the stone tower had become bustling with voices. Survivors from various regions gathered here, some exchanging information, others trading surplus materials. On a large rock along the path to the stone tower, Wang Huanping sat cross-legged, his face dark enough to drip water. Several empty energy drink cans were strewn at his feet. Brother Wang. It's been 10 hours already. Zhao Zhe, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, spoke weakly. That waste. Couldn't he really have died outside? It's been nearly a day, and we haven't even seen a shadow. Shut up. Wang Huamping scolded irritably. Those 10 hours were pure torment for him. Every time he saw someone in black clothing walking by, he would nervously jump up only to find it was just a passerby. Each instance of hope dashed made his once confident mentality gradually crumble. He can't not come. Wang Huanping bit his nails, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Unless he doesn't want to pass the assessment. Even if he has to crawl, he must make it here. But Zhao Ze glanced at the students around him who had begun preparing to line up and leave, and quietly said, "Most of them are here, even those tire wastes hiding in corners have arrived. If Lin Qun is alive, there's no reason he would be slower than them." Wang Huanping fell silent. He too began to feel anxious. Could that kid really have died in some forbidden area? Then wouldn't his entire black gold vein be wasted? Wait a little longer. Wang Huanping suddenly stood up, his eyes fiercely fixed on the gorge entrance. There's still time. Even if I have to wait until the last second, I must see his corpse. After saying this, seemingly realizing that his previous attitude was too intense, he took a deep breath, and the fierce expression on his face vanished like magic, replaced by a sincere smile. He reached out and patted Zhao Ze's shoulder, the force strong enough to cause Zhao Ze some pain. "Aze, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. I'm just anxious about this matter." Wang Huanping sighed, looking heartbroken. "You know, I am currently first on the Ningan list. Every minute and every second is precious time for earning points. Logically, I should be out there killing more elite monsters to solidify my ranking. But why am I not doing that? Isn't it all for you calling me bro?" He patted Zhao Ze's chest, speaking earnestly. "To avenge you, I even gave up the chance to be the top scorer, squatting here like a fool. This bond, Aze, you must understand. After we get out, if your family doesn't show any gratitude, my heart will feel cold." Hearing this, Zhao Ze's heart sank. Gratitude? What more gratitude did he want? To get this big shot, he had already stolen the family heirloom, the silver-level Thunder Source crystal, and now Wang Huanping was still not satisfied. What brotherhood? It was clearly just for the millions of black gold veins on Lin Qun. Though he was seething with anger, cursing Wang Huanping's ancestors, Zhao Ze did not dare to show any of it on his face. He bent even lower, forcing a smile that was excessively flattering, nodding repeatedly. "Brother Wang, you can rest assured. I see all your efforts along the way. As long as I can kill that bastard Lin Qun once we get out of the secret realm, I will definitely have my dad prepare another generous gift. I will absolutely make sure Brother Wang is satisfied." "Huh. Good. I knew Aze was a person of principles." Wang Huanping laughed heartily, patting Zhao Ze's cheek vigorously. In his view, this trip to the secret realm was simply a windfall. This was not an exam. It was clearly his path to wealth. The two of them, arms around each other's shoulders, stood on the giant rock under the sunset, laughing with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, deep in the gorge behind them, the wind and sand gradually settled. A thick scent of blood was quietly drifting in with the evening breeze. The battle had raged for 2 full hours. The canyon's interior had become a hellscape. Corpses of insects carpeted the ground in a brittle layer that creaked and snapped beneath every step. Purple blood and the teal feathers shed by the Jindiao stained the gray-yellow rock in mottled bruises. Huff! Huff! Lin Qun leaned against a boulder, drawing ragged breaths. His coat had been shredded by wind blades into tatters, a bone-deep gash marred his left arm, and he was dabbing it with a makeshift hemostatic spray. Before him, the last 3 empty-grade nutrient vials lay scattered across the ground. A faint rasp escaped him. The ant queen on his shoulder hung limp, her once dark purple carapace dulled, her abdomen shriveled, clearly utterly spent. Yet despite her exhaustion, a wild fighting light still burned in her compound eyes. Her foe, the arrogant Lycong Jindiao, had likewise reached the end of its tether. A keening cry split the sky from the great bird. Whatever majesty it once wore had been stripped away. Half of the teal gold plumage that had covered its body had been blackened and corroded away by corrosive acid, exposing raw, torn flesh beneath. Most fatal of all, the root of its left wing had been perforated by hundreds of suicidal strikes from Ze, leaving a gaping wound. It could scarcely maintain balance, and now wavered awkwardly in low circles. It can't fly properly anymore. Lin Qun wiped blood from his face, his gaze so calm it chilled. Now, one final charge. Pour every last drop of venom into its wounds. A humming surge, like a command, seemed to pass through them. The surviving 1,000-odd Ze responded as if summoned. They poured their last reserves of life into a single resolute purple torrent. Abandoning all defense, they swarmed toward the Jindiao's wounded left wing. The Jindiao flailed wildly. Under the twin blows of gravity and searing pain, it could not hold on. With a thunderous crash, the 7-meter wingspan ruler of the air fell like a downed bomber into the jagged rubble at the canyon's floor. Dust billowed. The ant swarm surged, instantly engulfing the fallen Jindiao. Razor mandibles tore flesh as venom pumped frantically into every wound. The Lycong Jindiao rolled and thrashed, claws gouging deep furrows in the stone, but as neurotoxins spread, its movement slowed and the red fury in its eyes dimmed. At last, with one final unwilling cry, the quasi-white silver lord that had ruled the wind-eroded rift for untold seasons drew its final breath. Killed a quasi-white silver lord like Ong Jindiao. Massive experience gained. Points 1000 Forbidden Zone first kill bonus applied. At the instant the bird died, an unimaginable surge of pure energy flowed through the contract link into Lin Qun and the Ant Queen. It was the boundless feedback of an overleveled kill. The Ant Queen's dull shell cracked, a fresh, deeper black-gold carapace sprouted from within with a series of sharp snapping sounds. Her body did not grow larger, it contracted slightly, becoming more refined, compact, as if a perfect work of art had been carved from the husk. Intricate patterns emerged on what had been transparent wings. Evolution successful. Current rank Black Iron, rank 9 peak. Elytra flight evolution. The scute-like wings have undergone a vast transformation, dramatically enhancing flight. Massive jaw evolution. The mandible strength surged, now capable of breaching armor. At the same time, Lin Qun felt the spiritual energy fetters within him violently shatter. Beastmaster level increased. Black Iron, rank 9. So this is the power of rank 9. Lin Qun clenched his fist, tasting the river-like torrent of spirit energy surging through his veins. Now even without the swarm, his bare strength could crush a slab of granite with ease. Worth it. Lin Qun surveyed the carpet of insect corpses. The price of this victory, 3,000 sacrificial ants. It had been worth it. The 1,000 survivors after feasting on the Jindiao's flesh would grow stronger. Feast, Lin Qun said with the remaining swarm descended on the carcass. In half an hour the colossal beast was reduced to a bare skeleton. The brood used the bones as a new hive, pouring out the influx of energy like a frenzy. Countless eggs fell from the carcass like a spreading contagion and took root. The swarm multiplied with terrifying speed, streaming into the lethal miasma that devoured all life in the canyon. Lin Qun toyed with a wind-type quasi-white silver beast core he had pried from the skeleton and 2 true feathers of the Jindiao. These were valuable spoils, sellable after leaving the realm, convertible into resources better suited for the swarm. Lin Qun glanced at his wristband. Remaining time until the competition ends 11 hours. Outside, the insect tide in the sky had swollen to an unprecedented nightmarish scale, sweeping the wind-eroded rift like a black cloud. The entire gorge seemed like a nether hell. Outside Southwestern Region Joint Monitoring Center. The atmosphere in the surveillance hall had been dull. The contest was nearing its close, and most rankings were settled save for a few fluctuations. But the moment Lin Qun fell to Ong Jindiao and the swarm began to spawn en masse, a sound erupted, shrill and unprecedented. A piercing red alarm screamed through the command hall like a detonated siren. The alarm did not originate from some regional console, but from the central symbol of supreme authority, the national real-time leaderboard. What's happening? Is the system glitching? The chief was so startled, he dropped his thermos hot tea, spilling. No, it's not a malfunction. The data supervisor sat with his hands on his head, staring hollowly at the screen, his voice trembling as if in tears. It's a data overflow. Someone's score exploded. All eyes snapped to the big screen. The once stable leaderboard data seemed violently stirred by an invisible hand. The undisputed national leader had been Yi Minjia from Jingdu City No. 1 High School, the scion of a military family and a grade beastmaster, awakened with a lord-level congenital talent. His score 2,850, long seen as unsurpassable. Yet now a name from the remote southwestern district was rocketing up the ranks with an incomprehensible, terrifying speed from beyond the top 1,000. No. 100. No. 50. No. 10. The numbers flickered like afterimages. Seconds later the name shattered the first place, and the screen froze on a suffocating figure. No. 1 Lin Qun Southwest District, Qingmu 3rd Middle School. Current location Zone 9 Wind Eroded Rift. Total points 4,250. 4. For 1,000 points. A recruitment director from Jingdu University, usually aloof, pressed his face to the screen, eyes bulging. What did he kill? Did he kill the examiners? Report, a technician croaked. Residual data shows this candidate crossed Rainforest Zone 7, looted Stone Forest Zone 8, and then broke into the Forbidden Zone 9 Wind Eroded Rift. 20 minutes ago, he single-handedly killed a quasi-white silver lord like Ong Jindiao. And, according to energy fluctuations, he is conducting a destructive sweep of the entire Wind Eroded Rift. Nothing survives his path, not even a Black Iron rank 1 Feng Mei Chong. The entire food chain of Zone 9. Broken. The hall fell into stunned silence. Single-handedly killing a quasi-white silver. A destructive sweep. Ecosystem collapse. Could a Black Iron level student do this? This was a walking cataclysm. Quick, give me his dossier. The Jingdu director snapped into action, lunging across the room to seize the Qingmu City official by the collar, eyes bloodshot. Whatever terms he wants. Full scholarship. Grade resources. Even a direct spot in the Dragon team. Reserves same treatment as Yi Minjia. Name your price. Oldly, you have no honor. A representative from Modu University shoved forward. Lin Qun style is combat hardened. Our Modu is willing to offer a second-grade potential beast egg and a villa in the city center. Get lost. Our Dragon Empire Military Academy can confer a rank immediately. For a moment, the lofty representatives of top schools bickered like market vendors' faces flushed, almost coming to blows over a single name. They all understood this was no ordinary genius. A person who could overturn fate from great potential and at this age single-handedly slay a quasi-white silver lord. His combat talent, temperament, and methods were 1 in 10,000. An unparalleled prodigy. He was a future pillar of the nation. In a corner, Su Jin watched, fingers clenching the badge until his knuckles went. Su Jin had not taken the national exam back then because he had already broken through to silver rank. Yet if he were thrown back to black iron, could he alone slay a quasi-white silver lord? His answer was no. He watched the name on the screen with both pride and a deep, abiding unease. It's blown up, Su Jin murmured. If this were an ordinary top scorer, one might call it luck. But a national number one and a gap-toothed crushing victory. Lin Qun now stood at the very center of the spot. When a tree stands above the forest, the wind will seek to tear it down. Moreover, Su Jin's gaze slid to a small corner datum on the screen. Mystical passage stability, 92 declining. A chill of apprehension crept over him. Outside clamor could not reach the realm. Deep within the insect-choked wind, outside clamor could not reach the realm. Deep within the insect-choked wind-eroded rift, Lin Qun stood atop the Jin Diao's skull, watching the distance with cold intent. He did not know he had become the national number one, nor how many powerful figures were clamoring over him. He knew only the man who had once humiliated him, who had sought to kill him, still waited at the exit. About time. Lin Qun waved his hand lightly. A hum rose. The dark purple tide of insects surged up as one and became a black cloud that blotted out the sky, following that solitary figure as it surged toward the final destination. There, a convulsion that would reshape everyone's fate was already ticking down to its last moments. Time flowed like fine sand. The blazing sun that hung overhead gradually tilted towards the west, casting a blood-red hue across the entire desert. At this moment, beneath the Yunshao stone tower, the atmosphere had grown somewhat peculiar. The vast majority of candidates who had passed the assessment had already lined up to pass through the portal. The once bustling mouth of the canyon now only had a few scattered difficult households making their final preparations, along with Wang Huanping and his group, who were like nails stuck in the path. Brother Wang, the sun is about to set. Zhao Ze glanced at the sun hanging precariously at the horizon, then looked at the portal behind him, which was starting to flicker with instability, his voice betraying his anxiety. That kid can't really be dead in there, can he? What are we waiting for, Brother Wang? Shouldn't we retreat? The younger brother beside him also felt a bit uneasy, pointing at the portal. I just heard that mechanical bird sound an alarm saying the secret realm's energy can last for about another hour. It's recommended we leave quickly. If we don't leave now, what if the portal collapses? Shut up. Wang Huanping suddenly smashed the crumpled energy drink he was holding onto the ground, making a loud, clattering noise. His eyes were bloodshot dark circles under his eyes, and he emanated an aura of a gambler who had lost everything. In these 10 hours, he had imagined countless times the moment Lin Qun would appear, fantasizing about the immense wealth within the storage ring he would obtain. This greedy delusion had sustained him until now. If he left now, what would those 10 hours count for? Who would compensate for the loss of an entire black gold vein? Who would compensate for the time cost of losing resources by hunting magical beasts? I don't believe he would die. Wang Huanping gritted his teeth, staring intently at the only path deep within the canyon. A person as greedy as him would definitely cling to that pile of stolen treasures like a rat, doing everything possible to survive until the last moment. Let's wait another half hour. If he's not here in the last half hour, we'll leave. The younger brother beside him opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Zhao Ze's dark gaze and Wang Huanping's fierce expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. The wind grew stronger. The howling wind swept through the canyon like a funeral dirge. Last 30 minutes, the sky had completely darkened. The sky of the secret realm displayed an eerie, deep purple, a sign that the space was about to close. The runes on the Yunshao stone tower began to flicker, emitting a low humming sound, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Brother Wang, we really can't wait any longer. The younger brother finally couldn't hold back, grabbing Wang Huanping's arm. If we don't leave now, we really won't make it out. It's not worth risking our lives for a Lin Qun. Wang Huanping's body stiffened. He looked at the empty canyon, his greed gradually replaced by despair and unwillingness. Millions. Just like that, gone. Damn it. Wang Huanping spat angrily, suddenly turning around and kicking a nearby stone to pieces. Let's go. Damn it, it's just that this kid has bad luck. Dying in there is just giving him an easy way out. Just as the group was cursing and preparing to step into the portal. Rustle. A faint yet piercing sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the depths of the wind and sand. Wang Huanping's steps abruptly halted. He turned back in disbelief. Zhao Ze also spun around. At the end of the canyon's shadows, a somewhat thin figure was emerging slowly, stepping out from the last remnants of twilight. He walked slowly, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of those present. His black tactical coat was somewhat tattered, its hem stained with dried purple liquid and black dust. The hood was pulled low, revealing only a sliver of a pale chin. There was no army, no grand momentum. He stood there all alone like a solitary ghost just crawled out of hell. Lin Qun. Zhao Ze rubbed his eyes, then erupted with a sharp joy. Brother Wang. It's him. It really is him. That kid didn't die. Wang Huanping was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then a wave of immense joy surged through him, making him tremble all over. Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Wang Huanping spun around, suddenly no trace of his earlier despondency left. His expression now resembled that of a wolf who hadn't eaten for 3 days, finally seeing meat. I knew it. I knew you couldn't bear to die. Wang Huanping waved his hand, spreading out with 4 or 5 younger brothers in a fan shape, directly blocking the last 50 meters to the portal. Lin Qun stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, revealing his pitch-black eyes. The intense battles and rush had rendered his complexion somewhat sickly pale, but this instead gave him an air of chilling, murderous intent. He glanced at Wang Huanping and the others blocking his way, then at the humming portal behind him. Get out of the way. Lin Qun's voice was hoarse, revealing no trace of emotion. Get out of the way, eh? Wang Huanping seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He took a step forward, the black iron 9th grade spiritual energy fluctuations being unleashed without reservation, pressing down on Lin Qun, who appeared weak and frail. Lin Qun, did you mess up your brain in there? Wang Huanping greedily fixed his gaze on the storage ring on Lin Qun's left hand. I waited for you an entire day. An entire day? Do you know how many points I lost during that day? Do you know how great my mental loss is? He extended his hand, his tone as if it were the most natural thing. Take off the ring on your hand and throw it to me. That's compensation for stealing my black gold mine. And your record bracelet, transfer all the points to me. That's interest for wasting my time. Beside him, Zhao Ze also snapped back from his initial shock. Relying on Wang Huanping's backing, he approached with a face full of resentment. Brother Wang, don't waste time with him. Just kill this bastard. Wang Huanping grinned sinisterly. All right. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me quickly while you can still move. I might show mercy and leave you with a whole corpse. Just kill this bastard. Wang Huanping grinned sinisterly. All right. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me. Now Lin Qun was just a lamb to be slaughtered, the meat on their chopping board. Lin Qun quietly listened to their clamoring. His expression showed no change, even taking the time to adjust his tattered cuffs. Black gold mine. Lin Qun's lips curled slightly, revealing a smirk. Are you talking about those stones? They do taste good and my bugs really like them. This statement directly ignited Wang Huanping's fury. You're seeking death. Wang Huanping's eyes widened, and in a grade potential thunder elemental spirit instantly coalesced behind him. Crackle. The violent purple lightning exploded in the air, illuminating the dim canyon. Since you don't care about dignity, I'll help you with that. Thunder spirit. Lightning strike. Shatter his limbs. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning carrying the aura of destruction struck down towards Lin Qun. Zhao Ze's eyes widened in excitement, eager to see Lin Qun scream and fall to the ground. However, the next second the scene froze. There was no scream, no charred remains. Lin Qun still stood there, not even blinking. And 3 meters above his head, a layer of small shield composed of hundreds of purple-black flying ants quietly. That bolt of lightning, powerful enough to shatter rocks, struck into the swarm of insects like a drop of water falling into the sea, creating not even a ripple, instantly dissipating into nothingness. What? Wang Huanping's sinister grin froze. Blocked. Blocked? This was a thunderstrike of black iron 9th grade intensity. How could a few 100th grade ants possibly block it? Unless... Is that all you've got? Lin Qun's voice pierced through the wind and sand, clearly reaching everyone's ears. He slowly raised his right hand, grasping at the air towards Wang Huanping. Since you want to see my bugs, then let me show you plenty. Buzz. As Lin Qun's words fell, the once silent canyon suddenly trembled. In the shadows behind him, in the sand beneath his feet, in the night sky above him, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered with a ghostly purple unexpectedly illuminating. A vast swarm of dark golden purple insects carrying a terrifying aura of devouring everything. A vast swarm of dark golden purple insects carrying a terrifying aura of devouring everything surged forth from behind Lin Qun, instantly filling the entire mouth of the canyon. A vast swarm of dark golden purple insects carrying a terrifying aura of devouring everything. They hovered in midair, surrounding Wang Huanping's pitiful thunder elemental spirit like a group of dragons watching a lizard. This. Wang Huanping was utterly dumbstruck. His legs felt weak, his teeth chattered violently, staring at this army that seemed to have emerged from hell. His mind went blank. This isn't grade. Which grade family can raise 4,000 black iron 9th grade magical beasts? What you just said. Lin Qun stood amidst the sea of insects like a tyrant seated upon a throne, looking down at the trembling ants below. You wanted to leave me a whole corpse. Sorry. Lin Qun waved his hand lightly. I'm a bit stingy. I never leave behind whole corpses. Kill. As Lin Qun's cold and emotionless command fell, the 4,000 dark golden purple-winged ants hovering in midair surged down like a collapsing black sky, accompanied by a suffocating buzzing sound. This is not a battle, this is a cleansing. Oh. The first to bear the brunt was Zhao Zhe. This once arrogant rich second generation now flailed desperately with the protective gear in his hands like a drowning man. He hoarsely commanded the terrified flame hound to unleash walls of fire, trying to block the tide of darkness. Yet in the face of such overwhelming numbers, any resistance appeared utterly futile. Creak, creak. A few flying ants easily bit through his shield, followed by dozens, then hundreds. At the moment the first pair of sharp venomous fangs pierced his body, the resentment in Zhao Ze's eyes finally crumbled, transforming into pure terror and regret. He looked at Lin Qun, who remained indifferent and didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. A ridiculous and desperate thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What kind of monster have I provoked? For the sake of so-called face, for that pitiful jealousy, I sacrificed the entire Zhao family's accumulation over generations, as well as my own life. Was it worth it? I was once the only one who extended goodwill towards him. If I hadn't provoked him back then. If only. I am unwilling. Lin Qun. I am unwilling. Zhao Ze let out a final piercing scream, his voice mixed with blood foam. In the next moment, the black swarm completely closed in. It was only until his last breath that he truly saw the gap between himself and Lin Qun. It was not the gap between Frank and Drank, but the chasm between prey and predator. Unfortunately, in the world of the swarm, there is no regret medicine. On the other side, witnessing Zhao Ze's tragic fate, Wang Huanping's psychological defenses suffered a devastating blow. Block it. Lightning spirit. Block it for me. He retreated in a panic while desperately urging his spiritual energy. But there were too many insects, and the evolved dark golden shell had an astonishing resistance to elemental attacks. His proud lightning shield was shattering and melting at a visible rate. The suffocating feeling of death gripped his throat like a cold hand. In this moment of desperate life and death, time seemed to stretch. Scenes of his distorted life flashed through Wang Huanping's mind like a revolving lantern. He was not a young master born with a golden spoon like Zhao Ze. He was born in a slum in the lower city of Qingmu with a father who was a gambling addict, beating his wife and children after losing everything. His mother barely raised him by washing dishes for the rich and picking up garbage, spending all her savings to send him to Qingmu No. 1 high school, hoping he could rise above and escape this devouring abyss. From a young age, he grew up being trampled in the mud. He remembered that rainy night when a luxury car sped by, splashing mud all over him, while the young masters and ladies in the car laughed at his pitiful state. In that moment, he swore that he would never again be the mud beneath someone else's feet. Until the day of the awakening ceremony. When the rank lightning element spirit emerged from the summoning array, the world changed. Those relatives who once looked down on him began to come bearing gifts, while the teachers at school showed him warmth. Even Zhao Ze, who usually wouldn't spare him a glance, had to nod and call him Brother Wang. He thought he had turned his life around. He thought he had crossed classes and become someone above others. But reality slapped him hard in the face. When he was recruited by the Liu family of the provincial city, he thought he was going to be a guest of honor. A rank beastmaster. Not bad, a good seedling. If you work hard, you'll be the sharpest knife beside Liu Xiao. Remember your place, you are just a dog raised by the Liu. Whoever your master tells you to bite, you bite. Those young masters seemed polite, but the contempt hidden in their eyes pricked at his heart like needles. Why? Why can those useless rich kids born with golden spoons look down on me, even if their talents are why, despite awakening in a rank beastmaster, do I still appear to them as just a stronger dog? I refuse. I don't want to be a dog. I want to be a person. I want to rise up. I need resources. I need money. Lots and lots of money. Only by killing that Lin Qun and taking the millions on him can I have the right to become strong on my own and truly stand tall. I cannot die here. I must not die at the hands of an frank waste. Roar. The intense desire to survive and class hatred made Wang Huanping's eyes bloodshot, turning them into 2 red bulbs. He looked at Lin Qun, who was closing in step by step, his face revealing a crazed and feral expression. Lin Qun, you forced my hand. I haven't lost yet. I, Wang Huanping, will never die here. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the trembling lightning spirit behind him that was desperately maintaining the lightning shield. I haven't lost yet. I, Wang Huanping, will never die here. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the trembling lightning spirit behind him that was desperately maintaining the lightning shield. But at that moment, there was not a shred of warmth in Wang Huanping's eyes. Only the madness of a gambler who had lost everything. Lightning spirit, help me one last time. Wang Huanping's voice trembled, but it carried a chilling ferocity. He pulled out the silver-level lightning source crystal that emanated a violent aura. This was the family heirloom stolen from Zhao Ze, which he originally planned to let the lightning spirit absorb slowly when he reached the peak of bronze. But now there was no time to think. Eat it. Explode for me. Wang Huanping disregarded the lightning spirit's struggles and wails, forcefully stuffing the violent crystal into the core of the lightning spirit. Squeak. The lightning spirit let out an extremely tragic scream. It was only a black iron 9th rank and could not withstand the violent energy wash of the silver-level crystal. Its spiritual body instantly expanded and twisted, and the originally stable structure of the lightning element began to collapse. Countless purple-black thunderbolts erupted from its body, turning it into an extremely unstable lightning ball that could explode at any moment. This is a forbidden technique that sacrifices the life of a beast master to gain temporary power. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, this rank lightning element spirit would undoubtedly have its core shattered and die. But Wang Huanping did not care anymore. As long as he could survive, he would dare to sacrifice not just a beast, but even his own father. Block it for me. Wang Huanping tightly held the collapsing lightning spirit, shielding it in front of himself, curling up behind it, making the final desperate struggle. Boom. A terrifying thunder ring thicker than before exploded instantly. This power had reached the threshold of silver level, carrying the breath of destruction. Bang bang bang. The hundreds of pulp-winged ants charging at the front despite their black golden shells were blasted away, charred and shattered by this suicidal explosion. The encirclement of the swarm was forcefully blown open by this reckless explosion. As the smoke cleared, Wang Huanping was charred all over, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, a price to pay for the energy backlash. But he was still alive. He hid behind the lightning spirit, which was on the verge of shattering and emitting painful cries, gripping the partially digested crystal tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Lin Qun, his voice hoarse like a ghost. Lin Qun. Do you see this? I am a rank. I am a genius. I should not die. He gasped for breath, his eyes revealing a chilling madness. Now. Can we talk properly? Let me go. Otherwise, we all die together. The air at the mouth of the canyon seemed to solidify. At this moment, Wang Huanping's state was extremely terrifying, his expression twisted and grotesque. The lightning elemental spirit in front of him had transformed into a swirling mass of unstable plasma, each painful breath exhaling destructive arcs of electricity. In Wang Huanping's hand, he was tightly gripping the life gate of that mass of lightning. He stood less than 10 meters from the teleportation portal, his gaze frantic and resolute. Lin Qun. I know you're powerful. Your insects are strong, but my lightning spirit has reached a critical energy point. The moment I let go, or if you dare to move again, I will detonate it immediately. Wang Huanping pointed to the cloud spire tower behind him. This is a spatial teleportation array. If a silver-level energy explosion occurs here, the spatial passage will definitely collapse. At that time, you won't be able to escape. Let me go? As long as I enter the teleportation portal, I will release my control. I will never blow up the door. Wang Huanping was gambling. He was betting that Lin Qun would not dare to joke about his own future in life. After all, any normal person would choose to compromise when faced with the threat of mutual destruction. However, Lin Qun stood quietly in place, his trench coat billowing in the chaotic lightning field. He looked at Wang Huanping, observing the ruthless determination in his eyes that was driven by the desperation to survive. Ambitious, ruthless, and utterly unscrupulous. If he were to let him go, Lin Qun silently deduced in his heart, he possessed the talent for awakening a level beast control, had a family background, and harbored a deep-seated, ambitious, ruthless, and utterly unscrupulous. If he were to let him go, Lin Qun silently deduced in his heart, he possessed the talent for awakening a level beast control, had a family background, and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards himself. After experiencing this life-and-death transformation, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing to climb higher upon his return. At that time, he would become an enemy 100 times, 1,000 times more troublesome than Zhao Zhe. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would bring endless troubles. 1 second. 2 seconds. Lin Qun raised his head, his pitch-black eyes showing no sign of compromise, only a chilling calm. Do you think you can threaten me? Lin Qun's voice was soft, yet it struck Wang Huanping's heart like a heavy hammer. What? What do you want? Wang Huanping felt a surge of extreme foreboding. Have you gone mad? If the portal collapses, you will die too. Lin Qun's lips curled into a cold smile, his right hand suddenly raised. Compared to being trapped here, I would rather keep a calamity that could bite me at any moment. Make a move. Hiss. The queen ant, which had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed its fangs at this moment. It chose not to charge Hedon, but instead used the speed of its evolved chitinous wings to transform into an afterimage, swiftly circling around to Wang Huanping's side. You dare? Wang Huanping did not expect Lin Qun to be so ruthless. He would rather perish together than let him go. Despair instantly transformed into extreme resentment. Since you won't let me live, then you shall accompany me to the grave. Wang Huanping roared unhesitatingly, crushing the core of the lightning spirit, and using all his might to push the core violently towards Lin Qun's position. Boom! At that moment, the world turned white. It was the destructive light generated by the explosion of an A-level elemental spirit mixed with a silver core. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the tower, as the center instantly exploding. But just before the explosion, the queen ant's black gold mandibles cleanly severed Wang Huanping's neck. Wang Huanping's head flew high, his eyes still filled with disbelief and a lingering attachment to this world. I haven't become someone above others yet. I haven't. A headless corpse froze in the act of pushing its hands, reaching forward in a haphazard manner. Mom, I'm sorry. Rumble. The explosion completely engulfed his corpse. A massive energy storm violently slammed against the teleportation portal. This teleportation array, which was already on the verge of collapse due to energy depletion, let out a wretched cry. Crack. Crack. The teleportation portal shook violently, shattering, and the runes extinguished. The originally azure spatial vortex was like it was crushed by an invisible giant hand, instantly collapsing into a black, devouring, and obliterating all matter within several meters, then completely disappearing. The airwaves rolled. Although Lin Qun had summoned a thick shield wall of insects, he was still violently thrown out by this terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily against a rock wall dozens of meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qun spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. He struggled to raise his head. The mouth of the canyon before him had turned into a wasteland, a scene of devastation. The teleportation portal was gone. The wind and sand swept up again, swallowing the last bit of light in the world. The entire world was left with only him. Sowing secret realm ruins, the night grew deeper. Without the light of the teleportation portal, the night in the secret realm was dark to the point of causing anxiety, with only the howling wind echoing in the ruins, as if mocking this sole survivor. Lin Qun leaned against a broken stone tablet, holding the last bottle of hemostatic spray, silently tending to his wounds. The alcohol stung his flesh, but he didn't even furrow his brow. It was very quiet around him. Zhao Ze was dead, Wang Huanping was dead, all the examinees were gone. Now the entire secret realm had only him left alive. This is humanity. Lin Qun looked at the ashes left behind by Wang Huanping's corpse, a hint of mockery and fatigue flashing in his eyes. In his mind, Zhao Ze's twisted face, filled with jealousy, appeared, as did Wang Huanping's crazy gaze that was willing to sacrifice companions for survival, and the cold, hypocritical faces of the aristocracy, who were usually high and mighty. Greed, jealousy, arrogance, hypocrisy. For the sake of so-called face, Zhao Ze would ruin his family and put him to death for interests and status. Wang Huanping could betray his dignity and even his initial beast companion that had accompanied him. Dealing with people is really exhausting. Lin Qun sighed, leaning back, looking at the unfamiliar starless purple night sky above. An unprecedented sense of loneliness surged like a tide, almost overwhelming him. He had lost his father even before he was born, and his mother had passed away from illness when he was 6. At school, he was ridiculed and isolated for having an inflexible blackback aunt. After finally gaining strength, he fell into endless schemes and battles. Now it's good. Can't get out. Lin Qun chuckled self-deprecatingly, his laughter sounding particularly desolate in the empty ruins. From this moment on, he was completely abandoned by the world. Hiss. Just then a cold and hard little head gently rubbed against Lin Qun's cheek. Lin Qun looked down. He saw the mighty purple-winged queen ant, now retracting all its sharpness and killing intent, obediently lying on his chest. Its antennae gently swayed, its compound eyes devoid of the complex calculations of humans nor the bloodthirsty rage of magical beasts, only pure reliance and concern. It sensed its master's low spirits. This was the first time since its birth that it felt its eternally calm and rational master exhibiting such a vulnerable side. It did not understand what a teleportation portal was, nor what being trapped meant. It only knew that its master was unhappy. So it clumsily touched Lin Qun's finger with its antennae, conveying a warm mental wave. I am here. No matter where I am, I will be with you. Lin Qun stared blankly at it. In this world full of deceit, in this dire situation where he was abandoned by his kind, only this insect, deemed inflexible waste by humans, steadfastly stood by his side. It did not covet his wealth, did not envy his talent, nor did it require him to disguise or guard against it. It was his knife, his shield. Moreover, it was his only friend. You also think humans are disgusting, don't you? Lin Qun extended his hand, gently stroking its metallic-textured exoskeleton. The queen ant nuzzled his palm, letting out a soft hum. He gently lifted the queen ant, looking into its amethyst-like eyes, softly stating, since this world no longer wants us, then he gently lifted the queen ant, looking into its amethyst-like eyes, softly stating, since this world no longer wants us, then we shall create a world of our own. You are my first beast companion and my only partner. Though you are the mother nest, the queen ant to me. You are Xiao-Yi. Hiss. The queen ant. No, now Xiao-Yi let out a joyful hiss. It seemed to like this name very much, excitedly vibrating its wings, circling around Lin Qun several times before affectionately perching on his shoulder. Rumble. Just then a sudden muffled thunder resonated from the distant sky. The earth began to tremble violently. Lin Qun raised his head, his eyes instantly regaining their former sharpness, even more determined than before. The sky of the secret realm, which had been suppressed, was undergoing dramatic changes. Purple mist began to churn the suppressed aura, awakening. With the destruction of the teleportation array, the law suppression that the association forcibly set in this secret realm was failing. Roar. A woo. Countless terrifying roars erupted from every corner of the secret realm. Those magical beasts that had been restricted to Quasi-Silver level were unlocking their genetic locks. Those terrifying existences that had been sleeping deep within the forbidden zones were awakening. This so-called beginner village was returning to its original form. But Lin Qun felt no fear. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and raised the collar of his trench coat to cover the scars on his face. He glanced back at the wasteland behind him, the road leading to the human world, now cut off. If it's broken, then so. Lin Qun turned around, facing the vast and dangerous, unknown, and deadly dark world. Shall we? Here. Lin Qun's lips curled into a smile, his eyes burning with the flame of ambition. Since we can't get out, then let's turn this place into our backyard. Let's go hunting. In this endless darkness, one man and one insect resolutely stepped toward the depths of the secret realm, turning their backs on the once bright light. From this day forth, there would be no more student Lin Qun, only the master of the insect swarm. Outside the realm, Southwest Regional Joint Monitoring Center. Only 45 minutes remained until the conclusion of the grand competition. The atmosphere in the vast hall was so heavy it seemed to drip with tension. On the national leaderboard screen, the name at the very top, Lin Qun, 4650 points, blazed with an unervingly vivid crimson light. Yet the problem was this: he had not emerged. How much time remains? Su Jin no longer sat in the corner. He now stood before the central control console, his voice low and grave. His usual air of languid nonchalance utterly vanished, replaced by a chilling, oppressive gloom. Report. Report, Inspector Su. The countdown stands at 45 minutes. The statistician wiped cold sweat from his brow, scanning the roster. Lin Qun's signal source still registers deep within the secret realm. Its last known position is near the central Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon. An examiner from Qingmu City frowned. That is the exit. If he's reached it, why hasn't he emerged? That's precisely what puzzles us. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard as he pulled up a grainy snowflake surveillance feed. Approximately 30 minutes ago, the Sky 7 aerial drone stationed above the Grand Canyon abruptly lost connection. The final transmission consisted solely of violent electromagnetic interference. Currently, part of the exit zone lies outside our surveillance coverage. At the word blind spot, Su Jin's brow twitched sharply, a wave of profound unease surging through him. At this critical juncture, the exit surveillance had failed, and electromagnetic interference. Have Zhao Zhe and Wang Huamping emerged yet? Su Jin suddenly pivoted, his gaze locking onto the faculty advisors from Qingmu No. 1 and No. 3 high schools, intense, predatory, unblinking. Startled by his glare, so fierce it seemed to strip flesh from bone, the two teachers hastily flipped through their rosters, exchanged a glance, and shook their heads in unison. No, not yet. Wang Huamping was originally ranked first on Qingmu's regional list. Zhao Zhe partnered with him. Neither has emerged. The advisor from Qingmu No. 1 high school swallowed hard, stammering. Wang Huamping later entered Sector 8, and now holds first place on Ningyan's ranking. A deeper shadow settled over Su Jin's eyes. If anyone else had failed to emerge, it might have been tolerable, but that these two who bore a blood feud with Lin Qun had vanished together, crossing sectors, was deeply alarming. Pull the footage. Su Jin slammed his palm onto the console, its alloy surface buckling inward with a deep concave dent. Retrieve every second of Sky 7's final half-hour transmission, no matter how distorted or fragmented. Yai, sir. The technician dared not hesitate, initiating immediate data recovery. Within seconds, the main screen flickered, then resolved into a violently trembling, pixelated video stream. The image showed the Yunshao Stone Pagoda at dusk. Though blurred, all observers clearly saw Wang Huamping and Zhao Zhe flanked by several others, not heading toward the designated safe zone near the teleportation node, but instead standing guard along the sole path leading to it, unmistakably lying in wait. And the direction they watched was precisely where Lin Qun would approach. This is an ambush at the exit. The director of admissions from Beijing University paled. Have these students lost their minds? To intercept the national champion at the exit constitutes a grave violation of competition protocol. Su Jin drew a slow, measured breath, summoned the representatives of the Zhao Wang, and he paused deliberately, the Liu family steward, to the front immediately. The word summon was bitten off with lethal emphasis, carrying the iron tang of blood. Moments later, several ashen-faced figures were ushered before the control console. Zhao Zhe's father trembled violently, drenched in cold sweat. The Liu family steward maintained outward composure, but his gaze darted erratically, betraying inner turmoil. The name, Longshan, resonated like thunder across Longhua's beast tamer circles, a reputation forged not in ink, but in slaughter. What is the meaning of this, Inspector Su? The steward forced a brittle smile. The competition hasn't concluded. Silence. Su Jin didn't even glance at him. Instead, he removed his gold-rimmed spectacles, polished the lenses with deliberate slowness, and lifted his gaze, calm, incisive, glacial. Sky 7 was deliberately jammed. Its final frame shows your heirs blocking the exit. 40 minutes remain until termination. Should our national champion fail to emerge? He slid the spectacles back onto his nose, the narrow slanted eyes beneath flashing with lethal frost. You would do well to pray he merely lost his way inside. A suffocating silence descended, absolute petrified. Though Su Jin moved with unhurried precision, everyone felt the crushing atmospheric pressure radiating from him. A dormant volcano, its magma chamber seething just beneath the surface. It was the aura of one who had slain thousands of monstrous beasts, who had clawed his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Time bled forward second by agonizing second. Tick, tick. Every eye remained riveted upon the cerulean teleportation gate at the plaza's center. Zhao's patriarch clasped his hands tightly, whispering fervent prayers under his breath. The admissions directors from Beijing University and Shanghai University wore expressions of profound dismay and mounting anxiety, glancing repeatedly at their wristwatches. Su Jin stood motionless before the console, his habitual ease entirely gone. His face betrayed no emotion as he stared at the screen, but his fingers tapped rhythmically against the alloy surface, thud, 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 a steady unsettling cadence revealing the storm churning beneath his stillness. Each tap echoed like a hammer, striking the pulse of every soul present. Then, boom, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted without warning, ripping through the dimensional barrier and slamming violently into the real-world teleportation array. The entire monitoring hall convulsed violently, alarms shrieked with piercing urgency. Warning, Silver Class energy impact detected. Source locked internal to spatial channel. Silver Class. Shock froze every face. Before anyone could react. Crack. At the plaza's center, the already faltering teleportation gate, its energies nearly depleted, shuddered violently. Its runes flickered, erratically threatening collapse. The spatial conduit itself writhed, destabilizing into imminent rupture. Then, shatter. Like a fractured mirror, the cerulean vortex imploded, shattering into countless shimmering motes before vanishing entirely. With a final anguished wail, the spatial channel collapsed inward, condensing into a black, featureless singularity, before dissolving into absolute nothingness. Only the empty, desolate plaza remained, flat, silent, as if no gateway had ever existed. Secret realm, seamless plane, teleportation gate, insufficient energy, severe external impact. Connection forcibly terminated. Silence. A silence so profound it rang in the ears. Zhao's patriarch rolled his eyes back and crumpled to the floor. It's over, utterly over. How could this happen? The Lu steward's face drained of color. He instinctively stepped backward twice, clinging to defiance. This must be an accident. Or instability inherent to the realm itself. Inspector Su, you cannot lay this at our feet. You hold no evidence implicating Wang Huanping. Evidence. A soft, mirthless chuckle cut through their desperate protests. Su Jin turned slowly, his gaze that of a celestial dragon, its restraint fraying at the edges, madness coiling just beneath the surface. He stood now like a volcano moments from eruption, the sheer unbearable heat of his suppressed fury warping the very air around him. Step by deliberate step, he advanced toward the Lu steward. Each footfall groaned beneath the weight of his presence. He stopped directly before the steward, towering, commanding, gazing down upon the middle-aged man, still clutching at familial authority as a shield. Slowly he raised a hand, removed his spectacles, and tucked them casually into his shirt pocket. Since when? His voice was quiet, so quiet it chilled marrow to ice. Has Su Jin required evidence to take a life? Boom. A devastating torrent of spiritual energy exploded outward, engulfing the entire chamber in a tempest of raw, annihilating force. 3 days later in Qingmu City, the upper echelons of the entire southwest region are engulfed in a nightmare. The madman named Su Jin has proven through his actions that his words were no joke. At this moment, the streets of Qingmu City, once bustling, now exude an air of anxiety. In front of a popular high-end spiritual energy materials shop, glaring white seals have been posted. Several members of the association's inspection team in black uniforms are escorting a few middle-aged men, their faces ashen, onto a prisoner transport vehicle. Have you heard? The Zhao family, which started in real estate, has completely collapsed. In a roadside tea house, a few citizens are murmuring in hushed tones, it's not just a collapse. I heard that Su Sun personally led the team and uncovered irrefutable evidence of their smuggling of banned crystal nuclei and collusion with the underground black market. The head of the Zhao family was arrested on the street. He'll never see the light of day again. Deserved it. Who told them to raise such a good son, daring to intercept our national champion during the competition? And what about the Wang family? Although they are nouveau riche, their affiliated small families have closed their shops in the past few days and moved away overnight, fearing that the killing god might come for them. And the Lu family. They are a prominent family in the provincial capital. Would one inspector dare to act against them? Hey, you don't know? I heard that Su Sun single-handedly stormed the Lu family's branch in Qingmu City, breaking the leg of the manager without even using his beast, and directly threw it at the door of the Liu family in the provincial capital. The old men of the Liu family didn't dare to utter a sound and retreated to the provincial capital in disgrace, even publicly issuing a statement to sever ties with Wang Huanping. But they are the Liu family. They were so cowardly against just one inspector. Hey, you don't understand. I've heard that our Su Sun from Qingmu is related to the president of the Beastmaster Association of our dragon country. No way is that true. This reckoning, triggered by the fall of a genius champion, swept through the entire southwest region with thunderous force. There were no official trials, no bureaucratic bickering. Su Jin used the simplest and most brutal method to tell everyone those who touch what I care about will pay in blood. Moreover, the Ministry of Education issued a red-headed document overnight announcing significant reforms to the rules of the National 100 Schools competition, the addition of Quasi-Silver level safety officers, and classifying malicious obstruction as a major crime, leading to a lifetime ban from examinations. The pain caused by Lin Qun's death was simply too severe. He was one of the brightest stars of this generation in Dragon Country, yet before he even rose he was dragged into the abyss by the nauseating nature of humanity. Kyoto, headquarters of the Beastmaster Association. This is the center of power for Beastmasters in the entire Dragon Country, a floating island standing high in the clouds. A simple and solemn office was forcefully pushed open. Su Jin walked in looking disheveled. His chin was covered in stubble, and his usually immaculate overcoat was also stained with dust. Clearly the reckoning in the southwest region over the past few days had prevented him from resting. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with a head of white hair. He wore a plain gray robe, holding a cup of hot tea, his gaze murky, yet unfathomable. He is Ning Yuanhe, the president of the Dragon Country Beastmaster Association. President. Su Jin did not salute or waste words. He directly approached the desk, supporting himself on the surface with both hands, his voice hoarse. I request to use the reserve energy to restart the sewing secret realm passage. Even if it costs 10 empty void stones, we must open the door. That kid Lin Qun may not be dead. His survival ability is extremely strong. He could single-handedly kill a Quasi-Silver at Black Iron level. As long as the rescue is timely, this sprout can still be saved. Ning Yuanhe set down his teacup and quietly looked at Su Jin without speaking. A suffocating silence filled the office. After a long time, Su Jin, you are still so impulsive. Ning Yuanhe sighed, took out a black file bag sealed with top secret wax, and gently pushed it towards Su. Take a look at this. Su Jin frowned and picked up the file. The cover of the file was printed with a glaring line of red letters: Top Secret Investigation Report on the Qingmu Awakening Incident. As he opened the first page, Su Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. This is the spiritual energy monitoring report from the day Lin Qun awakened. Ning Yuanhe's voice was old and hoarse. You should know that before Lin Qun awakened there hadn't been a single student awakening as an insect type this year, right? I know. Su Jin nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. Experts said it was because the insect race was too weak, eliminated by the periodic selection of nature. Survival of the fittest. It wasn't a coincidence. Ning Yuanhe stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling Kyoto below with a tone laced with deep apprehension. A few experts from the association successfully recreated the situation from that time a few days ago. At that moment, they captured an unknown force from the depths of the abyss, forcefully invading the awakening space that neither the abyss nor humanity could touch. That force before Lin Qun awakened precisely locked onto all the insect race concept entities in the awakening space, and then conducted a massacre. Su Jin suddenly raised his head, disbelief etched on his face. What? Yes, a massacre. Ning Yuanhe turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. It killed as many as it could until Lin Qun awakened. But it left only one. That is the black-backed ant that Lin Qun summoned at the end. After sleepless calculations by the association, we reached a chilling conclusion. Ning Yuanhe pointed to the data chart on the file. The only purpose of that unknown force was to filter, or rather to forcibly designate. It killed all other possible summoned insects, forcing Lin Qun to choose that black-backed ant. Or rather, it was to precisely deliver that insect into Lin Qun's hands. The office fell into a deadly silence. Su Jin felt a chill running down his spine. This was no ordinary awakening, it was clearly a meticulously planned descent. Therefore the identity and position of this child Lin Qun are unknown. Ning Yuanhe sat back in his chair, his expression complex. We do not know what that black-backed ant represents behind it. Is it a scheme of some ancient sovereign from the depths of the abyss? Or some high-dimensional game that we cannot comprehend before he fully matures and causes uncontrollable consequences, disappearing into the secret realm? Ning Yuanhe paused, his voice heavy. Perhaps for humanity, that is the best outcome. Su Jin's fingers gripping the file turned white. He wanted to refute. He wanted to say that although that kid was greedy, he had strong principles when it came to great matters. He wanted to say that he did not look like a pawn of the abyss when he desperately tried to save those civilians in the sewer. He wanted to say that he had never actively killed anyone during the competition until he was forced into a corner. But he could not refute the cold, hard reality before him. The boy named Lin Qun had been dragged into a massive whirlpool by some existence from the very beginning. Therefore, the association will not approve a rescue. Ning Yuanhe concluded, moreover, you should let it go. Back then you were too emotional, disobeying military orders to save your teammates on the front lines of the abyss, resulting not only in the failure to save your teammates, but also in your second beast being severely injured and still not having recovered. Ning Yuanhe looked at Su Jin, his gaze profound. Do you think I arranged for you to be in Qingmu solely for you? It's been 3 years, Su Jin. You are still the same, unchanged. Su Jin fell silent. He lowered his head, looking at the top-secret file in his hands, his mind drifting to the student who seemed mature but would jump at being exposed for hiding something, the boy who remained silent in the surveillance footage with a resolute gaze. After a long time, he let out a long breath, as if expelling all the pent-up frustrations within him. He gently placed the file on the desk, raised his head, his gaze returning to its usual languidness, but deep within his eyes there was an unprecedented determination and weariness. I understand. Su Jin straightened his collar, stood upright, and gave Ning Yuanhe a standard military salute. Since the association will not save him, then so be it. However, a cozy little place like Qingmu City is indeed not suitable for a mad dog like me. President. Su Jin's voice was strong and resonant, echoing in the office. I request to return to the front lines of the abyss. To go to the place closest to the truth. Ning Yuanhe looked at him, and after a long time a hint of a gratified smile appeared on his aged face. Approved. Outside the window the sun sets, dyeing the entire Kyoto in blood red. And in that distant, abandoned, sowing secret realm, the story of the insect swarm is just beginning. The 12th hour after the collapse of the portal, the wind ceased. The faint golden membrane that once enveloped the secret realm shattered silently like a soap bubble, and the suppression force set by the association vanished with the collapse of the passage. In that moment the air became thick. Each breath no longer drew in tranquil oxygen, but instead a dizzying surge of chaotic spiritual energy. Creak, creak. The ground beneath trembled. Lin Qun watched as a once withered, serrated grass rapidly grew thicker and sprouted barbed edges, culminating in a crimson carnivorous flower that snapped its jaws around a passing beetle the size of a fist, splattering juice everywhere. It wasn't just the plants. In the depths of the distant darkness, the previously suppressed roars of beasts surged forth uncontrollably, the echoes mixed with a certain excitement of breaking free from shackles. The rules had changed. This place was no longer a playground for students to train, but a true man-eating secret realm. Lin Qun stood still, hands tucked into the pockets of his black coat, his expression indifferent. Xiaoyi, are you hungry? His voice was soft, almost inaudible amidst the cacophony of beast roars. But the plumed queen ant perched on his shoulder heard him. Its antennae waved joyfully, and the elytra on its back vibrated at a low frequency, emitting a sound filled with desire. The insect race's craving for food and energy was instinctual. At 3 o'clock, 200 meters away, a pack of black iron-level corpse rats, as large as wolfhounds covered in rotting flesh, with crimson eyes, surged towards the scent of living beings. Not all magical beasts could adapt to such a drastic change in environment. These rats were clearly out of control. Lin Qun did not move, not even lifting an eyelid. Around him it seemed empty. Yet in the shadowed grass, countless cold compound eyes began to glow. Go, that is your midnight snack. Lin Qun calmly commanded. In the next moment the ground seemed to transform into a black swamp. Rustle, rustle. The sound of numerous limbs rubbing against each other suddenly drowned out the screams of the rats. Hundreds of plumed flying ants that had been lying in wait surged forth. They needed no tactics, simply armed with their dark golden shells infused with black gold, or they became a tide of black steel crashing into the rat swarm. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided feast. Lin Qun stood at the center of the battlefield, a 5-meter absolute no-go zone around him. Not a single rat could breach the insect swarm's defenses to come within half a step of him. His coat remained spotless, not even the corners flaring. He simply watched quietly, watching the swarm tear apart their prey and then devour. As the first corpse rat was dragged into the depths of the ant swarm, the sound of crunching echoed, making one's teeth ache. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. Not a single bone fragment remained on the ground. In Lin Qun's perception, 4 worker ants had perished in this battle. However, the energy gained from that pile of flesh and crystal cores was enough to produce nearly 10 new soldiers. This is the insect race. Lin Qun adjusted the collar of his coat, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Raising an army through battle. As long as the energy was sufficient, they were an inexhaustible legion. This way of life continued for a full 7 days. During these 7 days, Lin Qun roamed the rainforest like a ghost, accompanied by his black legion. He did not need to lurk or hide. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass remained. From the initial corpse rats to the later black-spot venomous pythons, and then to the hordes of magical giant boars. Protecting the sovereign and the nest was the primary directive embedded in the genes of the insect swarm. On the night of the 7th day, Lin Qun sat on a clean rock. Not even the soles of his shoes were stained with much dirt. because whenever he paused, hundreds of the strongest flying ants would surround him as lethal guardians. Protecting the sovereign and the nest was the primary directive embedded in the genes of the insect swarm. On the night of the seventh day, Lin Qun sat on a clean rock. In the valley beneath him once resided the strongest pack in this region, the bronze-level Wind Magic Wolf Pack. Now all that remained was a writhing black carpet. In the valley beneath him once resided the strongest pack in this region, the bronze-level Wind Magic Wolf Pack. Now all that remained was a writhing black. Moreover, each flying ant now bore faint whine patterns on its shell, with a movement speed increased by 20%. Hiss! Xiaoyi lay on his shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. During these 7 days it had hardly lifted a finger. As the queen, and it only needed to issue commands beside Lin Qun, enjoying the finest energy offerings from its subjects. In the outside world, this crystal core could sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. But since escape was no longer an option, it held no meaning to keep. It was better used as a high-energy cookie. In the outside world, this crystal core could sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. But since escape was no longer an option, it held no meaning to keep. It was better used as a high-energy cookie. Here, Lin Qun casually offered the crystal core to Xiaoyi's mouth. Xiaoyi showed no hesitation, opening its mouth and crunching the hard crystal core like a candy. Boom! A surge of pure energy instantly connected back to Lin Qun's body through their bond. This was not the violent energy from directly devouring the crystal core, but rather the most gentle and suitable life essence for humans after Xiaoyi's conversion. Lin Qun slightly closed his eyes. Feeling the energy circulating within his body, yet finding nowhere to accommodate it, he could only let it settle. Indeed, I need to contract the second insect race first. Lin Qun opened his eyes and shook his head in resignation. Indeed, he had broken through to the bronze level 2 days prior. After confirming there was no way to leave the secret realm, he adapted to the environment that had lost the suppression of chaotic spiritual energy, while simultaneously digesting all the resources gained from the 100 Schools tournament, ultimately breaking through to the bronze level. However, the Beastmaster panel indicated that although he had surpassed the bronze level until he contracted a second beast, his experience points would remain in bronze rank 1, and his level wouldn't increase. In the Beastmaster realm, there are generally 2 ways to contract a beast. One is to use an awakening stone, repeating the ritual of awakening to reconnect with the awakening space and obtain a new beast. This method has 2 conditions. First, one must awaken a high potential beast during the awakening ceremony, proving they have the talent to communicate with powerful beasts for the association to be willing to provide the precious awakening stone. Second, one must be able to bear the terrifying cost of renting the awakening stone, which exceeds the imagination of ordinary families. This method of contracting beasts is more like a gamble with unstable effects, a high ceiling, but also a very low floor, with a history of those who awakened a level beast during the ceremony, only to summon level beasts afterward. The second method is to contract magical beasts. This method allows the Beastmaster to choose the beasts based on their own situation, enabling them to contract the beasts best suited for them. Due to this contracting method being the only choice for the vast majority of Beastmasters, a special profession known as the Guardian has thus emerged, along with a complete industrial chain. At the same time, this has made the status of noble families nearly unshakable. After all, what noble families lack the most are guardians. Lin Qun stood up, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. Although his level was locked at bronze rank 1, due to not contracting a second beast, his physical strength now rivaled that of an ordinary bronze rank 4 Beastmaster. On Lin Qun's shoulder, Xiao, he had just absorbed the crystal core of the Wind Magic Wolf King, its antennae swaying contentedly. Its size had not increased, but its shell had entirely transformed into a deep, dark golden hue, with its purple wings shimmering like a nebula. It did not need to grow larger. It was a concentrated embodiment of destruction. There's nothing left to eat on the outskirts. Lin Qun stretched his body and patted his coat. His gaze turned toward the depths of the dense forest to a vast basin shrouded in thick fog. There an extremely massive life wave pulsed like a lighthouse, drawing the starving swarm. Let's go. Lin Qun tucked his hands back into his pockets, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Let's go have a proper meal. In the forbidden zone of the seamless secret realm, the Barren Bone Basin. Here lies not merely a den of magical beasts, but a primitive and bloody tribe. Gazing down from the high slope of vast basin was densely populated with makeshift camps constructed from the bones of gigantic beasts. The bonfire burned with the oil of corpses, emitting thick clouds of black smoke. Here resided a massive tribe known as the Corrupted Earth Giants. Aside from the silver-tier giant king sleeping soundly on the central bone seat, at least 50 bronze-tier elite giants roamed the periphery, along with 200 to 300 ordinary iron-tier giant warriors. They were massive, wielding bone clubs, and each patrol left heavy footprints upon the ground. This was an army capable of sweeping through the entire outer region. But in Lin Qun's eyes, they were merely blocks of energy. Standing at the cliff's edge, his windbreaker flapped in the cold wind, yet he stood like a statue, hands in pockets, utterly unfazed. Behind him, not a single ant was present. All of his forces, over 5,300 pulpluinged flying ants, had been silently spread around the basin, completing a quiet encirclement in every dead corner of the tribe. Lin Qun coldly observed the noisy tribe below. Begin. The small one on his shoulder gently flapped its wings, and an invisible wave of mental energy instantly enveloped the entire area. In the next second, the war began. There were no battle cries, nor any warnings. The dozen or so patrolling giant warriors suddenly stopped in their tracks. They were horrified to find that the soil beneath their feet had transformed into flowing black quicksand. Countless black mandibles emerged from the ground, precisely severing their tendons. Roar! Before the scream could escape, swarms of worker ants had already crawled up their thighs, covering their In an instant, the dozen giants were engulfed by the black tide, transforming into writhing mountains of flesh. Within mere seconds, the flesh mountains collapsed, leaving only stark, white bones. The worker ants that had devoured the giants' flesh had swollen bellies, and their exteriors glowed with a red light. They did not pause, but instead threw the mysterious bond brought by the nest, while they fed the pure energy back to the queen, Ant Xiaoyi. Puff! Puff! From high above the battlefield, hundreds of white eggs were rapidly laid and hatched within a few seconds. The newly born larvae grew in the wind, their black gold shells quickly hardening, then joining the charge. This was the most terrifying trait of the insectoid race: instant troop reinforcement. As long as there is energy, I will have soldiers. This scene thoroughly startled the entire giant tribe. Roar! Enemy attack! The basin descended into chaos. Hundreds of giants roared and grabbed their bone clubs, rushing towards the black tide surging from all directions. The two torrents collided violently. This was a clash of extreme violent aesthetics. The giants possessed immense strength, able to crush 7 or 8 soldier ants with a single blow. Yet the soldier ants knew no fear. They formed squares with the front ranks absorbing damage, the rear ranks spraying acid, and the flanks cutting in. A giant had just crushed a group of ants when, before it could lift its hand, dozens of ants gnawed through its throat and burrowed into its belly. Even with their intestines shredded, the giant's formidable vitality allowed them to continue fighting. But this was precisely to Lin Qun's liking. The stronger the vitality, the richer the energy. Lin Qun gazed at the gruesome scene of carnage on the battlefield, his eyes cold, as if observing the cutting of steak. Left flank lost 300, eliminated 50 enemies. Right flank lost 200, eliminated 40. New reinforcements hatched from the rear, 600. As time passed, the scales of battle began to tip. The giants dwindled in number. Meanwhile, the black ant swarm, like an endless nightmare, grew ever more numerous and stronger. The ground was covered with a thick layer of corpses which quickly disappeared, transforming into new warriors. Finally, this immense commotion awakened the slumbering presence. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the center of the basin. The aura of the silver-tier surged like a storm, sweeping over the battlefield. The corrupted Earth Giant King awakened. It gazed at the countless corpses of its offspring at its home, now shrouded in black, and was filled with rage. It stood up, its 8-meter-tall figure resembling a descending demon. The unknown gigantic bone in its hand swept violently. Boom! Hundreds of soldier ants in a broad fan-shaped area were instantly reduced to powder. The power of silver was terrifying. It trampled frantically, each step causing the earth to quake. It wanted to annihilate these lowly insects. It sought revenge. However, what chilled it was the fact that not a single insect retreated. They acted like emotionless machines, crushing one wave only for another to surge forth, while swarms of flying ants continuously spat their bothersome acidic venom at it. Moreover, it horrified to discover that its soldiers had all been slain. In the vast basin, it was the only one. It had killed 1,000. 2,000 surged up around it. It had killed 3,000. For thousands surged. No matter how it swung its bone club or released toxic gas, the black tide continued to rise, slowly submerging its ankles, knees, waist. This is the violence of numbers. Lin Qun watched the giant king struggling in the sea of ants like a drowning man, and softly said, the bravery of individuals is utterly meaningless in the face of a cohesive army. He recalled the day he first awakened the nest. Well, that unprecedented. Heh! Lin Qun chuckled. Perhaps this is where I truly belong. At last the giant king was exhausted. Its movements slowed, covered in biting soldier ants. Its putrid toxins spent, its strength depleted. Despairing, it looked up at the black-clad human on the high slope. It saw a pair of eyes devoid of any compassion. Consume it. Lin Qun issued the final decree. Hiss! The ant swarm surged forward. This time the giant king couldn't even let out a scream before being utterly engulfed by the black tide. The massive body thrashed violently among the ants for a few moments before falling silent. Only the chilling sound of gnawing echoed in the air above the basin. 10 minutes later, the black tide receded. In the center of the basin, only a massive, pristine white skeleton remained still posed, as if struggling before death. At this moment, Lin Qun's ant swarm had swelled to a scale of 7,000. Each ant gleamed with a slick sheen, their shells emanating an ominous pressure. This was a perfect plunder. A perfect genocide. Lin Qun slowly descended from the high slope, approaching the massive skeleton. A silver crystal nucleus radiating a yellowish glow gently floated in the chest cavity of the skeleton. Lin Qun reached out to retrieve the crystal. It felt heavy in his hand, pulsating with energy. A silver-tier crystal nucleus, now this is a true treasure. He handed the crystal to the small one on his shoulder. At that moment, thud. Lin Qun's heart suddenly contracted, as if it had skipped a beat. An extremely obscure, yet grand spatial fluctuation abruptly swept across his senses. That feeling was akin to a giant whale turning over in the deep sea, stirring the entire ocean surface. Lin Qun abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto a distant direction. Not beneath him but farther away, that tower piercing the clouds shrouded in violet mist. The cloud-piercing tower. The fluctuation emanated from there. Lin Qun squinted, his fingers instinctively tightening around the crystal. Since entering the secret realm, that tower had merely served as a backdrop, acting as a landmark for the southwestern exit. But just now it seemed that tower had come to life. There is something there, Lin Qun muttered to himself. His intuition told him that the secret hidden within that tower was 100 times more important than all the giants on the ground combined. It might even relate to how to leave this cursed place. Shall we? Hiss. Lin Qun stuffed the silver crystal nucleus into its mouth, yet his gaze remained fixated on that distant stone tower. Eat quickly, coming to life. In the desolate bone basin, there was a death-like silence. With the colossal skeletal frame of the Troll King crashing down, this ancient tribe that once dominated the basin was utterly annihilated. There were no survivors. From the lowest-ranked black iron-level troll laborers, to the bronze elite patrolling the perimeter, and up to the once proud Silver Lord, the entire tribe of over 300 souls was reduced to the seething energy within the belly of the swarm. Let's go. Lin Qun did not look back at the devastated clearing behind him. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, he stepped on the thick carpet of withered leaves and walked toward the exit of the basin. Behind him, over 7,000 satiated plumed ants silently followed like a black fog of death. It was about a day's journey from the bone basin to the cloud tower. On this journey, Lin Qun moved smoothly. All the beasts in the vicinity, even those with a shred of intelligence, had sensed the terrifying aura that had just slaughtered the Silver Lord and had fled with their tails between their legs. No foolish beast dared to obstruct his path. Lin Qun walked as if strolling in his own backyard, traversing through the jungle and crossing streams. By dusk, the towering white giant tower finally filled his view. Standing at the base and looking up, humanity felt as insignificant as dust. This cloud tower was constructed entirely from an unknown pure white stone, with a base several hundred meters wide, firmly rooted in the earth. As the height increased, the tower gradually narrowed, resembling a white sword that pierced the sky and vanished into the thick purple clouds above. At first glance, it appeared to be a magnificent yet ordinary ancient tower. Aside from its absurd height, there seemed to be nothing illogical about it. But the disturbances are coming from above the clouds. Lin Qun approached the tower's base and reached out to touch the cold stone wall. The touch was frigid, and its hardness far exceeded that of steel. Shall we? Lin Qun looked up at the tower that disappeared into the clouds, and said calmly, "Pave the way." Hiss. The plumed ant queen let out a low hum from his shoulder. The Black Legion behind him moved instantly. They did not take flight, but rather spread like living black moss, climbing up the white tower's base. Crack, crack. The sound of countless arthropod claws gripping echoed. Thousands of soldier ants utilized their mandibles and hooked feet, connecting with one another, interlocking in a chain. They used their bodies to construct a spiral black staircase against the smooth vertical cliff. Black and white created a striking visual contrast in that moment. This ant ladder was not a lifeless object. It was constantly writhing and growing like a gigantic black serpent, tightly wrapping around the sacred tower, inching its way upward. This ant ladder was not a lifeless object. It was constantly writhing and growing like a gigantic black serpent, tightly wrapping around the sacred tower. With his hands in his pockets and a detached expression, he stepped onto this path laid by countless lives, walking toward the sky. The wind grew stronger. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. The surrounding scenery began to blur, and the jungle below transformed into a green. A fierce airflow sliced through like a knife, but it felt as if an invisible barrier surrounded Lin Qun, not even a strand of hair being disturbed. This was the wind wall formed by hundreds of flying ants at his side. Finally, he stepped into the purple sea of clouds. His vision was obscured by mist, with visibility less than 5 meters. But just as he passed through the middle of the cloud layer, Lin Qun's steps paused for a moment. The path ahead had changed. The tower, which had been narrowing inward, suddenly expanded outward here without any warning. It resembled a giant inverted cone or a mushroom blooming in the clouds. The structure above was surprisingly wider than below. This meant that the next path would no longer be a vertical climb, but rather walking on the ceiling. If an ordinary human adventurer reached this point, they would have no choice but to despair and retreat. But before the swarm, terrain was the least significant obstacle. Build a bridge. Lin Qun calmly issued the command. Crack, crack, crack. The leading soldier ants produced a synchronized chirping sound. They no longer clung to the walls, but hooked their rear limbs onto the bodies of their comrades on the rock face, suspending themselves and reaching out, biting the tail of another, extending layer by layer outward. In just a few seconds, a completely suspended black arch bridge made entirely of ant bodies formed in the sea. It bent outward against gravity, wrapping around the massive inverted triangular eaves of the tower, forcibly connecting to the edge of the platform above. The wind blew, causing the black bridge to sway slightly in the mist. That was the weight of thousands of lives. Lin Qun stepped onto it. Below him was an abyss, yet he walked leisurely. He trusted these insects. For the swarm, the Dominator's command superseded life. Even if they were to be crushed to pieces, they would not release their locked mandibles. One step, two steps. Passing through the last of the mist, Lin Qun stepped onto the final level of the ant ladder, standing at the true pinnacle of the cloud tower. The view suddenly opened up. Here was a grand plaza floating above the sea of clouds. The ground was as smooth as a mirror engraved with intricate ancient runes. At the end of the plaza stood a dilapidated ancient ruin. Massive stone pillars lay broken and scattered across the ground. A sense of desolation, antiquity, and heavy passage of time surged forth. In the very center of that ruin stood an intact altar. Suspended above the altar was a fragment of a black stone. The spatial fluctuations that made Lin Qun's heart race emanated from this slab. That is, Lin Qun squinted his eyes. Though he did not know what it was, he could feel the pure spatial power contained within. This was undoubtedly the key to leaving the secret realm. Just as he was about to step forward, a dull thud akin to the sound of a heartbeat resonated from in front of the altar. Immediately after, the massive stone statue that had been kneeling in front of the altar, which Lin Qun had taken for a mere sculpture, moved. Crack, crack. The harsh sound of rock grinding filled the air. It was a headless stone golem, standing 3 meters tall. Carved from grayish-blue stone, its body was as massive as a small mountain. The place where its head should have been was empty, the surface smooth as a mirror. Yet embedded in its chest was a blood-red gem the size of a fist. Inside the gem, it seemed as if blood was flowing, emitting a suffocating, eerie red light. Warning: high energy reaction detected. Target: relic guardian headless stone golem, level silver, level 5, traits: extremely high magic resistance, physical immunity, petrified skin, gravity, manipulation, silver, level 5. Moreover, it was the kind designed specifically for guarding a soulless, tireless artificial beast. Buzz. The headless stone golem slowly straightened its body. It had no eyes and did not need sight. The blood-red gem in its chest suddenly shone with blinding red light, and a visible red ripple instantly swept across the entire plaza. Intruder. A dull, booming mental intent seemingly from the depths of the earth exploded directly in Lin Qun's mind. Die. Boom. It suddenly lifted its massive stone right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. The gravity in the plaza instantaneously increased tenfold. The hundreds of flying ants that had been airborne immediately plummeted to the ground, like flies crashing down in a flurry, their wings unable to flap. Even Lin Qun felt a weight on his shoulders, as if a great mountain had been placed upon him. Yet he remained standing straight. Not only did he not retreat, but he also looked with keen interest at the blood-red gem. Gravity control. A decent core. It should allow Xiao Yi to evolve some nice abilities. Lin Qun straightened the collar of his coat, ruffled by the gale atop the tower, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Too bad there's no meat, it might not taste very good. Behind Lin Qun, in the black passage connecting to the tower below, countless compound eyes glimmered in the shadows. These were the 7,000 hungry demons that had already climbed to the top of the tower. But fortunately, my insects are not picky eaters. Tear it apart and pry that gem loose. Hiss. Accompanied by a sharp hiss, the black tide of insects surged forward against the pressure of tenfold gravity, fueled by a frenzied desire to feast, crashing toward the massive statue. Above the clouds, gravity pressed down like an ocean. At the center of the plaza stood a headless gargoyle statue, its chest embedded with a blood-red gemstone, each pulse of crimson light intensifying the gravitational coefficient in the surrounding air. 7,000 popluinged ants now bore the weight of mountains. Those that had once soared through the air were forced to the ground, their chitinous carapaces emitting faint, strained creaks under the crushing burden. Yet they did not retreat. In their rudimentary minds, no abyss, no blade-strewn peaks, nor fire-scarred hells could halt their advance. So long as their sovereign issued no command to cease, they would charge onward unbroken until death claimed them. Boom! In battle erupted. And the gargoyle stirred, headless yet unervingly perceptive. Facing the surging tide of black insects, it did not flinch or evade. Instead, it raised its massive stone foot and brought it down upon the ground with earth-shaking force. Gravity wave resonance, in bang. A visible ochre-colored shockwave detonated outward from its core. Hundreds of the foremost popluinged ants were instantly hurled skyward. Facing the surging tide of black insects, it did not flinch or evade. Instead, it raised its massive stone foot and brought it down upon the ground with earth-shaking force. Dozens of ants shattered on impact, their carapaces rupturing, violet ichor splattering across the plaza's pristine white marble in grotesque vivid stains. But this was only the beginning. The following wave surged forward, trampling over fallen kin, driving razor-sharp mandibles deep into the gargoyle's calves, knees, and forearms. Crack! Grating teeth-grinding screech echoed forth. Yet this silver-tier 5 gargoyle possessed the formidable trait of physical immunity. The ant's mandibles, capable of shearing through steel, left only shallow chalky scratches upon its stony surface. Many, straining beyond endurance, snapped their own fangs outright. Grua, and the gargoyle unleashed a muffled psychic roar. It reached out with one colossal hand, seized a clump of ants clinging to its torso, and crushed them as though kneading clay. Squelch! And dozens of plumed ants collapsed into pulpy ruin. It moved like an inexhaustible mill, cold, precise, grinding every life that drew near into dust. Within 3 minutes the plaza lay thickly carpeted with insect corpses. Lin Qun stood at the battle's periphery, hands tucked in his pockets, his coat snapping fiercely in the howling gale. Through countless battles since his awakening, and the explosive surge in spiritual energy granted by successive evolutions, the backlash from his swarm's deaths had dwindled to near imperceptibility. His gaze remained serene, as though the fallen were not living creatures, but mere cold, abstract figures. Yet he was far from idle. He observed, "And physical attacks are futile. We cannot breach its defense, and its gravity field fluctuates with movement rhythm. Proof the core is actively channeling energy." Since biting fails, and Lin Qun's eyes swept across the gargoyle's joints. Ancient weathered stone, hardened, yet fissured by time. "Then let us dissolve it." Glacial command surged instantly through the psychic link. The frenzied mandible assault ceased. Tactics shifted in an instant. No longer did they strike heat-in. Instead, leveraging sheer numbers, they swarmed the gargoyle en masse, layer upon layer piling upward like living sediment. In the blink of an eye, the gargoyle was encased within a colossal, writhing black chrysalis. It thrashed wildly, each swing hurling hundreds of ants into oblivion, yet hundreds more rushed forward to fill the void. Then, in HSSSSSS, Naviri ant affixed to its body arched its abdomen and secreted viscous violet black acid, a toxin potent enough to corrode metal. This was no assault, it was immersion. Thousands of secretions coalesced into rivers of venom, seeping relentlessly into every crevice, every pore of the stone. SSSSS. At last the impregnable adamantine crust began steaming violently, thick white vapor rising like spectral breath. The gargoyle's movements visibly slowed. Its knee joints eroded into jagged craters, exposed deep gray inner architecture, the core's skeletal framework laid bare. Sensing mortal peril, the blood-red gem in its chest blazed with crimson radiance, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic gravity wave to obliterate the swarm. And now, Lin Qun narrowed his eyes, capturing the infinitesimal moment of rigidity as the gargoyle gathered power. In Xiao Yi. In perched silently upon his shoulder, Xiao Yi sprang into motion. It was the sole entity untouched by gravity's tyranny, or rather through the sovereign bloodline of the insect's sovereign and repeated assimilation of high-tier wind elemental beasts, it had forcibly nullified gravitational suppression. Violet afterimage tore through the air. Eschewing frontal confrontation, Xiao Yi exploited its compact frame, darting like a bullet through the narrow aperture deliberately left open by the swarm at the gargoyle's chest. There, where acid had gnawed deepest, lay the shortest path to the core. Xiao Yi's obsidian gold mandibles parted wide-edged, with shimmering dark gold luster. And obsidian gold mandibles. Even physical immunity was merely extreme physical resistance, not absolute invulnerability. Xiao Yi's jaws struck true, slamming directly. Even physical immunity was merely extreme physical resistance, not absolute invulnerability. Xiao Yi's jaws struck true, slamming directly into the pulsing blood-red gem. Shatter. And fractures exploded across the gem's surface. The gargoyle's colossal fist, mid-swing poised to crush, froze midair rigid and paralyzed. The suffocating gravity field dissolved like receding tide, vanishing in an instant. Rumble, rumble. And deprived of core energy, the towering stone colossus could no longer sustain itself. It collapsed inward, like toppling blocks, shattering into lifeless rubble scattered across the plaza. Dust settled. Only the swarm remained, relentlessly devouring residual energy from the ruins. Lin Qun stepped forward calmly. He kicked aside debris and retrieved the cracked, dimmed, blood-red gem from the heart of the wreckage. Though fractured, it weighed heavily in his palm, its interior thrumming with a slow, steady pulse like a slumbering heart. In a gravity-affinity silver core. Lin Qun turned it once in his fingers, then tossed it casually toward the returning Xiao Yi. Consume it. Abilities rooted in fundamental laws are exceedingly rare. Perhaps this will catalyze your evolution. Xiao Yi swallowed it whole, emitting a low, contented hum before nuzzling affectionately against Lin Qun's fingertips. Only then did Lin Qun turn around, his gaze falling upon the altar the gargoyle had guarded all along. That was his true objective. He ascended the altar and beheld the black stone tablet suspended midair. Up close, its surface revealed an abyssal star-flecked blackness, shimmering with points of light that drifted like distant constellations. Its edges were jagged and uneven, clearly fragmented, only about 1/5 the size of a complete disk. Lin Qun extended his hand, fingertips brushing its cool surface. Frigid, boundless spatial resonance flowed up his arm. Lin Qun's pupils contracted sharply. This sensation, this uniquely textured spatial signature. And he had seen its description before, in the Academy Library's illustrated compendium of rare spirit materials special edition. Though the text contained only a blurred hand-drawn sketch, every defining feature matched perfectly. Taming stone. Lin Qun murmured the name softly. A core component for constructing colossal interdimensional transmission arrays. Even a fragment the size of a thumbnail commanded astronomical prices beyond the realm. And this slab before him measured nearly the diameter of a millstone. His palm fully closed around it, runes etched upon the altar ignited. A fragmented holographic projection shimmered into existence, a map. It revealed this secret realm as a vast sealed toroidal continuum. 5 luminous nodes flickered within the ring, each marking a critical locus. Lin Qun's current position was merely one among them. 5 nodes, like 5 tumblers locking shut this entire dimension. Lin Qun held the Taming stone fragment in silence for a long moment. Clearly gathering all 5 fragments would unlock a spatial gateway to some unknown destination. Where it led, back to Qingmu City's central transport plaza, to a remote uncharted coordinate. An unknown. Irrelevant. What mattered was that this was the sole viable exit. So that is how it is. Lin Qun sealed the heavy Taming stone shard into his spatial ring. He turned, standing at the tower's precipice, and gazed down upon the endless sea of clouds, and beneath them the savage, untamed wilderness teeming with slaughter and opportunity. With the suppressing edicts lifted, this realm would grow increasingly perilous ordinary beasts, turning feral ancient terrors awakening and ascending. Even if Lin Qun trusted himself to survive this lethal arena, he needed a path. Not just survival, but dominion. In the insectoid nature craved conquest, a single world would never suffice. 4 nodes remain. Lin Qun assessed distances mapped across the projection. Each node likely housed another Taming stone fragment, and a guardian. Perhaps another gargoyle, or something altogether different. Excellent. From thousands of meters above the land stretched beneath him in perfect panoramic clarity. The terrain below was a surreal mosaic, shattered yet seamlessly fused. This world was stitched together from dozens of minor realms. Viewed from above, it resembled a divine sandbox hastily assembled by capricious hands. Tropical rainforests abutted frozen tundras, arid deserts bordered mist-laden swamps, separated by no more than a hair's breadth. These incongruous biomes defied natural law, yet coexisted in eerie equilibrium, radiating a haunting grandeur laced with absurd sublime beauty. I only sought to survive. Fierce incandescent warlight blazed within Lin Qun's normally placid eyes. It seems I have work to do. For Lin Qun, now commanding 7,000 insects and wielding the sacred principle of war-fueled evolution, this was no trial. It was a banquet, a crucible of transcendence, for him and his swarm alike. My little ones, Lin Qun watched his swarm devour the gargoyles' remains, their forms undergoing astonishing metamorphosis, his lips curving into a cold, predatory smile. You're still hungry, aren't you? HSSSS. A unified shriek tore through the air, dispersing clouds like mist. Then let us go, and consume this world. The road away from the Yunxiao stone tower was quieter than the way in. Lin Qun descended the insect ladder from the tower's base, and set foot once more on the sultry rainforest floor. Behind him, the black python that had once coiled around the tower disintegrated, collapsing into more than 10,000 purple-black motes that converged at his feet, like rivers pouring into the sea. Indeed, after devouring the tower's guardian, the swarm had swelled to a terrifying 10,000, and that number came after diverting a significant portion of energy to fuel their evolution. Click, click, the sound had changed. When the insect swarm had crawled, before it had been the dry rustle of chitin against dead leaves. By devouring the Shixiangui that bore the petrifying skin trait, the colony finally acquired a new attribute. Keratin heavy armor. The keratinous carapace had greatly evolved. Under stone-like patterning, it possessed exceptional resistance to both physical and magical assault. The former purple-black shells had become jade-like, taking on a somber matte sheen. On close inspection, a fine rock-like grain could be seen upon their surfaces. By devouring the Shixiangui that bore the petrifying skin trait, the colony finally acquired a new attribute. Keratin heavy armor. The keratinous carapace had greatly evolved. Under stone-like patterning, it possessed exceptional resistance. Not large in size, yet astonishingly dense, Lin Qun felt the cold weight in his palm, and a trace of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. The swarm had not only remedied the insect's previous shortcomings in defense and kinetic output, it had also gained a measure of gravity control. Their hovering speed, far from being slowed by added mass, had become more agile and quicker. The swarm had not only remedied the insect's previous shortcomings in defense and kinetic output, it had also gained a measure of gravity control. Go to the next node. 20 kilometers from the Yunxiao stone tower, the terrain began to change. The rainforest vegetation thinned, replaced by a jagged stone forest. Sharp stalagmites thrust toward the sky like spears. The ground was dry and cracked. This area harbored a gregarious monster known as Tiepi Manu. They were bronze third-rank creatures, thick-skinned, coarse of flesh, quick to rage. When enraged, they could overturn even an armored vehicle. A deep, earth-shaking bellow shattered the quiet soon after Lin Qun entered the zone. Dust rolled and churned. A herd of more than 30 Tiepi Manu, eyes aflame and heads lowered with horns bared, surged forward like an out-of-control locomotive toward the reckless human. The earth trembled. Faced with the charge of such heavy units, most beastmasters would choose to avoid the brunt or resort to kiting tactics. But Lin Qun stood his ground, hands in his pockets, utterly still. Test the hardness of the new armor, he said calmly. Defense formation. A hissing command, and tens of thousands of ants ceased flight at once and descended to the ground. They did not pile into walls as before. Instead, they spread across the earth, each curling inwards so that the heavy rocky carapace faced outward and their mandibles bit deeply into the soil. From a distance, it looked as if a black speed bump had been unfurled before Lin Qun. In the next heartbeat, the herd slammed into it. By the laws of physics, such tiny creatures should have been flattened instantly. Instead, a series of bone-jarring thuds detonated in succession. The lead bull felt as though it had stamped on a steel plate studded with diamond nails. A monstrous recoil surged up through its hooves. The lead bull felt as though it had stamped on a steel plate studded with diamond nail. The bull king screamed as its massive body lost balance and crashed, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters. The swarm poured over it, and the beast was dissolved from within. Not even bones remained. The ants beneath had been pressed only a few centimeters into the earth by the impact. They shook off the dust and crawled out entirely unharmed. Not a single carapace had cracked. Defense qualified, Lin Qun observed, watching the bull writhe and wind, the corner of his mouth lifting. Next, offense. Feet. At his command, the defensive blackstones sprang to life. They were no longer inert rocks, but ravenous piranhas. Thousands surged forward, though each measured but a palm. Their extraordinary density bestowed them with terrifying bite force. With a snap of recoil, a soldier ant shot forward like a bullet toward a bull's neck. No tearing, no slicing. It struck and penetrated outright. The iron hide yielded like paper, and a bleeding hole opened. The ant burrowed inside and began a frenzied internal onslaught. In less than 5 minutes, all 30 beasts had fallen. Not one carcass remained intact. Each was perforated as if by a storm of shrapnel. Not bad. Lin Qun stepped over the carpet of bodies and plucked a bronze crystal core from the pooled blood, casually tossing it to Xiao Yi on his shoulder. Your turn. He looked 100 meters away at a solitary slab of granite as tall as a 2-story building standing alone in the wasteland. It was less a boulder than a small mountain. Xiao Yi, he said, let me see what that gravity core gave you. Xiao Yi swallowed the core and did not take flight. It remained on Lin Qun's shoulder, but its aura retracted inward with sudden restraint. Then a strange fluctuation erupted within its tiny frame. It did not project a gravity field outward to suppress its surroundings. Instead, it performed something far more dangerous. It compressed itself. Using the core's power, it inverted and collapsed its own gravity field upon itself. 2-fold, 10-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold. In that instant, the palm-sized Xiao Yi's mass density was squeezed to an astonishing degree, as if a miniature black hole had been fashioned. Light around it seemed to warp. Then the evolved elytra on its back shuddered, the insect king bloodline surged, and wind elemental chi detonated at full power, launching the electromagnetic projectile. A thunderous sonic boom exploded at Lin Qun's ear. The trajectory was a blur. Only a straight purple vacuum trace remained, like a slash of violet lightning, cleaving the air. The distant granite did not so much as tremble, yet at its core a perfectly smooth, translucent circular hole had been formed, its edges mirror-like. 10 centimeters in diameter, and yet it had penetrated 10 meters of solid granite. This was gravity compression Zidian. Without gravity compression Xiao, it would have been merely a high-velocity bullet. Compressed 100-fold, it became an electromagnetic railgun slug. Such kinetic force could cleave even silver-tier defenses in an instant. In a flash of violet light, Xiao Yi returned to Lin Qun's shoulder. It released the gravity compression and became light again, nuzzling his earlobe with an affectionate motion, as if the terrifying strike had not been its doing. Very strong. Lin Qun regarded the luminous aperture and bestowed his highest praise. This is a true trump card. Use the swarm to push ordinarily. If you meet hard armor, bring one to its head. Let's go. Lin Qun turned hands in his pockets, and with his newly evolved heavy legion strode into the sunset, toward the second marker on the map. There lay a swamp marked crimson on the map. The next guardian, he murmured. I hope it can withstand a shot. At the edge of the crimson marsh, a miasma of decay hung thick in the air. Lin Qun leaned against the colossal, unrecognizable skeleton of a monstrous beast. It had been the Swamp Inferno Lizard King, a bronze tier 9 rank beast, and until 10 minutes ago sovereign of this quagmire. Now it was nothing but a skeletal frame stripped clean to the bone. 16,000. Lin Qun glanced behind him. Where once lay treacherous sucking mud now stretched a dense carpet of black pebbles. 16,000 plumed heavy armored ants. For 3 days and 2 nights since departing the cloud-piercing stone pagoda, Lin Qun had not paused. Not for breath, not for rest. He had advanced like a precision-engineered bulldozer, carving a path from the stone forest zone straight into ironhide buffalo herds, venom arrow frogs, swarms, corrosive sludge beasts. Every creature blocking his route, or marked on his map as a resource node, had been devoured by the swarm, converted into raw energy, then reborn as living armor. Though their numbers have surged, no second qualitative evolution has yet occurred. Lin Qun straightened, brushing non-existent dust from the hem of his windbreaker. I hope to encounter something worthy here. He lifted his gaze beyond the sparse, withered forest, toward the structure rising silently beyond the marsh. The former Southern Zone's secret realm exit landmark, the Lock Underworld Pagoda. Unlike the soaring, cloud-piercing stone pagoda, this tower appeared markedly smaller. Rising only 300 or 400 meters, its surface was a somber gray-black veiled in moss and scarred by centuries of erosion. Though mapped as one of the exit nodes, its silhouette resembled less a gateway and more a monolithic tombstone. 10 minutes later at the tower's base. No entrance. Lin Qun circled the entire structure. The tower was solid. No apertures, no openings. Shall we ascend and survey? HSS. In an instant the tiny figure upon his shoulder vanished, a violet lightning bolt streaking skyward. It spiraled thrice above the spire, yet the vision it relayed made Lin Qun's brow furrow. The apex was needle-sharp. No platform. No altar. No void heaven slate. Not above. Lin Qun weighed every possibility encoded in his map. If it was truly a node, a core artifact must exist. And if not above, his eyes dropped to the unusually dry, hardened black earth beneath his boots. Then it lies below. Dig. Lin Qun issued the command, calm and absolute. Click, click, click. Instantly the swarm responded. What does 16,000 living drill bits at work look like? The unyielding ground erupted, boiling, churning. Their mandibles, reinforced by bedrock, tore through soil as effortlessly as sipping water. They excavated with terrifying efficiency, forelimbs clawing hindlimbs, passing debris in seamless coordination. In precisely half an hour, a colossal pit, 10 meters wide, yawned open. At 50 meters deep the soil vanished, replaced instead by a vast, breathtaking subterranean expanse, suddenly revealed, cavernous and immense. Indeed, a world hidden within a world. Lin Qun stood at the pit's rim, gazing down through the shared vision. It was a colossal cylindrical cavern, vast as an underground coliseum. At its exact center rose a solitary, towering stone pillar crowned by a flat, circular platform. Upon that platform loomed the ruins of an ancient structure, and glowing faintly in the gloom an altar. There rested the second void heaven slate. Encircling the pillar, however, yawned an unfathomable abyss, sealing the ruin in isolation like an island adrift in eternal night. Too silent. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. No trace of beastly aura lingered, not even a whisper of wind. That solitary ruin suspended in darkness felt less like heritage, and more like bait deliberately laid out for the taking. Send scouts. Lin Qun willed it. 10 plumed flying ants unfurled their wings and darted forward, cautiously traversing the void toward the central pillar. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. All remained still. Yet, just as the vanguard neared the altar's edge, cataclysm struck. SHHHSHHHSHHH. From the abyss's deepest silence erupted a deafening, grating scuttle, so dense, so visceral it set teeth on edge. Then, a surge of deathly chi, thick and palpable, exploded upward. HSS. The 10 flying ants never even registered the threat. From the darkness below, countless violet-black blurs shot forth, like whips, like chains. No, by the altar's faint, ghostly luminescence, Lin Qun finally saw them clearly. Centipedes. Thousands upon thousands, of varying size, armored in iridescent violet chitin, spilling from crevices in the cliff walls, erupting from fissures in the pillar itself. The smallest were no thicker than fingers, the largest wider than barrels. 5 meters long, each limb a serrated blade, each maw a nightmare of jagged fangs, radiating a nauseating aura of netherworld death. Crack. 10 flying ants, each sheathed in hardened chitinous armor, shattered like potato chips before such overwhelming numbers. In a single blink, they were torn apart, devoured. No cry, no struggle, no trace left behind. This is... Lin Qun's pupils contracted sharply. Codex scan failed. Warning, target absent from database. Hive will initiating analysis. Analyzing. Species Nether Centipede Ancient Strain. Estimated Potential Class A. Current Tier Iron 1 to Bronze 6. Class AA. Lin Qun's pulse quickened. This was the first creature within the secret realm, utterly absent from all known records, whose latent potential reached Class A. Even rare draconic subspecies in the outer world seldom achieved Class A potential. And here, there existed an entire brood. HSSSSS. Having devoured the scouts, the nether centipedes hungered still. They coiled densely across pillar and cliff face. Thousands of compound eyes burning with eerie violet flame locked unerringly onto Lin Qun at the pit's rim. They sensed the immense vitality pulsing within him. An exquisite feast. Savage, greedy, mad. Hundreds of elite centipedes, largest among them, writhed violently, straining upward to rend him limb from limb. Yet each time they breached the abyss's boundary, attempting to escape the cylindrical chamber, a faint blood-red sigil chain flared in midair, lashing them back with brutal force. Sealed, Lin Qun instantly grasped the truth. These monsters were impossibly powerful, yet bound. Prisoners of this ruin, or perhaps its guardians. If they cannot emerge, his vigilance dissolved, replaced by something sharper, fascination, incandescent and fierce. Hands buried deep in his pockets, he smiled, a curve of the lips unlike any he'd ever worn. Class of potential, social species, subterranean sovereigns, insects. This was heaven's most perfect gift, delivered straight into his hands. Shall we? Tell them, only one true monarch rules the insect world. HSS. Shao Yi understood instantly. An invisible imperial pressure descended like a mountain, flooding the cavern below. A primordial bloodline-based supremacy, binding lower beings. An invisible imperial pressure descended like a mountain, flooding the cavern below. A primordial bloodline-based supremacy, binding lower beings to their master's will. The frenzied shrieks of the centipede horde fell silent, for one heartbeat. Tens of thousands of weaker iron-tier centipedes instinctively trembled, limbs curling tight, pressed motionless against the cliffs. But then, roar. From the abyss's heart, dozens of deeper, more furious roars detonated. But then, roar. From the abyss's heart, dozens of deeper, more furious roars detonated. Defying the sovereign, they did not submit. Provoked, they burned with greater fury, gnashing mandibles, roaring upward at Shao Yi, hungering to tear it apart. Daring to resist, Lin Qun felt no anger, only deeper admiration. To withstand the sovereign's aura spoke of exalted, untainted lineage. Truly noble spirit. Alas. Slowly Lin Qun raised his right hand, and from the pit rose a deafening, resonant hum. 16,000 armored ants poised and ready. Submit or perish. Full advance. Crush them. All forces pressed down. With Lin Qun's command delivered without a shred of emotion, the air along the rim of the pit seemed to still for an instant. What followed was a black downpour. 16,000 pulp-winged heavy-armored ants folded their translucent wings in unison. They drew their 6 stout limbs tight against their abdomens, curling into perfect black spheres. Relying on the keratinous heavy carapace, hardened by heavy rock evolution to a density rivaling solid lead, they fell with a howling wind like a breach of iron sand laden with terrible kinetic force, smashing down toward the Huangquan centipede swarm in the abyssal depths. Boom. This was not the patter of raindrops, but the thunder of meteors striking the earth. The dull, weighty, violently impacting sound reverberated wildly inside the cylindrical grotto, shaking loose stones from the rock walls. Those Huangquan centipedes that had once clustered on the cliff faces bearing fangs, as if to greet a heaven-sent feast, were stunned in an instant. Their compound eyes glowing with a ghostly violet light saw their greed dissolved into fear. This was no tender, juicy flying prey. These were plainly tens of thousands of solid iron cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. One black sphere after another, driven by enormous momentum, slammed into the centipedes' bodies. Crack. A 5-meter black iron-grade centipede jaw gaped to seize its meal was struck squarely on the forehead by a falling heavy-armored ant. There was no suspense about the outcome. Its skull, dulled and brittle from long starvation, exploded in an instant, purple ichor mixed with shattered brain tissue spraying in all directions. It did not even have time to scream before it was beaten into pulp and slid off the cliff into the abyss. Yet that was only the ants that struck the ground unfurled themselves with speed. They were no longer shields for defense, but machines of slaughter. Hisses filled the air as the abyss became a meat grinder. A bronze-tier centipede elite, relying on instinctive ferocity, lashed its scythe-like mandibles and clamped down on the back of a pulp-winged ant. Sparks flew, yet the expected sound of shell shattering did not come. The centipede elite froze. Its shell, long weakened by hunger and lack of energy, could not compare to the carapace of an ant that had devoured. The centipede elite froze. Its shell, long weakened by hunger and lack of energy, could not compare to the carapace of an ant that had devoured gargoyles and completed keratinous armor evolution. Before it could recover, the ant spun around. Palm-sized though it was beside the 5-meter centipede, the aura it radiated felt colder and heavier. With a sudden sharp leap, the ant struck like a black rivet, crashing into the most vulnerable joint of the centipede's soft abdominal segments. Then those heavy mandibles snapped shut like scissors through paper, effortlessly cutting through defense and burrowing into the beast's interior. A chorus of shrieks rose and fell. It was a completely unequal war. On one side were refugees, starved for centuries, their bones riven by malnutrition. On the other were sated, fully armed, and absolutely disciplined heavy infantry. Within minutes the walls were hung with severed centipede limbs, purple blood pooling into streams that trickled down the stone pillars. Roar! Just as the slaughter reached a fever pitch, a cry full of brutality and unwillingness tore out from the deepest darkness of the abyss. A chilling aura surged upward. Boom! The rubble at the base of the central pillar exploded outward. The centipede king, nearly 10 meters long and cloaked in thick, dark purple armor, finally could not remain idle. It was the sole ruler among these starving masses, the strongest, who had survived by devouring the bones of countless. Although its rank had stalled at bronze 6 through extreme hunger, its gargantuan bulk and a grade potential still lent it a terrifying dominion over the battlefield. It slid along the rock face like a coiling dragon, its hundreds of legs scraping the stone with a metallic screech. It opened a bloodthirsty maw and expelled a dense purple mist. The mist had no tangible toxicity, yet as it spread, the orderly assault of the popluinged ants froze. Hundreds of ants, shrouded in the vapor, showed confusion and hesitation in their compound eyes. Instinct urged them to fall back. Their antennae trembled frantically. It was a soul layer ability, Huangquan Fear. It was the gaze of Huangquan itself. Seizing the instant of the swarm's rigidity, the centipede king struck. It was a soul layer ability, Huangquan Fear. It was the gaze of Huangquan itself. Seizing the instant of the swarm's rigidity, the centipede king struck. Stuck fast. It was a soul layer ability, Huangquan Fear. It was the gaze of Huangquan itself. Seizing the instant of Lin Qun stood with his hands plunged into the pockets of his black coat, looking down with cool detachment at the beast ravaging below. His gaze did not waver, as if watching a trapped animal struggle. Huangquan Fear. An area-type skill, Lin Qun murmured, the light in his eyes shifting from appraisal to a burning heat. As expected, a grade potential. To evolve an attack of the spirit from nothing but gnawing at dirt. What would this become if fed proper energy? Xiao Yi, Lin Qun said evenly. Suppress it. Don't kill it. It's your new companion. Hiss. Xiao Yi, hovering at Lin Qun's side, flapped its wings violently, its small body trembling as the surrounding air began to warp, and a dangerous aura slowly revealed itself. In a blur it vanished, leaving a violet afterimage. The next instant a dazzling streak of purple thunder ignited the dark grotto. Gravity compression, purple lightning. This time Xiao Yi did not compress gravity to the extreme hundredfold, but precisely to 30%, enough to maim without outright decapitation. Boom. The purple lightning tore through the cavern, too swift for even an afterimage to be seen, its piercing sonic boom striking the side of the centipede king's raised head with surgical precision. A colossal surge of kinetic energy exploded. The 10-meter behemoth was struck as if by an invisible locomotive broadside. Its hard, dark purple cranial shell caved and the massive head snapped to one side, and the whole body was slammed with irresistible force against the central pillar. Thud! The pillar trembled, and the seal's faint light flickered to life. The centipede king uttered a shrilly agonized cry, half its bulk embedded in the rubble. It shook its dizzy head, the predatory glare still burning as it tried to struggle upright and counterattack. Suddenly a crushing aura descended like Mount Tai. It was the ultimate compression of Insect Emperor's pressure. Xiao Yi hovered 3 meters above the king's head, small in form, it shone like a purple sun. The bloodline suppression it released, coupled with the slight gravity authority it had gained, acted like an invisible hand forcing the centipede's raised head back into the dust. Hiss! Xiao Yi looked down from on high, its compound eyes blazing violet, its elytra vibrating at high frequency and emitting a lethal hum. At the same time, over 10,000 popluinged heavy-armored ants ceased their assault. They spread swiftly, forming a massive iron bucket formation around the pillar. Countless cold compound eyes fixed on the defeated king. Should it so much as move, it would be torn apart by 10,000 jaws, not even bone left. Countless cold compound eyes fixed on the defeated king. Should it so much as move, it would be torn apart by 10,000 jaws, not even bone. In its place rose fear of the strong and the primal urge to survive. It no longer struggled. Its vast body slowly relaxed, its many feet curled and pressed to the ground, its once proud head buried deep in the rubble as it emitted a low submissive whine. With the ruler bowed, the tens of thousands of surviving Huangquan centipedes clinging to the walls and corners also lay flat against the cliffs, trembling and utterly silent. The entire grotto fell into a death-like hush. Only the faint beat of Xiao Yi's wings announced the arrival of the new sovereign. Once the battle was confirmed over, Lin Qun leisurely dropped down the rock face. Dozens of flying ants surged to his feet, lifting him on their bodies and gently setting him upon the stone pillar platform. He walked to stand before the Mingong king. The Mingong king bowed and curled, emitting a low whimper toward Lin Qun. It could sense that although the little creature in the air radiating terrible pressure was the ants' king, the human before it whose aura inspired dread was the true master of the swarm. Gazing at the purple behemoth, wounded yet still exuding terrifying ferocity, Lin Qun did not hesitate. He bit his fingertip and pressed a drop of blood onto its shattered carapace. Contract. A low hum filled the air as a complex blood-red sigil flared in the void, then dissolved into countless streams of light that poured into the Mingong king's body. Lin Qun felt the missing piece deep within his soul finally snap into place. With a thunderous surge, a cold, weighty energy tinged with the scent of earth and death flowed back at him along the contract. Contract successful. Second War Beast, Lin Qun Mingong King. Level Bronze Tier 6. Potential Grade A. Traits: Ming Tu, Jianglin Nether Soil Descent, Huangquan Kongju Huangshuan Fear Tuntu, Shiyan Soul Swallowing, and Rock Digesting. Description: an ancient aberrant banished to the depths beneath the earth. When the nether soil spreads, all surface life becomes driftwood above an abyss, ever ready to be dragged into that lightless purgatory. Ming Tu Jianglin, by releasing nether chi, it forcibly transmutes surrounding soil and rock into nether soil, allowing the Huangquan Mingong to ignore terrain and burrow freely and swiftly beneath the earth. Huangquan Kongju, using the nether soil as a medium, it continuously exhales a purple mist that can impose the fear negative status. Tuntu Shiyan, it possesses a specialized digestive system that allows it to ingest and decompose most soils, ores, and rock strata, using their grade and properties to reinforce the hardness and density of its carapace. Tuntu Shiyan, it possesses a specialized digestive system that allows it to ingest and decompose most soils, ores, and rock strata, using their grade and properties to reinforce all the experience he had accumulated along the journey. Together with the enormous feed from this grade, potential Bronze 6 Mingong King burst forth like a long-dammed reservoir, finally breaking its banks. Second War Beast. Contract successful. Level cap unlocked. Detected massive overflow of energy. With a thunderous shock, Lin Qun's body convulsed, his bones cracked with the brittle sound of popping kernels. If Xiao Yi's feed had made his body lighter and his reflexes keener, the Mingong King's return made his body steadier, more grounded. In the depths of the secret realm, a vast sea of verdant forests unfolds. This is the most densely vegetated and vibrant primordial jungle in the entire secret realm. Ancient trees tower into the sky and vines twist like pythons, with every inch of air filled with a restless vitality. However, at this moment, a silent plague is rapidly spreading beneath this green sea. Rustle. The originally lush treetops suddenly begin to wither and curl. Countless birds perched atop the treetops seem to sense a great terror, frantically attempting to take flight, but as they are engulfed by the purple mist, they stiffen in midair and plummet to the ground, as if their souls were frozen. On the ground, the once ferocious jungle beasts, giant toothed tigers, venomous pythons, and even the notoriously irritable claw bears, are now all crouched on the ground, trembling with fear, burying their heads deep into the earth, not daring to make a sound. Because the earth has changed. A strange blackness, like drops of thick ink poured into clear water unexpectedly, stains the lush grassland. The arrival of the underworld. Where the blackness spreads, rocks crumble into sand and soil transforms into marsh. Vitality is forcefully plundered, turning into a heavy, lifeless nourishment. Boom! A thunderous rumble resonates from deep within the earth. Following that, in the center of the stained black woodland, the ground rolls violently, like boiling asphalt. Without any digging motion, the earth splits open of its own accord. A grand throne constructed of intertwining dark black limbs slowly rises from below. Lin Qun sits upon the throne, the black cloak cascading down beside the menacing armrests. With his hands in his pockets, his expression is indifferent, resembling a king of the underworld who has just finished surveying his territory, descending to the mortal realm with an aura of chill and death. Beneath him lies the Huangquan underworld centipede king, measuring 15 meters in length and clad in dark purple heavy armor. Behind him, the black underworld spreads like a tsunami, with 30,000 underworld centipedes flickering in the black mud, while 16,000 purple-winged heavy-armored ants obscure the sunlight above. Wherever they tread, silence reigns. Lin Qun lifts his gaze, his eyes traversing the withered jungle, landing upon the valley ahead, completely covered by vines and moss. It was neither as towering as the cloud-piercing stone pagoda, nor as grim and foreboding as the soul. Rather, it resembled a ruin long abandoned in the river of time. More than half its structure had crumbled away, leaving only a 100-meter-high base standing solitary at the valley's end. Slumped before the colossal weathered archway stood a monstrous figure, an ancient beast man over 5 meters tall. He was impossibly old. His once mighty muscles had slackened and sagged, his grayish-green skin was deeply furrowed with wrinkles and age spots thickly carpeted with moss and fungi. One of his signature tusks was broken entirely, the other yellowed and brittle as petrified would bore the marks of centuries' decay. A grotesque massive iron bone mace lay discarded in the weeds beside him, rusted beyond recognition, yet crowned by a single nameless white flower blooming defiantly upon its corroded surface. He leaned against the pagoda's gate, eyes clouded and vacant, gazing blankly at the sky, saliva dripping unbidden from his lips, a statue long since stripped of life. How many decades? Centuries? Millennia had he sat imprisoned within this isolated cage? He could no longer recall. Unending confinement and solitude had eroded every trace of his primal fire, leaving only numbness and profound weariness with existence. Until black nether soil crept forward, swallowing the earth beneath his feet. The verdant weeds withered instantly into ash, the touch of death itself. His heavy, drooping eyelids twitched faintly, but he did not lift his head. Only his fingers stirred sluggishly, as if trying to brush away that chilling, unwelcome sensation before sinking once more into vacant stillness. Silver Rank 3. Lin Qun sat upon his throne, gazing down upon this desolate guardian, disappointment flickering briefly in his eyes. Scanning Codex. Target Ancient Beastman, Clan Unknown, Potential Unknown. Status Profound, Existential Apathy, Spiritual Exhaustion, Death, Chi, Enshrouded. Has even the will to live faded? Lin Qun shook his head. He sought no opponent devoid of fighting spirit, only the stone tablet behind it. Since your suffering is so absolute, let me grant you release. Slowly Lin Qun raised his right hand and pressed it downward, toward the ancient beastman who sat like a mound of forgotten refuse. Bury it. The command felt cold and absolute. HSSSS. A low guttural roar erupted from the nether soil serpent king, and the black earth beneath him roiled violently. Countless famished Huangquan nether serpents surged forth from the mire, black-purple coils whipping through the air like living chains converging upon the beastman. Above, armored ant swarms darkened the sky like a descending storm cloud. Only then did the ancient beastman's dull milky eyes finally shift. He saw the swarm blotting out the heavens, the inexorable tide of black death, and, seated upon that grotesque throne, the human whose gaze was colder than a blade's edge. A long-forgotten emotion, anger, pierced his numb nerves like a needle. Someone intends to kill me. Someone seeks to end this wretched, tedious, interminable imprisonment. RRRGH. A hoarse-bewildered growl escaped his throat. Then hundreds of flying ants pierced his skin. Warm blood welled forth. The searing pain jolted him. His pupils contracted violently. Deep within those clouded orbs a desperate crimson light blazed forth, like the final flare of a dying star. Decades, or millennia, of suppressed sorrow, indignation, and despair detonated all at once. Since you have come, then let us die together. Roar. A roar shook the mountains and forests, a war song echoing from the dawn of time. The beastman surged upright. With the motion, dust and moss cascaded from his frame. In one sweep, he seized the rusted ironbone mace lying at his feet. Boom. His emaciated body swelled like an inflating titan, muscles erupting, tautening his slackened skin, veins coiling like serpents across his limbs. A savage blood-red shockwave burst from his core, hurling hundreds of ants clinging to his body into the void. Madness surged the final war song. He had gone mad. Swinging the colossal mace, he charged. No longer a creature, but a berserk engine of flesh and fury, straight toward Lin Qun, roaring with apocalyptic force. Die? All of you die. He bellowed in the ancient tongue of beastman, voice thunderous, each footfall trembling the valley floor. Faced with this silver-rank suicide assault, Lin Qun did not so much as blink. He neither ordered the nether soil serpent king to evade, nor summoned Shao Yi to intervene. He merely watched the charging colossus calm and detached, and spoke for words quiet as falling ash. Within the nether soil, all are equal. A resonant hum filled the air. The nether soil serpent king understood instantly. Nether soil descent, fully unleashed. Where solid ground once stood, the valley floor beneath the beastman's feet collapsed without warning. This was no mere sinkhole. It was a rewriting of material law. Stone flowed like quicksand as soil became bottomless void. Plopped. Mid-stride, the beastman's footing vanished. His immense bulk, and that heavy bone mace, became fatal liabilities. Half his body plunged instantly into the black nether soil. Ruro air. Enraged, he roared, bulging arm muscles straining to wrench free, to smash this accursed mire with brute force. Yet therein lay the nether soil's true horror. It was alive, viscous and sentient, like living asphalt, gripping every inch of flesh with suffocating tenacity. The more he struggled, the stronger the downward pull grew. His legs refused extraction, his strength struck empty air. Within this domain, Lin Qun observed the beastman, frenzied hammer flailing, utterly impotent in the black muck, and spoke, voice glacial. Even should you possess the strength to uproot mountains, If you lack purchase, you are but slaughtered livestock. Drag it down. HSSSS. Countless Lin Qun nether serpents erupted from the nether soil, moving with effortless grace, as if swimming through water unimpeded by resistance. They coiled like violet chains, locking onto his arms, neck, and torso, then pulled relentlessly with the synchronized might of 30,000 serpents, dragging him into the abyss below. Ruru air. A cry of utter despair tore from his throat. His strength ebbed. His waist, chest, throat. He watched helpless as the cold, fetid black mud rose past his jawline. Then, above, the popluinged armored ant swarm descended. His waist, chest, throat. He watched helpless as the cold, fetid black mud rose past his jawline. Then, above, the popluinged armored ant swarm. The sound of gnawing began. Seconds later, his skeletal arms slumped lifelessly. The great bone mace, now masterless, sank slowly into the depths of the nether soil. Silence swallowed whole. Silence returned. The valley settled once more into absolute stillness, save for the churning black expanse of nether soil, proof that a silver-rank ancient life had just been consumed. Perhaps you carried countless tales, but they hold no relevance to me. Lin Qun gestured lightly. Several nether serpents vanished underground, returning moments later bearing a mud-smeared stone tablet aloft. The third combing stone tablet. Another. Lin Qun slipped the slab into his spatial ring, then surveyed the surrounding valley, now stripped bare by the swarm, its lush canopy reduced to bleached skeletal timber. The subterranean spirit vein had been drained dry by the nether serpent swarm. Depart. Lin Qun tapped the armrest of the nether soil serpent king's throne, gaze fixed northward, toward a vast, blinding expanse of ice plains. Next, the black nether soil churned once more, lifting its sovereign upon its tide, as it surged onward, toward the next forbidden zone. After leaving the Tsanglu Forest Sea, Lin Qun's journey did not cease. He resembled an unwearied reaper, drawing a line of death across the map of the secret realm. This is a white purgatory frozen for 1,000 miles. The biting wind cuts like knives, the droplets freeze instantly upon contact with air. The temperature here is lethally low. It is precisely this brutal environment that has earned the Northern Division its grim epithet, the Nightmare Division. Students emerging from it are renowned for their unyielding willpower and raw, indomitable spirit. Its guardian is a four-winged frost lizard bearing faint draconic bloodline. It dwells within a colossal subterranean cavern beneath the ice sheet, drawing strength from this extreme cold. So much so that even a silver-tier beast tamer of equal cultivation rank would see their blood freeze solid within minutes, turning them into lifeless ice statues. Under the frost lizard's terrifying frost dragon breath, the ever-victorious Netherland tactics met rare resistance. As the Netherland miasma spread toward the lizard's feet, it was instantly locked in place by the silver-tier cryogenic exhalation, unable to drag the beast underground. Elemental suppression. Before such absolute ice essence, earth-based abilities are brutally stifled. Of course, were the opponent also silver-tier, the outcome might well be entirely different. Roar. The four-winged frost lizard unleashed a mocking guttural roar. Its maw gaped wide and a torrent of horrifying white cryodragon breath surged forth like a breached dam, engulfing the entire space ahead in an instant. Lin Qun sat upon his throne, watching the onrushing wave of white annihilation approach. His gaze remained utterly calm. Then let us fight differently. Wedge formation. At the command's utterance, the 18,000 popluinged armored ants circling overhead surged into motion, not scattering to evade, but converging inward with deliberate, terrifying precision. Thousands upon thousands linked head to tail in seamless unity, coalescing instantly into a razor-sharp black cone. The apex aimed directly at the roaring dragon breath. Boom. The obsidian cone slammed headlong into the blinding white deluge. Crack, 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 crack. A rapid, deafening staccato of shattering ice erupted. Hundreds of ants at the very tip, first to meet the breath, froze instantly into crystalline statues, then exploded into glittering shards under the sheer force of impact. Yet the swarm did not falter. Fallen front rankers were replaced without pause by the next and the next. One dead. One steps forward. 100 dead. 100 rise to take their place. This black drill, forged from 16,000 armored ants, plunged onward, carving through the invincible white dragon breath, with relentless sacrifice, splitting it cleanly down the center. The frigid currents slid harmlessly along both flanks of the wedge formation, unable to halt the swarm's advance. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. SHK. When the black apex finally pierced the dragon breath and drove deep into the frost lizard's gaping maw, the battle ended. Countless monstrous armored ants flooded inward like a virulent black plague invading its body. Minutes later, the frost lizard's colossal corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash, its innards devoured to the last shred. From the deepest recesses of its lair, Lin Qun retrieved the fourth Kongming stone tablet. Well done. Lin Qun observed the ant swarm, now fiercer, more savage after feasting upon silver-tier flesh, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Leaving the ice plane, Lin Qun pressed on without pause, crossing half the secret realm until he reached this searing yellow purgatory. Gale winds swept the sands, blotting out sky and sun. The guardians here were a notoriously troublesome pack of Huanying shamming. They were not strong in brute force, but possessed high intelligence and the uncanny ability of Haishir, Shenlu Mirage. They lurked within the quicksands, conjuring countless false images. Intruders often exhausted themselves in endless phantasms and sand traps before they ever glimpsed a real foe. However, when they encountered the Minggong swarm, it was as if they had met a natural enemy. The Minggong wronged upon the ice plane had finally found an outlet for their pent-up wrath. Playing with quicksand, Lin Qun sat upon his throne, watching the shifting oases and palaces of desert illusion unfold, a mocking curl lifting the corner of his mouth. Presuming to show off. Alohum, Mingtu Jianglin, descent of Nether Earth. Black nether soil spread in an instant, arrogantly smothering the yellow quicksand. The quicksand that had been controlled by the shamming had its mastery torn away the moment it met the Nether Earth. Illusions. Under the vibrating perception of the nether soil that blanketed the field, true life pulses were as clear as candlelight in the night. Even if the eyes were fooled by phantasms, the tremors beneath the feet told the truth. Drag them out. Hiss. The Minggong swarm, full of pent-up ire, burrowed into the ground with frantic speed. Moments later, shrieking Shamong were hauled from the sand one by one. Their vaunted illusion craft proved meaningless before absolute sensory suppression. It was a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, the winds stilled, the fifth Mingshir slab was secured. The Shamong pack had been entirely consumed by the swarm. With that, the 5 great nodes of the secret realm had all been breached. Lin Qun sat on a weathered dune, his black collar and head snapping in the sand-swept wind. He did not hurry to depart. Instead, he produced the 5 irregular black slabs and placed them upon the forehead of the Minggong king, which lay before him like a humble table. Clack! As the final slab clicked into place, the 5 fragments locked together with flawless precision. Ahum! In that instant of union, the entire space seemed to become a rippling water surface, and the assembled slabs were the stone cast into it. Visible translucent ripples radiated out from the slab in concentric circles. The surrounding air, light, even sound warped subtly within those waves. Lin Qun stared at the black disc in his hand. Starry veins flowed slowly across its face, and then gathered into an arrow that pointed unwaveringly in one direction. It marked the very center of the secret realm. So the gate is there. As Lin Qun prepared to stow the key, the surrounding heavy-armored ant swarm suddenly underwent a mutation. They had finally assimilated the feast of their journey. First, they devoured the shuangshi of the ice plane, gaining exceptional frost resistance. Then they consumed the Huanying Shamong of the Gobi, absorbing their strange illusion genes. Accumulation at scale at last gave rise to a qualitative transformation. Hiss! Over 10,000 heavy-armored ants emitted a low, resonant sibilance at once. Their bodies began to blur and dematerialize. The once solid metallic-lustrous obsidian carapaces grew hazy, as if shrouded in a veil of purple-black mist. If one fixed their gaze on a single ant, its outline would be indistinct, as if ready to vanish into the air, or as if 2 or 3 afterimages trembled about it. Yueying trait at high speed, they can leave afterimages to confuse an enemy's sight. When motionless, their body contours blur, Yueying trait at high speed, they can leave afterimages to confuse an enemy's sight. When motionless, their body contours blur, producing an innate visual deception. Lin Qun watched the swarm with a glint of admiration. If previously they had been a flood of steel relying on hardness and sheer numbers, now they had become a legion of phantoms. Viewed alone, each looked like a blurred black-purple worm shadow, impossible to grasp and prone to cause attacks to miss. When more than 10,000 gathered together, the visual impact was terrifying. It was as if a black-purple storm had erupted between heaven and earth, like the doomsday scourge of legend that harvests souls. Beautiful, uncanny, and all the more lethal. High attack, high defense, high resistance, and now evasion and phantoms besides. Lin Qun extended his hand, and a single Yueying Zhongjia alighted on his fingertip. Its weight was astonishing, yet to the eye it seemed as light as mist about to dissipate. Lin Qun withdrew his hand with satisfaction, rose his black coat, snapping in the hot wind. He reseated himself upon the grim dark arthropod throne, fingertips tapping the armrest. Minggong King. Roar. The Minggong King answered, respectful and low. Go to the center. Whatever is there. The distant, unknown shadow reflected in Lin Qun's eyes. His voice was so calm, it was terrifying. Devour it all. A thunderous rumble. The black nether earth surged again, bearing this Deathbringer, now lord of the Yueying Legion and the underworld dominion, as it sped toward the very heart of the secret realm. At the center of the secret realm, this place was no longer a plain, nor was it a high mountain. As the king of the nether centipede carried Lin Qun at breakneck speed, the terrain began to plunge wildly. The surrounding scenery transformed from a desolate gobi to dark, dull basalt layers, as if the entire secret realm was a gigantic funnel, and they were sliding down the inner wall towards an endless abyss. There was no wind, no light, and the air became thin and heavy. Each breath felt like swallowing lead. Only the black nether soil flowed like a silent black waterfall towards the ultimate low point. 300 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Uncertain how much time had passed. Suddenly a dull thud broke the profound silence. The massive body of the king of the nether centipede finally came to a stop. Its instinct, once inclined to burrowing, now seemed somewhat restless. Its 100 legs scratched at the ground, as if something ahead instilled even this aggrade potential creature with a primal fear. We've arrived. Lin Qun, seated on the throne, slowly opened his eyes. With the faint purple light emanating from the shadow-heavy armor, and he clearly discerned the scene before him. Before him lay a vast underground basin, or rather a forcibly excavated heart prison. At the center of the basin was a breathtakingly grand circular altar. The altar was paved with massive green stones, each one inscribed with intricate golden runes. However, most of these runes had dimmed, exuding an air of decay. At the very center of the altar a figure loomed. It was a dragon. A true pure-blood dragon. Its body exhibited an exquisitely perfect streamlined form, every scale resembling the purest jade of the sky, shimmering with a chilling light in the darkness. Its head was noble yet fierce, with two dragon horns resembling forked lightning pointing towards the heavens. These were the unique marks of the Sky Dragon clan, symbolizing their status as the beloved of the sky and storms. Yet this perfect body, meant to soar above the 9 heavens, was now subjected to the cruelest punishment. 9 thick, dark red chains extended from the void of the altar. They penetrated its peep bone tail vertebrae and the roots of its most prized massive wings. The chains bore oppressive runes, pinning this sovereign of the skies firmly to the bottom of this lightless abyss. Target: Azure Wind Dragon, juvenile, pureblood, royal, potential S-class, current level silver, 6th stage, long-term imprisonment, development, stalled level, dropped status, extremely hatred, mental madness, energy sealed, S-class, potential, Sky Dragon. Lin Qun gazed at the figure pierced by chains, his eyes flickering with a hint of disturbance. The creature that yearned for the sky most was imprisoned in the deepest depths. How ironic and how cruel. Humans. Suddenly, a clear, proud voice filled with endless resentment exploded directly in Lin Qun's mind. It was not language, but mental force. In the center of the altar, the Azure Sky Dragon, which had originally kept its head bowed, slowly opened its eyes. They were a pair of golden vertical pupils. In those vertical pupils lay the arrogance and violence of youth, yet also a murkiness filled with death. Its gaze was like 2 golden swords piercing through the darkness in an instant. It stared at Lin Qun, then glanced at the king of the nether centipede beneath him, and the ghostly swarm of insects around. A flicker of surprise flashed in its golden pupils, quickly replaced by deep mockery. Bringing a bunch of filthy insects, and you actually managed to come here? Little brat, are you here to seek death? Lin Qun did not respond, but calmly retrieved the complete black disc, the key to the gateway, from his... At the moment the disc was seen, boom. The wind dragon's once calm body suddenly thrashed about, causing the chains to rattle wildly. The runes on the chains instantly lit up, burning its wounds and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Yet it seemed to feel no pain, fixating solely on the disc with a frenzied laugh. Ha ha ha! The key to the gateway. It's actually the key to the gateway. That damned Yuwang. That despicable, shameless old human dog. He truly hasn't given up. The wind dragon's manic laughter reverberated through the underground basin, causing rubble to tumble down. That damned old thing deceived me when I was young, imprisoning me here with a trick, wanting me to guard this door for him. Now he dares not come himself, and sends you this substitute instead. The wind dragon lowered its head, its massive dragon head nearly touching Lin Qun, the airflow from its nostrils slicing through the air like a blade. Little brat, the game of house this year has clearly ended, yet you remain here, evidently just a discarded pawn abandoned by humanity, right? Do you know what lies behind this door? That is the abyss. A place of exile that even my noble dragon clan would not dare to tread. Those who threw you in here never intended for you to return alive. At this point, the brutality in the wind dragon's eyes slightly receded, replaced by a cold indifference of mutual suffering. In consideration of your shared fate as a discarded creature by humanity, I shall spare you today. Begone. It lay back down, its voice filled with a world-weary disdain. This door being sealed is good for everyone. Crawl back to your corner to survive, and do not disturb me. Watching Yuwang's schemes fall through is my greatest joy. Lin Qun listened quietly. Throughout the entire exchange, his expression remained unchanged. Only when the wind dragon finished speaking and closed its eyes to prepare for sleep did Lin Qun brush off non-existent dust from his collar and calmly say, "Are you done?" The wind dragon's eyelid twitched, reopening, its eyes filled with disbelief. It had thought this human would collapse upon hearing the truth, weeping or fleeing in terror. But what it saw were only eyes. Eyes blacker than this abyss, colder than this ice. First, I do not care who you are, nor do I care who Yuwang is. Second, I am not here to open the door for others. I am here for myself. Lin Qun stood up from the throne, one hand in his pocket, the other pointing at the altar beneath the wind dragon. His tone was calm, as if telling a dog by the roadside to move. "You are blocking my door. Either move aside." Silence. The entire underground basin fell into a deathly stillness. The wind dragon was stunned. It seemed unable to believe its ears. A mere bronze stage human accompanied by a horde of despicable crawlers dared to speak this way to it. A noble dragon scion. To move aside. To make it die. You? Seeking death. Boom. The wind dragon was utterly enraged. The dignity belonging to the true dragon was trampled, plunging it into complete fury. "I am the sovereign of the skies, the embodiment of the storm. Even trapped here, I am not something as lowly as you vermin can provoke. Since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish." Roar. The wind dragon howled towards the heavens. Though bound by chains and unable to fly, merely spreading its wings unleashed a terrifying storm. The terrifying dragon might, mixed with solidified wind elements, instantly engulfed the entire underground space. Facing this apocalyptic momentum, Lin Qun did not retreat a single step. He merely turned to glance at the eager little and smiled lightly. "Go ahead." Lin Qun's voice remained clear and cold amidst the howling winds. "Devour this lizard." With a roar from the wind dragon, the air underground seemed to explode in an instant. The pressure of this glass creature was no longer restrained, transforming into a tangible azure storm that erupted at the center of the altar. Hundreds of vacuum wind blades capable of severing steel covered the entire space like a meat grinder, leaving no corner untouched. An ordinary silver beast master of the same rank would likely be reduced to nothing at this moment. But this was precisely the moment Lin Qun had been waiting for. He stood quietly in place, his hands still tucked into the pockets of his windbreaker, his black hair wildly dancing in the gale, yet his gaze was as calm as a finely tuned instrument. In Lin Qun's eyes, a deep purple light swirled wildly, his mind highly focused. The entire battlefield appeared to him as if it had slowed down immensely, entering a state of flow under the intense pressure. Every breath of the wind dragon, every sway of the chains, and the trajectory of the energy flow. Every detail transformed under his deduction into a guiding puzzle, leading the swarm towards victory. The script had already been written. The next step was to perform this dragon-slaying act. Block. Just a simple word. Buzz. The shadow-heavy armored ants hovering in midair responded instantly. They showed no signs of fear, transforming into a thick black iron curtain, firmly blocking the storm. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of dense impacts rang out. The wind blades struck the heavy armored ants' shells, igniting a flurry of sparks. Thanks to the horned heavy armor evolved through their previous devouring, these wind blades, which could easily shred the skin and flesh of silver-level magical beasts, lost their momentum after slicing through only a few of the outermost heavy armored ants, being deflected and slid off by the shells. The swarm tightly huddled together to dissipate the force of the wind blades, with most flying ants merely being knocked away by the massive impact, leaving varying degrees of white marks on their shells. Humph! The wind dragon let out a cold snort, its eyes filled with disdain. If it were back in the day, a single wind blade could cleave all of you insects in half. But even now, you're just slightly thicker than an eggshell. It spread its wings, preparing to launch a second, more violent offensive. At that moment, the purple light in Lin Qun's eyes shifted, and the command was instantly delivered through the Hive Mind. Shadow transformation, disperse, and launch a strong illusion attack. Over 10,000 ants suddenly scattered. They activated the shadow ability gained from devouring sand monitors, their bodies trailing countless purple-black afterimages in the air, splitting into 2, then 4. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of ant shadows appeared above the altar, overwhelming the wind dragon's front with a terrifying momentum. A mere trick. Faced with this sky full of illusions, the wind dragon was not flustered. Instead, it wore a proud, cold smile. After all, it was a perfect dragon. Both in body and spirit, it stood at the pinnacle of all living beings. Break. The unique spiritual secret technique of the dragon race operated at high speed, as a brilliant, tangible golden light erupted from its golden vertical pupils. Under the illumination of the golden light, the vast purple illusions rapidly melted away like snow encountering hot water. The wind dragon accurately locked onto the real flying ants hidden among the illusions, unleashing massive, precise azure wind blades that instantly obliterated the scattered swarm. Do you see? This is the gap between the dragon race and the insects. The wind dragon roared arrogantly, eager to mock the ignorance of this human. However, it failed to notice the mockery in Lin Qun's eyes. You see through it. Lin Qun's lips curled slightly, his voice chilling. That's right. Because this was originally a show for the blind. Just at the moment when the wind dragon was fully focused on countering the frontal illusions with its secret technique, the sensation beneath its feet changed. Unbeknownst to it, thick, viscous, pitch-black underworld soil had silently spread to every inch of the altar, covering its limbs and even creeping over its abdomen. And on either side of its body behind it, and beneath its wings the real flying ants that should have charged from the front appeared like a group of silent assassins. The real killing move was never from the front. Yellow Springs underworld centipedes rise. Boom. The calm black underworld soil suddenly boiled. Hiss hiss hiss. 30,000 Yellow Springs underworld centipedes long hidden in ambush burst forth from the ground, like countless ghostly hands reaching from hell. They did not attack the hard dragon scales, but instead tightly entangled the 9 dark red chains piercing through the wind dragon's body. Pull. Falling. What the hell is this? The wind dragon in terror discovered that it could not move its body at all. Countless massive forces pulling downward acted directly on its old wounds buried deep within. That soul-rending pain caused it to lose control of its body instantly. Immediately after, remove its bone. Over 10,000 shadow ants like a frenzied black mist instantly covered the wounds on the roots of the wind dragon's wings and the chains on its ribs. There were no dragon scales, there only rotting flesh and white bones that had decayed for countless years. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of relentless gnawing filled the air. It was the sound of tens of thousands of sharp mandibles simultaneously tearing at the most sensitive nerves. Aoah! The wind dragon let out an ear-piercing scream. It went mad. The excruciating pain completely robbed it of its sanity. It no longer cared about the damage to its body, forcibly overextending its life essence. Damn insects. I want you all dead. All of you dead. It tilted its head back in madness, the azure jade scales on its body bristling, while blinding azure light gathered in its mouth. The surrounding space seemed on the verge of collapsing as a destructive dragon language spell was taking form. It intended to unleash a large-scale killing move to eliminate all living beings within the altar. As the energy gathered the triangular white soft flesh on its abdomen, its inverse scale opened uncontrollably to dissipate heat and guide magical power. I've been waiting for this. Lin Qun looked at the white inverse scale as if it were a surgical incision on an operating table. Xiao-Yi, it's your turn. The Ant Queen Xiao-Yi, who had been lying on Lin Qun's shoulder and had never made a move, finally acted. It was the smallest in the arena but the most lethal. Buzz. No flashy movements, no unnecessary roars. Gravitational compression, purple thunder. Xiao-Yi instantly compressed its own gravity to 100-fold, transforming its body into an ultra-dense singularity, combining with the extreme acceleration of wind laws. A purple lightning bolt cut through the darkness of the abyss, drawing a straight dead line. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the storm in the wind dragon's mouth hadn't even begun to spew. A sound of penetrating impact that was painfully dull. The purple thunder accurately struck the inverse scale, piercing through the heart, and then accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood, it burst forth from the wind dragon's back, deeply embedding itself into the rocky wall behind. Gurk! A murky sound escaped from the wind dragon's throat. The cataclysmic storm that was forming dissipated into nothingness, as if a machine had lost its power. Its massive body stiffly froze in midair. The golden brilliance in its eyes receded like a tide. Bang! A loud crash. That which symbolized the ruler of the sky and storm, the invincible glass creature, once a proud dragon of its kind, plummeted heavily onto the altar, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Qun raised his hand, catching Xiao-Yi as it returned, while Xiao-Yi flaunted its antennae towards the massive dragon body, as if showing off its achievements. Looking at the lifeless dragon corpse, Lin Qun's expression was indifferent, as if he had just completed a surgical. The battlefield instantly fell into a deathly silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. All that remained was the buzzing sound of the shadowy ant swarm and the heavy wheezing breaths of the wind dragon, reminiscent of a broken bellows. It was not yet fully dead. The pure-blooded dragon's powerful life force allowed it to cling to life, but with its heart pierced and its reverse scales shattered, the extinguishing of its life flame was merely a matter of time. Lin Qun raised his hand, allowing the still flaunting Xiao-Yi to land back on his shoulder. He stepped over the corpses of insects and the warm dragon blood, slowly approaching the dying behemoth. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dead silence of the underground, clear as the countdown of death. Cough, cough. The wind dragon coughed out a mouthful of golden blood mixed with fragments of its innards. Its once proud vertical pupils began to dull. It had lost. It had lost to a group of insects it looked down upon, to a cold-blooded human youth. It struggled to lift its heavy eyelids, looking at the figure that had approached. It had expected to see excitement or the ecstasy of a mortal slaying a dragon. But there was none. The boy's gaze remained terrifyingly calm, as if he had just slain not a legendary true dragon, but merely livestock waiting for slaughter. But there was none. The boy's gaze remained terrifyingly calm, as if he had just slain not a legendary true dragon, but merely livestock waiting for slaughter. Let's make a deal. Lin Qun continued walking until he stood before the massive dragon, head looking down at it, without speaking, merely waiting for the next words. I know. You want to go to the abyss. The wind dragon wheezed, its voice filled with deep hatred and unwillingness. But after my death, the dragon clan will sense my fall. Even if you aim to open a door if you don't want to be hunted by the entire dragon clan. Take my death message back to the dragon clan. Tell them I was imprisoned to death by the human Yi Wang. Tell them that old dog stole the wisdom of the dragon clan and still wants to touch the abyss. Yi Wang. Lin Qun silently repeated this name in his heart. To imprison and shrank true dragon as a watchdog, this person's identity in the human world could not be low. Yet he remained expressionless, his voice cold. Why should I help you? This offers me no benefits, only risks. There are benefits. Cough cough. The wind dragon struggled, its eyes flashing with the last glimmer of light. Flames of vengeance, the only bargaining chip it possessed. That old dog Yi Wang imprisoned me here as a child to extract a method suitable for humans to cultivate spiritual power, torturing me for a full decade. To survive, I had to modify the dragon clan's inheritance, creating a secret method that even the frail bodies of humans could endure. This secret method allows you to actively cultivate spiritual power. To control so many insects, your spiritual power burden must be terrifyingly great. You will need this secret method. You being a discarded piece must need power, right? I know you won't refuse. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes slightly. The method of cultivating spiritual power. The importance of spiritual power to beast tamers is self-evident, and it is common knowledge that spiritual power only strengthens with the increase in the beast tamer's level. If it truly allows humans to actively cultivate spiritual power, it would be no exaggeration to say this secret method could alter the fate of a nation. That, Yi Wang, sounds like a Dragon Nation person. Oh, could this secret method have already spread among the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation? Lin Qun pondered for a moment. Although even this noble-blooded true dragon could not imagine that the mythic-level talent insect nest would allow Lin Qun to ignore spiritual burdens and forcibly dominate any number of swarms, there was practically no such thing as burden in controlling insect swarms. However, even setting that aside, the benefits brought by powerful spiritual power were simply too numerous. If there really exists a secret method suitable for the human race. Conditions. Lin Qun was succinct. Take my dragon soul token to the 10,000 dragon nest. The wind dragon said eagerly, just deliver it, and the dragon clan will reward you endlessly. Impossible. Lin Qun directly refused, turning around and raising his hand to command the insect swarm to devour the dragon body without hesitation. If you treat me like a fool, I can only treat you as nourishment. Wait. The wind dragon became anxious. It did not expect this human to be so difficult to deal with, so rational enough to refuse such a precious secret method. It could feel life quickly slipping away, the darkness in front of it growing ever thicker. Then you only need to find an opportunity to deliver the token to any pure-blooded dragon clan. No time limit. No location limit. Lin Qun paused his gestures. He turned his back to the wind dragon, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had been waiting for this sentence. He turned around, his expression still indifferent. No time limit, no location limit, no guarantee of delivery. At most I will pass on a message, and I will not say it in person. If you agree, then it's a deal. The wind dragon fixed its gaze on Lin Qun. Having lived for so many years, it naturally could tell this was a tyrannical clause. This human's words were full of loopholes, treating the promise as if it were nothing. But this was its last chance. It hated Yi Wang, the human who had imprisoned it as a watchdog for its entire life. It had to convey this message, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. All right. The wind dragon gritted its teeth, its voice filled with endless sorrow. A drop of golden blood containing its final essence of life and inherited memories trembled as it flew out from between its brows, hovering before Lin Qun. Signed the Dragon Blood Contract. Lin Qun carefully sensed the information contained within, confirming there were no issues before reaching out to catch the hot dragon blood. Buzz. Dragon Blood Contract established. In the next moment, a vast and obscure stream of information surged into Lin Qun's mind through the blood. There was no name. This secret method was, as the wind dragon said, a product of shame, a forbidden technique that had been forcibly modified. Acquired special secret method, Dragon Clan's spiritual power cultivation technique modified for humans' effect by consuming energy to visualize dragon might, tempering the spiritual core, gain spiritual power far beyond one's own realm. In his mind, it was as if a golden giant dragon was roaring, with countless methods regarding the tempering, compressing, and visualization of spiritual power being etched into his memory like a brand. Lin Qun sensed it slightly, his heart shaking greatly. This secret method was terrifyingly perfect. This little dragon was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare prodigy among the dragon clan. Yi Wang. Lin Qun silently repeated this name in his heart once more. To force a proud, pure-blooded dragon prodigy to modify the clan's secret methods, even turning it into a tool for humans, this so-called Yi Wang, with such cruel methods and deep-seated thoughts, was certainly no ordinary person. Ha ha ha. Yi Wang. You old dog won't have it easy either. Seeing the contract complete, the wind dragon let out its final mad laughter, as if returning to its prime. Human boy, don't forget your promise. It tried one last time to spread its wings and return to its rightful sky, but ultimately fell weakly, its voice abruptly cut off. Those golden vertical pupils completely lost their luster, finally freezing in a gaze of longing for the sky and a deep-seated hatred for humanity. The massive head hung heavily, crashing onto the altar and stirring up a cloud of dust. Strength potential Qingqiong Wind Dragon had fallen. Lin Qun quietly gazed at the giant dragon corpse. Promise. He gently rubbed his fingers. The drop of dragon blood had completely fused into his body, transforming into a warm current nourishing his spiritual sea. Don't worry, if I encounter the dragon clan in a good mood, he'll casually mention it. As for specifically delivering it, Lin Qun let out a cold laugh, not even bothering to pick up the so-called dragon soul token that had appeared from the dragon corpse, instead directly commanding the insect swarm to devour the dragon body while he walked towards the central lock of the altar. That's a matter for the next life. From the very beginning, he had no intention of being an honest gentleman in such an unequal transaction. All he needed was power, not trouble. Now, with the secret method in hand and the watchdog dead, Lin Qun slowly pressed the complete key to the boundary, the blackish-green disc, into the groove in the center of the altar, which emitted a spatial fluctuation. Click! It fit perfectly. Rumbling. The entire secret realm began to tremble violently. In the center of the altar, a massive stone door, black as ink and exuding a rich abyssal aura, slowly emerged. In the depths of the abyss, a deathly silence was shattered. At the center of the altar, a massive stone door as dark as ink and exuding a rich aura of the abyss fully materialized. It stood there silently, not yet opened, like a tightly shut eye of a demon coldly watching the dragon slay. Lin Qun did not rush to touch the door. He turned around the hem of his black cloak, brushing against the blood-stained ground, his gaze falling upon the enormous corpse of the azure wind dragon, which occupied half the altar and measured 30 meters in length. Even in death, the remnants of this glass creature's pressure still thickened the air around it. The jade-like scales emitted a faint glow in the darkness, as if recounting its nobility in life. Yet in Lin Qun's eyes, this was no longer a noble true dragon. It was food energy, the key to evolution. It's time to eat. With Lin Qun's command, the restless swarm of insects erupted into a frenzy. Hiss! The ant swarm, having long been unable to contain itself, instantly covered the dragon's corpse like a massive black-purple net. More than 10,000 shadow ants crawled densely over every inch of dragon scale and every wound. Meanwhile, the underworld centipede king let out a low growl, bringing its clan from below to frantically tear at the shattered dragon scales. Even the dragon soul token floating in the air and containing the soul information of the dragon clan was unceremoniously consumed by Xiao Yi as strands of energy. Since it was a tyrannical clause, it should be enforced to the end. The token, that is for the dead, the living only require power. Crunch, crunch. The dense sounds of chewing echoed in the empty abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Boom. As the first mouthful of glass true dragon flesh entered his stomach, a violently surging energy surged through the contract link, instantly flowing into Lin Qun's body. Lin Qun closed his eyes, and under the onrush of this energy torrent, he clearly sensed the starkly different feedback mechanisms of the two clans. This contrast made a certain hypothesis in his heart increasingly clear. The energy circuit of the underworld centipede swarm was an extremely complex biological chain. The massive energy first gathered upon Lin Qun the sovereign. Lin Qun felt as if he were a giant transfer station, needing to accurately channel this energy to the few hundred mothers within the centipede swarm that possessed reproductive capability using the nest well. After the mothers absorbed the energy, they would lay eggs, hatch them, and accelerate the maturation of the young. This was a linear mechanical process that adhered to biological logic. The potential of the underworld centipedes reached a class with formidable individual capabilities, but at the same time the breeding cost was extremely high, requiring a massive amount of resources for the birth of each new individual. In stark contrast, the situation of the ant swarm was completely different. That energy did not even need to be transferred through Lin Qun, it was directly received by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi floated on Lin Qun's shoulder, its small body resembling a black hole connected to an unknown dimension, capable of instantly digesting any amount of high-concentration energy poured into it, without any rejection or loss. There was no need for complicated distribution, no need for multiple mothers. Xiao Yi was the only nest, the soul ant queen. It autonomously distributed energy, chose the optimal evolutionary direction, and controlled the speed of army production. It seemed that as long as there was energy, it could print an army out of thin air. So easy. Lin Qun looked at the small figure, emitting a purple-gold glow on his shoulder, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The strength of the centipede swarm lay in their numerical superiority, but it was at least in accordance with the logic of the Beastmaster world. The terrifying aspect of the centipede swarm was that under the absolute control of the mythic talent nest, while it could ignore the limitation that a first-order Beastmaster could only contract one beast, thus balancing individual strength with a massive scale. In contrast, the strength of Xiao Yi and the ant swarm lay in their illogical mechanisms. Their terrifying adaptability, horrifying energy utilization, efficiency, illogical individual reproductive capabilities, and astonishing evolutionary abilities did not seem like products of this world. It was initially believed that only the nest was a powerful mythic talent, while Xiao Yi was merely an ordinary black-backed ant. But it seemed now. Buzz. In an instant, as Lin Qun pondered, a qualitative change occurred. Having devoured the essence of the entire class, true dragon's flesh combined with the token containing the dragon clan's soul information, the genetic locks within Xiao Yi once again shattered and reassembled. Above the altar, more than 10,000 ants were enveloped in a blinding purple-gold cocoon. The shadow armor ant undergoes a life stage leap. High-concentration dragon blood genes detected. Gene recombination in progress. Evolution. Race Shadow Armor Dragon Ant Potential Level Class New Trait Acquired Dragon Eater Description Inflicts additional true damage to creatures with dragon bloodline, including subdragons and pseudo-dragons, and grants significant immunity to dragon pressure. Beastmaster Level Increased Bronze 5th Stage. The light faded away. More than 10,000 newly evolved Shadow Armor Dragon Ants floated in midair. Their size did not further increase, instead they became more agile. The originally dark purple shells turned into a deep obsidian black covered with a layer of dense dragon scale-like textured patterns. The already sharp mandibles became longer and more menacing, faintly exuding the aura of a dragon slayer. This evolution did not come with flashy new skills, only extreme numerical brutality. Harder, faster, stronger. Their individual combat power had at least tripled. If they were to face that wind dragon's wine blade again, now they would not need to rely on coatings to refract or the thickness of the swarm. Just the dragon shell alone could withstand it. Lin Qun clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power that escalated with the evolution of the swarm. Yet he did not show any joy, instead his brows knitted slightly. He looked at the tightly shut abyss stone door. The aura seeping from behind it was cold, chaotic, and sinister. Even through the door one could feel the soul-shaking danger. The abyss. That is an unknown dead zone, a place even the dragon clan fears to venture. Though I do not know what the situation in the abyss truly is, judging from Su Jin and that wind dragon's reactions and attitudes, it is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. If I were to go, I must be fully prepared, ensuring I enter this abyssal gate in the strongest possible state. Lin Qun sensed the newly acquired secret technique in his mind. It was a bottomless pit. To cultivate this secret technique to a high level would require an astronomical amount of energy. For a bronze-level beast master to actively cultivate silver-level spiritual power using this technique would require enough energy and resources to promote dozens of bronze-level beast masters to silver. It seems that this secret technique can indeed change the fate of the nation. This is truly a technique for chaos. Lin Qun exhaled, casting aside all disordered thoughts. From a tragic past to being coldly ridiculed and then abandoned in the secret realm, he felt no lingering attachment to human society. How humanity was no longer had any relevance to him. The human Lin Qun was already dead. Now what remained was the master of the swarm. As the sovereign of the swarm, his only concern was power. To cultivate spiritual power to silver level, or even gold level, relying solely on a dragon corpse was... Lin Qun slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness of the underground, as if penetrating the thick layers of rock, casting towards the vast world above. There were ancient trees of emerald green forests, mineral veins beneath the ice fields, peculiar stones in the gobi, and countless magical beasts and lords. In this enclosed secret realm, all of these were unclaimed. Lin Qun's eyes gradually darkened, resembling a devouring black hole. Isn't there a ready supply of resources? Not enough resources. Lin Qun slowly stood up, his black cloak moving without wind, an aura darker than the abyss emanating from him. Then let's devour this world. Go ahead. Lin Qun sat cross-legged at the center of the altar, gently moving his fingers in a gesture of expansion towards the swarm below. That gesture, though light, pronounced the death sentence for this world. From this point, as the center radiate outward, whether alive or dead, flesh or stone. Lin Qun's voice was eerily calm. I want it all. Before I leave, I want this secret realm to become a blank roar. Hiss. With the world annihilation permit granted by the master, the swarm erupted into a frenzy at that moment. This day marked the end of the history of the fused secret realms and the apocalypse for all beings within them. If one were to gaze down from the skies, they would witness a scene that would send shivers down the soul. A surge of black chaos erupted from the abyss at the center of the secret realm, like a drop of ink falling into the center of a map, then spreading wildly. On the first day, the verdant sea of trees fell. The black hellish soil surged forth like a tsunami, covering the lush forest. Countless ancient trees withered and crumbled upon contact with the hellish soil, turning into pure wood energy that was siphoned away. Pangolins hiding underground, sloths hanging from trees, herds of deer. They desperately tried to flee in terror only to find the sky obscured by the black clouds formed by the ghostly armored dragon ants. Buzz, the black clouds descended. There were no screams, only the sound of incessant gnawing. When the black clouds rose, all living things perished, leaving not even bones behind. The once vibrant green landscape turned into a gray-white wasteland within half a day. On the second day, the western wilderness Gobi vanished. The hellish soil covered the quicksand, and all mineral veins were violently excavated. The remnants of the phantom sand weasels lurking beneath the sand were dragged out one by one and devoured by the hellish centipede swarm. Even the towering sand tower crumbled under the gnawing of the swarm, turning into dust of energy. On the third day, the Everfrost ice field shattered. Even the moss beneath the millennia-old ice was not spared. The ice layer was breached, and the cold marrow beneath was drained. The entire ice field shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into pieces. This was an ecological extinction. It was also a grand buffet. A vast amount of energy converged like rivers returning to the sea, continuously gathering into the figure at the altar below. Lin Qun sat cross-legged at the center of the altar, his eyes closed, enveloped by a layer of golden dragon shadow. He was cultivating. He was using the flesh and blood of the entire world as fuel to forge his spirit. First layer. Breakthrough. Second layer. Breakthrough. Pain. Excruciating pain. This secret method, forcefully modified by the wind dragon, was perfect, but brutally simplistic. It was like a giant hammer constantly smashing Lin Qun's mental energy, then using the vast energy to restructure it. Lin Qun closed his eyes, and at this moment a storm was brewing deep within his sea of consciousness. Eng. With the operation of the secret method, the will within the drop of dragon blood and dragon soul token was fully ignited. Endless golden light surged wildly within Lin Qun's mental world, attempting to condense into a towering phantom of the azure sky wind dragon. It looked down upon Lin Qun's consciousness, emitting a deafening roar. This was the core of the mental cultivation secret method, visualizing the dragon's majesty. It required the cultivator to visualize the dragon's dignity in the mental world, borrowing a trace of dragon energy, allowing one's mental power to condense into the true dragon pressure that made all beings tremble through imitation. In the logic of the dragon clan, this was a gift. For mortals to cultivate dragon pressure was a great honor. But in Lin Qun's eyes, this was a joke. Looking at the golden dragon shadow, trying to assert its dominance in his mind, Lin Qun's consciousness did not even blink, a hint of extreme mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. A dead lizard locked underground for decades is even worthy of shaping my mental will into your form. In Lin Qun's perception, he never felt that the dragon clan was nobler than the insect clan. The strong live and the weak die. Ooh, that is nobility. What right do you have to display your authority before me when you've been gnawed to the point of having no skeleton left? I don't need any dragon pressure. I only need your energy. Lin Qun's thoughts shifted, and the originally golden sea of consciousness instantly changed. Buzz. Endless dark purple mist surged from all directions in the mental world. It was not a sacred visualization, but a projection of billions of swarming insects representing the nest well. Eng. The dragon's roar changed pitch from majesty to terror. Its proud dragon pressure in the face of the insect swarms was as fragile as a candle in the Eng. The dragon's roar changed pitch from majesty to terror. Its proud dragon pressure in the face of the insect swarms was as fragile as a candle in the face of a tsunami. It was not being visualized. It was being consumed. Devour it all, Lin Qun ordered coldly. I will not allow any sound other than insects in my mind. Crack, crack. The golden dragon shadow was instantly torn apart, chewed, and swallowed by the billions of insects, taking its energy while discarding its will. This was Lin Qun's path of cultivation. In the depths of Lin Qun's pupils, the faintly emerging, taking its energy while discarding its will. This was Lin Qun's path of cultivation. In the depths of Lin Qun's pupils, the faintly emerging golden vertical pupil phantom flashed, and was then swallowed by the profound darkness. Dragon Clan Mental Power Secret Method, third layer peak. Limited by Beast Tamer level, current bottleneck reached. Half-step golden level mental power. Although his physical body was still at the bronze level, the intensity of his mental power had undergone a qualitative change. That overwhelming divine thought swept through, even causing the air to distort materially. As his mental power reached its bottleneck, the remaining vast and terrifying energy was generously infused into leveling up and insect swarm breeding. Level up Bronze Tier 6. Level up Bronze Tier 7. Level up Bronze Tier 8. Lin Qun. At this moment, the entire vast underground basin could no longer hold anything more. Before him stood an army of 100,000. At this moment, the entire vast underground basin could no longer hold anything more. While the hellish centipede swarm needed a lot of energy to breed from 30,000 to 40,000, the small one used the same energy to conjure 4 to 5,000 cray dragon ants out of thin air. No matter which type, when their numbers reached this magnitude, it was a true natural disaster. They densely covered the ground, rock walls, and even the ceiling. Countless compound eyes flickered in the darkness, resembling a galaxy of death. Yet the master of this galaxy was but one. Bronze Tier 8, half-step golden mental power 100,000 legion. Lin Qun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power capable of controlling everything. Now I have a bit of confidence to visit the abyss. He turned around, bringing the swarm into the beast tamer space, and walked towards the massive stone door. Through his mental perception, he realized that the entire secret realm had been drained by him. The current fused secret realm was nothing but an empty shell, a pile of wasteland. All spiritual energy, life, and resources had transformed into nourishment for his and the swarm's growth. Time to go. Lin Qun stood before the stone door, gazing at the 5 perfectly fitted empty void stone slabs in the recess. According to the rules, after opening the teleportation door, the empty void stones would serve as an energy source to stabilize the spatial anchor of the secret realm until the energy was exhausted. But Lin Qun did not want to follow the rules. These empty void stones contained extremely high-quality spatial energy, leaving them here to maintain a broken secret realm. That would be a waste. Shall we? Ziz. Let the ant swarm wrap around these stones. Lin Qun pressed his hand against the stone door, a hint of madness curling at the corner of his mouth. Open. Buzz. The stone door shook violently, and a dark purple vortex began to slowly spin, opening a passage to the abyss. The devouring abyss aura surged forth mercilessly, blowing Lin Qun's black hair into a flutter. At the moment the passage took shape, hundreds of dragon ants, already prepared, instantly bit onto each other's heads and tails, tightly connecting their limbs to wrap around the empty void stone slab. Then with a fierce pull, crack. This was an incredibly reckless act, forcibly dismantling the spatial energy core at the moment the teleportation door opened. The space is about to collapse. Go. Lin Qun did not hesitate for a moment, charging into the soon-to-collapse vortex with the swarm of 100,000 turning into a black torrent against the chaos. The space is about to collapse. Go. Lin Qun did not hesitate for a moment, charging into the soon-to-collapse vortex with the swarm of 100,000 turning into a black torrent against the chaotic spatial currents. Rumbling. Behind him, the fused secret realm, having lost its core, let out its final wail. The earth cracked, the sky shattered, and the entire small world collapsed completely, like a broken mirror annihilated in the endless void storm. Nothing remained, not even a scrap for the later comers. Xinyuan Layer 9527A, the Ashen Gobi. A bloodshot dark crimson remnant moon hung in the sky like a necrotic gargantuan eyeball, cold and malevolent as it watched over the barren land. The air reeked of sulfur rust and stale carrion. Savage winds whipped coarse black sand that stung the face like knives. At the center of this vegetationless waste, a brutal abyssal meat grinder unfolded. Kill. Cut off the heads of those black-skinned pigs and use them as chamber pots. 2 hideous, ferocious Xinyuan armies struck each other like torrent-laden mudslides, raising a storm of blood and gore. On the left wing stood the Liema Legion, bodies wholly scarlet with lava-like saliva flowing from their jaws. Hunched and misshapen, they gripped crude bone spears and rusted iron shards. Numbering some 30,000, they swarmed like maddened red ants. On the right were the Haisharan, clad in black iron heavy armor, bloodthirsty to the core. They were hulking, swinging massive great axes whose arcs felled scores of Liema with each blow, only to be drowned moments later by the surge of lesser demons. Limbs flew and howls rent the air. To seize the few nearly exhausted Xinyuan spirit veins of this layer, to snatch an extra scrap of carrion at their master's tables, life here had become the cheapest fuel. Limbs flew and howls rent the air. To seize the few nearly exhausted Xinyuan spirit veins of this layer, to snatch an extra scrap of carrion at their master's tables, life here had become squelch. The bone spear in his hand pierced a beastman centurion's chest with ease. With a sudden lift, he flung the corpse into the air, bathing in sprayed black blood, as he issued a wanton roar. Ha! You weaklings of Heidi City, from today on your souls shall become. His boast was cut short by a sudden world-rending crash. The sound was piercing and unbearable, like invisible titanic hands seizing the edges of the world and violently tearing them apart. At that moment the motions of tens of thousands froze. Whether bone spear-wielding Liema or gray taxa-lifting beastmen, every creature instinctively tilted its head and looked up at the perpetually clouded sky. Then they beheld a sight that made their souls tremble. The dim heavens split open in a jet-black wound stretching for miles. From that fissure surged an odor so foreign it made all Xinyuan denizens queasy, even retch. It smelled of fresh earth, green foliage, and sunlight, the scent of spiritual energy brimming with order and life. To natives long accustomed to the abyss foul air, it was the most acrid, revolting, sour stench. What is the Liema commander's pupils contracted to pinpricks, for he saw darkness. No meteor fell, instead a pure living darkness poured from the rift, like a waterfall, instantly devouring the crimson moon's faint glow. They were insects, tens of thousands of Dentio Jialongi. They merged into a black shroud that blotted out the heavens, descending without sound. Their jet-black carapaces reflected a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Each exuded a predatory aura that suffocated even bronze-grade magical beasts. On the ground, a concurrent mutation unfolded. Black viscous fluid rained from the sky, crashing onto them. Centered on each impact, the hardened ground within a 10-mile radius changed color. Tawny rock and sand in an instant became jet-black viscous, Mingtu marshes that breathed a deathly stillness. Countless grotesque Huangquan Minggong writhed in the black mud, their massive mandibles grinding with a teeth-aching crack, as if the famished ghosts of hell were forcing open a gate. Mingtu descends. In the battlefield's center, a tall figure stumbled out of the chaotic void and fell. A black trenchcoat whipped in the gale, his form flickered in midair a few times before he planted himself firmly upon the back of the largest purple-black monstrous centipede. Lin Qun raised his head. He straightened his slightly disordered collar, covered his mouth and nose, and frowned faintly as he surveyed the hellish scene around him. Cough! What fetid air! The smell of sulfur and ancient rot made this man, just come from a spirit-rich secret realm, feel a wave of physical nausea. He ignored the tens of thousands of terrified and dazed gazes. In Lin Qun's eyes, a streak of spectral purple light flickered and vanished. A vast psychic force like a precise radar centered on him swept the field in an instant, rendering all life signs within 10 miles into data. Environment scan complete. Threat assessment in progress. Left-wing leader Liama Commander Silver rank 4. Right-wing leader Haisharan Chieftain Silver rank 5. Remaining units 98 Blackaron Bronzegrade grunts. Seeing these data, Lin Qun's nerves taut from spatial turbulence relaxed instantly. The wary look drained from his eyes and was replaced by absolute indifference. Only up to Silver rank 5. Lin Qun murmured. He had feared colliding with some Xinyuan powerhouse or a Lord class or worse monster upon landing. Instead, it felt like falling into a novice village of another world. If this was a beginner's hamlet, there was no need to play supplicant. Why? Who are you? Nearby, the Liama commander atop the hellhound finally recovered his senses. He trembled all over, the hellhound beneath him, coward tail tucked, bowels and bladder emptied. As the battlefield's reaper, he knew better than the grunts what this meant. Those insects. Each radiates a silver-grade aura, and the human standing on them looks at them like death. Fear stripped him of reason. He brandished his bone spear and shrieked, bluster thin with panic. This is against the rules. We are engaged in a sacred boundary war. It is protected by Xinyuan's laws. No third party may interfere. He pointed at Lin Qun, voice shrill with terror. A legion of this scale. Are you a lord from a deeper layer? This is impossible. The rules will lash back at you. Lin Qun stood upon the Minggong king's raised head, looking down at the noisy red-skinned fiend. Boundary war. Lords. So these were the Xinyuan's rules of the game. Lin Qun's gaze swept the surrounding. The spatial rift had made too much commotion. Not only the two armies, but scavengers and wandering beasts on the distant wastes were now peering this way. Intelligence was thin and his position exposed. If word spread that a human had descended with an army of 100,000, it would soon draw the attention of the so-called lords. And the true strength of those so-called lords remained unknown. In such an alien, dangerous place, the safest way to preserve secrecy was neither explanation nor flight. Lin Qun pressed the brim of his coat down, hiding most of his face in shadow. Too noisy. His voice was soft, devoid of roar or killing intent, as casual as a minor instruction. But through his connection with Chongqiao Yiji, those 3 words were an executioner's absolution. Lin Qun raised his right hand toward the clamorous field, palm down and clenched. But through his connection with Chongqiao Yiji, those 3 words were an executioner's absolution. Lin Qun raised his right hand toward the clamorous, no longer hiding their hunger for slaughter. Over 60,000 potential terror-flying ants, Yojialongi, fell like a black storm, bearing the force to crush all beneath them. On the ground, the Minggong swarm struck as well. SSS. The black Mingtu boiled, countless thick arthropod limbs probed from below, coiling around every standing creature with unerring precision and dragging them into the suffocating mire. There was no battle. It was a dimensional down strike, a one-sided feeding. No. Help. What is this monster? My bones. The screams lasted less than 10 seconds before cutting off abruptly. After the black insect tide passed, even vocal cords had been gnawed away to nothing. Neither the Limo's proud numbers nor the Haisharan's hardened armor could withstand the Yojia Longi's horrific mandibles. They were as fragile as paper. The ancient battlefield that had roared with killing cries and rivers of blood minutes before lay in death-like silence. Even the scavengers and roaming beasts on the distant wastes had been swallowed. Wind blew across, lifting a few wisps of bone ash. No corpses, no bloodstains, no severed limbs remained. Even the rusted weapons had been consumed by the Minggong and broken down to trace elements. All that remained was a bare expanse of black Mingtu, unnaturally flat, as if life had never existed here and no war had ever been fought. Lin Qun stood on the Minggong king's back and scanned the dead land. After confirming not a single fly had escaped, he waved his hand gently. The swarming insects dissolved into streams of light and dove into Lin Qun's beast-retaining space. Only the Minggong king remained beneath him, containing the Mingtu to its smallest extent and bowing its head respectfully. Lin Qun stepped up and sat, hands casually draped on the grotesque, jointed railings, sinking into the abyssal gloom. Go, find a tongue that can speak. The 9,527th layer of the abyss. A small settlement filled with chaos and the scent of evil curled up at the foot of a massive black rock mountain. This is the Black Iron Village. Countless inferior monsters unable to survive in the wilderness wanted fallen beings, and the dwindling remnants of humanity gather here like maggots on rotting flesh. The streets are narrow and filthy, with black water reeking of a foul odor flowing through the center. Most of the buildings along the sides are haphazardly constructed from scrap metal beast bones and rough stones, exuding an aura of imminent collapse. Here violence is the only universal language, and survival is the only faith. Excuse me, coming through. A small figure wrapped in tattered gray robes weaves like a specter through the crowded and noisy market. His name is Huishu, a human hybrid with a quarter of goblin blood and the most skilled pickpocket in Black Iron Village. His murky eyes darted around, searching for today's prey. Soon he locked onto a target. It was a pig-headed mercenary just returning from the wilderness, reeking of alcohol, standing before a succubus stall, laughing loudly, with a bulging leather coin pouch swaying at its waist. Huishu's lips curled into a greedy arc. He glided past the pig-headed man like a gust of wind. There was no sensation of collision. Even the sound of his robes brushing against the man was drowned out by the clamorous crowd. The extremely sharp bone shard precisely sliced through the leather strap. Success. Huishu stuffed the heavy coin pouch into his robe, his heart racing, yet his steps remained steady. He skillfully slipped into a few dark alleys, taking winding turns, and only after ensuring no one was following did he escape the settlement. He arrived at a rocky wasteland on the outskirts. This place is rarely visited by people, only the howling wind and sand, and a few unburied skeletons. Foolish pig. Huishu hid behind a massive weathered rock, eagerly pulling out the coin pouch and loosening the strings. Clatter. A dozen faintly glowing black crystal coins spilled into his palm. 1, 2. 15 coins. I'm rich. Huishu's gray face revealed a twisted and ecstatic smile. This money was enough for him to enjoy 3 days and nights at the succubus house. Little Blue Peach. His beautiful fantasies of the future had just begun. However, all sounds suddenly vanished in that instant. The wind stopped. A chilling aura cold enough to freeze his soul enveloped him without warning. It felt as if he was being targeted by a top predator in the food chain, causing his blood to cease its flow. Huishu's body stiffened, his instinct as a lowly creature of the abyss blared alarms. He would die. A single move could mean death. He trembled, trying to turn his head to plead for mercy on his knees. But he was too slow. A long, powerful hand like an iron claw reached out from the shadows behind him, gripping the nape of his neck tightly. No words, no warnings. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Huishu felt the world spin, followed by a sharp pain in his face. His face was brutally pressed against the rough and sharp rock, dragged along, skin shredded, cheekbone shattered. In an instant, blood mixing with dirt obscured his vision, leaving a bloody imprint on the rock. Oh! He let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, frantically clawing at the hand that held him down, trying to... But that hand was unyielding like cast iron. Too noisy. A young yet extremely indifferent voice came from behind, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if evaluating a lifeless object. Then Huishu felt that hand exert slight pressure. Crack. It wasn't to kill him, but to make him quiet. Huishu's right scapula was crushed. Ugh. Heh. The excruciating pain left him voiceless, his scream caught in his throat, turning into gasps like a broken bellows. His body convulsed like a wild dog, with a broken spine collapsing on the ground. The hand released him. A figure clad in a black trench coat and hood slowly emerged from the shadows, standing before him. Lin Qun looked down at the bloodied pickpocket, his black leather shoes pressing down on Huishu's palm, the one that had just stolen money. I ask you, answer. Lin Qun's voice was soft, somewhat ethereal in the wind and sand. What position is this in the abyss? Who is in charge? What are the rules? Huishu struggled to open his blood-covered eyes. Through the gaps, he saw the eyes hidden beneath the hood. What kind of eyes they were? Dark and profound, devoid of any emotion belonging to a human. There was no anger, no murderous intent, only an overwhelming indifference to life. Huishu was a clever man, and even more so a greedy one. Even in this dire predicament, upon seeing that this person was a stranger seemingly ignorant of the abyss, his quarter-goblin blood compelled his greed to triumph over his fear. A foreigner. Doesn't understand the rules. A fat sheep. A master. Huishu stammered, his tone tinged with tentative flattery and cunning. You must be new here. Hee in the abyss. Information comes at a cost. Oh. A sickening crunch echoed. Lin Qun pressed down hard, turning Huishu's palm into a... It seems you didn't understand. Lin Qun crouched down, his tone still calm. Say one more useless word, and the next kick will be to your throat. At this moment, Huishu's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. This was no fat sheep, this was a demon in human skin. More brutal than those man-eating black orcs. They'll talk. They'll talk. Don't kill me. Huishu's snot and tears mixed with blood streaming down his face as he spilled everything he knew in a panic like pouring beans. 5 minutes later, the wind and sand continued to howl. Behind the rock the cries had ceased. Huishu no longer laughed, nor did he cry. To be precise, he would never again make any sound. The small twisted corpse lay limp in the shadow of the rock, its neck at an eerie 90-degree angle, snapped by sudden violence. His bulging eyes contained the extreme fear he felt before dying, his fingers still pointing towards the distant black iron tower. And beside the corpse, Lin Qun leaned against the rock, leisurely wiping his fingers with a piece of torn cloth ripped from Huishu's body, as if brushing off non-existent dust. His expression was calm, quickly organizing the information he had gathered from the earlier friendly inquiry in his mind. Through the last wail of this corpse, the true face of this brutal world finally revealed a corner to him. Lin Qun tossed aside the rag, his gaze deep. First coordinate confirmed. The 9,527th layer of the abyss. This is the most marginalized area of the abyss, a barren and chaotic little world currently ruled by a silver-tier, 7-level black orc named Shamel. Second, the core rules. Dominance system. The abyss is like a massive upside-down pyramid. The smaller the layer number, the closer to the core of the abyss, the denser the abyssal spiritual energy, the richer the resources, and the more powerful the ruler. And a tail like 9,527, which approaches 10,000 layers, belongs to the true countryside. The bottom 100 layers are the real core of the abyss, where the rulers are known as the supreme ruler. Third, and most importantly, the promotion mechanism. The winner takes all challenge rights and declaration of war. Under this set of rules, as long as one wins in a realm battle or a challenge, everything of the loser, territory, resources, population, even life, belongs entirely to the victor. However, to prevent the strong from endlessly harvesting the weak in higher layers, the abyssal will establish the reverse flow rule. Only the weak can challenge downwards, while the strong cannot simply sweep upwards. Moreover, regardless of winning or losing, the challenge party cannot be challenged again within 6 months. Lin Qun looked into the distance, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This set of rules seems designed for breeding worms. Without moral constraints, without legal restrictions, only the bare force and plunder are revered. For him, this is heaven. An infinite self-service restaurant crafted for him and his swarm. Lin Qun lowered his head, glancing at the corpse of Huishu at his feet. It was a typical garbage creature. Black iron tier 2, with energy in its body as muddled as a pool of slop, reeking of chaos and the filthy scent of degradation. A hint of undisguised disdain flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. Too dirty. He didn't even summon his swarm to devour this corpse. The Yojiao Long ants, having just consumed the flesh and blood of an austere true dragon, would ruin their appetite if they ate such trash. Gurgle. The shadow beneath Lin Qun's feet suddenly thickened. The pitch-black nether soil silently spread, instantly engulfing his feet. He pulled down his head, slowly sinking into that profound darkness. In the wind and sand, only a low and cold voice remained, like a whisper from a demon abyss. Are you ready? Buzz. The nether soil dissipated. The gobi was left with only Huishu's cold corpse, gradually buried by the swirling wind and sand. The world returned to silence. Only the distant setting sun remained crimson as blood. Time quietly flowed in the eternally dim sky of the abyss. It has been a full 10 days since the strange great disappearance incident that occurred in the Ashen Gobi. For the ruler of the 9,527th layer of the abyss, Skull Splitter Shamer, these 10 days have been nothing short of a nightmare. Half a month ago, the blood spear bear from the 9,600th layer declared a realm war against him. The main armies clashed in the Gobi 10 days ago, which should have been a bloody massacre. However, the outcome was that both sides' main forces simultaneously vanished without a trace that day. Indeed, it was not defeat nor retreat, but a complete disappearance. The scene was left with nothing but a strangely smooth black gobi, without even a bone fragment remaining. This incident became the greatest unsolved mystery between the two realms. Challenger Baird was convinced that Shamer had employed a forbidden curse of mutual destruction, leading to the demise of his proud army. In a fit of rage, he directly tore up the realm war agreement and initiated a challenge of a personal duel, vowing to pierce Shamer's head with his blood spear and roast it like a kebab. Shamer, bearing the blame, felt so aggrieved that he wanted to spit blood. His main force was gone. Who could he turn to for justice? Yet, faced with Baird's aggressive demeanor, his Orcish blood would not allow him to retreat. Want to fight? Then come. He'll personally twist your bird head off and use it as a urinal. Thus, this duel was set for today, 10 days later. However, during these 10 days, panic did not cease with the preparations for battle. Instead, it spread like a plague among the lower ranks. Because the disappearances were still ongoing. At first, only a few small settlements on the fringes lost contact. Shamer did not take it to heart. In the abyss, such occurrences were too common. Perhaps they had encountered roving beast hordes, or perhaps some plague had broken out. But soon the disappearances were not limited to just the fringe settlements. The Halford tax-collecting squad's elite patrolling guards, and even a 1,000-strong reserve team assembled to make up for troop shortages, all vanished like a drop of water absorbed by the ocean, completely evaporating once they left the main city. There were no distress signals, no deserters returning with reports, and even no corpses. They truly disappeared. Black Iron Fort Tavern. This was the place where information circulated the fastest, and at this moment the air was thick with an extreme sense of dread. The once boisterous and brawling mercenaries now spoke in hushed tones, nervously exchanging the latest news. Have you heard? The Grey Rock outpost in the north has also vanished, said a drunken Cyclopes, trembling as he clutched a cup of inferior blood wine, as if it were his only saving grace. Vanished? What do you mean by that? Was it attacked by some force? Asked the newcomer, confused. No, it wasn't an attack. The Cyclops widened his soul, eye filled with bloodshot and terror. It disappeared. Completely vanished. I went there to deliver goods, and found not a single hair left. Houses, walls, people, all gone. The ground was left with only a layer of blackish-gray soil. It was as smooth as a mirror. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed around. I've heard that too. A trembling old goblin in a cloak interjected from the corner. I heard from a survivor scavenger that he saw the earth opening its mouth. The black mud came alive, dragging everything down. That was divine punishment. It was the will of the abyss descending upon our lair as retribution. Shut up. What divine punishment? Don't speak nonsense. Someone rebuked, but his trembling voice betrayed his inner fear. A terrifying legend known as Black Calamity was wildly growing in the shadows of the 9,527th layer. The legend states that once targeted by that black disaster, even souls would be crushed. The day of the decisive battle. The Graveyard of Bones. This is a vast basin named for the countless gigantic ancient creature skeletons exposed on its surface. This is a natural arena and a witness to the succession of rulers in the 9,527th. Though both sides' main armies had been completely annihilated in that strange incident 10 days ago, to save face, they still summoned all reserves and personal guards. Flags obscured the sun, and the war drums thundered. On the left side was Shamer the Defender. This silver-tier black orc ruler, clad in heavy armor and wielding his iconic skull-splitter battle axe, radiated a violent, killing aura. Though he bore the blame, he swore to crush the foolish bird on the opposite side. On the right side was the challenger Baird. The ruler from the 9,600th layer, a slender but venomous bird-headed figure, held a crimson spear, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge. And on the slopes outside the battlefield gathered tens of thousands of abyssal beings. They came not only to witness this grand spectacle of power transition, but also to dispel their fear of the Black Calamity under the glow of the too strong. Shamer. Baird took the initiative, pointing his spear at the opposite side, his voice sharp and piercing. You used despicable means to slaughter my legion. Today I will use your blood to honor my warriors. Shut your damned bird mouth. Shamer roared angrily, smashing his battle axe heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. My army is gone too. If it weren't for you, that greedy bird bastard instigating the realm war, how could this have happened? Enough talking, come and die. Shamer. You damned black-skinned bastard. What does it matter if I'm a bird? The two silver-tier pressures collided violently in the air, stirring up a howling wind. Tens of thousands of spectators held their breath, waiting for the eruption of this slaughter. This was a carnival belonging to the rulers, the ultimate battle to determine the fate of this realm. However, no one noticed. On a solitary cliff several kilometers away from the battlefield, a black figure sat casually at the edge of the cliff, legs dangling, gently swaying, with a small, exquisite black-purple ant on its shoulder, contentedly waving its antennae. Lin Qun held a piece of oat biscuit, a specialty of Black Iron City, and leisurely took a bite. Crunch. The crisp sound stood out in the wind. This thing had a special smoky flavor, far better than the compressed biscuits he had stored in his spatial ring before entering the secret realm. Lin Qun's pair of deep purple eyes calmly gazed down at the vast basin, watching the two strong ones facing off like roosters along with the densely packed crowd of onlookers. In his view, they were neither avengers nor rulers. They were two fat sheep fighting to the death over territory, and he was the butcher who had already sharpened his knife in the dark. 10 days. Lin Qun swallowed the last bite of the biscuit, brushing off the crumbs from his hands. During these 10 days he had not been idle. For this moment, he had the swarm weave a net covering the entire Graveyard of Bones underground. The missing patrol teams and tribes were merely a bit of energy supplementation in the process of weaving this net. 10 days ago he had planned to go to the tower to take down the layer's ruler, but upon learning of the position exchange challenge on the way, he changed his mind. It was perfect for a complete catch after all who would complain about having too little food. The rumors spread. Well, the taste of fear has already been marinated. Lin Qun stood up. The fierce wind whipped his black cloak, making it flutter. He gazed at the two about to clash below, a cold and cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to fight so badly, then there's no need to distinguish between victory and defeat. The shadow beneath his feet began to boil, countless pairs of deep purple compound eyes opening in the darkness, filled with the hunger and greed that had been suppressed for 10 days. The people are here. Lin Qun lowered his hat brim, took a step forward, and fell from the 1,000-meter-high cliff, merging into the howling wind. Then, let's set off together. In the desolate graveyard, the central battlefield. Die! With a deafening roar, Samur swung his skull-splitting battle axe, enveloped in dark red blood energy, like a meteor crashing down. Opposite him, Baird let out a sharp screech, his crimson spear transforming into countless afterimages, stabbing towards Samur's throat, heart, and eyes like a torrential rain. The furious strike of the two silver-tier powerhouses was about to collide. Tens of thousands of abyss creatures held their breath, their eyes wide open. This was a blow that would determine the fate of the 9,527th layer. Yet just at the moment before the axe blade and spear tip were about to make contact, buzz, a strange frequency indescribable in nature, suddenly drowned out the chaos of the battlefield. The once raging wind ceased. The flags that were once waving fell silent. Even the restless fire elements and the scent of blood in the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Both Samur and Baird's movements stiffened simultaneously. They were horrified to find that their attacks, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, had seemingly become trapped in viscous amber, slowing down drastically. Then, heavens! Why has it gone dark? A trembling goblin in the crowd pointed at the sky above. All beings instinctively looked up. Beneath the ever-present dark red clouds, an even deeper, more despairing blackness had appeared without notice. That was not a cloud. It was wings. Tens of thousands of ghostly armored dragon ants silently hovered a kilometer above, soundless, completely blocking out the light of the red moon. The entire desolate graveyard plunged instantly from daylight into eternal night. Crack, crack, crack. Before the crowd could react, the ground began to change violently. The massive ancient creature bones started to crumble. The once hard gravel ground visibly softened and turned black, transforming into a pitch-black, ink-like necrotic swamp. My feet! I can't move. Panic erupted among the crowd. The abyss creatures, who had previously treated the black disaster as mere gossip, finally experienced that despair firsthand. They cried out, wanting to escape, only to find their feet firmly glued to the black mire, as if trapped in the hands of death. And at the center of the battlefield, Samur and Baird finally broke free from that sense of sluggishness. Back to back, they looked at the rapidly changing world in terror. Stop with the tricks. Samur roared at the void, trying to dispel the fear in his heart with his shout, show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, clack clack, a dense sound of shells colliding came from above. The two looked up in horror. The black cloud of insects that obscured the sky suddenly surged, thousands of ghostly armored dragon ants quickly converging and stacking. Before everyone's eyes, a long black staircase made of living insects twisted down from the sky, reaching the center of the battlefield. A slender black figure stepped down, treading upon the grotesque backs of the insects descending from above. Each step was taken with utmost steadiness. The insects swarm beneath his feet would harden their shells with pinpoint precision at the moment he landed, not a single tremor occurring, as if welcoming a king's inspection. As he descended, an unprecedented, terrifying mental pressure, like a mountain, heavily weighed upon the hearts of all. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the semi-golden tier insect emperors, might the tens of thousands of miscellaneous soldiers outside collapse to their knees like harvested wheat, unable to even lift their heads. Only the two silver-tier sovereigns in the center of the battlefield could still stand, albeit with trembling knees. It's you. Samur stared intensely at the figure descending the insect staircase, his pupils constricting. You were the one who took down my army. Human. How can there be a human powerhouse here? Baird screamed. Lin Qun stepped down the last step, his feet landing upon the necrotic ground. He ignored the two's questions, not even glancing at them. His gaze swept over the tens of thousands of prostrated abyss creatures, as if counting his possessions. This disregard filled the two sovereigns with an unprecedented humiliation. A mere bronze die for me. Don't be so arrogant. The fear of being pushed to the brink instantly transformed into a frenzied, killing intent. Samur and Baird exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. Skull splitter slash. Blood shadow thrust. The two silver powerhouses unleashed their strongest strikes simultaneously. The battle axe and spear, burning with the essence of their lives, swung towards the head of the black-clad human, one from the left and the other from the right, carrying a lethal momentum. However, Lin Qun remained unmoved. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze cold. Feast. These simple two words were the conclusion. Buzz. The black staircase that had been still behind him collapsed in an instant. There was no fierce collision, nor was there an earth-shattering explosion. Only a dense, tooth-grinding sound of crunching was heard. That was the sound of tens of thousands of mouths chewing simultaneously. A few seconds later, the sound vanished. Samur maintained his chopping stance, bared his thrusting motion. But the battle axe and spear in their hands were left with only bare handles. Next came the armor, the skin, the muscles, the bones. They didn't even have time to let out a full scream. The black tide of insects instantly retracted, then dispersed, returning to behind Lin Qun. In their place, there was no Samur, no beard. Not a drop of blood, not a fragment of bone, not even a shred of clothing remained. The two silver-tier sovereigns who had ruled their respective realms for decades vanished before the eyes of the masses. Devoured silver-tier, level 7 black orc. Devoured silver-tier, level 6 demon bird. Gained abyss spiritual energy, rejuvenation. Lin Qun felt a slight rise in his internal spiritual power, his face devoid of any expression. Instant kill. This was not a battle, this was a feast. The entire venue fell into silence. Tens of thousands of abyss creatures knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to breathe, deeply fearing to draw the attention of that humanoid calamity. Buzz. At that moment, the red clouds in the sky suddenly roiled. A grand, cold, emotionless will penetrated the barriers of the plain, descending upon this desolate land. That was the will of the abyss. It detected the death of the old sovereign, as well as the existence of the sole victor. Announcement: the sovereign of the 9527th layer confirmed dead. Announcement: challenger confirmed dead. Detecting sole victor. A dark red beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Qun. Please confirm the code name of the new sovereign. In his mind, the grand voice of the abyss will echoed. A code name. Lin Qun slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the trembling ants beneath him, the wind seemingly carrying their previous terrified murmurs. That was the name forged from fear over the past half-month. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since fear has crowned me, there is no need to seek another name. As you wish. Let it be, Black Disaster. New sovereign confirmed. Lin Qun bathed in the radiance of the abyss while feeling the mark representing the dominion of the 9527th layer gradually merge into his body. He raised his hand, looking at the complex dark red patterns in his palm. This was the acknowledgement of the abyss. From this moment on this barren land, these tens of thousands of humble beings and all the resources of this layer belonged to him. New sovereign of the 9527th layer, Black Disaster. In the desolate wasteland, a silent coronation took place. As the announcement of the abyssal will came to an end, the dark red emblem representing absolute dominion over the 9527th layer completely merged into Lin Qun's palm. The beam of light dissipated. Master. Long live the abyssal master. We are willing to submit. We are willing to serve you as our king. It was unclear who started the chant, but soon the tens of thousands of surviving dark orcs, goblins, and lesser demons outside the wasteland began to kneel fervently, their heads thudding against the nether soil. Having witnessed the fall of the two former kings, fear gripped their hearts, but more than that, a sense of relief flooded in as they realized they survived. In the laws of the abyss, it was only natural for the defeated to become slaves. As long as they could stay alive, being a dog for anyone was no different. Though they feared the new king's methods, they all desperately showcased their obedience and worth. My lord, I can mine. I am strong. I know where that dead man's treasure is. I will lead the way. I am a half-demon, I can serve. Looking at these pitiful survival-driven creatures, Lin Qun's expression remained calm, his gaze devoid of any emotion. It seems you have misunderstood something. Lin Qun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the crowd, bolstered by his immense spiritual power. The sounds of kneeling and flattery abruptly ceased. Tens of thousands of bewildered and terrified eyes stared at the new king in black. Lin Qun slowly raised his hand, and the black cloak billowed in the murky winds of the abyss. I have my own subjects. In his vision granted by the insect nest, while the countless beings in front of him transformed from life forms into clusters of weak, yet collectively massive energy points. Since it was a buffet, how could one only eat the main dish and ignore the side dishes? Lin Qun's fingers gently descended, as if pressing the switch for annihilation. Your only value is to become the fuel that strengthens the swarm. Fuel. As for not killing you. Lin Qun paused, his eyes indifferent. That is a mercy I cannot grant. Dinner is served. Just those two simple words. Boom. The once suspended black canopy in the sky collapsed. 100,000 insects, driven by long-suppressed hunger and brutality, surged like a black tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire basin. No. Spare us, master. Ah. The piercing screams erupted instantly, only to be drowned out by the sounds of gnashing teeth in a very short time. This was not a war, nor was it merely a massacre. It was a harvest. The nether soil churned, dragging those who wished to flee into the ground. The dragon ants dove down, reducing the beings on the ground to mere bones. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. The once boisterous graveyard wasteland fell back into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures, along with the two deceased masters, vanished entirely. The ground was clean to the point of being shocking. Only a thick layer of black nether soil radiating a scent of death remained. For the abyss, the survival of the fittest was the most normal ecological principle. Lin Qun's expression was indifferent, his heart devoid of any turmoil. To him, these abyssal creatures were merely talking beasts. Standing in the empty center of the wasteland, Lin Qun felt the immense energy boiling within him from devouring tens of thousands of lives. He took a deep breath. This was the true flavor of the abyss. Bloody, brutal, and efficient. Xiaoyi. Zizi. Lin Qun turned his gaze directed at the lonely black iron tower in the distance, and beyond it several mining veins. The living have been consumed. Next it was time to eat the dead. You have 3 hours to consume all high-value resources found on this layer. 3 hours later, the main city of the 9,527th layer, the Black Iron City, had turned into a dead city. The treasury was violently breached, the core of the spirit vein was excavated, and even the few low-level magic crystals embedded in the city walls were pried off by the insects. Lin Qun stood atop the ruins of the Master Tower, fiddling with several spatial attribute ores just looted. He tried to feed them to Xiaoyi, who happily devoured them. Except for that void stone, which cannot be consumed. Lin Qun recalled the so-called key to the realm from the stitched secret realm, which still lay quietly in his beast space, and even the all-consuming Xiaoyi could do nothing about it. Forget it'll keep it for now. Lin Qun shook off his distractions and looked up at the sky. This layer no longer held any value. According to the normal process, he should remain here, recuperate, and wait for the 6-month truce period to end. Yes, the victor of the challenge for dominion over this realm also had a 6-month truce period. But Lin Qun, the already scarce high-value resources in this realm, had nearly been devoured, and staying in this desolate place was utterly meaningless. The right to challenge is a privilege granted to the masters of the abyss. As long as a challenge is initiated, the abyssal will forcibly open the spatial passage between the two realms. So why not utilize this mechanism? Abyssal law. Lin Qun raised his right hand, the emblem in his palm radiating a scorching heat. I want to initiate a realm war. Request from the master of the 9,527th layer detected. Please confirm the challenge target. Warning, your truce period is still active, and initiating a challenge will be regarded as forfeiting protection. Confirm. Lin Qun directly interrupted the abyssal will's ramblings. Target 9,526th layer. Immediately, boom, the sky where a spatial rift had just healed was torn apart again. A dark purple vortex leading to the next layer slowly formed. For other masters, it was a battlefield filled with peril. But in Lin Qun's eyes, it was merely an elevator. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lin Qun stepped into the vortex, accompanied by the glutted and bloodthirsty swarm of over 100,000 insects. A day later, the 9,526th layer of the abyss. The lizardman master here was still asleep when he was startled awake by the announcement of the realm war. In his frantic state, before he could fully assemble his army, he was overwhelmed by the tide of insects, and the high-value resources of the entire realm were plundered within a few hours. 3 days later, the 9,520th layer of the abyss. The burrower master, relying on the terrain for defense, was drilled up by the nether centipedes, and it along with its underground palace was shredded. 10 days later, the 9,400th layer. A black disaster without any warning, reason, or pause was rapidly descending through the layers of the abyss. This was not merely a challenge. It was a highly efficient cleansing. The new master, known as Black Disaster, was like an insatiable monster riding the elevator named Realm War, devouring layer by layer. And ahead of him, the terrifying legends of Black Disaster were spreading wildly across the layers above 9,000. However, Lin Qun remained oblivious. Just as he left the 9,400th layer in an inconspicuous shadow, a palm-sized, completely transparent, hidden demon scout was fixated on the slowly closing spatial passage. It had witnessed the one-sided massacre, its body nearly disintegrating in the shadow from sheer terror. Once Lin Qun had completely departed, it tremblingly took out a communication crystal that emitted a strained report. Report to my lord. Target confirmed. Master Black Disaster. He is approaching the 9,000th layer at an extremely fast speed. Below the gold. Almost unstoppable. The message transformed into an invisible ghostly light penetrating through layers of rock walls, flying towards the deeper darkness of the abyss faster than Lin Qun. At the depth of 9,300 layers in the abyss, a dark cave. A calamity had just unfolded here. The ruler of the cave and its underground kingdom had been completely erased 2 hours ago. At this moment, a somewhat conspicuous campfire crackled atop the ruins of the ruler's lair. The flames were orange-red, fueled by a specially made solid fuel brought from the blue planet. In this abyss filled with the scent of sulfur and humidity, to light a fire without toxic smoke was nothing short of a luxury. Sizzle. A piece of fatty hind leg meat was sizzling over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. This was a type of abyssal beast known as rock sheep, raised by the ruler of the cave. Its meat was unexpectedly tender, a rare find for Lin Qun on this journey. Lin Qun sat beside the campfire rotating the meat on the grill, his expression relaxed for a rare moment. He had taken off the black trench coat stained with sand and the smell of blood, and wore only a thin shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his sleek forearms. All right, stop it. Lin Qun helplessly extended a finger, gently flicking a small purple light orb that was buzzing around his cheek. Sizzle. I want that. The small light orb instantly halted, transforming into a tiny ant roughly the size of a half palm, with a translucent body that seemed carved from amethyst. It was Xiaoyi. At this moment, it completely lacked the imposing aura of commanding thousands on the battlefield and devouring everything. It flapped its pair of translucent wings, its antennae touching sadly, pointing at the largest piece of meat in Lin Qun's hand, then at itself, emitting a wave of affectionate mental energy. This is meat, didn't you say you don't like meat? Lin Qun teased, but still pulled out a shadow magic crystal core he had scavenged from the previous layer. Here, your snack. Xiaoyi glanced disdainfully at the piece of roasted meat, and then joyfully embraced the crystal larger than its entire body, and began to gnaw on it like a little girl with candy. Unbeknownst to when it began, Xiaoyi's taste had grown increasingly picky. It entirely scoffed at ordinary flesh, only accepting high-tier crystal cores, or ores, or the flesh of high-level magical beasts or abyssal creatures. What a gluttonous creature! Lin Qun shook his head and tore off a piece of roasted meat to eat. The taste resembled human lamb. If only he had a bottle of cola back when he was working and couldn't afford cola now, he could casually pull out a crystal core worth several warehouses, yet he still couldn't buy it. Rum. At that moment, Lin Qun felt the backrest behind him shift. He turned his head. Before him lay the giant king of the hell centipedes, coiled into a small mountain shape, acting as Lin Qun's windbreak and sofa. Its ferocious head leaned and gazing hungrily at the bone in Lin Qun's hand, with corrosive saliva dripping from its mouth, burning several holes in the ground. Are you hungry too? Lin Qun smiled and casually tossed the leftover giant leg bone, still with a large chunk of meat attached over. Hiss! The king of the hell centipedes caught it in one bite, swallowing it without chewing, then emitted a satisfied. It also gently nudged Lin Qun's shoulder with its massive head, moving cautiously, afraid that its spines might hurt. Compared to the delicate and picky Xiaoyi, this big guy was a true exemplar of thriftiness. It ate meat when given meat, ate dirt when there was none, charged to the front in battle, and took the hits the hardest. Sizzle. Silly giant. Xiaoyi, gnawing on the crystal, saw the king of the hell centipedes getting close to Lin Qun, immediately feeling displeased. It waved its little fists, a weak purple electric arc zapping the centipede's forehead. The king of the hell centipedes retracted its head in grievance, shifted slightly aside, but still didn't want to stray too far from Lin Qun. Watching the two insects, one large and one small, tussle for affection, the coldness in Lin Qun's eyes gradually melted, and his lips curled into a genuine smile. In this world where everyone was an enemy, filled with slaughter and betrayal, only this campfire and these two inhuman companions beside him could make him feel a hint of long-lost warmth. Are you full? Half an hour later, Lin Qun clapped his hands and stood up. The gentleness characteristic of youth instantly retracted, replaced by the coldness and sharpness of black calamity. He looked towards the pitch-black world outside the cave. Rest enough. Then let's continue our journey. Let's kill all the way down. At the depth of 9,000 layers in the abyss, a pale fortress. This was a gigantic stronghold built from countless bones, the most powerful force center in the 9,000 layers domain. At this moment, in the circular conference room deep within the fortress, the atmosphere was oppressive enough to seem like it could drip water. 12 figures were seated around the circular table. Each of them exuded an aura no less than silver rank 8. They were the 12 most powerful rulers between layers 9,000 and 9,100. Usually they fought against each other, wishing to put each other to death. But today they had to sit together. Because of fear. You've all seen the latest intelligence, right? Seated at the head was a thin figure clad in a black robe, its face hidden in shadows. Its voice was hoarse and piercing, resembling metal scraping. It was the ruler of layer 9,000 and the initiator of this temporary alliance. Lingxi monster Bu Ni, silver rank 9. I saw it. An elemental ruler engulfed in green flames trembled. It's too fast. That madman is too fast. From layer 9527 to layer 9,300, it took less than half a month. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass grew. He's not challenging at all. He's feeding. Another giant ruler with 3 heads roared. My cousin is at layer 9350 and just sent a distress signal yesterday, saying he saw a sea of black insects. This morning, he became unreachable. Fear spread through the conference room. If at first black calamity was merely a rumor among slave mercenaries, now with Lin Qun's layer-by-layer slaughter, he had become a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads. At this speed, in no more than a week, that madman would reach layer 9,100. We fight alone, and no one can match that monster. Bu Ni tapped the table, his pale fingers devoid of skin, only writhing tentacles. It is said that he commands a kind of insect army never seen before, and can release a semi-golden level mental pressure. He is definitely not an ordinary human. Controlling insects. Beastmaster. Did he come from the blue planet? But those weaklings over there can only contract a few magical beasts, right? Don't talk about that, he's about to kill us. What to do? Wait to die? Of course not. Buenai raised his head, revealing a face devoid of features, only a mouth full of sharp teeth. He's strong, but he's too arrogant. He's moving downward tirelessly without stopping. While his insect swarm is terrifying, they are still living beings. They will tire, and their energy will deplete. Buenai stood up, a massive magical map appearing behind him. His tentacles pointed to the location of layer 9100. Here is the molten fire-scorched earth. This layer has nothing but endless underground lava and poisonous fire. It is the most hated environment for insect creatures. A venomous glint flickered in Bunyi's eyes. I've already contacted the lords below and borrowed an item. A treasure capable of turning the entire layer 9100 into a hell. We 12 families will gather all our forces and lay a net on layer 9100. We don't need to confront him, Hedon. As long as we trap him in the sea of fire, burn his insects, and exhaust his mental energy. Then that so-called black calamity. Buenai grinned maliciously, tightening his grip on the tentacles. Will be the most nourishing dish on our table. The other 11 rulers around the circular table exchanged glances, their fear gradually replaced by greed and malice. The winner takes all. If they could kill this black calamity carrying immense resources, the benefits they could gain would be enough to propel them to the golden rank. Let's do it. Let that ignorant kid know that the abyss is not his playground alone. The web of conspiracy quietly spread in the darkness, silently waiting for the praise fall. The 9100th layer of the abyss, a land of molten fire and scorched earth. Boom. The space fissure tore open against the dark red sky, a faint purple vortex just forming as a terrifying heat wave capable of igniting hair in an instant crashed in like a tsunami. Lin Qun stepped forward, his black trench coat instantly becoming scalding hot. He immediately enveloped himself in spiritual power, forming a protective garment that could withstand a certain degree of high temperature. Moi. He did not immediately pay attention to the hellish environment. With the perception of his immense spiritual power at half-step golden level, every movement in the surroundings was laid bare. 30 meters behind him, within the shadow of a crimson rock, a faint heartbeat almost merging with the environment, a mouse. Lin Qun's expression turned cold. Mental force crushed, no unnecessary words, no extra movements. He merely tilted his head slightly, the pressure from the Insect Emperor's half-step golden-level spiritual power instantly coalescing into a massive hand that fiercely grasped the rock. Bang! The rock shattered. A half-human tall hidden demon scout didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated into a cloud of blood mist by the terrifying mental pressure. In this extreme heat, the blood mist didn't even reach the ground before it was completely evaporated with a hissing sound. Instant kill. Yet Lin Qun's expression darkened in an instant. Just at that moment, he clearly sensed that the scout had crushed the communication crystal in its hand in its final second. The position was exposed. Lin Qun stood on the scorched earth flowing with magma and did not move immediately. His brain discarded all emotions in that moment and began to rapidly deduce based on the existing information. Firstly, the environment was abnormal. The intel mentioned that although the 9100th layer was harsh, filled with magma and poisonous fire, it was merely an extreme natural landscape. But now, the sulfur concentration in the air was enough to kill an ordinary person, with no safe spot on the ground, only rolling magma, and the temperature was several times higher than that of a normal volcano. Such abnormalities were not naturally formed, but rather artificially triggered. Secondly, there was a biological paradox. Hidden demons thrived in the shadows, detesting fire elements and positive sunlight. In a world where even the air was burning, how could there be wild hidden demons lurking? Unless they were spies deliberately placed here by an external force. Thirdly, the tactics were unusual. Based on his experience of slaughtering through dozens of layers, once the spatial passage was opened, there were only two scenarios. Either the local master army was pressing in to block the door directly, or all the forces were gathered to hold their ground at the main camp. But here, it was empty, only this deadly heat. No blockade, only spies left behind. There must be a larger trap waiting for him ahead. I've been targeted. Lin Qun's gaze turned icy. Since the opponent had made a move, they must have complete confidence. Prioritizing finding an escape route without knowing the opponent's strength was undoubtedly the safest choice. So where was the breaking point? Behind him. The spatial vortex had already closed. Staying put. Just the rising temperature and toxic gas alone could exhaust him, and the insects swarmed to death here in less than half a day. The domain gate. Lin Qun looked up, his gaze piercing through the distorted heat waves locking onto the distant horizon. There faintly was a towering pillar of energy. That was the domain gate. The rules of the abyss were cruel. Affluent domains had countless teleportation arrays, while desolate places like the 9100th layer, where not even birds would defecate, had no intention of development from the masters, and it hadn't been challenged merely because no one wanted this scorched land. There was definitely only one teleportation array granted by the Abyss. That was the only exit to other domains. Since the opponent had gone to great lengths to alter the environment and lure him in, that singular exit was undoubtedly a heavily guarded death trap. Then there is only one path left. Lin Qun squinted slightly, instantly determining the next route. Find the master of this domain and capture him to kill. Then immediately challenge to a lower layer, using the special teleportation gate generated by the domain war to leave this place. But if the opponent was smart enough, they would definitely protect the master of this domain closely. This was a blatant scheme. To survive, he had to charge into a pile of corpses. Deduction complete. Time spent 3 seconds. Decision: find the master of this domain, break through the protective circle, and eliminate him. Dark Centipede, Lin Qun whispered as he opened the beast control space. The massive Dark Centipede King crashed down to the ground. Hiss. As soon as it landed, the Dark Centipede King let out a painful hiss. Its hard shell turned black upon contact with the lava, emitting bursts of green smoke. Lin Qun did not summon the Phantom Dragon Ant. In this environment, although the Dragon Ant had consumed various rare resources along the way and possessed considerable elemental resistance, it would still suffer some loss in such conditions. Now he needed to conserve energy to prepare for the impending battle. Bear with it, buddy. Lin Qun leapt onto the back of the Dark Centipede King, which was the only relatively safe place. He covered the Dark Centipede King with his spiritual power, helping it bear some of the heat erosion. Lin Qun shared the location of the domain master sensed through the domain seal on his hand with the insect nest well. Full speed ahead. Roar. The Dark Centipede King endured the excruciating pain, extreme compression of the dark soil covering the ground with full power, and moved rapidly beneath the boiling river of lava, drawing a black-red mark. Speeding forward. This was a path of death. The wind was scorching, the ground was hot, even the air inhaled into the lungs felt like it carried sparks. Along the way, Lin Qun witnessed horrific scenes. Countless corpses of fire lizards and lava monsters lay dead in the rock crevices by the roadside. These indigenous creatures that should have adapted to high temperatures were now all shriveled, like meat jerky drained of moisture. They had been cooked to death. To kill Lin Qun, the master of this layer, or rather the planner behind it, had completely disregarded the lives of the beings in this domain. They were not only targeting Lin Qun, but were also destroying this realm. Lin Qun's expression grew colder, and the killing intent in his eyes, instead of boiling under the heat, crystallized into an absolute freezing point. 10 minutes later, at the end of his vision, a massive obsidian arch stood on the central island of the lava lake. That was the domain gate, and in front of the gate, Lin Qun's heart sank. As expected, he saw a fire lizard man master covered in red scales trembling in the center. They had joined forces to uphold a massive light red energy shield tightly protecting the fire lizard man. They had joined forces to uphold a massive light red energy shield tightly protecting the fire lizard man master and the surrounding army. Behind them stood countless well-equipped troops from various races surrounding a black-red orb maintaining some kind of amplification formation. They not only protected the master of this domain, but also chose to set their location at the entrance of the domain gate to prevent any weaknesses in their defense, allowing Lin Qun to break through. Waiting for the rabbit, cutting off the escape route. Just the layers of defensive shields combined with the extreme heat surrounding could exhaust Lin Qun to death outside the gate. He's here. He really came. The fire lizard man trapped in the middle screamed in fear at the sight of the dark shadow rushing from afar. Lord Pony, save me. What are you panicking about? The leading spirit-absorbing monster Pony, gazing at Lin Qun, who was left with only one person and one insect, revealed a chilling smile on its skinless face. It hovered in midair, its tentacles swaying gently, the voice amplified by spiritual power, echoing clearly throughout. Black Calamity, you're smarter than I expected finding this place so quickly. It hovered in midair, its tentacles swaying gently, the voice amplified by spiritual power, echoing clearly throughout. Black Calamity, you're smarter than I expected finding this place so quickly. The door is right here, and the key is here too. If you have the ability, come and take it. As long as they didn't move, maintaining the formation, this human would be slowly roasted in despair. However, against Pony's mockery, Lin Qun did not say a single. He did not even slow his pace. When he was 500 meters away from the enemy camp, he suddenly waved his hand, and a swarm of dragon ants surged forth like a giant whale drinking water, blocking out the sun. Puff! The long-accumulated dragon ant swarm suddenly opened their massive jaws, spraying all the corrosive venom stored within onto the searing lava lake beneath. Although the potency of the dragon ant venom had diminished somewhat, it could still perform exceptionally well at this moment. Hiss hiss hiss. The highly toxic liquid, upon contact with the thousands of degrees of lava, instantly underwent a violent chemical reaction. A large cloud of dense, pungent, and sight-obscuring yellow-green toxic smoke erupted like a mushroom cloud at the forefront of the battlefield. Be careful, it's toxic. Maintain the formation. Don't let him through. Pony shouted, and the masters immediately strengthened their defenses. But under the cover of the toxic smoke, Lin Qun's eerie purple eyes had already locked onto the target. That must. At the 910th layer of the abyss before the gate of the realm, yellow-green toxic smoke rapidly spread in the high temperature of thousands of degrees, like a rampaging beast instantly engulfing the vision of the Dominion Coalition. Don't panic. The spirit-sucking monster Boney floated in midair, its tentacles writhing as its mental energy spread like ripples, all wind-based attacks. At the 910th layer of the abyss before the gate of the realm, yellow-green toxic smoke rapidly spread in the high temperature of thousands of degrees. As the order was given, the coalition of various races unleashed a barrage of flames, frost, and thunder, countless attacks raining down into the rolling cloud of poisonous smoke. The earth trembled and magma splattered. Amidst the dense firepower, a series of painful explosions and screeches emanated from within the smoke. Is it dead? A three-headed troll dominator stared wide-eyed at the smoke, fixated on it. However, in the roar, a piercing yet frenzied scream shattered the smoke. Emerging was the infernal centipede king, its entire shell scorched red and cracked in multiple places, enduring the bombardment of countless spells. Like an out-of-control armored train, it forcefully crashed through the outermost barrier. And on its back a buzzing sound echoed as the space trembled violently. Tens of thousands of ghostly armored dragon ants appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, the originally hard shells emitted a burnt smell under the high temperature, with some even igniting spontaneously. Yet not a single one retreated. Instead, they crazily piled up in front of Lin Qun, forming a massive living insect wall. Is he insane? Sending bugs to die in the sea of fire? The dominators were stunned. This was risking lives to pave a path. Even if they all die, as long as I can send the blade into your hearts, it's enough. Behind the insect wall, Lin Qun's gaze was as cold as ice. Standing atop the infernal centipede king's head, he used the insect swarm's charge as cover, transforming into a shadow, instantly piercing into the encirclement formed by the 12 dominators. He needed to create distance for Xiao Yi's killing move. Block him. The three-headed troll dominator at the front, standing 5 meters tall, its muscles bulging, the steel wolf-toothed club in its hand carried the might to split mountains and rocks as it swung down towards Lin Qun. This strike was enough to turn a small mountain into dust. Faced with this deadly blow, the attacks from the surrounding dominators also arrived simultaneously. This was a desperate situation. If it were a normal person, the first instinct would be to defend or evade. But Lin Qun did not. He did not dodge or evade, not even glancing at the attacks from others. His eerie purple eyes were solely fixed on the troll directly in front of him. In that moment, time seemed to slow down in his eyes. A distant, bloody memory flashed back in his mind. It was a rainy day in the second year of junior high. Young Lin Qun, cornered by 5 older bullies in an alley, huddled against the wall, clutching a half-brick tightly. Fists fell like raindrops, mocking laughter was deafening. He did not cry, only wrapped his hands around his head to protect his face. He was waiting. Just at the moment when the leading bully bent down to grab his collar, the boy surged up. He did not push anyone away, did not try to escape, and even allowed the other 4 to kick, and fists fell like raindrops, mocking laughter was deafening. He did not cry, only wrapped his hands around his head to protect his face. He was waiting. His eyes were only on that one person. As long as he could catch one and beat him to the ground, beat him until he screamed, beat him until he collapsed, the rest of those seemingly fierce rabble would retreat in fear. This was the logic of a mad dog. It was also the only way to survive. Lin Qun looked at the three-headed troll before him, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It's you. Facing the whistling wolf-toothed club, Lin Qun waved a hand. Block it. Thousands of ghostly armored dragon ants charged forward as meat shields, braving this strike with their flesh and blood. Smash! Hundreds of dragon ants were instantly turned into mush, purple insect blood splattering everywhere. But this layered blockade managed to momentarily halt the heavily weighted wolf-toothed club just inches above Lin Qun's head. That was enough. At that instant, when the troll's old power was exhausted and new power had yet to be birthed, a terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of the soul erupted from within Lin Qun, without reservation, like an invisible heavy hammer striking fiercely into the troll's mental sea. Half-step, golden-level insect emperor's pressure. This was not ordinary killing intent. It was the absolute suppression of a higher predator over a lower creature, the cold gaze of the insect queen. At the same time, the infernal centipede king beneath him let out a skyward wail, fully activating its strongest control skill. Yin-Yang Fear. A thick purple mist instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Double mental shock. Ugh. The previously grinning troll dominator suddenly froze. Its 3 heads simultaneously felt a shudder from the soul the moment when its brain was forcibly frozen. There was a fleeting moment of confusion in its eyes. Even if it was only 0.1 seconds. For Lin Qun, it was the boundary between life and death. Xiao Yi. Lin Qun called out inwardly. Ziz. A dazzling purple lightning bolt, like the scythe of death, flashed past Lin Qun's shoulder. That was the long-prepared Xiao Yi. It compressed all its kinetic energy to the extreme. This was not a test, this was a killing blow. The purple lightning tore through the void so fast that even a shadow could not be seen. Puff! A light sound. The troll dominator did not even have the time to recover from the shock of the pressure, as the main head controlling its body shot straight into the sky. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering Lin Qun all over. Boom! The massive body of the troll collapsed weakly, the wolf-toothed club falling to the ground, stirring up a wave of magma. Only then did the attacks from the surrounding dominators finally descend. Bang! Bang! Although there were insect swarms and the protection of mental force garments, several shockwaves still slammed into Lin Qun's back. Puff! Lin Qun spat out a mouthful of blood, the cloak on his back shredded flesh and blood mangled. But it was as if he felt no pain. He did not wipe the blood off his face, he simply stood beside the collapsed troll's corpse drenched in blood, his eerie purple eyes suddenly turning, locking onto the remaining 11 dominators. Next, silence. A dead silence. The dominators, originally preparing to continue their assault, all froze in their actions. They looked at the two-headed corpse on the ground, and then at the blood-soaked yet more ferocious than a demon human. A chill surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads, instantaneously killing. A silver-ranked 8-level troll dominator was actually killed in an instant. And this human, is he not defending at all? Did he intend to drag someone down with him? Fear spread like wild grass in the hearts of these survival-conscious dominators. They came to hunt, to share in the spoils, not to die. No one wanted to become the next troll. Instinctively, the two dominators in the front took half a step back. The originally impenetrable ironclad formation revealed a deadly gap. Now's the time. Lin Qun did not give them time to think or reorganize their formation. In that instant, he squeezed out the last bit of mental energy within him, and the Insect Emperor's pressure erupted once more. Get lost. A roar. The remaining dominators trembled, their movements slowing down once again. Lin Qun's figure surged upward, dropping all defenses, leaving behind over 200,000 insects to block the pursuers, while he himself, like a blood-stained arrow, penetrated through that gap. His target was singular. The Fire Lizard Man dominator trembling at the very back. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lin Qun's fingers had already touched the final layer of the faint red shield. As long as he killed it, he could survive. Only 5 meters remained. Under the terrified gazes of the 12 silver masters, Lin Qun's bloodstained hand had already penetrated the innermost defense barrier, appearing as if it had torn through with a single hand. His fingertips seemed to sense the nauseating tremors of the Fire Lizard Man master. Only 5 meters remained. Under the terrified gazes of the 12 silver masters, Lin Qun's bloodstained hand had already penetrated the innermost defense barrier, appearing as if it had accumulated the ultimate power of spatial compression, waiting for that brief moment of release. The purple lightning would pierce through the trembling fire lizard. As long as he killed the Lizard King and initiated the next challenge, the transmission channel of the domain gate would be forcibly activated. That was the only way to survive. The Fire Lizard Man widened its eyes, its pupils reflecting Lin Qun's ghostly pale face, letting out a desperate scream. No. However, just as Lin Qun's spiritual power was about to tear through the defense barrier, a cold snort, filled with extreme disdain, extinguished all hope without warning. The spirit-sucking creature known as Buenai, which had been floating in midair and watching coldly, finally moved. A cruel smile appeared on its skinless, mucus-covered face. The farce should come to an end. It suddenly raised several slimy tentacles, and a blackered heart-shaped crystal that emitted a disquieting aura materialized out of thin air. Golden-level treasure, lava heart. I borrowed this at great cost to kill you. Buenai's voice was as cold as a viper. Though its power is limited in my hands, it is more than enough to deal with. The treasure summoned a terrifying pressure that transcended the silver level and belonged to a true high-level existence, instantly enveloped the entire arena. That sensation was as if the gravity of the entire space had increased 1,000-fold. Lin Qun's lightning-fast movements were abruptly frozen in midair by this overwhelming pressure. Get off me now. Lin Qun's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He frantically urged his half-step golden-level spiritual power, unleashing the Insect Emperor's pressure without reservation. The surrounding air emitted a deafening roar, as if trying to break free from the constraints of the golden-level treasure. The golden-level pressure can't hold you down, monster. But when I looked at Lin Qun, who was on the verge of breaking free, fear flashing in its eyes mixed with madness in that case. Let's use the lives of my subordinates. Before its words had finished, before the other masters could react, a roar erupted on the battlefield. The swarm of insects which had been fighting the coalition was the first to sense something was wrong. At that moment, the battlefield had already turned into a hellish inferno. Even in this extreme heat that was unfavorable for the insect race, Lin Qun's insect army still displayed a terrifying ferocity. The dark armored dragon ants flew through the air, braving the high temperatures and explosions like dark clouds, wildly pouncing on the coalition masters attempting to approach Lin Qun. Some were scorched and fell, but many relied on their astonishing biting force and acidic liquid to bite through the enemy's armor. Oh, My leg. This bug won't let go. The ground battle scene was even more terrifying. Thousands of huge Huangquan hell centipedes, though their shells were reddened and sizzling from the heat, had their ferocious nature completely awakened by this pain. The normally honest and simple-minded centipede king, who would wag its tail for a bone, had completely transformed into a demon king from hell at this moment. Its dozens of meters-long body wildly rolled and slaughtered through the coalition camp, hundreds of sharp limbs acting like a meat grinder, and wherever it passed both tame beasts and abyssal demons were shredded into pieces. It ignored the swords and knives of several silver masters striking its back, allowing purple blood to spurt forth, determined to entangle the enemy's main force tightly, buying even a second for its master. However, all this slaughter and resistance were abruptly interrupted by the terrifying suction coming from above. Help! My body! Lord Buenai! No! The thousands of soldiers from various races of the coalition aside from Buenai's main force maintaining the formation suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. They could see their life essence being extracted as if by a powerful pump, transforming into visible streams of blood-red energy uncontrollably rushing toward the lava heart in Buenai's hand. With the madness of the insect swarm in front, and the merciless sacrifice of the allies behind in the blink of an eye, hundreds of originally strong abyssal warriors turned into withered corpses, soon to be crushed into ashes by the rampaging centipedes. Buenai, what are you doing? Those are my men. A demon master shouted in anger and panic as he watched his elite forces be annihilated in an instant. Shut up. Buenai did not look back, gripping the treasure tightly with its tentacles, and shouted sternly, if you don't want him to escape, just bear with it. Kill him. Think of the resources in his hands. Enough to compensate you tenfold, 100-fold. With the infusion of massive life force, the lava heart burst forth with a dazzling light akin to the sun, the originally dark red crystal becoming completely transparent, as if sealing a volcano about to erupt inside. Goodbye, Black Calamity. Buenai pointed with a tentacle, without any hesitation. Boom. A catastrophic crimson beam of destruction over 10 meters in diameter erupted right in front. This was not meant to protect the fire lizard man, it was an indiscriminate strike. In the face of such terrifying energy capable of melting mountains, Lin Qun's proud half-step golden-level spiritual power was as fragile as thin paper. Crack! The spiritual shield shattered instantly. Block it! Lin Qun roared in anger. Buzz! At that moment, countless dark armored dragon ants displayed absolute loyalty. They abandoned their attacks on the enemies, forsook their escape, and even disregarded the risk of being ignited by high temperatures. Tens of thousands of dragon ants instantly gathered in front of Lin Qun, forming a thick black wall several meters high with their flesh and blood. As the beam swept across, countless dragon ants desperately resisted its advance, only to be vaporized and blasted away by the terrifying energy. But although the energy of the beam was weakened, it still inexorably surged toward Lin Qun. Puff! Lin Qun could only concentrate all his spiritual power for close-range defense, yet he was still hit, as if he had been struck heat-in by a speeding train. His chest instantly caved in, and his bones emitted a series of dense cracking sounds as blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed forth. He flew backward faster than he had come, crashing hard against the banks of the magma river 100 meters away. Boom! The hard obsidian ground was smashed into a deep pit, with debris flying and smoke billowing. Silence. A deathly stillness. Except for the occasional sound of dried corpses falling from the distant formation, the entire world seemed to stop breathing. The formerly violent insect swarm, having lost its master's spiritual connection, fell into a momentary chaos. Then, driven by instinct, they let out a heartbreaking wail, rapidly shrinking their defenses to tightly protect the area around that deep pit. Is it dead? The fire lizard man, still shaken, touched its head, finding it still attached to its neck, and immediately collapsed to the ground, a wet stain appearing in its pants. Not dead, but incapacitated. Buenai retracted the now dimmer lava heart, its face a bit pale, with its tentacles slightly trembling, yet its eyes were exceptionally excited. Taking a direct hit from a golden-level attack, even a robust abyssal beast would be turned into mush, let alone a fragile human. Go cut off his head. Buenai waved its tentacles, as if instructing a trivial task. The remaining 11 masters exchanged glances. Though they were extremely angry at Buenai's earlier sacrifice of its subordinates, and wanted to devour it whole, looking at the countless dried corpses, and then at that deep pit where life and death were unknown, no one dared to provoke this madman. They tightened their grips on their weapons, kicked aside the twitching corpse of a dragon ant at their feet, and slowly approached the deep pit. At the edge of the deep pit, cough, cough. A bloodied hand trembled as it grasped the scorching edge of the lava rock. Lin Qun slowly lifted his head. At this moment he was in a pitiful state. His once handsome black trench coat had completely turned into tattered rags hanging on charred flesh. His left arm was twisted at a bizarre angle, clearly broken. His chest was a bloody mess revealing shattered, and his guardian, the underworld centipede king, had fallen into a coma in the beast taming space after enduring too much damage earlier. A desperate situation. A thoroughly desperate situation. His body was broken and his mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Only the remaining 200,000 dragon ants and underworld centipedes surrounded the pit, emitting painful cries under the extreme heat, fiercely baring their fangs at the approaching masters, with their broken bodies still oozing purple blood. In front of him stood 12 intact silver-grade masters along with that terrifying figure wielding a deadly weapon. Phony. Oh, you've got quite the tenacity. A tall silver 8th-tier werewolf master approached, kicking aside a few weak dragon ants that tried to obstruct him, crushing them into a puddle of purple mush. Behind him followed a heavily armored minotaur master wielding a giant axe. The werewolf looked down at Lin Qun, his eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Weren't you going to kill us one by one? What happened? Can't you get up now? Lin Qun remained silent. He simply gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by fiery pain in his lungs. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the high and mighty masters with eyes smeared with blood. If he were an ordinary person, he might beg for mercy or roar in anger at this moment. But Lin Qun did not. His gaze was eerily calm, a tranquility, as if he were looking at the dead. His eyes slowly shifted, fixating on the taunting werewolf before him and the minotaur behind it. Finally, he peered through the crowd at the airborne phony. He even glanced at the ominous heart radiating a terrifying pressure. 1 second. 2 seconds. It seemed as if he intended to engrave these faces along with today's humiliation and pain deep into his soul. Phony felt an inexplicable chill from that gaze. A powerful sense of unease surged within. This gaze was not that of a loser at all. Stop talking. Kill him. Phony suddenly screamed, immediately. Right now. Die. The werewolf master grinned savagely, his muscles shimmering with silver light suddenly bursting forth as he raised his battle knife and leaped over the entire swarm of insects, swinging down towards Lin Qun's neck. Meanwhile, the minotaur behind him let out a furious roar, his body swelling several times as he raised the giant axe, preparing to smash Lin Qun into pulp. However, at the moment the blade descended, Lin Qun's bloodied mouth suddenly curled into a chilling smile. I remember you all. Time to collect some interest. Buzz. In that instant, Little E suddenly emerged from Lin Qun's tattered collar, its carapace shattered, purple blood flowing, yet at that moment it erupted with a terrifying and dangerous aura compressed to its utmost. Little E suddenly emerged from Lin Qun's tattered collar, its carapace shattered, purple blood flowing, yet at that moment it erupted with a terrifying and dangerous aura compressed to its utmost. This hellish fiery world. It was too fast. So fast that even thought couldn't keep up. The savage grin on the werewolf master's face still lingered, and the minotaur master's raised giant axe remained suspended in midair. Puff, puff, 2 soft sounds. The werewolf master's massive head soared into the sky, blood spraying from his neck like a fountain. Behind him, the heavily armored minotaur, known for its defense, had a small charred hole appear in its forehead, its colossal body stiffly toppling backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. 2 silver-grade masters. Instant kill. Silence. A dead silence. The other 10 masters who were about to surround them seemed to have been struck by a freezing spell, completely immobilized in place. They stared at the 2 headless and pierced corpses, then looked at the barely alive human in the pit, their eyes nearly popping. How is this possible? Wasn't he about to die? Fear like a cold tide instantly extinguished their greed and disdain. All the masters simultaneously retreated several dozen meters, even their weapons trembling in their hands. Is this still a human? This is simply a monster clad in human skin. To bite off 2 throats even before dying. Explode. Seizing the moment of fear and chaos among the masters, Lin Qun issued his final command. Hiss. The hundreds of ghost-armored dragon ants encircling the outer edge of the pit did not hesitate at all, collectively swelling their abdomens, and then exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The sky filled with a mixture of purple poisonous blood and yellow-green toxic mist, instantly vaporizing and exploding under the absolute heat, forming a green-purple barrier that obscured vision. My eyes. Be careful of the toxic mist. The scene descended into chaos, and taking advantage of the last bit of confusion and smoke, all the remaining insect swarm rolled back like a tide, instantly enveloping Lin Qun. Lin Qun did not glance at the 2 corpses. He used his last ounce of strength to push off the ground with 1 foot, but he did not break through outward. He turned around, facing the surging, terrifyingly hot abyss of lava behind him, and leaped into it. Splat! A dull sound of entering the water. That shattered black silhouette, along with the swarm surrounding him, was instantly swallowed by the scorching, viscous, dark red lava, not even a splash being raised. After a long while, the toxic mist dissipated. The edge of the deep pit remained empty. Only the 2 corpses of the masters, still bleeding, told the story of the horror from that brief moment. Where is he? Did he jump in? The masters looked at the boiling river of lava, their faces paling to the extreme as a chilling dread rose in their hearts. He would rather jump into the deadly lava than take two down with him, if such a ruthless person were to survive. Madman. Truly a madman. The fire lizard man muttered, his teeth chattering. Phony in midair wore an even darker expression, as if it could drip water. It looked at the two dead allies, and that unease surged within its heart to the utmost. Damn it. Phony roared, not only because it couldn't obtain the resources from Lin Qun, but also because it sensed a dangerously ominous aura from Lin Qun's final action. He still hasn't died. He still refuses to yield. Don't be careless. Phony turned around sharply, issuing a harsh command to the still dazed and pale-faced masters, its voice sharp to the point of cracking. Continue to maintain the infernal prison great formation. Completely refine this layer for me. Continue to extract the life force of those worthless beings. Even if it drains this entire crowd dry, it is worth it. With a loud thud, the massive black insect sphere plummeted into the magma, and the world instantly transformed into a desolate dark red. The terrifying heat and suffocating pressure converged from all directions in that moment. Warning: the outer layer of the dragon ant is rapidly carbonizing. Warning: the diameter of the insect sphere is shrinking. Within the core of the insect sphere, a cramped space of less than 3 square meters. Lin Qun was covered in blood, and the intense pain coursing through his body made him sweat profusely, which was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. But he had no time to worry about his injuries. Those hauntingly purple eyes shone with an astonishing brightness in the darkness, radiating an absolute calmness mixed with madness. But he had no time to worry about his injuries. Those hauntingly purple eyes shone with an astonishing brightness in the darkness, radiating an absolute calmness mixed with madness. After 10 minutes, everyone would perish together. Passive defense was a slow form of suicide. The only path to survival was to adapt to it. Xiao Yi. Lin Qun suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Yi, who was slumped on his knee, breathing weakly. Jeet. Xiao Yi instantly lifted its head. Although the glow on its shell was dimmed by the high temperature, there was no fear in its compound eyes, only absolute trust in its master. It didn't need Lin Qun to explain further. That bond of life and death allowed it to instantly comprehend Lin Qun's crazy plan. Evolution. Evolving in the face of death. Splash. Lin Qun waved his hand to open the spatial ring, pouring out all the accumulated resources from their previous battles, filling the cramped space. Consume everything. Lin Qun communicated with Xiao Yi, his thoughts urgent yet filled with trust. Don't worry about energy surges. I will help you sort it out with my spiritual power. We are going to take a big gamble. Jeet. Xiao Yi showed no hesitation and did not pick at its food as usual. It knew that now was the time to fight desperately. It lunged fiercely at the pile of crystal cores, opening its sharp mandibles, and began the frenzied devour. Crack, crack. The violent energy erupted within its body, causing Xiao Yi to tremble in pain, its shell cracking and purple blood seeping out. But it didn't even blink, instead accelerating its feeding speed. Xiao Yi released its control over the swarm and concentrated desperately on activating the genetic lock within its body. Meanwhile, Lin Qun closed his eyes. Through the insect nest will, he took control of the outer layer of 200,000 struggling Yujia dragon ants on the brink of death. Command change: stop defense. New command: devour. The mad command was issued. The outer layer of dragon ants, originally curled up as heat-insulating meat shields, suddenly went berserk, opening their mouths wide and biting down fiercely into the surrounding magma that could instantly melt steel. Zhi. The magma filled their bellies, instantly scorching the insides. This was an absolute act of suicide. But in the last second before their demise, through the link of the insect nest will, they transmitted the fire elemental energy information gained from devouring the magma, the extreme pain sensation of high temperatures, and the violent spiritual energy contained within the magma, all transformed into the most primitive streams of information and energy, madly feeding back to the core Xiao Yi. Analyzing fire elemental energy. Synchronizing high temperature resistance data. This was data accumulation at the cost of lives, using the deaths of tens of thousands of subjects to pave the way for their king's evolution. Xiao Yi devoured massive resources, providing the energy needed for evolution, while the ant swarm consumed the lava to guide the direction of fire element evolution. A tug-of war of death and evolution raged fiercely at the bottom of this abyssal lava river. Ugh! Lin Qun groaned, blood flowing from his nostrils. The last of Lin Qun's spiritual power enveloped both himself and Xiao Yi, resisting the high temperature. The excruciating pain of his soul being repeatedly scorched was enough to drive an ordinary person insane in an instant. But he gritted his teeth and remained silent. One hand pressed against Xiao Yi's back, helping it sort out the rampaging energy, while forcefully infusing the fire elemental data transmitted from the outer layer into Xiao Yi's body. Hurry! Faster! The insect sphere was shrinking. The outer layer of dragon ants was replaced one after another. The originally massive number of over 200,000 was rapidly reduced under the scouring of the magma. 150,000, 100,000, 50,000. As the depth increased, the color of the magma changed from dark red to a blinding white-hot hue. The temperature rose even higher. Inside the insect sphere, Lin Qun's clothes had turned to ash and his skin began to rot extensively. Xiao Yi let out a painful shriek. Its body was undergoing dramatic changes. The originally dark purple shell was sloughing off, revealing fresh blood-red flesh beneath, which was immediately scorched by the high temperature. Almost there. Not enough energy. Lin Qun glanced at the empty interior of the ant sphere. The resources were depleted. Looking outside again, there were less than 30,000 dragon ants left, and the barrier of the insect sphere was about to be burned through. Once it was breached, he and Xiao Yi, who was in a critical transformation phase, would instantly turn to ash. A desperate situation. A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. I'm sorry, Lin Qun silently thought. Command defense. Buzz. The spatial gate opened. Tens of thousands of massive Huangquan Ming centipedes were forcibly released, filling the outermost layer of the insect sphere. They were dark attribute creatures that grew in the shadowy depths, and in this magma, it was like throwing ice cubes into a hot oil pan. Hiss. The shrill cries even resonated through the mental link, causing Lin Qun's brain to buzz. They didn't even have time to defend before their bodies began to burn and twist violently. But with their massive size, they managed to buy the core the last 30 seconds of time with their charred bodies. It was this 30 seconds. Lin Qun felt his consciousness rapidly dissipating. The overexertion of spiritual power combined with serious injuries turned his brain into a mushy mess. His vision began to darken and his body felt weightless. He was about to faint, just as his consciousness was on the verge of disconnecting completely. His nearly exhausted spiritual power suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation deep down in the magma. It was a vast and pure source of fire energy. Like the beating heart of this realm, Lin Qun used the last bit of clarity. He had to keep his palm firmly guarding Xiao Yi's hardening new shell. Xiao Yi, below. Go consume it. That is the path to survival. After saying this, Lin Qun's hand fell weakly. His brain completely shut down, and he fell into an unfathomable darkness. In this scalding abyss amidst the crumbling remnants of the insect sphere, the master was unconscious and all the ant swarm and Ming centipedes were on the brink of extinction. Only the ant, which had just completed its initial molting and was flowing with dark flame patterns, remained. Xiao Yi looked at the unconscious Lin Qun, complex emotions of sorrow swirling in its compound eyes. It sensed the terrifying heat source below. That was destruction, but also rebirth. Jeet. It let out a decisive shriek, controlling the tattered insect sphere, which was now barely held together, charging unhesitatingly towards the very bottom of the lava. The flames. Consciousness plummeted into the endless darkness. The searing pain gradually faded away, replaced by a long-lost reassuring chill and silence. In this crevice between life and death, Lin Qun had a dream. There were no abysses, no slaughter, and no suffocating smell of sulfur. There was only a dimly lit narrow room filled with the stench of cheap disinfectant. Outside the window, a gray rain fell, and moss grew in the corners where the wall was peeling. It was a blurred memory of home. Cough, cough. A heart-wrenching cough echoed from the dilapidated wooden bed. Young Lin Qun carefully carried a bowl of freshly brewed medicine to the bedside. The medicine was hot enough to redden his fingertips, yet he held it steadily, spilling not a single drop. Mom, it's time to drink your medicine. On the bed, a woman thin as a skeleton struggled to open her eyes. Her complexion was ashen, the color of a life about to be extinguished. Little Qun. The woman raised her rough, cold hand with great effort, yet it carried the warmth Lin Qun cherished most in this life, gently stroking his cheek. The world is getting more chaotic. She looked out at the gloomy sky, worry filling her eyes. Uncle Wang next door said that something terrifying seems to be coming this way. If those above can't control it, us poor folks will have it even worse. Young Lin Qun did not understand the world. He only knew to hold his mother's hand tightly, and stubbornly said, I'm not afraid of hardship. I will pick up bottles, I will earn money. Mom, you will get better. The woman smiled, a smile both desolate and tender. Silly child. Mom knows her body well. The woman gently stroked Lin Qun's head, her voice growing softer, as if it might break at any moment. Little Qun, do you know why I named you Lin Qun? Lin Qun shook his head. You have no father. After Mom leaves, you will be all alone. A single tree cannot support a forest, only together can trees form a wood. A tear slid down the woman's eye. Mom is afraid you will be too lonely. Mom hopes you can blend into the crowd in the future, that you'll have companions, someone to be with you, to support you. When Mom is gone, you must take a good look at this world for her. In that moment, the scene in the dream began to collapse. The gray rain outside transformed into a storm of fire, and the walls of the room began to peel away, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. The light in the woman's eyes was quickly fading, her hand slipping from Lin Qun's face. Little Qun. Her last words engraved deep into Lin Qun's soul. Promise me. No matter what you become, no matter how hard it gets, you must Live. In that shout, Lin Qun's consciousness trembled violently. Warning: host life signs are weak. Warning. At the bottom of the abyss layer, 9100, the core of the magma. This was true hell. The temperature had surpassed a certain limit and the magma was no longer liquid, but had taken on a whitish, almost solid state. The once massive black insect sphere was now stripped down to its last thin layer. All the hell centipedes except for the hell centipede king and a few mothers had perished. All the dragon ants had turned to ashes. In the center of this final remnant, Xiao Yi held tightly onto the unconscious Lin Qun, using its not yet fully evolved fire element control to protect Lin Qun's body. Its newly hardened shell cracked again, and as purple blood flowed out, it was instantly vaporized. It could feel the heartbeat of the person in its embrace slowing down, that warm soul wave extinguishing. Don't. A fear unprecedented, surpassing biological instinct, consumed the small insect. It was not death it feared. It feared loss. It was an insect race born cold-blooded. But from the moment it was summoned, there was only this ray of light in its world. If it was for this light, then what was the pride of the insect emperor bloodline, even life itself? Xiao Yi let out a roar from deep within its soul. It sensed the thing below. A fist-sized ball of white light, shining brighter and more violently than the sun, lay 100 meters beneath the insect sphere. Earth core fire essence. The essence of fire elements in this realm. For it now, that was not food, but the only lifeline pointed out by its master before falling unconscious. Xiao Yi's compound eyes revealed determination as it suddenly released its grip on Lin Qun, using the last of its energy to weave a final barrier, staunchly shielding Lin Qun behind it. Then it opened its broken mandibles, flapping its half-destroyed wings, transforming into a decisive purple light, charging towards that source of white destruction. Devour. Boom. The moment it touched the fire essence, a terrifying energy surged back. Xiao Yi's body instantly expanded like a balloon blown to its limit. Its organs, muscles, and blood vessels were incinerated in an instant, then reformed under the recovery power of the insect emperor bloodline. Pain. 1,000 times more painful than death. No. I can't die. I must protect him. Crack. Just as its body was about to explode in that ultimate obsession to protect someone. Deep within Xiao Yi, the gene lock that had long shackled its life level shattered. A terrifying power originating from beyond the stars awakened from the depths of its genes. The fire element data that hundreds of thousands of dragon ants exchanged their lives for found an outlet at that moment, frantically merging into Xiao Yi's gene chain. Reorganize. Evolve. The rampaging earth core fire essence was no longer poison, but transformed into the most perfect nourishment, devoured and converted frantically. Buzz. Finally, a terrifying wave that made the entire earth core world tremble erupted around. Whoosh. Without warning, the magma that had previously glowed incandescent and was hot enough to vaporize rocks suddenly appeared, as if drenched in thick ink. A cluster of flames as black as night ignited in the gaps of Xiao Yi's shell. The moment this black flame appeared, the surrounding rampaging fire elements seemed to encounter a natural enemy, unable to escape, forcefully consumed and assimilated. Gained new characteristics. Dark flame. Immediately the black flames began to spread wildly. It possessed the extreme temperature of the earth core fire essence that could burn everything and contained the ultimate chill from the depths of the supreme insect race's bloodline. High temperature and extreme cold, destruction and silence. These two entirely opposing laws perfectly fused in this black flame, forming a strange and terrifying balance. Zzz. The white magma within 100 meters instantly turned into a rich, inky black. This was no longer an ocean of magma, but a realm of dark flame. In the center of this absolute darkness, Xiao Yi slowly straightened its body. On its purple-black shell flowed black flame patterns that flickered like breathing. The membrane wings behind it unfolded, and with each flap, they released a shower of black fire, incinerating the surrounding magma, attempting to surge it into nothingness. It was like a flame king descending from the underworld, using the black dark flame that could burn the heavens to carve out a completely safe, forbidden zone for its slumbering master at the very bottom of the abyss. The rain of fire in the dream finally ceased. The cold, rough hand of his mother seemed to slowly drift away with the fading dream. The forest of many trees. Do not be lonely. Lin Qun's eyelashes trembled slightly as his consciousness struggled to rise from the profound darkness. Instinctively, he wanted to curl up his body, trying to summon the remaining mental energy to resist the terrifying heat that could burn his very marrow. However, the burning pain he anticipated did not come. In its place was an indescribable sense of tranquility. That feeling was like being wrapped in a thick quilt in the harsh winter, or like returning to the original womb of life, where even his soul could unfurl in this warmth. Lin Qun suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was not the expected lava, but a strange pitch black. He found himself suspended in a spherical space about 3 meters in diameter. This was not a solid shield, but a layer of black flame as thin as a cicada's wing, creating a vacuum that completely isolated the violent white-hot lava from the outside. The lava outside roared and pressed against him, but the moment it touched this black membrane, it silently vanished. I am still alive. Lin Qun sat up in a daze looking down at his body. At that moment his pupils slightly contracted and then transformed into a look of relief. His previously broken and twisted left arm was now reattached, though not fully healed. The bones had mended. His collapsed sternum had also been repositioned, and the charred rotting skin had scabbed over, revealing new tender flesh. The sea of mental energy within him, which had been dried up and exhausted, was not only replenished, but had also become more refined and profound due to the extreme pressures of life and death. Lin Qun clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented power coursing beneath his new muscles. Fortune from disaster, the near-death experience, and the overwhelming feedback from the evolution of his ant swarm broke the shackles on his Beastmaster level, officially advancing him to the rank of Silver Tier 1. Although restricted by the lack of a contract with a third beast preventing further progress, the bottleneck of the Dragon Clan's spiritual cultivation secret art was completely shattered in this baptism of lava. With the Dragon Clan's secret technique, the energy that had nowhere to go before contracting, the next insect tribe finally had a place to settle, preventing it from accumulating within. Zizi, a soft chirp filled with infinite attachment and grievance yet tinged with the joy of surviving a calamity, came from his chest. Lin Qun looked down. There a slender ant with a noble purplish-black hue was perched on his chest. With its antennae burning with black, ethereal fire, it carefully rubbed against Lin Qun's chin like a child seeking comfort after a nightmare. Xiaoyi. Lin Qun's heart trembled as he reached out his hand, fingertips touching its warm shell. Flawless. Zizi. Master. Hug. Xiaoyi instantly leaped into Lin Qun's embrace, wrapping its 6 limbs tightly around his arm, with astonishing strength, as if fearing that if it let go the person before it would disappear again. Feeling the real warmth in his arms, Lin Qun's eyes grew slightly warm. He recalled his mother's last words in the dream. Mom, look. Lin Qun whispered softly in his heart, as if conversing with his mother in the void. I am not alone. I have family now. He glanced at the Beastmaster space. There the severely injured and unconscious underworld centipede king lay quietly, its breath weak, yet under the nurturing life energy from Xiaoyi, it had escaped the brink of death. This clumsy giant had protected him until the last moment. And Xiaoyi in turn had risked itself to charge towards the core fire essence containing extreme heat for his sake. In this cruel world they were his forest, his group. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Qun lowered his head, nuzzling Xiaoyi's cold forehead shell, with his nose, his eyes filled with affection and gratitude. As his emotions settled, the keen perception belonging to a beast master returned. Only then did Lin Qun carefully observe Xiaoyi in its current state. Its size had not changed much from before, but its lines were now smoother and exuded a sense of power. The once translucent shell was now heavy and imposing, with black flame patterns flowing over it, like breathing. The pair of wings that had once seemed somewhat juvenile had now transformed into 2 pairs of membranous wings burning with black ethereal fire. With every unconscious flap, the surrounding space subtly distorted. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure, enough to make Lin Qun's heart race, was contained within its small body. Attribute scan. As Lin Qun focused his thoughts, a new stream of data appeared in his mind. Name: Ethereal Flame Dragon Ant Xiaoyi. Potential: B tier, level Silver Tier 1. New trait: Ethereal Flame, a product of the fusion of core fire essence and mixed toxins along with the bloodline of the Insect Emperor. Possesses the traits of ultimate adhesion and unyielding resilience. Once contaminated, it cannot be extinguished by conventional means until the target is burned to underworld ash. New trait: Fire Devour, can consume all flames in the world, converting them into energy to nourish itself and enhance the ethereal flame. B tier potential. Moreover, it has awakened a domineering and strange ethereal flame. Looking at this panel, Lin Qun was momentarily astonished, then immediately transitioned to a sense of, as expected, relief. He had always believed in Xiaoyi. I knew you could do it, Lin Qun said softly, his tone filled with Zizi. Look at this. See. Sensing her master's praise, Xiaoyi seemed a bit proud. It waved its antennae, pointing to the edge of this ethereal flame domain. The originally pitch-black flame barrier became transparent under Xiaoyi's control. Lin Qun raised his head to look outside. In the next moment, even with his composure, his breath momentarily halted. This is... He saw that the once violently raging sea of white lava had become surprisingly docile. And within that rolling lava, countless purple-black, translucent insect eggs floated densely. These eggs resembled a dark night sky sleeping at the bottom of the sea, greedily absorbing the endless geothermal energy surrounding them. Crack. The nearest egg cracked open. A palm-sized purplish-black creature, also with wings and surrounded by faint black flames, emerged. Though its aura was not as magnificent as Xiaoyi's, the shared quality of coldness and violence was unmistakable. Upon its birth, it joyfully swam in the lava as free as a fish in water. Next came the second, the third, the 10th. Lin Qun watched as this massive army quickly formed, the cold curve of his lips growing wider. The previous 30,000 ethereal armor dragon ants had been wiped out, which was a long-accumulated foundation. But now Xiao Yi had given him an even greater surprise. The former insect swarm feared fire, the current insect swarm consumed fire. That's enough. Lin Qun took a deep breath and took out a spare black shirt from his spatial ring. He was tall and thin, his skin pale from blood loss, yet beneath the smooth, tight muscle lines lay an astonishing explosive power. I still prefer wearing a trench coat. I wonder if the abyss sells clothes for humans. Lin Qun shook his head helplessly. He slowly stood up, peering through the ethereal flame barrier. His gaze seemed to penetrate the hundreds of meters thick layer of lava above, looking toward that distant height. Within that powerful spiritual perception, he could clearly sense that 10 powerful auras were still lingering at the edge of the deep pit above. The terrifying beings, along with the silver sovereigns. They were still there. They were still diligently maintaining that ridiculous flame prison formation, tirelessly sealing off the surface of the lava river. He slowly raised his head. In his mind, that list was as clear as if carved into his bones. That tentacled one, the green fire man, the stone man, and that one with the dog head. Lin Qun's fingers lightly brushed against the buttons of his sleeve, the corners of his mouth splitting into a grin, revealing his white teeth. Together with the lizardman, that's a total of 10. His voice was soft, but carried a chilling obsession and madness. This debt must be repaid with both principal and interest. Xiao Yi. Zizi. Xiao Yi sensed the surging violent emotions within its master, excitedly flapping its wings as the dense ethereal army turned their heads in unison, countless pairs of burning black eyes gazing upward, emitting a cry of bloodlust. Lin Qun adjusted his collar, the cold light in his eyes colder than the surrounding ethereal flames. Don't be too hasty in killing them all, since they enjoy refining others so much. Lin Qun extended a finger, gently pointing upward, as if the Grim Reaper had sounded the death knell. Then let them also taste the feeling of being burned clean bit by bit. At the 9th layer of the abyss in front of the Gate of Realms. It has been a full 2 days since Lin Qun jumped into the lava river. The dark red lava river continues to roar tirelessly, yet the human who jumped down has not resurfaced. He must be dead. A dog-headed overseer in charge of monitoring the formation wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed that as magma reinforced by the heart of lava, even a piece of meteoric iron would melt in it, let alone a mere human. Shut up and keep watch. In midair, although Fu Ni's expression remained gloomy, the tension in his heart eased slightly. For 2 whole days there has been no sign of life. That human whose eyes were as fierce as a demon's ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. But this kid actually committed suicide with all his resources. The cost of borrowing the heart of lava will definitely not be recovered. Thinking of this, Fu Ni's expression grew even more grim. "A master." At that moment, a scout responsible for monitoring the flow of lava suddenly shouted in confusion, his voice tinged with disbelief. "The level of the lava river seems to be dropping." "What?" Fu Ni's heart skipped a beat, and the anxiety he had just suppressed surged like wild grass. The lava river connects to the earth's veins, flowing endlessly. How could it suddenly drop? Unless... This is impossible. Fu Ni stared intently at the river's surface, instinctively tightening his tentacles. As a suspicious, spirit-sucking creature, he never believed in coincidences. Stupid rock. Fu Ni turned to the rock giant overseer, composed entirely of high-density abyssal stone, and commanded in a deep voice, "You have thick skin and flesh, not afraid of high temperatures. Go check what's going on." As he spoke, Fu Ni's figure subtly drifted backward, leaving less than 50 meters to the Gate of Realms behind him. "All right, maybe it's dried up." The rock giant muttered carelessly. Extremely confident in its defensive abilities, it stepped heavily to the edge of the cliff and leaned its massive head over to take a look. "Huh, it really does seem shallower." The rock giant's voice echoed in the air. In the next second, its pupils, those 2 massive rubies, suddenly lost their luster, reflecting an eerie deep black. For it had witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. Below, the originally dark red center of the lava river suddenly appeared as if a drop of thick ink had been dripped into it. A cluster of flames as black as night silently ignited in the center of the river. Immediately, this blackness spread wildly at an illogical speed. In the blink of an eye, the dark red lava within 1,000 meters was completely stained a dead black. What is this demonic thing? The rock giant instinctively felt fear and was about to retreat. Boom! The black fire sea erupted suddenly. Countless figures entwined with black flames surged forth like a horde of demons rushing out from the depths of hell, accompanied by suffocating shrieks. Amidst the black fire raining down, the rock giant barely saw the appearance of its enemies. It only felt itself enveloped by a cold, viscous black substance. Ah! The piercing screams instantly shattered the tranquility of the battlefield. Under the terrified gaze of the overseers, the rock giant's body, which was said to withstand even half-step golden core attacks, began to melt like a candle. The black flames had no heat, yet they crazily fed on its body. Save me, Master Fu and I. Save! The rock giant desperately swatted at the flames on its body, even rolling on the ground, but the black fire like a parasite grew stronger the more it was attacked, burning straight into its soul through the wounds. Attack together, kill him. Seeing this scene, Fu and I was the first to react, immediately shouting furiously. However, his body showed no hesitation. The mental energy that had long been prepared erupted instantly, and he transformed into a shadow, turning to dash towards the Gate of Realms behind him. He did not know what that black fire was, but he knew that the man had returned, back with an even more terrifying power. Wanna run? A voice like a soul-hunting whisper clearly reached Fu and I's ears through the storm of blood. The man, dressed in a black shirt and tall in stature, was floating above the sea of flames. He did not move, merely coldly observing Fu and I's desperate escape. On his shoulder, the ghostly flame dragon ant, resembling a king, flapped its wings. Sizzle. In an instant it locked onto Fu and I, its aura rising sharply, distorting the space, with faint ghost flames fluctuating and compressing. Ghost flame, purple lightning. Boom. A black-purple thunder carrying terrifying power capable of piercing everything erupted like a black dragon from the underworld, instantly tearing through the sky. The speed of this strike was so fast that it burned a black scar into the very fabric of space. While sprinting at full speed with one foot already stepping into the Gate of Realms, Fu and I felt a chill run down his back as a strong aura of death enveloped him instantly. No! Block it! Block it for me! In the face of death, Fu and I let out a piercing scream. He abruptly summoned the borrowed, golden-level heart of lava. With no time to activate it fully, he could only hurriedly conjure a red shield to barely protect himself. However, puff. The penetrating power of the ghost flame, purple lightning, was terrifying to the extreme. The shield summoned by the golden-level spirit artifact crumbled in less than half a second. But that half a second saved Fu and I's life. The purple lightning, originally aimed at his head, deviated slightly due to the brief obstruction and violently pierced through his right shoulder. Ah! Fu and I let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire right arm along with half of his shoulder exploded into a mist of blood. The massive impact hit him like a heavy hammer, forcefully sending his broken body into the teleportation. But in the last moment before disappearing, he fearfully discovered that at the wound of his severed arm no blood flowed. Instead, a thick, unquenchable black flame ignited. The light of the Gate of Realms flickered, and Fu and I's figure vanished. In midair, Xiao-Yi flapped its wings and flew back to Lin Qun's shoulder, looking at the closed teleportation portal, its antennae confusedly poking Lin Qun's cheek. It had clearly just planted the ghost flame seed on him, as soon as it thought it could trigger the ghost flame to explode, instantly turning Fu and I to ashes. Why did Lin Qun let it suppress the spread of the flames, allowing the enemy to escape? Xiao-Yi was perplexed. In its memory, the enemy should have been crushed directly. Why go through such unnecessary trouble? Lin Qun extended his hand, gently stroking Xiao-Yi's shell, which glowed with black flames, gazing at the empty Gate of Realms, the chill in his eyes colder than the abyssal winds. Killing him is too easy, Xiao-Yi. Lin Qun's voice was soft, yet carried a chilling cruelty. It is evident that he is the instigator of all this. If he were to die just like that, that instant death would be a relief, an act of mercy towards him. A cold smile curled on Lin Qun's lips. That ghost flame is a gift I have prepared for him. I hope he enjoys my generous gift. Lin Qun looked at the slowly closing teleportation portal, yet the chill in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. That ghost flame would accompany Fu and I like the most vicious curse, burning relentlessly at his soul and flesh day and night, until his spirit completely shattered. After he experiences the deepest despair in the world, then he will harvest his dirty head. Having dealt with the main villain, Lin Qun slowly turned around, looking at the remaining 9 silver overseers, who were already frightened silly. Now, Lin Qun's tone was as bland as if he were asking what to have for dinner. It's your turn. From Lin Qun's emergence to Fu and I commanding other sovereigns to attack, while he himself fled in panic, and finally, to Xiao-Yi's swift strike that severed Fu and I's arm, Fu and I then escaped an injury. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, within merely 3 seconds. The remaining silver sovereigns who were left dumbfounded finally reacted. Damn it, you led us to our doom and ran away first. With the boss gone, what are they still fighting for? Run! Run quickly! However, it was too late. Surround and kill. Lin Qun waved his hand. This is easy. The ravenous swarm of ghost flame ants transformed into a dark canopy that blotted out the sky, instantly sealing off the area within 1,000 meters. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, a brutal feast, a revenge and torment of the insect swarm against these sworn enemies. This black fire won't be extinguished. Spare me. I surrender. I was forced. The sounds of wailing and pleas for mercy rose and fell. But Lin Qun merely watched coldly. He could have allowed the ghost flame to incinerate these people instantly. Under the scorching of the ghost flame, those once invincible sovereigns along with the tens of thousands of allied forces they brought were gradually burned away in excruciating pain, their flesh, bones, and souls consumed. Oddly, they did not turn to ashes and disappear. Under the unique laws of the ghost flame, their corpses were refined into piles of gray powder that floated with faint black ghost fire. This was nether ash, an eerie product containing all the essence of life from the beings. When the screams finally ceased, the entire battlefield was left with a thick layer of nether ash. Time to eat. Lin Qun opened the Beastmaster space. Roar. The Nether Centipede King, which had been waiting for a long time, charged out with the few remaining mother nether centipedes. For other beings, the ghost flame nether ash was highly toxic, but for them, it was an exquisite delicacy. The Nether Centipede King eagerly dove into the ash pile, devouring it greedily. As it fed, the terrifying wounds on its body, which had not fully healed, began to mend at a visible rate, its carapace becoming thicker and more menacing. Meanwhile, the mother nether centipedes, after consuming a significant amount of high-grade nether ash, started to writhe violently, rapidly laying down plump eggs. These were the new generation of nether centipede army, generally larger than the previously produced eggs. This is the perfect internal cycle. The dragon ant kills and creates nether ash. With ghost flame, the nether centipedes consume the nether ash to bolster their numbers. The swarm expands, and they kill more. At this moment, the Nether Centipede King, which was madly devouring the high-quality nether ash left by the rock giant sovereign, suddenly halted its movements. Its massive body arched suddenly, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! In that instant, a heavy purple-black halo, as if capable of crushing the earth, erupted with it at the center. As its master broke through to silver rank, having consumed sufficient high-quality energy, the Hive Mind Nether Centipede King also began its advancement. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, the cracking of bones resounded. The already enormous body of the Nether Centipede King surged once more. Its carapace cracked inch by inch, only to be instantly covered by a thicker and harder new shell. The original purple-black carapace deepened further, taking on an almost pure blackish-purple hue, shimmering with an eerie metallic sheen. Its length shot up from the original 20 meters to an astonishing 60 meters. With its now thicker limbs resembling rows of black-purple spears, the visual impact was astounding. Most terrifying was its head. The original mandibles evolved into a complex set of jaws like a meat grinder, and two curved bone horns rose on either side of its head, surrounded by a heavy aura of nether earth. The Hive Mind Nether Centipede King successfully advanced. Level Silver Rank 1 Potential A Grade Traits: Nether Earth Descend, Hive Mind Fear Earth, and Stone Devour. At this moment, it loomed in the center of the battlefield like an armored train from hell. Just a glance from its glowing purple eyes carried a suffocating pressure. Feeling the surging new power within, the 6-meter-long Nether Centipede King could hardly contain its excitement. It raised its fierce and enormous purple-black head towards the fiery red sky, releasing its first roar of vented evolution. Roar! Alo! The sound waves rolled, mixed with heavy Hive Mind aura, shaking the surrounding rock walls, creating an incredibly intimidating spectacle. However, it was impressive for only 3 seconds. Zzz! So noisy! Shut up! A black-purple streak of light instantly cut through the air. Accompanied by an extremely disdainful cry, Shao, he turned into a shadow, darting over. That comparatively insignificant little body relative to the Nether Centipede King performed a beautiful spin in midair, executing a precise, queen ant flying kick that struck hard against the bone-horned forehead of the Nether Centipede King. With a muffled thud, the once imposing earth demon god, which seemed ready to roar at the sky, tilted its massive head abruptly, its huge body swaying slightly. The deafening roar was instantly choked back, as if someone had grabbed its throat, leaving only a series of coughs. The Nether Centipede King immediately shrank back. It extremely aggressively retracted its neck, its enormous body crouching low to the ground, bringing its large head close to Lin Qun's feet. In its face, which was as big as a basin, the purple, glowing, fierce eyes were filled with innocence and simplicity, and the two massive bone horns cautiously tapped against each other, as if saying, "I'm just happy, why hit me?" Seeing this familiar scene of domestic violence, Lin Qun couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. No matter how strong they became or how menacing they looked, these two little guys, one big and one small, in front of him still retained their original appearances. Lin Qun stepped forward and patted the now cold and heavy dark purple carapace of the Nether Centipede King. The Nether Centipede King immediately obediently lowered its fierce head, rubbing against Lin Qun's palm, causing a slight tremor in the ground. "Well done, big guy." Lin Qun's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Now both main forces had reached silver rank, and with the insect race's almost sole weakness of fire eliminated, he feared no one below gold rank. As for gold rank is regarded as a leap in the tier of life, as the immense life energy grants beast masters their own domain skills. Each beast master's domain skill is different, possessing various unique effects. Yet they all share a common trait. great power, and generally speaking a wide range that effectively counters large-scale swarms with relatively weaker individual abilities. However, that is for ordinary insects. For the Huangquan nether centipede and the ghost flame dragon ant who possess near domain, nether earth, and eerily domineering ghost flame. Even if you are gold rank, you must weigh whether you are worthy. Moreover, I wonder if these abyss creatures will have domain skills upon reaching gold rank. If they do, what exactly are they? Lin Qun shook his head, clearing his complicated thoughts, and looked around. With the nether ash swept away by the swarm of nether centipedes, the battlefield was left spotless. Except for one survivor. That was the dog-headed sovereign responsible for monitoring the flame prison formation. At this point, it had already lost its limbs, lying on the ground like a human stick. Dog stick. Looking at the terrifying beast that had just evolved before him, and then at the indifferent human, despair and the urge to die filled the dog-headed one's eyes. Lin Qun approached it and squatted down. A black ghost flame danced at his fingertips, gently nearing the dog-headed one's wound. Ziz. Ah. Kill me. Kill me. The dog-headed one screamed madly. The pain brought by the ghost flame had completely broken him. Shoo. Lin Qun raised a finger, a gentle smile appearing on his face. It's simple to die. Tell me, which sovereigns were those from earlier? What races are they? Where are their lairs? Lin Qun's voice was soft and patient. I have all the time in the world. We can take it slow and discuss. As long as you disclose all the coordinates, I'll grant you a swift death. Half a minute later, the dog-headed one completely broke down, spilling all its allies' lair coordinates like beans from a bamboo tube. Very good. Lin Qun stood up, flicking his fingertip, the ghost flame landing on the dog-headed one's forehead. In your next life, don't provoke those who play with insects. With that, Lin Qun did not even glance at the corpse turning to nether ash, but turned to Xiao Yi and the already prepared nether centipede king, holding the blood-stained annihilation list. Let's go. Lin Qun stepped into the domain gate, looking toward the gate, the place where Fu and I had fled, also the beginning of the path to revenge. There are still several more to exterminate. Tonight will be long. Lin Qun glanced at the newly updated blood-red realm sigil of the 90-100 layer dominator on the back of his hand, flexed his wrist, and strode to the towering 100-meter-high realm gate. In his hand, he pinched the blood-stained tally of reckoning. The 12 dominators of the Purge Alliance were all clustered between layers 9,000 and 9,050. The nearest was at layer 9,045, the main nest of the Bai Hoi Yao clan. Let us go. Lin Qun glanced at the Black Legion behind him, already arrayed for war, and stepped through the light gate. Because the dominators were dead and could no longer use realm wars as elevators, he had no choice but to travel by realm gate. Yet that mattered little. Even if it took longer, even if he had to traverse thousands of miles, he would collect this debt himself. Abyss Layer 9045, the Bailan Ghostfire Realm. There was no lava here, only an ocean of sickly green ghost fire burning across the slopes, the air thick with lethal miasma. Elemental beings were now gathering in terror. Their dominator had left for battle 2 days ago and had not returned. The clan's elders waited anxiously for word. Boom! The realm gate tore open, black phantom flames streaked the sky, and swarms of insect shadows instantly dimmed half the heavens, while infernal grave smoke spread across the earth below. Enemy attack. It's the Black Calamity. Their dominators failed. Hold fast. Fight like your lives depend on it. Burn them with the Bailan fire toxin. The green fire priests on watch howled in dread and fury, launching curtains of toxic green flame like a meteor shower at the swarms. But it was merely a supplemental meal for the umbral flame dragon ants. Sure, a devouring fire trait activated, the green flames did not incinerate the ants, but instead served as accelerant. Half an hour later, the struggle was over. An entire realm of elemental creatures had been consumed, reduced to faintly glowing Minghui nether ash. Lin Qun watched coldly as the nether centipede packs cleaned the field, then drew the list and crossed off the first name. Next, layer 9030, the Troll Clan. 5 hours later, Abyss layer 9000, the Dominator Hall of Ling Ziguai Buni. Ugh. A groan of pain compressed to the breaking point rose from the throne. Buni curled upon the wide seat, his body soaked through with cold sweat. His right arm had been utterly gone. At the broken shoulder, a sullen ink-black phantom flame still burned, slow and relentless. It was not a furious blaze, but a patient parasite like an insect that chewed at Buni's flesh and nerves inch by inch each passing second. The agony was not immediately fatal, but it promised an eternity of torment. Not extinguished yet. Buni trembled as he raised his head, his voice sanded and rasping. At his feet lay 3 charred corpses, the clan's finest healers. They had tried to dispel the phantom flame, and were instead ignited along the trail of magic, burned alive. Layer 9045, Bailan Ghostfire Realm. Annihilated. Buni's eyelids flickered, his body convulsed from the pain as he knelt. My lord. Layer 9045, Bailan Ghostfire Realm. Annihilated. Buni's eyelids flickered, his body convulsed from the pain. Understood. 3 more hours passed. Report. Layer 9030. The Troll Clan. Burned to ash. Not a single survivor. Buni clung to the armrest until his suction cups split and bled. The footsteps of death drew nearer, unmistakably audible. The 12th hour. Buni was now a gaunt caricature of himself. To endure the drain of the phantom flame, and to dull that piercing pain in these 12 hours, he had frenziedly devoured the souls and life energy of more than a dozen attendants. The hall reeked of iron. Report. This time the scout's voice quavered. Layer 9001. The Doghead folk. Annihilated. That black calamity is heading this way. Estimated arrival. 2 hours. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone knew the truth. The next target was here. 2 hours. Huh. Only 2 hours. Buni laughed nervously. He forced himself upright on the throne. His bloodshot eyes swept the few remaining loyal generals below. Prepare for battle. Buni's voice was weak, but edged with a last desperate mania. Raise every troop. I refuse to believe he can have anything left after tearing through 8 realms. I will fight him. PFT. A dull sound of steel entering flesh abruptly cut off his roar. Buni's words died in his throat. Looking down, he saw a bloodied black blade protruding from his chest. Its tip carried a potent toxin already numbing his nerves. The strike had been swift, precise, and merciless, piercing his heart. Ugh. Buni turned his head with difficulty and saw the face of his most trusted captain of the bodyguard, a towering demon general. But the general did not wear the grim pleasure of a successful betrayal. Cold sweat soaked his face, his hands trembled on the hilt, his eyes were full of terror and despair. Why? Blood bubbled in Buni's mouth as he forced out 3 words. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry. The demon general collapsed into a wail, his voice breaking. He is too strong. He is a monster. He wiped out 8 realms. We could not stop him. You are his target. You are the one he— If only we took your head. If only we paraded it out. Perhaps the rest of us would live. Please. For all our sakes. Go die. Around them the other bodyguards did not move to stop him. They gripped their weapons, their gazes evasive, yet beneath the fear burned the same battered hope, the moral surrender bred by the will to survive. Heh. Looking at that face twisted by fear, and so close, listening to such petty pragmatic reasons, Buni suddenly felt an unprecedented absurdity. He remembered the cold look Lin Qun had given him when he was allowed to live. To let him die like that would be too easy for him. Now it made sense. Was this the demon's punishment? Not only to torment my flesh, but to rip me from those I trusted, to have me die at the hands of my own confidants in utter despair. Huh. Huh. Buni suddenly laughed. The phantom flame at his wound leapt and throbbed. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his cheeks. Want my head to buy your lives? Fools. Buni lashed out with his last remaining tendril and clamped it around the demon general's skull. You think that devil will spare you, eh? He seeks total extinction, root and branch. Since we are all to die. In that instant the body that had long since begun to fail erupted with a final furious resurgence, strength like a dying star flaring back to light. Since we are all to die. In that instant the body that had long since begun to fail erupted with a final— No, my lord, don't. The demon general's scream was cut short. His head was drained like a waterless melon and the desiccated husk thumped to the floor. But this was only the beginning. You want to kill me? All of you. Buni had snapped. He tore the blade from his chest, blood geysering, and like a famished ghost lunged at those within the hall. The Ling Zigwai's innate gift flared fully, indiscriminate devouring. Help! The lord has gone mad. Run! The hall became an arena of slaughter. Those who had once hoped to stab the lord in the back now found themselves flayed and butchered. Time dissolved in frenzied bloodletting. The screams finally ceased. The vast Dominator Hall was left strewn with desiccated corpses. Buni knelt amid the ruin. He had become grotesquely bloated from the chaotically consumed life force, yet the blade wound in his chest and the phantom flame at his shoulder still tormented him unrelentingly. They are dead. All dead. He stared blankly around. No officers, no allies, no kin. The world had contracted to him, and that quiet, still burning ball of black phantom flame. And then, footsteps coming from beyond the hall's doors, measured and inevitable. Da-da-da. They were light, but in the dead hush they rang like funeral bells. Buni slowly raised his head and watched the lithe silhouette push open the great doors and walk in against the light. The demon had come at last to collect his final due. The footsteps stopped 3 meters before the throne. Buni lifted his head with effort. In the blur, he saw 2 eyes burning with umbral purple flame, looking down at him with sovereign contempt. It was a darkness deeper than the abyss and a gaze colder than death itself. There were no taunts, no victors. The man simply parted his lips. His voice was soft and hoarse, yet it carried an immediate frost that seemed to freeze the soul. A demon's whisper pressed against the ear, Dominator of Layer 9100, the Black Calamity. The next instant an icy, vast, and remorseless abyssal will, joined to that man's demonic whisper, shattered into Buni's broken mind, to the Dominator of Abyss Layer 9000, Shihun Buni Soul Caesar. Initiate the Realm War.